All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the International 2016. Not my best gaming impression, but I'm Gods, joined by Black. How you doing?
Pretty good. What about yourself?
Really good. We get to cast some great group stage action here today. It's day one of, well, kind of, I don't want to say main event, we're not at the LAN. Gentlemen, hold on a second. Girls, we have to, I do pardon. Nope, I fucked up.
All
there
good,
goes it. There goes my career casting group stages. Oh, had some audio in the background. That's closed. That's done with. You know, they ran through all the settings with me. Like, okay, these are the things you need to do. Make sure your settings are right in Dota 2. Have the audio levels right. Here's your instructions, and I still find a way to mess it up, despite all of Valve's very good work and very diligent work.
I mean, it was just one misclick, you know, it just happens sometimes.
So we've got Na'Vi versus Escape Gaming. What do you think of this as an opening match? We saw Escape yesterday. How good do you think they are?
I think this game should, on paper, be really, really exciting because Na'Vi is this, like, run-at-your-face team and really get in there, while Escape is like, nah, please run at us. We want you to run at us and just, like, keep you out of the base and make sure that you can come in. And if Na'Vi can't crack them, then Escape is going to have a really good time.
Okay. We'll see what Na'Vi have in store. Siniko in the drafting seat taking on Syndrin, and a bit of a new look, the Beastmaster.
Yeah, going Beastmaster. We haven't seen that in the group stage.
Yeah, this was never like a top priority as far as the picking order went.
Yeah, but Kezu plays a really good Beastmaster, so.
Okay. Normally it was what, like the Void, I guess? Like you're doing a lot of like Void ET.
Yeah, pot him even. The first race pot him a lot.
I think it's dangerous going too heavy team fight and cooldown dependent ultimates against a team like Na'Vi, who's going to play in your face and really fast pace.
But usually they play it offlane. I've never seen them play jungle, I believe. Yapsa was more like the roaming kind of position 4 player.
And bounty hunter, I don't think you want to be just chucking Beastmaster in the jungle necessarily.
That is like one of Navi's most comfortable heroes, and Soneko is really, really good on the hero too.
Yeah, Na'Vi probably one of the few teams who would actually pick bounty like over hero like Ricky. Normally you'd just see Ricky picked up if you wanted one of those, but they follow it with the Bat Rider.
General Bat Rider is really scary to play against, especially with a Soneko there.
You could have just said General's really scary to play against.
Oh yeah,
agreed.
No, General is definitely the key part of Na'Vi.
Yeah.
If General gets a good game, Na'Vi is gonna have a good game.
Every team seems to have that player where he's like kind of the linchpin in a lot of ways, where he not necessarily ties all together, but it's a player that he creates space, tempo controller. Sometimes it's an offlaner, sometimes it's a mid, sometimes it's a 4-position player. For Na'Vi, you're looking at General.
Going back for the Lone Druid solo mid.
That's probably also why they first picked the Beastmaster, because they knew they didn't see the Lone Druid ban. Typically, what we saw yesterday is teams first stage banning Lone Druid because of how well Escape play around it. And you'd rather have the Beastmaster with the Lone Druid with the aura rather than having the Void. Void with Lone Druid, kind of meh.
Yes, and on top of that, laning against Lone Druid in mid lane is incredibly hard.
Yes.
Like, Lone Druid will always have at least an even lane. It's just so hard to out-deny him, outlast him. And Koikwa especially, his Lone Druid is like probably one of the best.
It's Na'Vi, you know what they do? They just dual lane mid, they tri lane mid. They give Dendi a lot of help in that mid lane often.
They do, yeah. They usually, what their weakness is, I think, they leave their safe lane really vulnerable. And a team like Escape with Yapsa on position 4 can really abuse that, I think.
They're a team who I've seen a lot just have 3 solos and then a roaming Siniko hero, Artsalic in the jungle, or perhaps sitting, sometimes maybe dual laning mid, but yeah, like you say, often DTRI has no support whatsoever. This game looking like it may fit into that pattern if they want to help secure the mid lane against Lone Druid. That could always be, Bat versus Lone Druid, is that doable? That seems okay.
It is good. It's like, I've played the matchup a lot with Koikwa before. It's like, if you have a misstep as Lone Druid, you're probably gonna die, but you're definitely gonna outfarm him if you don't have that misstep. Because like, there's no way a 40 damage Bat Rider can last it against like a 70 damage Lone Druid.
Yep. I see what you mean. So they ban out the Oracle, looking to protect the Bat Rider, pick a big, also a good hero against the bounty track, being able to purge that off with relative ease.
I would be more afraid of a Vengeful though if I was Na'Vi. Because it has the same saving function, but it goes really well with the push of Na'Vi with Escape Gaming already.
A respect ban towards Artsal's Chen. As mentioned, Na'Vi will run that dual roamer / roamer plus jungler, like just leave DTRI in a 1v1.
They don't care about having a position 5 support. They will just have 2 position 4s and just run all over you. It's like
I mean, Artsal is a very greedy player, like by his nature. Like every time I've seen like playing a Witch Doctor, I'm just amazed by like how fast he's an Ag Scepter, his Enchantress, his Chen. Like I'm like, whoa, this guy's got farm. Who's actually buying wards for this team? But I say that it's going to be a more team-oriented support in the Shadow Demon. Pretty good deep push. The Shadow Poison actually, I think part of the reason this hero kind of came back up is because of how strong that spell is. It's got some good buffs over the last couple of patches as well with the mana cost. So
I really like the Na'Vi lineup so far. It's like really hard to fight into Bad Rider and Shadow Demon, and Bounty's just gonna sit on the sideline and just track everybody up, and give them all the vision they need for Bad Rider to get a good initiation in.
But I think both teams have got what they want. Like you say that, and I look at Escape. Like, but I also really, as far as Escape picking to their strength, they've got what they want, and I'm like, okay. As far as knowing this is Escape playing, I really like their lineup. They're at least their opening 2 picks. It reveals a lot because you picked up 2 core heroes, but you've picked up 2 core heroes you play with a lot and you win with a lot. So we'll see what they kind of get. I imagine just some support start coming out. You mentioned the Venge. You need that Syndran hero. If not a Venge, like a Witch Doctor, get some sustain, some heal.
Even a Dazzle maybe. They really like to run that. Syndran played it like 3 times yesterday, I think.
Yep. But as you kind of, I definitely agree with the Venge though. Just having a save versus the Bat seems always a safe call.
Yeah, it just makes it so hard for the Bad Rider to initiate without a Force Staff. If you just have Blink, you're kind of still like a non-factor if they're ready, which they're definitely going to be because they're going to be pushing as 5.
Yeah. What kind of hero do you want to see Yapsor on as far as playmakers go for Escape?
Yeah, there goes the Avenger you spoke about.
He's like one of their playmakers a lot of the time. And against the Bounty Hunter, do you have to kind of change what hero you put on him?
What I really would like him to see is like an Ogre Magi, because they can abuse the weakness of Didera often being left alone and vulnerable, and he can bully the Bounty Hunter out of the lane, or like out of the jungle by himself. There's no way that the Bounty can fight an Ogre.
Do you still say Ogre when you see the Lifestealer?
Yeah, it's probably not as good. You can just
instantly get rid of the Ignite, the Rage.
10 seconds remaining.
As soon as you said Ogre, I was like, yeah, that's actually, hadn't thought of it, but that sounds really strong and useful.
It would have been with their lineup, but the Lifestealer might like scare them away from it.
It still is. It's just not. It's not like you can go to that offlane and expect to just throw Ignites at the carry and be effective, because he'll rage it off and just not care.
But it's like a typical Na'Vi pick, you know. Didera, okay, just like get XP on the safe lane, go jungle if you have to. We'll just make sure the other lanes are gonna win.
Yeah. We could see where they kind of prioritize the Shadow Demon, whether it's more around the mid lane, the safe lane. But
I'm kind of surprised though. Like Shadow Demon Lifesteal doesn't strike me as incredibly good.
Okay. So Yapsor on
going back for the Ricky. He did so much work on that hero yesterday. He won so many teamfights single-handedly. Like, see what he can do here.
Yeah, the nice thing about this here, like compared to the Ogre against the Lifestealer, is you've got that silence you can initiate with, or you follow up the Roar on a Lifestealer with a silence and you can't get the rage off, can't get an infest out. So guarantee some form of control for the Lifestealer, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely.
Terrorblade ban.
Banning out a Terrorblade? That is weird. Like TB Lone Druid in one line would be so greedy to run.
Really good against Lifestealer though, is part of it.
It is like probably the counter in the game to Lifesteal, yeah.
But it would be very greedy and very passive in a lot of ways. You have a Lone Druid farming one lane, a TB farming another. You're not looking to do much outside of pushing towers. One hero that's still in, which kind of feels almost like the same role as a Terrorblade, a lot of teams would say better, is the Drought Ranger.
Oh yeah. For sure. But well, for Escape, but then again, Lone Druid plus Draw Ranger.
Yeah,
I mean, it is possible, for sure.
It's like, it fits the theme where you want to like push, take objectives,
Yeah.
Have a range carry that matches up well against Lifestealer. Although, with that said, Lifestealer infests in the Bat Rider, gets on top of you, suddenly Drow's not so happy.
Do you agree with the Invoker ban? Because I think if Na'Vi picked Invoker, like Lone Druid is one of the counter laners to Invoker in the first place, and they wouldn't have like Quartz Wax, they simply don't have the damage.
It's probably scared of like a Shadow Demon giving the Invoker support. You've got the Disruption, the Sunstrike perhaps, but I don't. If you, I don't know. I don't really agree or disagree. You're the expert here, Black. Sounds like you disagree.
Like I just know whenever I played Invoker,
Sinner's a trash drafter. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know, he is one of the one of the people I would trust with my draft for sure. Yeah. Going for the Ursa.
You played on a team with
I did.
quite a
I actually invited him to my team. I was like, dude, I need somebody who can draft.
That was at TI with Mouse Sports, right?
Yeah, tier 3. Yeah. Ursa Warrior, hard counter to Lifestealer, and if he gets an Aghanim's, Bad Rider is completely useless against him.
Nice.
You can just like break out of the lasso right away.
Okay. And a hero that to me suits Era and his playstyle quite well. I mean, talking about some of the just players and what they like to do, Era loves to play kind of aggressive and kill-oriented Dota. He's not a player who likes to play kind of passively farm all that much. He'll farm a lot, but he likes to play his Slack, his Tinies, and go for the kills.
And that's what I really like about their recent drafts too. They really put Era on these aggressive heroes that can make something work because he's really, really good at it. Like we saw it with the Tiny yesterday, he just made it work left and right.
Yeah. No, he turned that game around against Execration in that game 1.
What do you think about Na'Vi? I'm looking at like heroes like Tinker. It would also be really nice to have like a Lifestealer Bomb.
Well, they have the bat. The bat is enough, is it not, by itself?
Oh yeah, they have a bad Lifestealer.
Do you consider the Mirana?
Mirana's still
sorry,
mid?
bad. Oh, that was bad. First base. What am I talking about? First band.
Yeah, it is.
And you can even put the bat mid and consider an offlaner, but I guess the offlane pool is
That's what they did quite a lot too. I mean, they would still have heroes like a...
You don't want single. You don't want single core lifesteal. That's like a.
Yeah, you do not for sure. Yeah, there's like a Quap mid. There's like a Tinker mid. Bedrider Lifestealer. They have a lot of physical and magical damage already. They could make space for a Tinker if they wanted to make it work.
Timbersaw even.
Timbersaw. But then again, Ursa is like kind of like a natural Timbersaw counter.
Thinking more about the Lone Druid, but like you say, Lone Druid not the only problem to worry about.
I really like Escape's lineup. It seems really complete. They have like a lot of push. Going for Ember Spirit.
That has not been in the Na'Vi playbook for. That's normally been a Dichira here in the past, but this is got to. Yeah, that's it. It's got to be a Dendi this game.
Okay, like one-on-one Lone Druid completely destroys Ember Spirit. So what they're looking for is to make sure they get roaming onto the mid lane and kill this Lone Druid over and over, because it's really easy if you get another hero to just kill him with the Ember Spirit.
Well, if there's a team to roam on the mid lane, it's Na'Vi with Suniko Bounty, art style, and anything. He's always sitting around that mid lane, often leaving Dichira to his own devices. So
I'm really afraid about the Ursa though. Like he counters 2 of their cores like really hard. Like if he ever gets a jump on Ember or Lifesteal, they're pretty much dead. Unless Shadow Demon can save them.
As much as you mentioned the Ags means the Batrider is like useless against him, I think at all other stages of the game, Batrider is great against Ursa.
It is. He can kite him, he can like sticky him, he can push him away with the Flame Break. Yeah.
I mean, you've got the vent, so you've got the swap to save against the lasso, but it's not even just about that, it's everything else that goes with it. As we hop into I think group stage game here on stream number 3.
Predictions? First barracks kill? Escape Gaming.
I'm going to go with you. Total number of player deaths. This looks like a low death game. 0 to 5?
0 to 5, yeah, for sure.
It's either that or 6 to 10.
Team with the most kills. Probably Na'Vi.
I mean,
even if they lose,
do you think even if they lose, they'll get the most kills?
Yeah, I usually think so. Yeah.
We can hedge our bets, you know. Team with the most kills in the game. Na'Vi.
Time of the first tower destruction before 5. 5 to 8 or 8 to 11. Your call.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's not before 5, it's Lone Druid. I'm going to go 8 to 11.
Yeah.
I don't think either team pushes super early. Definitely not Na'Vi.
Usually when Escape gets the first tower with the lineup is when the mid laner rotates away and then the Lone Druid jumps into the tower.
Yeah. It's an Ursa, like Ursa too. He's not pushing towers too early.
Yeah.
But you never know. You get that, a team could just go for a really early safe lane tier 1 with like a double, triple creep wave and the siege creep, for example.
It's interesting what Na'Vi's doing here. Why they're all next to the tier 1 tower. They're setting up like an ambush for the Riki, maybe? This is like... I haven't seen that in a long time.
They want to be in the middle so they can go either top or bottom bounty rune, you know? Better hedge your... Not hedge your bets. You're trying to get Suniko to scout him out. They want to fight, I guess?
Oh, they want to fight the rune, yeah.
Yeah. So...
For 4 got top, Ember goes bottom.
The plan was for General to find out where they're going to be.
They will actually get both runes.
Yep.
Yeah. Kezu's not there to contest the rune.
There we go. Explained.
Yep. Out.
Oh, we'll take it both.
Yep, sir. Oh! Right click too fast.
So, we got to talk about this. Dichira, Lifestealer, Pullman Shield, double pull Tengo, he's gone mid.
He's going mid, yeah. Which is super good. Lifesteal is one of the natural counters to Lone Druid on the lane.
Yeah, you just hit the bear with the feast, whenever you're taking some damage, you Lifesteal a ton, since it's based on their
percentage,
percentage of hit points. And then Dendi can get a better matchup. We've seen this every now and then. Dendi, like on the safe lane, sometimes with like a Timbersaw.
I actually really liked it because it avoids the problem too of Dichira being like sacked, because they'll definitely support Dendi on the bottom lane there. And overall, I really like their lanes.
Yep. And they can, help out here or there with the mid lane perhaps. Suniko doing a bit of body blocking. He's gone boots first. And we'll see what he has in mind. Yapsar sentries and dust, but Suniko's almost ready for this sentry dust action, considering he's got boots. He can get away very easily from this Riki.
I really like the start that he didn't go for Orb of Venom. He knows what he needs to do. I really like that.
So We'll see how the lanes unravel. Will be Dendi on the safe lane. Ember Spirit in the offlane is going to be General on the bat. We'll talk about him because Yapsa is coming his way, looking for some early aggression. Era already getting a couple swipes off, and General in trouble. He doesn't have the Firefly. He's done for. Yapsa, nice body block.
He body blocked him like so hard.
Oh.
Well, I guess General thought that the Riki was around mid lane and didn't really expect him to be top. But that's just the rotations that Invis heroes can do so easily, and that's why they're so feared.
Already Yapsa now.
You have to be so careful.
General.
If he dies again here, it's actually almost game over for him.
Oh, can he get the ball with blue boots? Oh, he thought he was. It looked like he might. But no, yeah, the General himself had some boots, so.
Yeah. If he died there, it would have been a catastrophe.
I mean, with boots first, it's like you have to get level 2 before you can even consider going into the jungle.
Yeah. And if you die there again, they will zone you really easily.
I think it looks like right now, even that one death is a bit of a catastrophe because he is completely out of XP range. They've got the Observer Ward by the tower, so they know fully well where he is. And Yapsa seeing where he is means he can roam mid, knowing that Bat is not getting anything.
Oh, they got the Sentry Ward, and Radiant did not get the Sentry Ward. It's a huge win for Dire.
Yep. No more Radiant. Oh, the other Radiant Sentry is on the high ground. Out of range here, but that'll protect Dicha in the mid lane, but it's not going to do much beyond that.
I mean, the good part about Lifestealer mid, you can't really like die.
I love this top rune. Invis on Invis hero. Who's going to get the bounty rune? It's Ricky.
Yapsa again. Just his right click hand, man.
What a playmaker. Yeah, he knows how to use those hands. Yeah. He's been giving them a good workout leading into this match. Black, get your mind out of the gutter, please.
Sorry.
So I'm talking about the Invoker warm-up before the game I saw him doing.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Okay. Alright, so Navi's General, has he got his level 2?
No, he's not getting it.
He's not getting any XP.
You know, his death was really bad because 2 of the creep waves just simply died in the tower when he died. It was a really unfortunate timing.
Getting XP now. Sin doesn't have mana for a stun, and he's got to see that and think, I can actually get something out of this lane.
Yeah. They need to pull the creeps right now and make sure that he can't intercept with it.
I was just about to say, if you're General, you're trying to stop that from
That's too late. It's good.
Yeah.
He's going to get all of it.
All right.
Easy level 2.
Offlane salvaged,
yeah.
Let's just say. How about our other offlane? Kezu, 2.5, 1 CS, 1 deny, about to
He's in
die.
danger now.
They get the Janata hitting everything.
He's dead. He's dead.
He's got the shackles, so.
Well, what he wanted to do is just wanted to wait for the Iron Talon money and then go to the jungle, but he still doesn't have enough because he only has 1 creep. Arsa did a really good job at zoning him.
Is Dicha actually going to kill this bear? The body blocks are there, and Quickbar should be able to get a resummon off.
Yeah. You know, it's really deceiving when you play Lifestealer against Lone Druid. Oh, top lane.
Another kill. Picked up the Orb of Venom now, so with that extra bit of slow.
Earth Shock, Orb of Venom, plus the Cloud is like 50% slow.
Yeah.
It's really good. He will never get away there. But yeah, what I was saying is, it's really deceiving as Lifestealer against Lone Druid, because when the bear hits this like 10% mark, you simply don't deal damage to the bear anymore. You're like, slow him, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna get the 300 gold. No, you're not.
Yeah, when it's full HP, you're doing like 300 damage a hit almost, or something ridiculous. But gets down there, it's like, okay, just your regular damage. So Sandy with the kill. We talked about giving him an good early start. He's top CS, has the first. Oh, no, well, not first. What am I talking? Has a kill, and doing pretty well on the mid lane. Lifestealer is winning the CS battle against Lone Druid, so it has definitely been a good call sending Deech out to this mid lane.
I'm just a bit worried about General because he's always their playmaker, and in this game too, he's like the only initiation they really have, and he's completely shut down.
Is he going to get shut down once more? And here comes Era. Has the Earth Shock. He goes over the trees here. Doesn't look like they'll go for another hit. He may go for a deny. It's up to Syndra to secure this last hit. General.
He just stood still there. What happened there?
Was he buying? I don't know. Maybe he just, if he ran into the neutrals, he dies. I guess he was trying to.
He would have denied himself, surely.
Maybe he didn't want it. Maybe he thought he could live. Yeah. But Deech in the mid lane gets the rage up before the smoke.
That was so good. But he has to be careful. If he gets entangled again, he might die.
Oh, okay, there's one. Will it be enough? They're going to use the open wound, slow down the bear, and with General's TP in, General's like, sweet, this lane's mine. Go back to base, go jungle. I want the mid lane.
Well, at this point, he has to do something because they didn't stack the jungle for him either.
Yeah.
And he didn't stack his own big camp near the tier 1 top lane. He definitely needs to make a comeback like somehow.
You mentioned Kezu with the Iron Talon. He's got that, and he's about to hit level 5, so he's actually very happy. Like that one death, sure, it's not great, but I think all in all, he's gotten what he needs to out of this offlane so far.
Suneko annoying him now, though.
Yeah.
Stealing a lot of experience, killing the boars, slowing him down by a lot. It really screws with the Beastmaster timing. It delays it by like a whole minute.
Nico may get punished for this. He just took another last hit, but he's got no mana to get out of this one. Yapstor comes in. Probably should see in a second that Sneako's
We have a ball in
out
2
of mana.
seconds. We have a ball in 2 seconds.
Yep.
Nice. Getting slow
Nico
on.
has help coming in the form of art style, but I don't think that's going to help us.
The smoke stream was really good. Nice. De-warding the mid-ward as well.
Yep.
Seen them place that down.
Nice. I mean, Escape have full control. They've got the high ground observer ward. They've got sentries on multiple locations.
Wait, do Na'Vi actually have wards? They have.
One at the bottom tier 1. That's it. As
Yeah,
of
other
right
than
now.
that, I think they counted 2 wards already.
Synderen stacking up the neutrals. He's got level 4.5.
Yep.
Looks like for now, Navi's going to slow it down. They send Nico top, looking probably just for level 6. Mid lane art style. Forced to disrupt. This is a double damage Ricky, though, and he reveals the real one. That's looking like it could be a kill. Yapstor, though, out of mana, slowed down. Has a blink, but does not want to commit to this one. Needs to go back in this, but blinks away. Barely will escape that Shadow Poison. Gets him down to 8 HP.
8 HP, yeah. Was very close.
Oh, let's say that was a lot more than I expected, but it's level 3 Shadow Poison.
Dandy needs 700 gold for his Boots of Travel. Although I don't think they will make a huge difference. They really need that Blink Dagger on the bed rather.
Almost feels like Dendy should just pick up a TP before the Boots of Travel because he's got level 6 now. He can actually counter gank very well with his ultimate.
And they will need to, because top lane is really, really dangerous right now. Like generally he gets stunned once, you can just get bursted.
Nico is spotted going back invis, pinged out by Era.
Level 4.5 on him as well.
No detection up here though.
Outside rotating top. They want to make something happen here.
Yep. Era's spading it seems, but I don't know if he's expecting this many heroes to come his way. Disruption's there and that baits out the Enrage, so Era
He's dead.
bites off more than he can chew. That's a bit of a misplay perhaps overall from Escape, thinking they could bait it out. They saw the Bounty Hunter go invis and still hung around.
We've seen the smoke now on the Beastmaster. Most likely gonna rotate to the mid lane is pointless. Where does he want to go? Maybe he just wants to go back to the lane and just have a smoke ready for later.
Yeah, if there's no obvious kill on the map, perhaps that's the call. Or he heads, if you say heads bottom, maybe the Ursa TP's down there, tries to get a kill with the Roar plus Ursa.
That would be a really nice play. Because that Ember Spirit is having way too much free space right now.
Problem is there's this Observer ward and he walks into it. So he's been seen, they know he's level 6, they see the smoke in theory.
Yep. So negative ping mid lane. Tomb available in 2 minutes and we will have to track online.
They saw the Beastmaster shot bottom, it looks like they want to head that way. Black, they got to push a tower in the next 3 minutes. Let's go Na'Vi.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like everybody's just killing creeps. It's not me.
Whew. So we had 0 to 5 kills though. I think we're wrong on the kills. So
Completely
we may as well just give up already.
Kezu's dead.
Yep.
They can't help him. No.
He does roar Dendi. That's going to make his life a little bit easier. Dendi's going to have to fire him forward. Gets off the Searing Chains right before the smoke comes out. Yapstor's been dusted as well. This could be a follow-up kill, but no mana on Dendi, on Saniko.
Yeah, the boar is like,
And yeah, the boar is...
It was a really nice boar micro because he slowed both the Ember Spirit and the Bounty Hunter, so they couldn't pursue.
Kezu's pretty good, Dota.
But I don't know if I like roaring there. Because like the chance of getting away is like really slim and now he doesn't have it ready to gank.
It's a fairly short cooldown. Like he dies, he respawns, it's 45 seconds, which is not the biggest deal. It does mean Na'Vi know if they do pressure a tower, it's like, okay, we've got this small window, but...
Lone Druid almost Midas, 100 more gold. Pretty quick Midas. If we get free farm like this, we should be looking at like a 15-16 minute Radiance.
So far, so good. I guess the problem comes, can you maintain that rate of farm when Bat gets flinked? Because that's going to come up first.
Yep, he needs 800 more gold for that. He actually recovered kind of nicely.
Ooh, the call is to smoke Rosh from Escape. Will this be spotted? Well, it was not being spotted. More a question of will this be realized.
They protected it really nicely with wards. And
they did use the Wave of Terror, which passed over.
over the ward, yeah. They should definitely know, but...
Well, no, you only know if your camera's over the area, though. You say definitely no, Black.
Sorry,
I don't know, definitely no. Like, calm down. Not everyone has the micro 9K MMR camera action of yourself. So your camera's moving every, well, 9K APM, I should say.
Well, Dendi's coming in.
Oh, is Dendi going out, though? That's perhaps a better question.
The stacks on Roshan are gone. They might actually make it work now, because Ursa's out of mana. Oh, that was so good of Dendi.
Top tower is under
perhaps Era should have...
I think he should have kept hitting Roshan.
Yeah. It was... They could... I guess they didn't have the best vision to understand how many more Na'Vi heroes were there. Sneaker could have been invis, but he's in mid lane, and he'll get taken out. The Roar to Dicha That's a big catch if they can get it, and they will. They get 2 kills.
I didn't realize the lifesteal was in the bounty hunter.
Yeah, I guess he infested for the Rosh contest, but then he realized, oh wait, they're not Roshing. We don't have to.
But what was the positioning then? They were literally under the tier 1 tower. Maybe they wanted to dive mid lane or something.
Back to Rosh we go, and this time around,
This is easy. It's very easy now.
Yeah, Dendy's nearby, but
He can't really do much.
I don't think he wants to walk in. Yep, so he'll be there ready with a smoke, and Dendy's sunned up. They haven't got the damage to kill him, but here comes
They're actually going in.
Kezu very low. Error takes the Aegis. Kezu's likely to die here. Artsock can do a lot of damage with the Shadow Poison. He's taking out one. The Cinder and kill going to come as well. Error on the run. He's being slowed down, pushed around by the Flame Break. Yapzor.
Do you have a dust? Do not have
Gets away
dust.
with the Blink Strike, and he'll be okay. Dendy, back to farming.
They recognized that the Lone Druid was in mid lane, and the rest of the heroes didn't really have any resource, so that was really nice.
That was okay. In the day, Na'Vi at least get a couple kills.
Bounty Hunter. Yeah. Tried to go after Era and annoy him a little bit, but then Yapzor said nope. I don't even know how he knew, because he didn't go Invi under the wards. Maybe it was a really good game sense.
With the dust.
Yeah, he just randomly dusted. Yeah.
Okay. He's like, I'm going to buy some more dust anyways. Let's throw this away.
Yeah, it's 90
It's past
gold.
its expiry date. So, I mean, we're looking to enter Blink Dagger territory. Not just the Bat who's got his, but Era, he's about 200 gold short. Could sell a Stout Shield or something and be even closer.
Yep.
So, this is going to be the time of the game where General and Era create chaos, create havoc.
Yep. Kezu needs about 700 gold for his Necro level 1. It's like the power spike over Beastmaster. Until then, he's like pretty much only raw and the board slow. Okay, Blink Dagger up, smoked up. Actually, Escape Gaming smoked up, but General also has a smoke. I think they're looking for a smoking as well.
Era's, Quick Fist, sorry, he's one top, just farming away. Era's nearby as well, just waiting around the tier 1 tower.
But this is really obvious because like no one is really pushing out lanes other than top.
This is like the move to make us dire. You go bottom, you take the enemy tier 1 tower, you invade their jungle. Dendy has some means of escape with the Fire Remnant. So.
And I mean, he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
It's like really obvious.
Yeah, even the Hawk will scout him now. He's going to TP out of there. Alright.
Yeah, TP into
Left
mid lane.
the Fire Remnant behind though, so has a way back there should Na'Vi decide to try and defend. And Escape don't push without the Lone Druid all that well.
Yeah.
So
They really don't. And he just TP'd back to base. I would have actually liked it if he TP'd to bottom lane instead, but he was like pretty low HP and pretty low mana.
like, even though he wants to farm and hit that Radiance timing, going with his team to help take objectives can get him there quicker. So.
Yeah. And can help his team out too. Because like they have an Ursa hitting a tower, it really doesn't do all that much.
Speaking of power spikes again, Dichara hits his armlet timing. Yeah, there we go. Armlet of the courier.
Good. Not the quickest, but you know, it's one of the best items on him. He's gonna deal a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yep. So things have slowed down now. It looks like Na'Vi happy to concede a tower or two as long as they're finding trades elsewhere on the map, but they've got to make a stand soon. Quick hits Radiance, is that just like, not game over for Na'Vi, but they're going to really struggle to fight into the Radiance, I fear.
They're just gonna start 5-manning, and it's gonna be really, really hard for Na'Vi to really do much about it. They don't have the best deep push.
Then he's going for the Spirit Bed, but meanwhile, Fight breaks out mid. Synderen going to be the one that gets initiated on. He gets taken out. Dichara rolled with the rage wearing off. He could be in some trouble here. Gets defensively disrupted. Nice play by Artstyle. And it looks like Dicha will be kept alive for now because of that. Shadow Poison starting to stack up, do some good damage, and prevent some of these Blink Daggers. Kezu, just the one on him.
Going for the big Lone Druid kill as well.
Ooh, looks like Era going to get some revenge on Koikva.
Yeah, and then he's out of there.
So Era not done just yet. Destruction from Artstyle. Throws the Shadow Poison as well. That'll stop the Blink Dagger. Era having to deal with his own illusions. Nice play from Artstyle. He's doing a lot of damage in these team fights as a Shadow Demon.
Was really nicely done. He was kiting the Ursa for a while, and then he hit so many Shadow Poisons on all of the heroes.
This is typical Artstyle game. And just look at the farm, the greed, and it pays. He gives back to his team. He's 2-1-3, 32 CS. Going to have a very early full stuff. This is against Ursa, Beastmaster, Lone Druid, Ricky. You want to force out a smoke screen, force away from Ursa, force a Raw hero. Great game for a full stuff. Not a great game to be a bounty hunter. He gets found. And there's the completed Vlads for Era.
No, it's bounty hunter players. They don't like to play against other Envy heroes.
Yeah, especially ones that are permanently invis and see you go in and out.
Yeah.
Ricky doesn't have to go in and out.
What was really important though is that they did get the Koikwa kill, so his Radiance is delayed by a good minute or two. That was really important. Although I don't necessarily agree with them chasing for the kill because they missed out on a lot of other kills for it, but I guess they just went for the trade-off.
Well, they're kind of holding their own. All their cores getting some good farm. The one player who's really struggling, not having a good game, is Saniko.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't put Saniko on my fantasy. I was so close to putting Saniko on my fantasy team. He probably should have been in my fantasy team, but starting things off slow here with his bounty hunter.
Well, this is level 6. He can always make track comebacks.
Oh, yeah.
But as soon as they hit the Radiance timing, this bounty is not going to be like a non-factor. He's just going to track people.
That sentry almost was right in range of Saniko. They go and they catch Kezu. The swap
Nice swap.
immediately there. The Roar comes in return. General getting fairly low here. Gets disrupted again. Art style. Saving the day, perhaps. General gets out to the south. He's going to survive for now. The earn damage may tick him over. He does go down. Yapstor coming in, doing so much work on the Ricky Maru. He's going to get Saniko once more with the help of Koikfa. Dendi in full retreat. It's a 2-for-2 so far. Both teams losing support plus offlaner, but perhaps damage not done yet. Artstyle gets the disruption off once more with the Shadow Poison. He does not want to root here. 4 stacks onto the Lone Druid. Artstyle juking, has more Shadow Poisons, up to 5.
You need to be really careful with that.
Very low.
Oh, yeah, it stacks up to so much damage.
Lasso in general's come up here, but can't actually catch anyone.
It's getting a bit out of hand.
Well, we did not expect Escape to be the ones leading in kills, but we also perhaps underestimated the era Ursa and his ability to find those kills, because he's been in 12 or 14 so far.
We spoke about it before, that they really cannot deal with the Ursa at all. He's always full HP, he's just completely shredding them. It's like
perhaps more so than the Ursa. I want to give credit to Yapstor, his Ricky. Scouting everything,
Yeah.
killing... Like this matchup to me has been summed up as as Yapstor versus Saniko, and Yapstor is crushing Saniko here in game 1.
Very hard. Like his smoke screens are on point. His ults, he's almost always hitting like 3-4 heals with the Orb of Venom as well. Dendi, not gonna go down here most likely.
Seems he's alright for now.
Era would have actually killed him if he waited with the Enrage until he shackles him, because you can like remove debuffs with it.
I guess he just was trying to force
he wanted to burst
expects him to have a no, he expects him to have like a fire remnant to escape or something.
Oh, fair enough, yeah.
So he's like, oh, I'll just force him to use it maybe, but
track up on the Ricky. It won't be dangerous for a while. There's almost a diffusal on the Ricky, and that's like one of the biggest power spikes in all of the game. 600 more gold.
You catch a lifestealer with smoke screen diffusal, that's actually suddenly a kill.
He can pretty much... Nope, can't solo kill Shadow Demon, already got a 4-staff.
Yeah, that's a double 4-staffs are already up, so this is at least some good precautionary measures being taken for Ricky and Ursa.
And now Barra can actually start playing, because without 4-staff against the Venge, it's like impossible.
So
Then he's still pushing up the top lane.
Much needed money.
You also saw Didya, like he stopped hitting him, so he could get the track off. You know, it's something small, but it's actually like a pretty big swing.
For Saniko of all people. Speaking of swing, there we go. It's a 1,000 gold swing.
He's going for an Urn, and he only has Brown Boots and Urn. It's like really poor for a bounty hunter at this stage.
Ooh, Arcane Boots on Beastmaster, that's a bit of an odd one.
Yeah.
Not necessarily like a game changer by any means, but it's more just... I suddenly click it here, I'm like, huh, what's this? What's happening here?
I'm pretty sure he just did it for the Ursa because he had mana problems in most fights so far.
Yeah.
So I guess he just picked it up for the
Even
Ursa.
when he was like roaching and stuff too, it had issues.
Yeah. Do they have any mana boots other than that?
No.
No. Venge doesn't.
Ricky.
Yeah.
It's 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Cinder
Pretty good
Arcane
pickup for the
Boots,
team.
so
You always want to have like at least one mana boots in the team.
good call. Art Style continuing to be
Battlefield
Scrooge
completed.
McDuck. 1,300 gold on Art Styles.
Yeah. He's really farmed. He's actually more farmed than the Beastmaster.
This is not a rare occurrence. Even though we're talking about this, it's not like this is like, whoa, what's happening here? This has been seen time and time again with Art Style.
Smoked up again. But this smoke should be really obvious again because everybody's missing and they can't see him with the wards. Like, they should be prepared for this.
Same time, you do have those wards, so maybe Na'Vi will be kind of playing aggressive, but they will see the smoke pop soon, and General has a blink and 4-staff to escape with. There we go, Kezu pops.
They have the Radiance, they need to be careful. The Radiance can make a
They
huge
go
difference
in,
here.
they get Syndrome with the lasso, the flame break pushes people around as well. Great disruption to help out DJ, gets forced away from the smoke as well. Both Kezu and Syndrome burning down low HP, Slider Fist from Dendi. Gets 2. They've only lost General for this. Dicha on hot pursuit as well. Era comes back in once Dicha, and Dicha nicely played from Artsel. Again, the disruption helping save lives. Era needs to be careful now. Dendi gets out to the side. Looking for that one last kill on Koikva, who's tracked up. They don't have the damage. The bouncing Trukin not going to be there. And Nico gets taken out, bashed by Era. It started so well for Na'Vi. Oh!
The Roshan bash. He would not have died there.
Should have ghost stepped it. No. Oh my god. Artsal was the hero of that fight. He made so many big plays, but Era on Ursa, what a beast.
Yeah, and now it's a free Roshan. One team fight, easy Roshan. That's Ursa. And we have seen it. They just picked up the Radiance. He was like 50 gold above it, and he just picked it up and it like won him the fight pretty much. Yeah. There were so many misses on the lifestealer when he didn't have rage on. Actually, completely made them fight.
That was still not the worst fight imaginable for Na'Vi. They still got some key kills.
They did.
General, who tried to push Era out of the pit. Now he may pay for this. He's been hit by the board. Kezu has the roar. Swap back in, and General will be deleted.
Well, now the 5-man starts with an Aegis on Ursa. This is going to be really scary.
This is where I guess you just slide a fist, spam to defend.
Yeah.
Sneakers,
I mean, he does have a Battlefield up.
This could be a kill. They've got Lifestealer nearby, and Cinderin.
Easy track kill.
Yeah, just split away from his team.
Yeah.
Got to play the buddy system with that. You talked about 5-man with an Aegis. That was not 5-man.
Yeah. Well, and Ursa just completely dismantled Lifestealer.
There's the bigger kill.
It is actually really sad. Like, Lifestealer cannot fight Ursa like at all. It's impossible. You get bashed up once, you're just dead.
That's why they've got these 4-staffs, but much like Cinderin was caught alone, that was Lifestealer, caught without buddies nearby.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Stack the poisons on the Spirit Bearer mid. One of the nice things you can do to help as a support to actually burst this down.
Yeah, Koikva needs to be really careful with this.
Yeah. He may just lose his Spirit, but maybe he's happy to lose one to take some towers and objectives, but...
Yeah.
Start getting 6 or 7 poison stacks, that's like a good 800-900 damage there.
Okay, we have more item pickups. Kezu's actually going for a mech instead of Necro 2 or 3 or Blink Dagger. Just going full team support.
And even, I mean, the Arcane Boots with this, now the Arcane Boots makes a lot more sense because you need the mana from to sustain the mech, and it also transitions into the Greaves, which is pretty good for purging off some of the things like track from the enemy team.
And Necro level 1 is like the strongest Necro level out of all of them. They still get stronger by quite a significant amount, but like not that much. Yeah. So that one should be the most important one.
What do Na'Vi look to do here? Are they just trying to avoid fights now that there's an Aegis, or are they...
I think they really have to definitely avoid fights because this Ursa just shreds everybody apart. Like, he gets one bash on anyone and they simply just die. He's not allowed to touch anyone. Going on Cinderin?
Yeah, they'll take the free kill. That's a track kill at that. And they get the purge off on Kezu. Can they turn this around with the Ursa? We're going to see what Era looks to do, but he's being guided by the illusions. He clapped the ground there. I think he thought he had a blink here off to the side. General getting very low, but the disruption from Artstar into a blink. Yaps are now in trouble. He's tracked up as well. Blinks to the bear. Off to the side, it's Era going on Dendi, but Dendi's still alive for now. Gets the slider fist off. He has a remnant to escape to if he needs to. A bit lower mana. Fighting a Necrobook, not saying he wants to do. Yapsor diffused off the track, it looks like, and it's Dichara. No 4-staff support. Artstar his on cooldown, and Batrider, he was well out of there. He was already back at base, and Na'Vi are playing these fights really, they're kiting so well, but every fight seems to get to a point where they've used all their skills. They've used their 4-staff, they've used their disruption, and then suddenly Era or Koikva starts getting kills.
Yeah, they just can't bring them down. Like, we see it at the end of every fight, Ursa is almost full HP, and the Lone Druid is always full HP. They just can't deal with the 2 cores right now. They need more damage. General in trouble again.
Yeah, can go off the map here. We'll do so. Absor tracked up once more. Will he defuse this off as well? Does do so. He gets dusted once more. They're spamming these dusts out. Has another defusal. Man, he's going to chew through those charges.
Yeah.
He gets away, but got to be a bit concerning when you're down to 1 defusal charge already after like 2 team fights.
Yeah. Well, made him burn it. Almost a Bristle Blade up on Ursa if he wants to go that route. He might also want to go BKB because they have a lot of movement and parrying spells.
Yeah. It seems Cinderin will keep being the lasso target since he's got the swap save, and hey, why not? It's a track kill when you grab him and you turn the fight into that 5v4, but
that was so close. Almost got a smoke screen off on Dendi. It would have been just dead.
That's a kill. They have not been able to get this game. Dendi 803. Talk about this being a late game Ember game. It's starting to feel more and more like that for Na'Vi.
That was so unfortunate for Soneko. I guess he should have checked the inventory. They wanted to deward, so they just randomly dropped it at the rune spot, and then he was just there. Yeah.
Well,
but you know the good thing about Venge is, even if you die... Oh, they're going on casual mid lane.
Alright, they'll find him.
Yep, was good.
Delays it a little bit. That's the Infest combo. I mean, for Na'Vi, it's like a let's find pickoffs, but let's not take team fights.
Yeah.
That seems like their best course of action.
I mean, it was a good pickoff, but they killed Bounty before, so they do not get the whole benefit of it. And coming back to Venge, if you lasso her and kill her first, you actually reduce the whole team's damage by... How much is it now? 36%?
It was funny because Syndra just hit level 10 and then he levels up the aura. He's like, he realizes what's going on here. He's going to be the one continue getting targeted, so he's like, alright, if they're going to kill me first, let's make them pay for it.
Yeah.
Minus 36% damage on you guys.
It's a lot, especially for a lifestealer.
Yeah.
Going all in for... Yeah, the best dead. Good pick-off.
Yep, you take that. Art style, Aghanim Scepter halfway, well, not completed, but has half the money for it. Ooh, finds Yapsor. Will he defuse this one? It's his last charge, he'll do so. Blinks away.
He definitely needs to buy new shoes right now.
Yeah. And the next dust's not going to land, so he can upgrade his previous one.
He should do so right now.
Yeah. Doesn't have the money to just fly up buy a new one, which is something you often see as well, but needs to just think about the present. And him dying would be definitely a big detriment to Escape, considering his current status in this game and what he's offering to the team.
Seeing the BKB on Ursa, so he doesn't want to get carried around anymore. Thinks the bash has enough, doesn't need the Abyssal Blade. General to being the top lane.
He will still get cut by the Demonic Purge. Whoa, Dicha bottom. Almost got blown up. The Infest into a creep. Dicha still may die.
There's like...
Era will have a blink in a couple of seconds. Dicha trying to play ring around a Rosie. In comes Dandy the clap.
It was so good.
And Cinder in the neighborhood. Dandy, does he have a remnant to escape to? Nice
method dodge. Yeah.
And there we go. Does have the remnant.
I really hate playing this matchup. Like Ursa is just such a lifestealer counter. And we spoke about the Terrorblade, but like Ursa might even be a harder counter than Terrorblade at this point.
Oh, yeah. This game definitely speaks to that.
Well, went on the lone druid top. Can't really kill him though. Savage Raw saved him. Good micro there.
Then he had already used his travels as well.
Yep.
So we'll have Yapsor roaming into the top side of the map with wards here. Probably just a bit of a warding mission.
Yep.
We'll
Diffusal
see,
level 2.
We'll see the high ground ward, but no way of clearing it out. And we see one gem pickup. That's on the dire side. I imagine it's almost time for Na'Vi to invest in a gem of their own.
He might actually get a solo kill on General. Yeah, he will.
Okay.
He saw him use his 4-step to farm, and he just went for the kill right away. They do not have a dust to kill him.
Well,
Oh, they had sentry wards there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They get the turnaround. If anything, I mean, continuing to track and also just considering how well Yaps is doing, that's a win for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I actually think so too, yeah. It's like a lot of map control gone for Escape Gaming. They
It's
should
Na'Vi.
definitely look to deward their own half right now though.
Yeah.
It's like, there's so many wards of Escape, like 3. They definitely need to deward that.
And that's the thing, with Ricky dead, you can move out on the map, not worrying about being scouted. A 1-for-1 trade when you're the team slightly behind, playing defensive is always going to be advantageous, or at least mostly if it's considering heroes of similar value.
Yep.
And Na'Vi actually go for a smoke, so they're going aggressive. And Soneko leading the way with an infested lifestealer inside of him.
They might find the lone druid here if he's not careful.
A nice kill.
He's probably a bit too fast, or going the wrong way. Yep.
They get one more down, they found
Unfortunate.
nothing, and they'll decide to back off, I believe.
Yep. Dandy's getting pretty big though.
Yep.
We should have an item in the courier.
Yeah, Crystallis.
Yep. When he hits a Daedalus, he will do scary damage too. But
And,
then again, he gets bashed once, he will just instantly die.
General has picked up a gem, so we see gem on both Na'Vi and Escape now.
good.
So
They
map
really need to
control.
clear their side. 4 wards on their own side, they need to clear all of that right now.
And General has the gem. He's seen one, so
We instantly see the smoke of Escape Gaming when they see the gem, because they want to reclaim that gem right away.
and they know what's going on with the gem with the ward clearing. General.
Oh, very nice scan. Scan out Escape Gaming perfectly.
General's gone in all the way behind them. Na'Vi on the low ground here, but not necessarily a bad thing as long as Dendy doesn't get roared or smoked up. Has a Manta style available. Eric goes in to start things off. Dendy. They're going to get Arsal. Yes, they do. Just barely with the Howl of Terror. Tricks of the Trade comes out from Ricky, doing a lot of damage from Invis, and Deech is done for. Na'Vi immediately lose 3, have to disengage. It was a very awkward position to take that fight from, and really showed for Na'Vi. Being caught on the low ground and just being very split up. General was doing like a full loop-de-loop around the enemy backlines.
I guess the only good thing about that fight is I didn't lose a gem. Getting another free Rosh, this time with cheese for the, I would assume for the lone druid. Rosh is gonna, yeah.
I think for a second they didn't even realize it was cheese. Yaptra was like, hey, wait a second, guys.
Yeah, I'll take it then if you don't want it.
Demon Edge on the bear, so looks...
But at this point, lifesteal really is a non-factor. He can't do anything in these fights. Just getting kited, he's just...
Well,
okay,
they
there's
saved
the
the gem last fight, they'll lose it this one. Yep, so we'll pick that one up for his team. And
Man, Era is so good on these heroes that they just find pickoffs. He's just there when he needs to be there, and he just kills you.
this is why you pick Era for your fantasy teams. As much
Radiant's
as, like,
bottom tower is
Quakefa plays more of like the carry role for the team, but Era plays the playmakers. He's the one getting the kills. Quakefa, he's getting the CS, the objectives.
Yeah, Era is kind of position 2 and Koik was position 1. Kind of like the old EG, where their mid is the carry.
Yes. See what Era can do. He's in the back lines. Blink gets cancelled and won't hit the first clap. Yapster on the front lines trying to get Saniko. Gets him low, doesn't get the kill, but with Bat dead, hard defense to make. They've killed the first Spirit Bear. Quakefa going to have to resummon.
Koik was actually getting pretty low too.
Yeah, the Slider Fist Spam is doing some good work here. They have got that cheese they could pass over. Bouncing Shuriken will catch 3, cancels Quakefa's TP. It shouldn't be a kill, but it's a bit annoying.
Yeah.
Era maybe wants to re-engage. He's going to complete an Abyssal all of a sudden.
That is so scary, he can just blow up anyone now. How do you deal with this Ursa as Na'Vi? You really can't. He just kills you.
You spam the Demonic Purge on him when you get the Ag Scepter. That's one way.
Like they need like the perfect team fight. They need to get 4 staffs when he enrages. They need to kill him twice. With BKB on as well, it's just like I just can't see it happening right now.
Well, looks like Escape full retreat. They're making their way back, knowing they're a bit split up and vulnerable. Na'Vi actually were hunting them as well, but Escape's vision again. They had the high ground ward. They may have actually seen the smoke. I'm not sure where Na'Vi smoked up. A nice little high ground ward here.
It's really just the wards winning them the game right now. Like they've had 4 wards in the half of Na'Vi for such a long time.
I mean, that's one of the powers of Ricky, is you can just go wherever you want on the map and plant these wards without revealing yourselves.
Yeah.
Bound you actually reveal yourselves when you plant them often, but...
And it was a bit sad that they lost the gem like right away without even getting the chance to re-deward everything.
Yeah.
It's like,
like you say, the vision.
Yeah.
You see everything if you're Escape. And the thing is, if you see no heroes with these wards...
you
can
know
kind
they're
of-
up to something.
Yeah, they're either smoked as 5, or you know they're on that little dark spot farming the jungle, for example. But more likely than not, they're up to something, like you say.
Got an MKB completed on the Lone Druid. Not entirely sure
Oh,
why
so no evasion
MKB.
there. Damage.
Yeah, but they don't have
Single
any
target damage, yeah, I don't
evasion.
know.
I would rather like to see a basher, because then lifesteal is really out of the game. If they have 2 bashers, but I guess MKB is really good damage to pressure the Rex. So
I guess Deso is the one other. If you want to go pure damage, you would consider the Deso perhaps. But I'm not a Lone Druid player. Quakefa is one of the best Lone Druid players. So
oh yeah, he knows what he's doing.
he definitely has a reason, even if yours truly does not understand it. He is 2 next level for me.
Yo, on that hero for sure.
And now and you can also use the Demonic Purge now with 3 charges on the bear if you really want to. Now you don't have to worry. Like you've got 3 to play around with.
Yeah. Well, they're just gonna go for the Rex. Have a second bear now.
They still have the Aegis as well. That lasts for about another minute and a half. This should
Gonna
just
hit the
be a
Rex.
free Rax almost. I don't see what Na'Vi can do. They're going to try to do something. Slider Fistbang coming out. Artsel doesn't even get his Ghost Scepter off. He got Abyssal down. First Rax goes down. Cinderin in the front lines, perhaps happy to die for the cause, but he may not even go down, just barely. It's taken out by Na'Vi. Era with his BKB. Once Saniko will settle for a Rax instead, and they're already Quakefa. We talked about this guy being the objective gamer. Well, his team's fighting. He is taking the mid lane. He does not care what his team is up to. Era blinking past the Rax, creating space for Quakefa to do what he does best, and that's going to be take the building, take the Na'Vi base, and take Game 1 away from the CIS squad as Escape Gaming, your wildcard runner-up, have taken the opening game of the group stage. What a way to start things off.
Escape game.
That's making a statement.
They made it look easy too.
Yeah.
They were in control of the game from start to finish.
Let's just hide those. We didn't get anything wrong.
Yeah, there was no problem at all.
Yeah, no problem at all. No problem at all for Escape Gaming. No. Whew. Errors, Ursa, and Yapster Ricky seem to be like the two big talking points here.
But it really comes down to it, like, what can Bounty Hunter do for the team and what can Ricky do for the team? And Ricky definitely did like, way more for the team.
I mean, there's a reason most teams will prioritize Ricky over Bounty Hunter. But not to say Na'Vi make a mistake in picking Bounty over Ricky. It's just their playstyle. It's
just a comfortable.
It's Nico rather plays like he prefers the Bounty Hunter. So I don't think it was a total outdraft in that sense. But it's Ricky just did work this game. It was fantastic. And the other big thing is just like big picture strategy wise. Like you can talk about the Ricky and the Ursa's and the plays they make, but you've got this strategy where you push towers, you hit that timing with Lone Druid. Someone like Koikva is never really going to be an MVP on a hero like Lone Druid, but he played perfectly. He had just the one death this game.
He did.
And all around just great performance from Escape.
Yeah, we talked about the lineup. It was well rounded. They had team fight, they had push, they had save, they pretty much had everything.
They had counter picks too. Like you can actually deal with the lifestealer with the Ursa. So the Ricky as well, like a huge thorn in Navi's side. So
one funny thing to notice is Danny actually didn't die all game and they lost anyway.
Oh no. Life of an Ember Spirit, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me speaks to really how little Na'Vi could do once it got to mid game. When you have a player like Dendi who's farming well, has his items, but can't stop the push. It wasn't like he was playing overly timid or overly cautious. It was just nothing.
He was playing to the limit, yeah, but he still couldn't do anything.
Yep. And art style, he was playing greedy, so of course like he was getting lots of farm and making plays happen. But he had a hell of a game. His team fight contribution was amazing. General, the one player perhaps who didn't really shine this game, as far as if you want to like not point fingers, but point out players who kind of struggled and didn't perhaps perform their normal job.
Yeah, we spoke about it before. If General doesn't get to a good game, then Na'Vi generally struggles a lot. Yeah. And I think they definitely need to focus on that next game.
All right, well, we'll have a next game, guys. We'll take a break and come back with Game 2 of Escape versus Na'Vi. This is a best-of-2 round-robin group stage. I'm God, joining me as Black. Don't go anywhere.
The second most likely would actually be Sumail. We have seen the Midnight Stalker a decent amount, and it seems like his hero pool has switched drastically from the Sumail that we know. We saw that it's time to discard all.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Escape Gaming versus Na'Vi. Your actual casters are here. We're not casting a different game that's not being shown. It's Game 2 with Gods with Black. Na'Vi losing Game 1. Whew.
Turn to pick.
And they lost it while being defensive. We never see Na'Vi lose like that. Usually they lose on the enemy side of the river.
They go guns blazing. They're gonna go in.
They might as well try here, but no.
10 seconds
Escape,
remaining.
shove them back to the base.
Yeah. They have a different direction here. Game number 2. They don't
5
ban the Marana.
seconds
They
remaining.
ban the
First pick
Lone Druid instead. They're gonna first pick the Marana.
Yeah.
A little bit flexible with where they run this. I'd say more often they're running at
Escape
Dendi mid
Gaming's
nowadays.
Turn to pick.
Yeah.
So we'll see exactly what they have.
I mean,
in store.
General likes to run it off lane too, and then he like General runs to it off lane too, and then he just roams around the jungle, roams to mid lane, shoots arrows from behind.
10 seconds remaining.
They run it middle as well. I don't think they run it as support as much,
5 seconds
but off lane
remaining.
and middle are the premier choices for them.
Okay.
Going back to the Beastmaster again, and Vengeful. This time they can't go to the Lone Druid though, but Beastmaster Venge, you can go Drow, you can go Juggernaut, which is banned.
Terrorblade,
Never mind,
I
Juggernaut is
guess.
banned. Oh, TB Venge is so good, yeah.
And
Going for the
Na'Vi.
Oracle.
Escape
Sinico
Gaming's
Oracle,
turn
there we
to
go.
ban.
Now DP is a danger potential. Even though Navi's not really the DP team. I
There's
guess.
a hero that's always a danger. When you
Yeah,
have
it's like
Oracle.
Navi even picks it without Oracle or Dazzle, so
Yeah.
yeah, you should definitely ban it out against them.
It was banned Game 1 as well.
Yeah.
At this same point, I think that was probably just like saying Cinder and said like we're not going to get Huskered here. There's no if you give them Husker and lose, it's like you're going to be kicking
Escape
yourselves. Take
But
away one of their best.
Like you will
strats.
never ever want to first pick Husker though.
Yeah.
There's like no way. If you pick it, it's second phase.
Yeah, so just always ban. It's kind of like you're playing Execration. Just ban Meepo. Yeah, sure, it's not a hero you normally play against. Well, that's part of the reason why, but it's not a hero you normally ban, but
10
just do it.
seconds remaining.
And then you don't have to kick yourselves later for losing to it.
Ban the
5
Lycan out.
seconds remaining.
I don't remember Escape having like a big Lycan history or anything, but it goes really well with Beast as well as Venge, so
It's like the
it's a good
same
ban.
hero concept as Lone Druid. It just pushes, it synergizes well with the Beastmaster Venge. So let's remove it, they say.
They're definitely not scared of the Bounty Hunter.
No, well, and Sinico, as far as bounty goes, I think he had like 0-10 or something towards the end.
Yeah, he had a rough game. But I want to see Navi ban out the Ricky,
Mm-hmm.
or they pick it themselves, one of the two. They definitely shouldn't give it to Escape again.
Even having an answer for it seems like a
Na'Vi's
good
turn
idea,
to
but
ban.
Yeah.
picking a tanky hero like the Ogre kind of works, but same time that Ricky can just be so
Escape
mobile around the map.
Gaming's
Yeah.
turn
You don't
to
know
pick.
where he is. That's almost like the hardest part of dealing with him is figuring out where he is.
I really want to see Escape run an Ogre, just because yesterday they played it so beautifully, and it goes so well with the push lineup as well. You just Bloodlust your carry, just start hitting towers with the auras.
10 seconds
A
remaining.
Bloodlusted draw with Beast and Venge aura is so sick.
Drow
5 seconds
is still in the
remaining.
pool.
Could run a draw lineup.
It's not really an era hero though. When you talk about
Yeah,
era heroes,
I really
likes
don't like
to
no
play
era.
Reserve
Ursa, Slux. I mean, those are the kind of heroes you'd rather perhaps see him on. So
Yeah.
that's where Escape are a team less likely to run those Drow strats.
They could maybe still run it mid on Koikwa, and then
This patch is just crazy, you know. You go back to the summit, and it was like first pick, first ban Drow every game, and now we come here. It's like, oh no, we're done with Drow. That meta's over.
Yeah.
Every
I know
like,
it's
week or
back.
two, there's a new meta.
But right now in this patch everything is like viable. Patch is really nice.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday. Meepo viable.
Yeah.
100%.
Going back for the Invoker, one of Koikwa's staples.
Na'Vi's turn
And
to
a hero that can push in terms of the exo. It's not,
So-
of
so
course.
good.
I was about to say we should have talked about Drow strats. It's not
Yeah.
Escape.
Turn to
We talked
pick.
about how Escape don't want to do
Yeah.
them, but Na'Vi, they're a team who will do Drow strats.
I really hate playing Invoker against Drow lineups because early on you're really weak, and then the weakness gets amplified because the other mid laner is buffed by Drow,
10
so you're gonna have a really
seconds
rough laning phase. They didn't ban the Ricky because they want to go for a
5
Drow push
seconds
lineup,
remaining.
and Ricky is really bad against push.
Yeah. So looking more like a Deecher Drow with the Dendi mid Marana now. Actually, General Marana in the
Generally,
offline, of
Mirana is
course,
still
yeah.
possible, and then could pick like a Windrunner middle, for example.
Yep.
Navi likes that.
I do feel like when Drow lineups have started to work better and succeed recently is when you have some team fight around them. Pick up a Tide Hunter to push with, have the mech, have the team fight
Enchantress.
Ravage.
Navi
I have not
turn to
seen
pick.
them run a lot of Enchantress, but Yapsa is definitely capable of doing so. And he's going to try to terrorize the Drow Ranger.
Okay. And that's one of the, I'd say, one of the best ways of actually shutting down the Drow strat, just going to the lane with a couple creeps.
Navi
Diving
might
the tower.
reconsider now, because like support bottom is actually really good against Enchantress. You can just follow her around and keep killing the creeps she has. But
I mean, it's,
they're probably not comfortable with it. Like
Yeah.
they'll stick to the off-lane Mirana for sure. Or maybe mid Mirana, but like core Mirana.
I'm sure Artstyle's probably throwing out ideas like he knows how to deal with junglers like Chen and
Yeah.
Enchantress.
There's Witch Dog, which is possible.
Yeah, that seems like a more Navi-like pick.
Yeah. Witch Doctor.
I speak for the
They're
tree.
They're going all
Well, that's
Kinda
the
all in
off-lane
it
Prophet
with the
then.
push.
Turn to
Off-lane
back.
Prophet, mid Mirana.
Or
Drow
I mean, you
safe.
mentioned the support run. It could still be a thing. But
It could still
it's
be a thing,
unlikely,
yeah. They don't like to run it. They did run it, but they didn't have a lot of
Yeah.
success with it.
I feel like if this wasn't the problem is like a hero that I think could work for Navi as far as dealing with
10
Enchantress would be like
seconds
the Riki
Yeah.
or Bounty. But the thing is, Suniko plays both the Oracle and those heroes. So I'm not sure if Artstyle could just suddenly play the Oracle.
Yeah. What are we looking for Escape? I really would like to see like a Slark would be really good. It counters both Mirana and Drow Ranger, and Prophet is really scared of a Slark too. So if Slark gets a good game, then Navi is gonna have a really hard time dealing with him. They can't really kill him either.
Seems like a well-suited era hero as well.
Yeah.
One of his
10
classics.
seconds remaining.
Together with the Beast and Invoker,
It could. Do you consider the IO-less Tiny for Escape in the carry role? It's such an era classic.
it's really good with Invoker too. If
With the
Invoker
auras
electrocutes
too,
him,
yeah.
yeah.
I was thinking like, okay,
Definitely
what's
possible.
a hero that can be aura'd up and alacri'd up? I'm like, Tiny is still there.
And just one reason I don't like it is Oracle's second spell nullifies all damage on like a combo target. So you initiate on someone, he just second spells you. He doesn't even need to ulti.
Mm.
And I got to go back for the Witch Doctor.
I guess it depends how fast the Oracle can be,
Turn to
but
pick.
Yeah.
talk about Suniko and he
They do
definitely
pick the Witch
fast.
Doctor though against the Enchantress.
I mean,
One of
Escape,
the best heroes.
I think Escape recognizing that Riki could have been the hero for Navi, even though
Yeah.
it's not. It doesn't suit their players because you like Artstyle doesn't play the Riki,
10
doesn't really
seconds
play the
remaining.
Oracle, but they'll ban it anyways.
Yeah.
And
Especially with Invoker, he doesn't want to play against the Riki
5
and Drow
seconds
hero.
remaining.
yeah, Riki would have been a really good pick for Navi if they decided they could just fit their players around it.
Yeah.
They do go for the
There
Slark.
we
Yeah.
go. All right, there we go. Some good drafting calls there from you, Black.
I just hope, like, it's really dangerous to pick a Slark into Drow 2 because it can go the other round as well, where it just gets completely out of control and you just lose before you come online.
And you see them pushing a tower, and your team's like, "Shit, we got to defend." You're same story with the Invoker. Invoker
Yeah.
doesn't defend towers. None of these heroes on Escape defend towers.
I would really like to see a Quas Wex here, I think. Because one of the best ways to deal with them is you electrocute the Slark. During his ult, he will just dismantle the Drow or the Mirana.
Okay.
And if you do the Exalt Invoker, you can't really do that. You don't have anti-push. There's like no threat. But on the other hand, do you have enough DPS?
It's.
I think it's gonna come down to the end, what she can do in the early
I
game.
was just gonna say
Yeah.
the same thing because if the Ench has a just okay game where she does a little but not enough, I just see Navi steamrolling over towers and
Yep.
game's over because neither Invoker or Slark is particularly proficient defending towers. so-
Predictions. How long will the game be?
I think
Less than
Navi's-
30.
Yeah, less than 30. Navi's
Yeah.
got this. They're gonna
Total
go
number
fast.
of Blink Daggers purchased.
Prepare
By
for
25.
Slark.
Only
Invoker.
Mirana by 25 maybe.
I think
0 to 2 anyways.
Yeah.
I see one.
It could be 3 if Slark gets one. But
No.
well, there's Beastmaster too.
First tower killed Navi. Ench is not gonna. I mean, Ench could, but I don't think so. Most kills
Most
at the
kills,
end. I'm
probably
just gonna stick
Navi.
Navi, yeah. I mean, to me, I very likely see this game like could go just like quick Navi steamroll through taking towers. All depend on the Ench. Like not to say like, oh, it's over. Navi have won this, but Navi's draft are much easier to execute.
But what we've seen, by the way, they smoked up in the fountain right away. Casual TP to off lane and the support TP to mid lane. They got out really deep wards right away without being spotted. It's really nice. And they do go for the Exalt Invoker. So they will have to be,
30
like the early game
seconds
needs
to
to
battle.
be really good. The
Yeah.
Ench needs to make it work. Which is going to be troublesome because Witch Doctor is so good against Ench.
Yeah, imagine your Artstyle, your role is to be where the Ench is ganking. Pick up an early TP if you have to.
And we spoke about the bottom kind of chasing the Ench. This is Witch Doc's role now.
early high ground ward mid. Na'Vi deciding which bounty rune to go for. They're going to head
Wait.
bottom.
Did they Ra on bottom? So it's a carry bottom and a mid drow.
Dendi,
The
yeah.
battle
I
begins.
don't know if I've seen this. I believe Na'Vi, they have done Dendi Drow mid before, and Teacher, of course.
Wait, they just conceded both runes for free? They didn't
That-
contest any of them.
And that was with, they had the high ground on everything. They saw where Na'Vi
Yeah.
were going. They saw them head bottom. Problem was, Invoker was already committed to the bottom rune. And Na'Vi themselves had vision of the Invoker. So they were like, well, Invoker level 1?
Yeah.
I mean, Escape's level 1 fight is pretty bad.
Pretty
Slack,
bad, yeah.
Invoker, Ench, Beastman. Like, none of these heroes actually have fight outside of the Venge with the
Yeah.
stun.
And to be fair, bounty runes aren't as big as they used to be,
Yeah,
and you know you don't want to risk your life for it. If you're not confident with it, you shouldn't do it.
Style in the mid
And
lane.
Champions is starting on the big camp, getting a centaur, pretty good creep.
Yeah. May even just grab 2 creeps and then.
Yeah,
smoke
definitely gonna
up.
wait for a second one.
Or
Doesn't have a smoke yet though.
yeah, it doesn't have a smoke. Oh, you could just walk to the top lane.
And lane with the beast for a while as well.
Or
But then again, I really like this carry Mirana there because. Wow! You saw that? How he blocked the arrow with the hawk?
it's nice.
That was so good. But yeah, like the
Drows,
carry Mirana,
Easy CS though.
it's kind of like a counter to the Ench already, right? They're expecting the aggression on the safe lane,
Yep.
so they put Drow in mid lane instead.
Gets the cast, kills the Forward Spirit. Art style.
Yeah.
Typical art style. Ah, I'll take my farm.
Wait, so for Na'Vi, they secured mid lane with the Witch Dog, they secured safe lane with the Potom.
They secured off lane as well with the Nature's Prophet. Yeah,
it-
1v2.
It's going to be really hard for Escape to have the good early game that they need to have.
Herod is getting beaten down. Does have the poor man's shield and plenty of regen, but this is a lane where Nature's Prophet,
The trees just beat him up so badly. 32 damage.
all it takes is General getting like an early phase boot, and suddenly he can be a menace, teeping around the map, doing some good ganks, good pressure.
You can see the creeps on bottom lane. You have 2 waves coming in for General. He's having a really good time there already.
And there's not a whole lot they can do. Or the-
Whee!
even if they hit that, General can just go for the TP out after the stun, or force the stun and then TP out.
Yeah, would have been close. At least they would have gotten some space, but
Yeah.
unfortunate.
So Wave gonna continue to push here as Synderen gonna try D-ward the pull camp. Misses on the first sentry, will have the second one available.
Yeah,
So unfortunately guessing wrong, have to commit 2. And there we go.
eats it as well. Sadly, didn't get it the first time, as you said, and doesn't spawn, but looking to pull the big camp instead.
I mean, we talked about this being a game for Ench to do a lot. Yapster so far has not found any openings, partly because of that safe lane Mirana.
Kazu's middle with an Invis rune. He's skilled Axis as well. They're gonna try to go for a kill here, I guess. But it's weird with the Beastmaster, because they also saw the ball rotate in.
Yeah, first shockwave gonna miss as well. Dendi should be fine. And yeah, it looks like, no, he's gonna stay invis here. He wants to try and summon a boar on top of Dendi. Cold Snap is there. First blood happens bottom lane. Dendi, they're gonna keep our eyes on this gank as Dendi gets shockwaved against Fairy Fires up.
One more
So-
shockwave. He needs to dodge the next shockwave. Hey, he's not going for it? Oh, I think it was a miss micro.
Yeah. Would have been enough damage.
It's such a huge range.
What happened bottom? That was a Seniko Oracle rotation, I believe.
He just got
And
mauled down
outside.
pretty much. He just got right click. Yeah. I mean, they don't really have more than right clicks, but yeah.
With Drow, right clicks is all you need some of the time.
Like what happened is he pounced aggressively and then he was kind of stuck. And just, you see how much damage he takes? It's crazy.
This does not feel like a game where Slack is going to be able to.
Snowball.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna have a really rough time. This looks more like the Na'Vi we know. Just put on the aggression.
Yeah. And we're
Leave Didya alone in safe lane. That's what
We're
we
not
know.
seeing the aggression quite yet, but you know it's coming.
Yeah.
And this is a draft which will snowball completely out of control.
You know, it makes sense for them to pick carry Mirana because it really goes with their style too. Just like ditch him on the
Yeah.
safe lane and
But you know, before the Ags upgrade, they were running Karamirana for Dicha, like going for like the old Lincoln's build and stuff,
Yeah.
and just playing this safe lane carry that couldn't be ganked. Bottom lane,
Well,
Synderen
dead.
caught out. General may need to TP home. Good for a self sprout, but
He took some. He didn't de-aggro the tower. He took like 4 tower hits.
if he de-aggroed the tower, could have perhaps he had the teleport and everything.
Yeah,
Could've
yeah.
just TP'd out.
He would have survived, but he took like 4 tower hits. It's like 300 damage on the Prophet. Well, that was
Bit
really good for the Slark. He's right back in the game.
Well, for now. As soon as the
Yeah,
push
for now,
comes
yeah.
in, he's going to be right back out of the game because he's
Oh,
like,
yeah. It's gonna be really
so
bad.
I recovered, but I still can't do anything, guys.
Half a level until Mirana ult is up. Escape will have to need sentries ready on mid lane as well as the bottom lane. Rotation coming in on top. Kaiser might be in trouble here.
Here we go. We start with the Purge.
He's dead.
Dicha out, gets the double Starstorm off, and Kezu goes down. Seniko securing that kill.
Double Starstorm is just so sick damage.
Hera getting low again in this bottom lane. Had some creep support from a Mud Golem, but that's not going to...
He has no regen left either. He desperately needs a level 6.
I mean, that's the thing. This is that point in the game where if you're slacking, you go back to base, you lose so much.
Yeah.
You'd like to stay here and leech XP for level 6, but you're also very vulnerable. It is nighttime, though, so it does have that vision advantage over Na'Vi.
Yeah. Drow almost level 6, half a level as well, and then the advantage will really start to ramp up.
Yeah. Bottom lane. I think they know air is low. They've seen him now. He's got backup in the form of Synderen.
Just Golems
Radiant's
throwing
top
some
tower
rocks.
is under attack.
The chicken actually flew in, but without any regen, so Era thinks he can survive until level 6 without any additional regen.
Oh,
They might lose the
Na'Vi-
tower though.
I mean, let's say Na'Vi happy to just take this tower, perhaps. Era.
They can't go in. Era can't go in. They can't kill him.
Yeah.
Ally.
Oh, nice Moonlight
But
Shadow
just
as well.
Synderen
Synderen
might
getting
be-
low. Yeah, the right-click damage with the precision or a drought. And this is
yeah.
pre-level 6.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Not level 6 yet. Synderen is dead. They're gonna get the tower right after this.
Sneak
Oh, the chicken is dead. It flew in the tower range.
Radiant's top
Ah.
tower is under attack.
Unfortunate miss, Michael, but you know,
Dire's courier
just
has
happens
been killed.
Can
sometimes.
they kill Yapster? He's got 2 points in the untouchable, so right-clicking this guy, not easy. They may just have to give up. The cast going to start bouncing around. Does not bounce back to Yapster immediately. Now it does. General.
You have to be careful. Oh,
Not quite.
you got an urn. A kill here would be really big for
Radiant's
Yapsa.
top tower
Yep,
is
he
under
wants that, and then he can heal up, and it looks like they will find at least 1 kill, possibly 2. The axes swipe through
Nice.
both, and they'll clean up here in the bottom lane. Era does not quite get level
Almost
6,
level
but he
6.
will.
Leaving with P.
Range creep.
Nice, perfect.
Creep. Whew.
Now he can start playing Dota again.
Yes.
But you see, Yapsa just knew exactly how much he can tank, and he just set up 2 beautiful kills for his team.
We've seen a lot of different edge builds. I like that he recognizes this game to go for this untouchable because of how right-click important Navi's
Yeah.
craft is. As far as finding kills, it's all about those right clicks. Perhaps until like a Witch Doctor level 6 happens.
Beastmaster close to level 5. 3 more minutes until the tomb comes out.
But every tower taking a beating. You've got top and bottom tier 1 both close to deny range.
Koikwa's keeping up in CS in mid lane though. It's pretty impressive.
Synderen. Uh-oh. So we'll get met by the Slack though. Cow's going to bounce around, and Era doesn't have mana for the ultimate, but not going to need it.
Wow! So that hit was like 120 damage. With the minus armor.
And yeah, and the bonus damage from the Venge, so.
Yeah.
Na'Vi. We talk about them playing aggressive, and this is a classic Na'Vi aggressive draft, but you've got to sometimes control that aggression.
Radiant's
They got a
top
top tower
has fallen.
for free pretty much. Jumping on a
Kezu.
beast.
Yeah, he's been
He
jumped
can't dodge
on.
the arrow, he can't. Nice. That was so good. He couldn't dodge anywhere.
Yeah, Dichara, I mean, you talked about how he used to play Mirana. He is a Mirana player. He knows how to play. This is one of those teams that has three Mirana players, really. All 3
Yeah.
of their cores. Neither of the supports perhaps known for it, but
If you have 3 cores, you don't need any supports playing it.
I mean, Yapster would like to have a word with you after yesterday, but yeah.
Yeah, okay. Like if you play it like Yapsa, you going on Prophet. Prophet might. No mana for ult on Era. Era's just dead.
Yeah, and the cast bounce kept going back and forth. Artstyle saves the day. General's got the invis. He's going to throw the ultimate out as well, and it swipes through Synderen. TP on home.
This is really problematic. This has been the second time Era just simply doesn't have mana to use his spells.
We're going to smoke up now, head towards the mid lane. Koikva could be in a very vulnerable position here.
Yeah.
And with an Exo Invoker, you've got no good escape. No Tornado, no
Maybe.
Ghost Walk.
Smoked up on the edge though.
Radiant structures
I mean, this is...
Oh, this is gonna be so bad because they want to go and it's
Yeah, Koikva's thinking like, oh, I'm baiting, but no.
He's
Na'Vi,
baiting.
they're coming for you.
Yep.
It's Dendi. He is stuck in an ice wall, so it looks like Dendi will in
Probably-
fact go down. They'll get the 1 kill here. Can they find more? The leap will not catch up to Dichara.
End should be able to chase him down. Moving speed advantage.
It's a risky chase, and the uphill miss in
Yeah.
the first impetus.
Shouldn't do it anymore.
Dicha does have another Starstorm if he goes in treads, and yeah, I don't think you want to chase into this. And
General just is an amazing game. He's so farmed.
all
Pressure into 2 already.
Radiant's bottom
the
tower
towers dropping is just going to start to build up the Na'Vi economy. And we look at it now, it's a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead. Drums is completed. General perhaps needs to find a way to TP out of this one, and Cold Snap is there. Can Sprout? He's not.
Yeah, he's pretty much dead. We're gonna need the cold snap. Another
Could
kill
he-
to Era.
I guess if you go for the Sprout TP, the wave gives vision for the Cold Snap there, so that wouldn't have worked anyways. But
Yeah.
could have tried for it.
Level 6 Beast, they need to be able to use this raw, but how do you really use it? Navi's just gonna start to 5-man push towers. They're gonna go for Roshan soon.
Yep.
And then the game like they will have to take one fight with a really big disadvantage and win it.
Some nice stream micro finds the escape team as they come in towards this mid lane, and Na'Vi will take another objective.
Tower has fallen.
Only 10 more seconds, then Oracle will get us level 6 with the Tomb of Knowledge.
Yep. And
Actually
you
taking
mentioned
top.
Rosh, and Na'Vi can really take that at
Really
will.
easily, yeah.
General's picked up another ring. I imagine he may just want to go for a mech for the team to help sustain and build up that push.
Nature's Prophet going for
Yeah.
a Ring of
Mech?
Region,
Mech
maybe
prob-
Force Staff, Headrest, Mech.
Headrest, yeah, mech.
Good.
And yeah, Navi's already in the Rosh Pit. Invoker's going to help him out. Na'Vi say thanks very much, Koikva.
Huh? They're actually backing out?
Man, maybe this is too dangerous. They're even using a scan. They are a little bit worried about what Escape are up to.
But now Keto shows on top, then they will go right back in.
Yeah. Nature's Prophet TP on cooldown, so they're perhaps a little bit cautious about this.
Wait, why is Cinder and Solo smoked? What happened there? Maybe just play some wards.
Warding smoke. The old fluff and stuff smoke. Error.
And now they just go back into Roche. But they just see the Beastmaster top.
Yeah, and I think they thought they could catch Escape trying to contest Roche with that Moonlight Shadow, but Escape had an Observer Sentry combo, and that'll give them the vision they need. Escape are kind of nearby, but they're going to beat too
They really don't want to fight in there. If they fight in there, the game might just be over.
They're too late for this one. Beastmaster remaining top, as you said.
Yeah. It was really good by General because they just summoned trees on top lane to pressure the lane in, and then somebody had to address that, and then it just took a free Roche.
Dicha lurking around this bottom lane. Error. Be careful, my friend.
Yep. Needs 1,300 additional gold for the Aghanims on Mirana.
For Na'Vi, this Aegis is probably these tier 2 towers, if anything.
All of them, yeah. Pretty much all of them.
And then next Aegis, the game plan is this Aegis, all tier 2 towers, next Aegis, high ground.
Yeah. And Escape needs to make sure they keep split pushing. They need to find pickoffs. They can't let them group up as 5.
And if Na'Vi, well, the thing is, you also need to be careful not to give away kills, because Na'Vi, in theory, if they get a kill or two, could go high ground with this Aegis.
Yeah.
So
And you have to be careful you don't like overstay your welcome. Or, for example, if you want to split push and you just lose your base tower or something because they're too fast,
yeah.
you have to be really careful and cautious with the calls you make now.
I mean, this is where a team like Wings would just be like, screw the tier 2 towers, let's just go straight high ground. Like, let's just push right down this bottom lane. And you look at Escape's lineup, and it's like, what have they got to defend? They could go get a one Wex Chaos Meteor out, but
Under attack.
I think that's what Navi's looking to do now. They're going to go for the high ground.
at least force
force
TPs.
them TP back, yeah,
you don't
exactly.
have to take. Your plan isn't necessarily to take racks. It's like, hey, let's not give them a straight up trade. Like, the trade has to involve Escape TPing back to defend bottom.
Yeah. 700 gold until Aghanims is online. Level 6 on Oracle. Headrest finished. 500 more gold for Mech. As soon as they have that Mech, the team fight is massively strong.
Okay, doing what he can to trade. I feel like Na'Vi are giving up a lot in exchange here.
I don't think they should have done it. They should have forced high ground.
That's the thing. We're talking about that they were going to go for that player. No, they're going to go for player top now. They're going to try punish Escape Gaming. Kezu gets taken out before he can TP. Koikva has an invoke. Could go into the Ghost Walk. Will do so.
No dust available.
No detection. But yeah, I mean, that's what we're talking about. Like, the team, like, when I've seen Wings play the Drow strat, like, 12 minutes in, they're like, oh, like, screw it. Let's just force high ground. And if they don't react, you get a tier 3 tower, perhaps a range Rax, a melee Rax. If they do react, you force them back to base, and they're not getting that trade. Because Escape got a tier 1 and started to damage the tier 2.
Yeah, they definitely would have, like, at least taken half of the base tower's health and forced them back. 300 more gold until the Shadow Blade on Slark. When he has that online, they definitely need to find pickoffs, because it's not a team fight item. It's not going to contribute, like, at all in the team fight. He's still
Finding
really
pickoffs
paper.
if Na'Vi have 5-manning, though.
Yeah, it's so hard. Like, they're going to go for the tier 2 top now, and they might as well just, like, threaten high ground, because there's no lane pushed in for Na'Vi right now. No pressure at all on the map.
Dicha is going to have Aghanim Scepter and 20 gold, so that's a huge boost to his damage.
Yeah.
Talk about the Enchantress being a problem up until now. Well, that Axe kind of changes things a bit there.
Yeah, Dragonlance on Axe, on Ench. So at least her damage output will be pretty high. But yeah, like Invoker and Slark, they're both going to be pretty much non-factors in those team fights. They simply don't have the levels and gold yet. They're both very greedy heroes if you play them that way, and it might bite them here.
Right, well, we go back to it. This Aegis is the tier 2 towers, and they've taken all 3 of them. And they still have a minute and a half left on it, so they've been very efficient about taking them.
what they will just do now is control the entire map pretty much, cut down the farm for Escape Gaming, and just really out-farm them, get the next Rosh, go high ground.
There we go. Items coming out in the courier. Na'Vi kind of split around now, defending some of these lanes. They've left a lot of heroes at bottom.
Yep.
Sorry, a lot of heroes at mid, with just general at bottom. Could TP him back in if they want to try and force things. And that's where how fast they've taken these tier 2 towns. They've got a minute to push high ground with Aegis, and they're maybe gonna at least get some damage off.
They're gonna get damage. They won't get the Rex, but they will definitely take like half health, maybe even a tower.
And they're kind of trying to force Escape to make a play, because if Escape overextend, they could be a rack. Dichara, the one they go on, he gets helped out by the Oracle. That's going to keep him alive for now. The Witch Doctor ultimate on the high ground will force Escape back. And that's what Na'Vi were hoping for.
Okay.
Escape to think they had to make a play, and that's exactly what Escape do.
But they really have no other choice, and they
It
Escape
slow down
also
the push.
yeah, but Escape also recognizes like right away they need to make a play, and they don't even hesitate and they just do it.
Yeah.
And obviously, they're in a really tight spot and didn't work out, but you need to take risks.
You only took half the damage on your tier 3. You lose Avenge, and you had Slack creeps wave skipping. So it was very much a play like, okay, we're gonna fight this creep wave, or they're gonna take out tier 3. So if anything, that was like trading Venge to save your tier 3. So
I definitely want Venge to die more often, like
Yes.
because the
you hear
aura.
that, Syndra? You have Black's approval.
No, it's so good against Drow if you actually
Yeah.
have that. She has so much base agility, it like slows the push down like a lot. Obviously, it would be good if he wouldn't die, But
I know. Someone's got to die when you're this far behind. I say this far. How far is it? It's about to hit 10,000 gold.
might as well be Venge. You went 4 staff on Invoker. I think I would have liked to see like a really quick Agonist, because else you don't have spells ready. Like level 1 Invoke, you can't cast spells. You'll have a really hard time in team fights.
In mid lane,
going back for
Na'Vi
the
say
high
we
ground.
do not need Aegis. Let's go without one. Sprout will let some trees summon on the high ground. Na'Vi just going to hit from the low ground.
They really can't defend this,
Tower down.
Yeah.
Now they're going to get to work on, it looks like the melee racks. They're going to force Escape to come in and make a play.
No creep right
Slark
now, though.
is, I mean,
Slark's cutting creeps.
they have taken out the backdoor protect. No, they haven't. It looked like
Yes, Slark.
Oh, no,
they have.
no.
How?
They went into base with creeps, I guess.
Oh no, the bottom lane.
Oh, bottom lane too close, and now range and melee racks will go down. They had Slack, now they're going to try and fight this one. It feels like a last-ditch effort from Escape. Era goes in looking for Saniko. Saniko may just ulti himself. He's holding on to it for now. Era sprouted up and controlled. They've lost the Venge, perhaps to the betterment of Escape's defense, since it does apply that aura, but they've also got to do some damage, and right now that's something which their lineup is unable to do in these team fights.
Creep wave already on the bottom lane.
Yep.
They'll just get another set of Rex. Dropping their cane boots for a long time.
Hashtag efficiency. Dropping it for the... just so he can get that extra bit of mana. And Na'Vi, it looks like they're going to take game number 2. They're 18 minutes in. The classic Drow Ranger strats are back, and looking for a second lane yet. Not over quite yet. Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Kezu going to throw out a roar. It's just from the general with a Sunstrike, but the damage with the Deafening Blast, it's not going to do enough. They need that Meteor, and Era tries to engage, but can't do so.
Still got an Oracle too.
Well, Mirana right-clicked with Drow Aura, do a lot of damage, and now the buybacks start rolling on through. Era going to go down in the front lines. He's going to buy back 3 buybacks used. This is all in. Na'Vi have not lost a life yet. They're starting to take a bit of damage. Dendi's about to be healed back up. Kezu going to go down. Era, he's silent. This could be the end of him, and it's the end of Escape in game number 2 as Na'Vi tie things up in this 2-game series. Round robin group stage. They get at least the game 2 win. And
all correct.
Oh, mwah, mwah, 100. Good shit.
We own.
Yep. Na'Vi owned here in game 2.
Yep,
strategically, execution-wise, perfect. I mean, this is what Dota's all about. You're not looking to be the best individual player, outplay your opponents as like in game. You can just outdraft them, outstrategize them, and that's exactly what Na'Vi did here.
Like we spoke about it, that if Invoker actually goes Exort, they will have 2 really greedy heroes, and Ench needs to do like a lot of work in early game. That didn't work at all. Their laning honestly just shut them down completely. That Mirana safe lane was like the biggest out-strategizing I've seen in a very long time. And they just couldn't make it work, and then the Drow lineup just...
You could see Yapso was like, he we talked about Ench doing a lot. He just kind of sat in the jungle, and I don't think it was. It's partly he maybe is less comfortable in the hero, but also it's like, what do I do? I'm around the safe lane. I can't actually go top.
Yeah, you're on a safe lane. Witch Doctor covering middle. He's just gonna stomach creeps.
Yeah.
Like, where do you actually go? Do you go to the safe lane and try to bully the Prophet? That's also, I mean, you know, it's not good. It's like,
Great laning set from Na'Vi, great strats, and that does it. Our first best of 2 in the bag. 1-1.
1-1.
Good. Escape can walk away, and I think at least be happy they took the one game. Na'Vi were one of the teams expected. They were one of the few direct invites, so they're expected to finish top 3 in Group A next to OG as well as Wings. So
but let's be honest. Like losing to a drought strat, it's like you do one mistake, you lose the game.
I think Escape will not look at this like this is like a bad news for the Sailor team. They'll, like you say, one mistake you're out of the game, and I think it was definitely an outdraft when you look at how the lane set up and how greedy the Invoker Slack is against a drought strat.
Yeah.
I think, if anything, the talk after this game is like, well, shit, we got outdrafted. Like, nothing more to it, really.
Yeah, we'll do better next time.
Yeah.
1-1 is good.
Be ready for the drought. Like, that's the thing. Like, when they go up against Wings, it's like, this game is going to be fresh on their mind. So this game will help them against teams like Wings. So
I mean, Na'Vi come off like a fresh championship, and they took a game off them.
Yep. All right. That does it. That's myself and Black done. You guys be sure to tune in to all the other games going on. I'll be heading over to one of the other streams. I think I'm casting a game/series with Blitz. But yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll be back with more TI6 action shortly.
Adieu.
lot of these teams, we have not gotten to see them play recently. For others, they're fresh off of that Star Series, and they're fresh off of working with this meta. So seeing what the priorities were going to be for these captains as far as first picks, first bans. We saw a lot of Star Series that Drow was the hero. Now we're not even seeing it acknowledged one bit. And yeah, Elder Titan has always been there and is something that is going to be snagged up from any team if it happens to make its way through the ban phase.
Exactly. Drow has been pushed down the pecking order to be sort of a 4th or 5th pick in a lot of the games today. We've seen her get played, but it's just not prioritized as high in the pick. And mostly, oh, she actually does get picked up second here, so they are kind of revealing this strategy. And I think they already have nice heroes against the Drow Ranger, the Faceless Void to get in close. Interesting to see Na'Vi just go for this.
Well, if any team was to really go for a Drow lineup, Na'Vi's got to be one of the best. I mean, this is kind of fits along with that whole Na'Vi fast-paced, rush, Devi style Dota we're used to seeing
and
from them.
They love Windrunner mid with it as well. They can pick Windrunner mid, they can pick the Huskar mid. Those are two heroes that comes to mind here, especially as they have the Oracle first pick. You kind of have to ban the Huskar.
Oh, yeah,
but they
you're
respect
right.
the Dandy Sand King. Been used a lot.
That's true, too. Oh, man. Because you could be in a bit of a jam. I could see EG. You know, they are one of those teams that I don't want to label them quickly to say stubborn, but they welcome, you know, what the opposing team, what their favorites may be. They welcome a challenge. They welcome an opportunity to counterplay it a bit, and they could try instead to creep in something like a Timber Saw like they've shown, and then Na'Vi could bounce back with something like that Sand King. Na'Vi could end up putting EG in the palm of their hand, Wagga.
Yeah, EG try and welcome stuff, but I think it's smart in this game that they got rid of the Sand King, because Na'Vi's win rate with Sand King is like 8-1 in the last 9 games that they played it. It's amazing how well they have made this work. And they also get rid of the Batrider, of course, top tier hero at this tournament so far as well. Really being used a lot. Batrider and Beastmaster are kind of the go-to offlaners after Void.
Beastmaster actually still in the pool and is a general favorite, so we'll see if Na'Vi managed to sneak that one up for themselves, but it's something they do look for. I'd imagine Beastmaster could find its way almost into any lineup, but Nature's Prophet comes out for EG now.
I think we're going to see it right away right here, the Beastmaster. When you see Nature's Prophet being picked as well, you're starting to limit the offlane pool. You already have some heroes being banned out as well with the Batrider gone. And it works so well with the Drow Ranger. Just attack speed aura with that damage aura. Everyone is going to have so much DPS coming in.
Outside of that, it's like what? You go for maybe an offlaner who has range to benefit from the Drow Ranger, but I can't really think of much that General goes for.
The only ranged offlaner is really Batrider. That's being used a lot. Other than that, and even he doesn't benefit so much from the Drow.
Maybe Mirana, but obviously Mirana had been banned in the first phase. But once you get rid of those options, yeah, it just feels like Beastmaster is the go-to grab.
And I think Na'Vi is actually one of the few teams that do the offlane Mirana. Most teams just run it mid or support, whereas Na'Vi run it really anything. Dandy plays it, they play it on support as well, on Soneko, and they also play it offlane. So maybe a good ban against Na'Vi.
Do they have any sort of lane flexibility already committing with the Drow where they could possibly run a dual lane setup, or is Drow just too fickle and you need to make sure you have a lot of protection around her?
You can always try and do a Drow mid. If you have Elder Titan kind of sitting around with a stomp, you can prevent dives coming in. Oh, they go for a Slaughter instead of Beast.
Heavy physical damage and obviously a better perk for going in with that Rosh. You are already inside.
But they are locking themselves a little bit in lanes here, I feel. And Drow is definitely not a weak safe laner though, but you just gave it away so early that EG can now customize against it.
So Na'Vi's game plan kind of already out there right now for EG. It's a matter of EG being able to respect that game plan and see if they can kind of strategize around it in a way. Because, I mean, what would you say? We know EG, they're a championship kind of a team. These players are very, very talented, but you know, even with the game plan being out there from Na'Vi, do you think that where they are in this meta that they could just still be able to bulldoze through EG if they're not just, you know, in tune?
I think Na'Vi could run over EG if EG are not prepared. I believe so, but EG are also, as you said, they're champion material, all of these players. It's the EG secret kind of thing, right? Around Manila, we were talking about, is it going to work? How are the team constellations going to work? And I think EG definitely have it in them, but now is the time to show it, this group stage.
All right, we go back to EG now, and it's, you know, PPD still needs a hero to kind of go his way, and we don't know for certain exactly where this Nature's Prophet will pop up, but potentially Sumail hero is going to be needed. But then again, it's EG, and based on what we saw at Star Series, anything could happen with this team. But not really the stage that you want to maybe pull out those support mids.
I feel it's a little bit strange right now, though, the draft. I definitely feel that Na'Vi have an upper hand, so I like that EG are taking some time on this pick, because the way it looks now to me, Dire, their team fight is sort of there. The setup, the very popular combo between Elder Titan and Void, pretty much everyone is valuing that extremely high, as you always will get the crack from the Elder Titan ulti during the Chronosphere. But I just don't like the way their early game looks. A lot of pressure, I guess, on the Nature's Prophet.
I mean, I could see them getting something like an AA that does add to the Wombo combo factor a bit with the Void and maybe the Elder Titan, but they opt to go for a Chen, which is interesting, Waga, because EG are not the biggest Chen team. Like, this is a team that normally just skips it all the way, and you're right, Na'Vi are a team that is very good with Chen. This is interesting. EG giving Na'Vi a taste of medicine, but they pull out something that they know they're good with, and they get Enchantress. I mean, Na'Vi, I think they are the more respected, you know, Ench/Chen jungling early aggressive team.
Never want to be in a battle where I'm Chen and art style is the Enchantress or something like that.
Even with the Drow aura. Oh my god.
It's gonna hurt. This Enchantress is also so fast now. Fastest hero in the game and early game is
tied with Cottrell, let's not forget that.
True, Cottrell is quick now.
He's tied with Cottrell with fastest hero, but
that old man.
Man, oh man. So this is gonna be interesting to see. Is PPD going to be, I imagine, sticking with will be the Chen in this case? I know they played it a little bit last time.
Yeah, I think definitely PPD is going to be a Chen. And Psy Elder Titan is kind of respected since an era before as well. Like, he's played that so much in the past. I think you have to give that to him. More because of the Elder Titan than because of the Chen.
Obviously, a different pace for EG than what we've already seen from them here at TI, with their past series being both committed to more of a ramped-up tempo, Huskar Wisp lineup. This one, they could be a little bit more disciplined, but you can already see based on the lineup for both teams, succeeding in the early game could be very crucial. Probably even more crucial to Na'Vi, especially now. I mean, this seems like it's going to be all on this Drow, and, you know, don't get me wrong, Enchantress always has the potential to become a late-game hard-hitting core. Paired together with the amp damage of Slardar, and already mentioned the Drow Aura, they can hit like a truck. But look at this follow-up final pick, Waga, the famous Dendy Puck.
Yeah, Puck with Drow Aura again. We keep coming back to this, but the Drow Aura makes such a big difference in laning stage, which is extremely crucial. And the more heroes that they have that kind of dominate their lanes, now Enchantress with the roam, Puck with the mid lane, who's already strong, I think a lot of pressure is on the Chen and Furion to make the early game work for EG. I love this, though. TA pick coming in.
Oh, I bet you love this. So what do you think, then? Templar Assassin, matchup against the Puck. This is a pretty popular one-on-one, but based on the Drow Aura, based on the potential outside interference of this Chen, of this Enchantress, what would you be thinking, Waga? You're this TA coming into this game.
I don't like the fact that there's so few stuns on EG, actually. Elder Titan is kind of good, I guess. And the Chronosphere from Void is good, but that's not so often. You have it off cooldown. And then you have the Chen Creeps. Depending on what he has, you could have some good disables. But I love the lineup Na'Vi much more. The Puck and Slardar is very straightforward. Pretty low cooldown, the Puck ulti. And it seems their teamfight is going to be really easy to execute. So I think I would be a little bit worried if I was on EG right now.
Can't help but really agree with you on that. I look at both teams' lineups. Na'Vi seem very cut and dry. It really suits up and synergizes with their typical playstyle. We see from Na'Vi every time they like to play. It's something they have been playing a lot recently, and with all those signals, I'd have to say that it's seeming pretty damn likely that we will could see a Na'Vi with a strong game one. But with that said, unfortunately, I don't know, maybe there was a camera bug. I can't click my minimap, Waga, so if you're watching me, it's going to be possibly some rough obs for game number one. It looks like we might have had a little bit of a camera glitch because I can't click on the map, and I think I can click on heroes still. I can.
Yeah, you can teleport by heroes.
So I'll have to do it like that. It's going to be rough, folks. We'll try to make our way through it here, but here we go. It's game number one of our Na'Vi versus EG matchup right here, and Waga, we do have some predictions. Why don't we fire through them real quick? Player with the highest net worth by 25 minutes.
I'm going to throw it on the TA. I'm going for it. Even though a Drow lineup kind of needs to be ahead, Sumail is really good at farming. I think he's going to go it.
Player with the highest net worth by 10 minutes in.
Then I would probably put carry. Maybe the Tiara, actually. Yeah.
Sounds
Depends how much they contest it, though, but I'm going to go for it. What do you think about the duration?
Oof. I would have to say sooner than later. I'm going to go 30 to 37.
Oh, General. Just getting a little bit of punches here. Taking quite a bit of damage here.
All right, I'm going to last.
Oh, they're running around.
We'll go right. That's good. And here they come all the way up and around. Na'Vi looking to intercept here against EG early on. Fear, interesting to note. playing the Void. Now that we kind of can push these predictions aside, we can see that there is a bit of a change-up. I guess when you first see a Faceless Void pop up on EG, I guess I kind of get like, oh, that's got to be a Universe Faceless Void. But no, he's going to be playing the Nature's Prophet in this one.
Yeah, the carry fear Void. I like the carry Void. I actually think it's quite strong against the Drow Ranger as well, because then you have enough items to really go in there and be tanky enough to stay close to her. Just being close to Drow is going to mitigate so much of the damage from Na'Vi. So having this hero is going to help them.
Yeah, it's going to be something a bit different. What do you think about the item build-up then? I know you're a big advocate, of course, of your Precious Radiance build-up, of your Void, but is that something that kind of suits or fits the bill for this one?
I think you can go many different item builds, but Vanguard is not bad, but I love the Echo Saber and Maelstrom. You can also go with Manta Diffusal. Both of them are really good. I don't think it's a good Radiance game at all. Mid, a lot of pressure being put by Dendy onto the TA, and now the wraparound comes as well.
Yep. We were expecting the first strike to come soon from both sides, and oh, what a perfect timing! The Courier is right in the mix. They're going to get not only the Courier here, Waga, they could also take down Sumail's TA. They're going to chase her through, back behind the trees. The Refraction has already been committed. Now Universe going to be forced to step in. Can they get the pop-up kill? They can. They are going to be able to get the return fire kill, but they might also get the follow-up. Is Universe going to be going down? It looks like that may be the case here. Tries to hide behind the tower. It's not going to be happening, and off to the races we go. It's already a hot 2-1 start. And meanwhile, Dendy, as he wraps it up and around the corner, runs into PPD. And Zai now, long shockwave will connect. Some hard-hitting damage, but eventually the puck will make it back in a way.
Yeah, great start for the puck. That's exactly what you want. And this is why I would not want to get into this battle against Artstyle. He knows these heroes, you know, like his own pocket. Enchantress and Chen, he always makes the right rotations. And I love the fact that at the start of the game, Soneko ran out to block the jungle so that Chen could not make this rotation mid so quickly. That's why he was first mid.
Very heads-up start from Na'Vi. It's obviously a kind of early play style that they're used to even employing themselves, so I'm sure they're kind of aware of what to expect from the other side. Very aggressive Soneko, kind of getting in the face of Zai over here, flustering him quite a bit, pulling Zai away from the lane.
He's got suicide to get back to base as well, Zai.
No, he'll take the express trip back, up and over here.
PPD, does it get blocked? He's
got
him.
He's stuck in. Nice play from Artstyle, blocks the path out with the Centaur and shows him who the real jungling micro player is.
Yeah,
Artstyle.
Really. Oh, he's been part of 3 kills in less than 3 minutes already. That is such a quick start.
Dang. A Na'Vi special in its own right.
And meanwhile all this is happening, no one can really put pressure onto the Drow Ranger. I mean, yes, you have the Elder Titan and Fury and kind of laning there, but she also has the help of Oracle. She doesn't mind.
Yeah, not at all. The pressure here from EG has not been enough to kind of bring this Drow down a peg one bit.
They're trying top, but I don't think they should be able to kill this. We'll see.
Let's see. They make a move in. Fear commits in with the time walk. Back out and away here. The creeps are stalking him. They're walking him back and away, but now they'll commit in with the stun from General. A follow-up stun comes out from the Centaur. Universe steps in to try to help out and get some redemption, but they quick work of Fear. General turns it around, and they're going to get that kill. Artstyle. This guy is putting in work in the early game.
He's just fire on Enchantress. I don't know. I can't believe, actually, that teams are in the point where they have to respect Soneko so much that they can't ban out Artstyle. Because his Chen and Enchantress, those are 2 of their most played heroes, by the way. 2 of their 5 most played heroes in the last 3 months is Chen and Enchantress. When both those heroes are up there, you know that the team kind of pivots around it.
I know, it's one of those things like, yeah, you want to acknowledge and respect all of those prized early hero picks. Now we might see a bit of a skirmish here as they make their move for Soneko. They will be able to take down the pesky Oracle. But yeah, it's like you see all these prized hero grabs in this meta as what teams find the most threatening and the most prized, but then you have to also respect each team's individuality on what they can play, what their specialties are. And for Na'Vi, and you can see it here in Exhibit A, it's Enchantress. You got to give it the respect.
No, most definitely. And it's so great as well to have a player like Artstyle who's so comfortable doing this or playing Net Chen. And of course his Enchantress, in fact, very known from the very first of TI. That's where Artstyle was dominating on that.
Uh-oh. Looks like mid lane. Just a teaser of a setup, a bully back, if you will, on Sumail to force him out from away from all that pressure, while bottom lane, EG are looking to apply a bit of their own pressure, trying to get to Dit Yara, but he knows something is fishy. He is hiding deep in the corner.
They're diving mid as well.
But they're going to make a go, and while this happens, as mentioned, they are going for the mid lane grab, trying to surround Sumail. Looks like they are going to be able to get around him and get her done. Sumail goes down while bottom lane EG still on their own mission. They finally spot out Ditchara. The trees are there, but now Dendy's going to be showing up. Dendy looking to move in. He's got a coil. If necessary, this could turn bad for EG. They will be able to take down Little Ditya, and it looks like a possible follow-up for Dendy. Nah, Dendy's going to be able to step back and away, and EG will just follow up with the +1 if possible.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold the tower. Mid tower being pressured, but it's also going to be defended by TA.
Yep, she makes a return. It looks like it will be all good on that front. And as we head back to the bottom here, Dendy, who still pockets this coil.
He doesn't have much mana to work with, though. The bottle is flying out now on the courier, so maybe they could do something, TP in the draw, but they're going to be zoned out by the Centaur.
Yeah, looks like it's not going to happen here. EG will be able to take down this tower. They're not the fastest at being able to push in. You'd think with a Chen it'd be a lot easier, but it takes a little bit of muscle power, and they'll finally get that tier 1 down. But certainly still an advantage for Na'Vi in the early game here. Minus already for Art Styles.
Yeah, he's the highest net
Tetris.
worth on the map, in fact.
My God.
We should have put him down for the 10 minutes. I did not expect that, actually. He normally does so much without any money, really. And that's what we saw. His first 5 kills, he had no items at all. He was just running around with his creeps. Doesn't need items.
While there seems to be a lot of drawn attention that way, you have people like General just staying planted in the top lane, grinding his own bit of farm. It looks like he's actually not going to rush straight to a Blink Dagger. He gets a Helm right away, so possible armlet grab for him.
Yeah, armlet is very powerful here against the physical damage from EG. Also add some armor that doesn't get removed from the Elder Titan. Having that plus armor really helps. So I like this move. But that also means that they have a little bit longer to wait until he's going to be initiating, but that's fine with a puck in your team.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going to have any sort of atypical mech candidate,
General.
but they are going to possibly make a move for General. Top lane will catch the back end of the gank. It looks like they have swarmed in. They will be able to take him down.
Yeah, just keeping in behind with the Fury in there, and the Chronosphere, of course, was committed. But the trade is going to be the mid tower, so I still think this is good for Na'Vi, even if they lost a hero. Now it's just about what they do, because that top tower is still being threatened.
And at least Art Style will be one to kind of head up into potential scary territory here on his own. While for Sunico and company, they round back and around where they know that EG are going to be pressuring this top tier 1 tower. We'll have to see what they want to do to stop it, if anything at all.
I think they will try and stop it. They're pretty powerful. And they also have TP now on puck.
Yep, Art Styles coming in, flank play. It looks like EG are going to try to withdraw if possible here. Fear committing the time walk while General is out in front for Na'Vi. Art Style, though, with that fast feet, looking to make a move in. Universe tries his best to sprout and block him out, but it's not going to save Fear. It looks like that's going to be the first victim and probably one of your better targets you could ask for if you're Na'Vi.
Definitely, and that's a second death on Fear. This is a carry Void, and he's actually 4th from the bottom right now in net worth. So he's struggling a lot, and that's because of these rotations as well. Na'Vi are playing very active Dota, really quick Dota as well.
EG can try to recover here. We see Sumail, who was not involved in the action top lane, not even farming through a stack, just a casual bit of Ancients here, trying to find their grind. And if Na'Vi's lineup is already up and ahead, it's only going to make things even easier for them. So it's pressure on EG to try to break this serious momentum right now. Na'Vi are going to clear this top tier 1, and they're just going to get stronger and stronger at this point. It looks like they're going to stay committed here.
This is exactly what Na'Vi wants to do, just keep moving and take the tier 2 towers, because Drow does that so early, very easily.
PPD, not even level 5 yet, so they don't have to worry about Hand of God. They don't have to worry about that extra sustain power coming out from EG.
Yeah, but they are going to respect a little bit here, backing off. And of course, Dandy on his puck can scout quite aggressively. They can't really catch him. There's no silence. There's no easy way to grab the puck. But they can still keep playing in the enemy territory here.
Looks like in the meantime that you're to the bottom lane here on his Drow. I mean, it's ridiculous just Drow Ranger things. 124 plus 48, and he barely holds anything to his name as it is right now.
Yeah, the damage. And most of the importance as well, the 38 damage that Puck is getting right now, because he hits so hard. Just very easy to get many right clicks off as well as a Puck, because you reposition yourself easily in team fights. And the smoke around bottom.
Yep, bottom lane, it's Universe. Goes for the TP here. General's right there, and he gets the crush off. You're not going anywhere, Little Nature's Prophet. And now Sunico's there to help out, tries to burst him down, and it is going to be picked up by the Oracle on that one. Good sneaky play from Na'Vi.
Yeah, very, very worth. Any single kill smoke rotation is still fine. No matter if you catch a support or an offlaner, it doesn't really matter. Just get a kill. In the early game, at least, that's true. And seems like Dendy is building into that early Veil. He's trying to. Just has a clarity coming out for now, though.
It looks like he's a little close to PPD right now.
Yep.
PPD is trying to use his little creep posse here as best as possible to burst through the Fairy Dragon, but it's not going to be doing enough to make anything too critical. Dendy will create the space between himself, and now Na'Vi are shifting gears a bit. I was going to see if they were going to be migrating up towards the northern front, but it's actually the bottom lane where they could be making their approach for Ditya Ra. Ditya Ra sprouted up. Fear's going to commit in, waits once with the chrono, feels it's not necessary, and they get the clean kill, taking out the Drow Ranger without too much trouble.
I think he panicked a bit there, but first we're going to see a chase top lane. PPD being chased by General.
Yep, General makes his move as PPD is all alone here with no tier 1 for friends to TP2. He's just creating a bit of space because it looks like the rest of EG have already made their move inside the pit. They're even going to commit the coil here for PPD, but PPD's like, it's fine.
That's fine. Roshan's going down to EG during this time, so very good trades here for EG. I was about to say, Drow on the bottom there, when Fury TP'd him behind her, she could just have TP'd out. There was no stun available if she TP'd immediately. But this is giving EG a lot of space and recovery. And having an Aegis now on the TA, they can actually take some fights.
Yep.
Also, I think TA is probably going to go for the Blink Dagger extremely early here. Could still go for the Desolator, but in a game like this, you want a close distance on a Drow.
Yeah.
And having the Aegis already, that's just perfect.
You got to make sure you get in and get the job done fast. I mean, with an Oracle on the other team, they always have that get out of jail free card. So you don't want to commit in, blow your load, and then you're like, oh crap, they're alive, and I didn't finish them off, and now I'm far from my team. So it is definitely going to be a touchy thing for Sumail to consider.
Exactly. It's really good for TA to just go on the Oracle first in the team fight and make him panic, so he has to ulti himself.
That's true.
And then it's easy to chase down to everyone. But Na'Vi looking like they want to fight more, even though there's an Aegis on EG. They're grouping up a lot.
Yeah, items are starting to come together. We have not one, but 2 Dragon Lances now complete for Na'Vi. Artstyle has one on him, and Ditya Ra's Drow also sports another. So they got more range to work with, more damage, and obviously the stats are very, very nice.
Oh, EG scout out a DD rune on bottom. That is very crucial, but Artstyle gonna take it.
Thank you very much.
Right in.
Yeah, snags it up for himself. It looks like Na'Vi are eventually going to be circling back and around to this bottom lane to clear out this tier 1 if possible. But first, they're going to possibly move in for Universe. No, they see the immediate TP and change course, do a bit of a 180, step back out. But Na'Vi with that DD, enticed a bit maybe.
Yeah, they want to fight, and they're actually wrapping around on PPD now.
Oh, yeah, he's caught between 3. Boom, boom, boom. He goes down. Quick work. EG still committing it hard for the bottom lane as they make their approach for General here.
Oh, he's so slithery.
He went out the right side. They thought he was left. Fear's going to be committing in with the chrono now. And it's not going to be enough without the follow-up damage there. Zai pops out. Now the Earth Splitter right down the middle. It's going to be right on top of Ditya Ra and Artstyle, but they're still committed to standing and fighting. They're going to be able to burst through this Aegis. Universe from the back end side, looking to isolate and take down Artstyle, but doesn't quite have the firepower. Ditya Ra going to get saved up with a false promise coming out from Soniko, and now they make their move. EG still holding strong here. Get a good heal coming out from PPD, and now Na'Vi forced to evacuate. Ditya Ra goes for the TP, is going to be able to make it out.
Oh, the double
2 for 1 though.
Yeah, that was 2 for 1, but they got the Aegis on the TA as well. And that first fight was gonna be really hard, no matter how you do it. Na'Vi got a great engagement there. The Chronosphere pretty much wasted, and they controlled EG really well, but then the Aegis comes into play. TA coming back with full HP, you have to just bail.
Do feel like that could have been a lot worse for EG, but it
yeah.
worked out in their benefit to be able to kind of stay close and make it out safely.
Yeah, they did some good plays, and Fear stayed alive as long as he could as well. He did go down in the end, but he definitely did his best there.
Looked like they were thinking about a go onto General, but they'll let him be. General does kind of need to focus on himself a bit, so he'll grind his farm here in the bottom lane. He really hasn't picked up much since we last touched into him getting that helm, so
it's
he
a
wants
setback.
to be able to, get back on par. He'll need to keep farming.
He almost has the entire armlet now. In fact, he's got it in just a few hits, and it just sets you back. When you go for this build instead of Blink Dagger, you need to just focus on yourself for a bit longer. Because even when his armlet, he can't really just go and be like, okay, I have armlet, let's go. Because there are so many good reaction heroes on like Void, you can't just run in and try to stun him. He's going to chrono you instead. So he needs that Blink Dagger as well.
Yeah, Fear also is one that will need to do quite a bit of catch-up here for EG. Sumail is kind of picking up the pieces for the real DPS in the meantime, while Fear just, has his casual Vlads. How do you think the game works out, though, if this does continue to scale a bit? I imagine Na'Vi are not going to be looking to kind of push the pace a bit, but really, when you look at both drafts on paper, they might fare okay in the late game. So where do you think that this game ends up if we end up pushing into like 35-minute plus territory?
I honestly think that EG have a stronger game then, because I value disables quite a lot heading into late game. One mistake can lose you the game, and Chronosphere, Elder Titan ulti, stuff like this, it really just destroys you in the late game.
That's true.
But shouldn't underestimate the Slardar though.
All right, we have a lot of
Sumail.
rotations mid lane. They make their move. Art Style is first on the scene, and he eats a lot of damage. He's going to be forced to False Promise. There is the Chrono from Fear catching Ditch and Sonico. They prize the Sonico Oracle first, and they'll be able to take him down. And they get the follow-up for Ditya Ra. Very good for EG so far. Sumail jumps to the back lines. He's looking to take down Art Style. Bam! Hits him hard. Double kill for Zai. Dendi is putting in the work for Na'Vi, but it might not be enough. General forced to stun and retreat, and yeah, Na'Vi begin to crumble down one by one. They will get the Dendi puck, and it turns into a 4-for-1 trade, the biggest trade of this game, and it's going for the boys in blue.
That was amazingly aggressive play from EG there, just going in, and I love the positioning they had. And Zai again shows why I said he's one of the players that I really respect on Elder Titan. He played it back in the old days, and it's just beautiful to see.
This allows EG to really ramp it up now as they push in for this tier 2. It totally shifts the gears of this game. Na'Vi, who were kind of supposed to be more the drow, 5-man, accelerated lineup, this definitely throws a wrench in the plan a bit.
It does, and this is just gonna hurt you. When you don't get to tier 2 towers as a drow lineup, your momentum kind of stops. And as you see on the drow ranger herself, she doesn't have that much item progression going on. Dying 3 times in a row, it really doesn't look easy for Na'Vi from here on. They need the Blink Dagger, I think, on general, and that's why he hasn't finished up the armlet.
Yeah,
so he just won Blink Dagger right after the helm, casual helm. And I think that's the right choice now. They need to get the initiation instead of EG just running them down.
Yeah. Dendi is looking to throw together a Yules that could help out quite a bit. Maybe Art Style finishing the makings of a potential Ags could help, but you're right, the utility that EG bring is starting to shine a little bit more now as the levels do begin to come in for their squad.
Yeah, definitely.
The mech and Hand of God, like they look like almost indestructible in some of these fights, and when you think it breaks out and Na'Vi commit in like their big hits, their crushes, their coils, they kind of just shrug it off.
There's still a little bit of a window though, because the mech is still 700 gold off. He doesn't actually have the entire thing. So
no, Universe has the mech.
Oh, does he?
Team.
Oh, actually
PPD also?
Universe.
PPD
Wow.
might be just going for Crimson. Obviously, we know very good against the Drow. So
yeah,
unless it's a mistake.
No, that's actually fine. Wow, I just missed that. I wonder if EG wanna go for tier 2 towers now. They got the tier 2 mid, and that's a pretty big blow. But they could sit back and farm for a bit now, which it seems like they're doing. The Blink Dagger, of course, on Void now to initiate even harder. It's all about closing distance. The way they play, they get really close and personal with Na'Vi. And Na'Vi, they can really only Oracle ulti one guy, and then as soon as that happens, they go on someone else.
Yeah.
You saw that in the last fight. They Oracle ulted Enchantress, and they're like, okay, we're going to leave her.
Wanted to make an advancement for Dendi, but obviously Dendi privy to it. Quickly TP's out from the trouble. But up to the point, you're right, they were taking things a little bit slow. But and now it looks like EG are going to be coming together, and they'll be the team to make an advancement for possibly some more tier 2s, specifically up here in the top lane. So we'll have to see what Na'Vi want to do to defend. Because the problem I'm seeing is if EG get to a point where they're making an advancement on Na'Vi and even pushing into their high ground, I mean, would you say Na'Vi even have very good high ground defense?
Not really. It's a very committing high ground defense. They have to go in with the puck ulti and follow up and just run in. They can't just sit back and clear the waves that easily.
Yeah.
Because the only real thing they have for that is just the puck illusory orb. Nothing else clears the creep waves. And
Fear is in a fantastic spot, waiting for the pocket chrono here. Now they are going to be able to blow up Sumail quickly. Fear continues to wait. There goes the time splitter. Fear jumps in, gets a chrono. It's only for Ditya Ra. Actually, he did catch General. It's right on top of him there. We'll be able to help finish him off with the assistance coming out from Universe here. Ditya Ra, who is also stuck in that chrono, tries to run off to the left. Can't hide in the trees. Fear's going to blink on in and catch him and take him down. Another strong fight for EG as they get a follow-up cleanup. Fear makes it a double as he clears out Sonico. Art Style going to be next on the list for the boys, and they'll be able to finish him off. Triple kill for Fear.
yeah, they blew everything on the TA there, and I think the puck silence is one of the big things that they can't use like that to get a pick off on a TA, because then you have all these other heroes getting their spells off as they want.
Yeah.
And if you don't stop Elder Titan and Void, that's just gonna be very troublesome for your team.
Here comes EG, man. Now they're moving in for a tier 3.
No intention of stopping either.
And it really feels like EG know that this is
Radiant's top
Tier
their
3 is
moment
gone.
here. They'll take the tier 3, and it looks like they'll play it safe from that point on. They back out right away, and we'll go back into the grind. Huge winnings for them, though.
And they almost have an entire Orchid on this Nature's Prophet. The sad part about that for Navi is that the silence is going to be so good. When he goes behind lines and gets Oracle, or even on a puck, he has to self-fuels himself. And after that, he can't be as aggressive anymore. It's just going to be a great item. And again, Roshan up
Yeah,
with a
very
Vladimir's Deso.
short timer. EG, though, look at this. Acknowledge that Na'Vi are going to be beelining it that way. They have the ward. They had the ward back in the mid lane, so they probably saw the transition coming in from Na'Vi. And it looks like they'll just kind of play it a bit patiently. Na'Vi move right in, place the ward on the high ground. EG, though, in a good spot. Kind of staying out from that vision here, but they do spot Zai. So they begin to make a move that way, and Zai quickly gets out.
The sad thing here for Navi is that they can't really just go for it.
No, they
Elder
can't.
Titan is way too good at zoning you from Rosh. Look at this. As soon as the Spirit comes in, it's like, oh, you want to keep going?
Oh,
okay, I'll
EG
just
would
stump you.
love to take a fight in a choke point like this.
They
With
just get
that, with
stumped.
the Chrono, with the side blade, Sphere makes his move. He catch a 3-man Chrono setup coming out.
Oh, the
Na'Vi
splitter.
got to respond. There's a huge splitter follow. They get the silence for Fear. It looks like they will be able to burst down the Faceless Void. And now the follow-up from Sumail is able to crush on 4. They take down 2. They take down 3. Sumail with the triple kill, and EG move right back into the pit to take what's rightfully theirs.
This is just Sumail or Fear. Pick one, you kill that guy, and then you die to the other guy. That's what happens for Navi right now.
This time they chose Fear, but the problem is Sumail hits a lot harder.
Man, Navi going for that was... It's such... Oh, Dendi.
Dendy's in trouble.
I don't think he can catch him.
That's the puck factor now with Yules, with Blink. It ain't going to be easy.
He just can't get out.
Oh.
Just barely.
That was close.
It's just very indicative of how far behind Navi feel when they go for that Roshan. Because as I said, they can't go for Roshan against Elder Titan. That Spirit is going to destroy you. And that's exactly what happened. The Spirit stomped 2 of them, and then Fear just blinks in, time walks in, Chronos 2. And the fight was over from there, really.
I guess they feel like that's one of their outs in hopes of kind of moving that Rosh Pit, catch EG, weak from doing the Rosh from the previous fight.
Yeah.
Hope you could take a big fight there, take the Rosh, and take the game back.
Exactly.
High risk, high reward, but this time there was no reward at all. EG were onto it. They had a good ward in the mid lane. They adjusted their positioning, and they were ready for a counter fight. Now Na'Vi, they got a high ground defend, Waga, or they will lose game number 1.
And this is where the Dragonlance comes into good play as well for the TA. Can sit back a little bit farther and to poke the high ground.
Casual side blade action here. Na'Vi have to be very mindful of their own positioning here.
I think EG want to take it a little bit slow, though. You look at that cooldown on the Chronosphere, just 10 more seconds, and then they can go. It's really about the combo between Elder Titan and Void, and they work so well together. Zai and Fear. And even the Solar Crest on Zai on his Elder Titan. Very big item this game.
Sumail makes his move in, bashes down General a few times, takes a shot, backs out. He's got Hurricane Pike to work with now, and still has an Aegis. Denny makes his move in. He's going to be forced to Yules. Gets Yulesed up, sidesteps Fear, jumps in, gets Citron, Artstyle, both caught under the Chrono, while Denny moves to the side, gets nuked down by PPD, and now EG going to be looking to go for the closing blow here. Na'Vi forced to retreat back behind their racks. That Hurricane Pike damage coming up from Sumail way back and beyond, and then the jump in with the final blow, punches him right in the mouth, and will take Na'Vi out. They're going to be forced to double buyback. Denny moves back in, gets off a big coil between 2, but Na'Vi split back, moves in. General tries to come in hard to the back lines, but he gets crushed down himself. Fear makes a commitment back in. Denny, gonna self-fuels, goes off to the side. Ditya annihilated and out. Triple kill for Sumail. No more buybacks here for Na'Vi. They lose this one. This game is done, and it looks like that's going to be the case. They begin folding in within themselves, and that is going to be game. It takes about 24 minutes, and EG will claim game number 1 of this 2-game series.
That was a very effective stop to the Drow strat. They just really pulled it back as well after a hard early game. They managed to turn it around. When Artstyle got that momentum on his Enchantress, I thought Navi would be in a good spot, but not a single tier 2 tower was really taken.
Well, EG, get off on the right foot here. A good start for game number 1. And, I mean, we both felt after the draft that this was going to be pretty heavily favored Na'Vi. I mean, they got a lot of signature picks for themselves. The Artstyle Enchantress in the early game was so good. But the tipping point came, and EG just eventually took over. What do you think was probably the most significant moment where it's like, okay, EG are...
I think
EG have
one of the big thing is General didn't kill anything. And when General doesn't get momentum, Na'Vi actually struggle a lot. And they put a really hard-to-kill hero against him, the Faceless Void. Yes, he died 2 times in the early game still because Enchantress just was so powerful, but General did not get the momentum. Slaughter was not really a factor in this game.
Well, we'll cut to a small break. When we come back, myself, Kyle Guy, and Waga will be here for game number 2 of EG versus Na'Vi. We'll see you soon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Heat number 2, Day 1 group stage coverage of the one and only TI6. Probably the greatest esports tournament on the frickin' planet, if I'm not mistaken. I'm Kyle Guy, this is Waga, and I know he agrees with me.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it better, man. I agree.
Too much money for these players. They want a piece of that big old pie. But it's a very scary group stage for all these teams to make their way through, and making the difference between being in that upper bracket and lower bracket.
Oh, yes.
It's a lot of money difference right there.
It's a big money difference, and it's a big pressure difference. Because those games, when you're through the group stage, you're going to be on main stage. And that's a different feel. You see teams make more mistakes there, but also see some bigger plays. You know, some players, they step up to the pressure and just outperform. So,
and others
but first,
not.
First, yeah, others not so much. But first, they got to get there. We see the ban phase here. EG versus Navi game 2. Mirana and Shadow Demon being banned out. Both of them were banned in the first game as well.
Anything from that first game that you think they might need to get rid of here in the first phase here and now? I mean, at first in the early game, it looked like Navi's Enchantress was a lot of trouble. No ban on the Wisp so far, so maybe, you know, I wonder if Navi are going to allow EG to pick it because they used it in the last series they had against Wings.
Huh?
Oh, they banned it, okay.
Not so much. They want it gone.
So possibly Elder Titan again right away?
I think they will open Elder Titan. It's a really strong opening pick. You can go many different directions with it, but Faceless Void obviously is the strongest combo available. And if not, you could also go Faceless Void as one of your first picks as well. As for Navi, I don't think it was so much about draft, because the way EG did it was just outplaying in the team fights. They really just ran at them and took them down, and they were going to see the same opening. How do you react this time if you're Navi?
That is not something I would have been expecting either for Game 1. If you're looking at Navi like, well, they have a draft they could ask for. They have what we feel like is the better draft. And I would have felt that Navi probably would have came in playing a bit of a crisper game just based on, well, their recent showing, Star Ladder winning the whole event.
Sure.
But yeah, I was quite surprised. EG definitely stepped up in that last game. And
normally, I see Navi as a power friendship kind of team. Right? All of them are normally shining a lot. Like their mid player plays good, their supports are doing what they want. You know, Soneko and Artstyle are legendary by this moment. And I just feel they're all contributing. But in last game, it was really only Artstyle. You know, like we were focusing a lot on how beautiful his rotations were, but we didn't have any farm coming in on a draw. There was nothing really happening on the offlane. Even with all these rotations, it seemed like they didn't get much footing.
Another notable thing that maybe Navi need to consider, and I don't mean to call anyone out, but it was seeing General underperform like that for Game 1, or at least maybe he made a questionable item commitment, you know, maybe stalling out for the blink or not farming enough time for the blink, but seeing General not be a high impact in the game definitely affects Navi's game,
it does.
like overall.
Because he takes over games when he has a good start. We've seen him get solo kills on one-on-one lanes on his off lane very often, and we also see what he does when he gets that gold. But here we are going to see Navi deny that pickup and go for a Witch Doctor, so they don't give away the crack combo with the Chronosphere, but now they have themselves a nice little thing with the Death Ward.
It kind of takes you back a bit, almost, what was it, like TI4 was like the first time we saw a lot of corny, like Faceless Void plus Skywrath Mage at the time, and occasionally teams would swoop in with the Witch Doctor, which then you could put the Death Ward inside the Chrono. Still have a good combo with it on the outside, but the Witch Doctor also kind of can limit the hero pool for EG a bit. I was going to say, you know, now that means that Universe can't go for like a Nature's Prophet or even like a Beastmaster potentially, because you could run into problems there, but they were quick to pick up the Bat Rider as a substitute.
Oh, definitely. Bat Rider is still extremely high tier and not a weird first phase pick at all. And even though it kind of wakes up targets a little bit easily for Elder Titan Stomp, it's still fine. And I think it's a strong hero against Faceless Void. Damage over time is something he doesn't deal with that well. He can time walk away one damage instance, sure, but Bat Rider will just slowly melt you down, and you can't really time walk against that.
And as we know with EG and Bat Rider, they are one of those teams that has a bit of flexibility with it. We don't know if it's going to be the Universe Bat Rider, or, you know, they could pull an audible and throw Sumail on the Bat Rider in the mid lane. So they do have that kind of flexibility to work with, and we'll see if we end up seeing a shift in gears or not.
To me, it would feel a little bit strange, though. I know Sumail has experimented with different heroes on the mid lane, but I just feel he does so much better on a DPS kind of right-clicking mid hero.
Oh, yeah.
So I would love to see him just play something else and let Universe have this.
So second phase, this time EG will ban and acknowledge the Enchantress here.
You have to have been a little bit scared if you were EG in last game, because every single lane was suffering the punishment of Artstyle.
Yeah, it's just too comfortable for him. You don't want to give him that kind of option here. There is no real early threat of a possible Huskar, so I don't think that's too necessary for either team. You know, maybe could still pop out, but without seeing a Dazzle or an Oracle yet in the draft, it might be something the captains decide to kind of pass on. But this is where things could get weird. You could see teams try to just quickly, you know, sneak in something like a Broodmother or something. Like, this is where the draft gets scary.
Yeah, second phase is when you kind of bring out the stuff that you didn't expect, because Faceless Void, Batrider, Elder Titan, all of these are very obvious heroes in the current meta. But I really think that Huskar is so high tier among the kind of cheese picks, and both EG and Na'Vi have done it, and in fact done it consecutively. EG previously today did it 2 times in a row, and as we mentioned earlier, Na'Vi, they in fact won Star Series the final game with it. The final game they just won on an outdraft 100%. The game was over when the draft was done, pretty much. And that's how dangerous it is if you don't prepare for the Huskar.
Early ban on the Axe. Now that is interesting. That tells more, I think, for Na'Vi than anything else. I wonder if that means that they could decide to follow up with a later, you know, Dazzle or something or other. Because I don't know if we've seen EG pick up the Axe too much. It's more. It more feels like we don't want them to have an Axe to counter what we are thinking about going.
They banned it in the first phase, in fact, in last game.
They did?
Yeah, and it was also something that caught me a little bit off guard, but there was a lot of stuff happening.
I know teams don't like to scrim against each other in the same group, but I wonder if this is something that they have seen in scrim play or not.
Yeah, in general, the groups try to scrim against each other so they don't show their strategies, but here they are going to go back for an Oracle, so okay then.
Could possibly see a 4th pick Huskar.
Banning Axe is something you do when you want to have Huskar.
Yeah.
That's definitely something I feel, because he has pure damage, and he can also very easily go for Blade Mail, which destroys Huskar.
What do you think then? Do EG have to acknowledge it enough that what if they grab like an early AA or something? I mean, you already have Witch Doctor heal and Oracle heal. It might be an okay justified pick if the Huskar doesn't come out.
You could go for that. I also think that Batrider might be underrated against Huskar. Just the damage over time makes it really hard to armor toggle, and then you have the turn rates, which can also really mess you up. But they need to make sure they don't pick something that's inherently weak against Huskar, and I think they're fine. If they see a Huskar on the next pick, then they can start countering it.
Yeah.
So just pick up your mid hero, in fact, or your carry hero. Any of those two are fine.
Maybe like Timber, I guess, is always a trusty pick. That could be good against a Huskar. It could be good against any lineup. So, you know, maybe EG just kind of starting to spitball a bit with Sumail, with whoever, with Fear, and being like, what do you guys think about this right now?
Sumail also likes to play the Timbersaw. He did play a very weird Timbersaw at Manila Major, though, but I think he has adapted more now, probably, and seen the other successful Timbers, because he did something very strange and maxed out the 3rd skill when he was solo mid Timber, and it did not work out well.
Okay, this is interesting.
Okay.
What if... Now, is it possible, if Na'Vi skip on Huskar here, EG take it themselves?
We have the same thing happening there, right? The damage over time against Void, we already mentioned, is good. And Huskar really is not a hero you want to be against as Void. Even your bash is magical damage, so it's hard to bring him down. And yeah, they could definitely pick it. It's the hero... It's the cheese hero of the tournament so far has been Huskar. If you don't count the Drow late picks, but Drow everyone is kind of seeing as a normal hero, I think, by now. It's not even surprising.
We go back the way of Na'Vi, and Na'Vi have seen now this Dazzle come out from EG, so in their mind, they could be thinking, are they thinking about going for this Huskar? Are we thinking about going Huskar? What is happening here? Or, you know,
maybe...
you know, they still have like trusty picks they've gone for in the past, like the Lycanthrope for Ditya. Do you think that the push pressure there, or the aggression could fit possibly? I mean, EG have not really shown their hand as far as what their game plan is.
They could do so many things on Na'Vi. They could even go for Invoker or Tinker. I think any of those heroes for Dendi are also fine here. Or even go back for something like... okay, they go for the Huskar.
Okay, they're in.
They're
They're
committed.
in. And I could tell you, Waga, if we sat here and we thought about it, EG probably thought about it too, so they probably expected this.
Oh yeah, this is not news to anyone. When Oracle comes out, you know that, okay, there might be a Huskar.
You start thinking 2 steps ahead, so EG have to have something on the back burner here right now in preparation for when this Huskar was to come out.
I can see in one way how Dazzle works if you're expecting a Huskar, because you have the Weave, and you also have all physical damage from Dazzle. He doesn't do any magical damage, so he's quite strong at bringing Huskar down, and when you lower the armor of Huskar, that's how you deal with him easily.
If they had gone for that AA, though, this definitely probably would not have been a Huskar pick, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
but
I guess you're worried.
That's the worrisome part, because then
Yeah.
exactly
If you
they pick
commit for the
something
AA
else.
and they don't get it, then you're like, ah. So I imagine EG were in that bit of a struggle. But they go
Exactly.
for the Ursa as the man fighter.
A graved up Ursa going into man fight, an Oracle ultied Huskar. Okay, well I think
Who
Oracle,
wins that? you
Oracle
know?
ulti Huskar for
Yeah.
sure, because the heal from Inner Vitality and Oracle ulti is just it's insane how much it heals.
Maybe they're waiting to add one other piece of the puzzle to
Oh.
make sure that Ursa wins that fight.
I think so.
That's the Sumail hero. So you get extra possible firepower, and the Timber's still there.
10 seconds
Maybe
remaining.
someone who gets in the face, jumps the backlines to that Oracle and takes him out right
5
away.
seconds
I love
remaining.
the Razor ban. I think that was a good, smart ban, because Razor would have been quite strong here for EG. But I think
Reserve
Timbersaw
time.
is a valid other option. Just can, without committing so hard, he can actually bring down the Huskar just by nuking him with Chakram and then diving in when he needs to. But I wonder what EG are scared of here for Navi to pick.
Yeah, we look at the
We
side
know
of
it's a Huskar
Na'Vi.
strat.
Yeah, it's a Huskar strat.
Typically,
for sure.
Huskar strats, they break high ground quite early. Some games even
5
end
seconds
in
remaining.
like 15 to 18 minutes. So you have to pick something that doesn't take long to get online.
I mean,
And,
Dendi, as we know, has a. Oh, that says to me that they're going to be going Timber. A ban on SK is like one of the best final picks that Na'Vi could have gone. I mean, man, that would have been dramatic if EG are like, we're on board with the Timber idea, and then Na'Vi got that Dendi Sand King to match up against it potentially. That
Yeah.
could have been pretty damn dramatic. So
Yeah, it's very hard to
10
lane melee
seconds
against the
remaining.
Caustic Finale. Even though Timbersaw normally does well against strength melee heroes, Sun
5
King is a lane that
seconds
you don't
remaining.
really win. You just lose. So good ban, and I think you have to respect it.
Ooh, a Viper. Very
Okay.
Navi's
different
turn to pick.
than what you would consider a Sumail hero. Sumail, clashy,
It's-
flashy, young gun.
Yep.
Vipers, nah.
Let's play Viper. It's basically like, you know, he's driving the subway right now.
Yeah, it's like, this is a lot of work, guys.
it's going one way. That's what Viper
10
does.
seconds remaining.
But it does fit the bill right here. And,
So who do you get if you're Dendi?
5
OD?
seconds
Like you have to. Viper is like one of the mid laners who usually wins most matchups. It's like, isn't like the Trinity like Viper, Razor, OD are like some of the best mid laners in the
They
game.
can just lane Huskar mid as well. That's the thing. They can put Huskar mid and come in with the Witch Doctor to harass, or even with the Oracle to slow down. And Viper is in trouble pretty quickly. So they're gonna do Dendi Juggernaut, mid Juggernaut.
Interesting.
It's gonna be a very hard offlane for Evil Geniuses to contest. As a Huskar, you pretty much auto-win your safe lane. You can't really lose, no matter what the hero is. But Batrider can always farm jungle.
That's true. It looks like another game, though, that might not go too long. This doesn't look like a
Nope.
40-minute, 50-minute
Nope.
kind of a game, Waga. This
I'm
looks
gonna-
like a potential 15 to 25-minute kind of a game right
I'm
now.
Setting it under 25 for sure, maybe even under 20, you know, that's what we expect from something like this. If it goes late though, then it's going to be pretty interesting to see the team fights go down because of the Grave and the False Promise. It will be sort of a mind game. You have to bait out the ulti from Oracle or the Grave and then take the fight afterwards.
I'm telling you, like all the predictions I had made, I was coming on the back of the meta we had been seeing, and I was anticipating we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Shadow Demon picks and stuff. Nope, not the case at all.
Right.
Oracle, every game.
He's banned all the time, the Shadow Demon. People
Yeah.
rate him very high.
All right, quick predictions here. Team with the most kills. And by the way, my mini-map works. I'm so happy. Team with the most kills at the end of the game. Well, if things go right, I imagine Na'Vi should be one to take the most kills in the game.
I'm on board actually, even though I think EG outperformed them pretty hard in the first game. Yeah, I'll go Navi.
Team with the most runes picked up by 10 minutes in. You got Viper, Sumail mid lane, Dendi,
I
Jug.
think Juggernaut and the Witch Doctor will roam around a lot for the runes compared to a Viper. I don't think he's going to go for runes that much.
Total number of towers killed before 25 minutes. Well, this is a
Oh,
pretty
wow.
fast-paced game.
Well, we expect the entire game to be over around that time,
I
so
know, so 6 to 10, 11 to 5.
I'll do 6 to 10, I think.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And finally, it looks like a player who gets the longest kill
30
streak.
seconds to
I'm
battle.
going to go with the Immortal Huskar, actually. This is very Navi-heavy predictions from me, but
I'm going to go one with Fear.
Yeah.
Just because I got a fantasy card on him, you know.
all right.
You know, it works.
Got to be true to your cards.
Yeah. And it's a hard one because these are two very, very popular teams right now. Very hype matchup, and it looks like Navi going to be favoring the bottom half here. But looking through their item, early item progression, doesn't look like any sort of
Void
audible
might steal the
calls.
top rune. They're going to get both runes.
The
They could.
battle
General
begins.
thinking about sneaking in for it. Pops up. He grabs it.
Yep.
Both runes going to be going to Navi the start of game 2.
What a great start. I mean, it doesn't feel like a good or a big impact anymore because it's no experience. But as an offlaner, you get 100 gold, you're gonna celebrate. You know, it's a party for General now. He's happy.
And it also looks like Artstyle had dewarded too on top of it. So it's gonna be a nice little start for Na'Vi on this one. Artstyle also gonna be moving up and ahead to scout out maybe the creep wave coming forward. Universe will be there, and EG, at least at the start of this, again, will be running kind of a dual offlane setup here. And PPD will just be kind of playing tag team in this mid lane, as it's more of a 2-on-2 now.
All right, then. Well, this is a lane where Viper Dazzle really trade quite effectively early on. And likewise, bottom lane, Delta Titan and Batrider are not that easy to go up against.
Uh-oh, they're making a move for
committing
Zai.
goals.
Coconut, double bounce on Zai.
Wow.
Very unfortunate luck right there for him. He will be going down first blood to Dendi.
Oh, Universe! He's gonna
He
die!
wants it so bad, will get it, but you're going to be handing over 2 kills to Dendi with it. Double kill for Dendi's Jug. That's a nice start.
They dealt with that lane so well. They kind of had to do that. Go high committing and just take the fights. If they sat back and just tried to trade hits, they were actually going to lose the lane really hard. So I love the way they played that. Going already on level 1.
Not good for EG. I mean, you put this aggro offlane setup, you're hoping that kind of the opposite happens here in a 2v2 matchup here, where you're trying to pressure the Jug from really getting anything, and you end up handing over 2 kills. So it's on them to kind of find their way back into this. Is Dendi going to be grabbing up an early stick? It doesn't feel like it's too necessary at the time. Well, Artstyle still already has his. Actually, he goes in there and grabs one now.
Surprised Sumail hasn't skilled up the corrosive skin at all against a Huskar who keeps burning spearing him.
Now, I haven't seen Sumail play Viper too much. I don't know how familiar he is with these kind of matchups.
Well, as a mid player, I'm sure he's played everything quite a lot, but it's just going to be really good for him. He'll get it on level 3, I'm sure.
Yep. We'll have to see how that matchup does progress. We know Viper not to be one to scale too far in the late game and is hoping to make his kind of impact sooner than later. Is it going to be a kind of a Viper game where you might need to consider going more utility-based, get that early mech, let's say? Or does he need to be more of a fighter kind of a build and focus more on...
I like the long-range build, the Dragonlance early. It's super good in laning stage. It's really good against Huskar, as you don't want to get too close to him. And that way you can slow him down, get that 40% slow on him, and not let him get close enough to jump you. I think Dragonlance into maybe even a farming Yashabin. Oh, Sumail.
Yeah, he's hitting a lot of nuke damage here. So Nico only with level 1 Purifying Flames. That's not going to be enough to burst him down. Could end up healing Sumail a little bit, but man, those burning spears do so much. Zai shows up, gets off the stomp.
Oh man,
Zai takes down Ditya.
Zai has such good positioning in these games. Like previous game, he was dominating. Sure, he died once this game already as well, but he also just made a kill happen on the mid.
He had a haste rune just before that, and he was just flirting around the bottom lane where Na'Vi pinged out, so they must have figured he wasn't in the neighborhood any longer.
Yeah.
But he used the back end of that speed boost to kind of put himself in a good position towards that mid lane, help set up.
I feel quite bad for General in the top lane. This Void against Ursa lane is so terrible. Oh no, and he failed. You have to stay out of range for a long time so the Fury Swipes entirely get off you. Because if he refreshes it, all the previous stacks stay, and the cooldown is reset.
That is annoying.
It's very hard to lane against.
You see it in the CS game right now, how much it's crippled him in the one-on-one matchup. I mean, Fear, King of CS, 20-0, while Void's still at 9-0 right now. So Fear going to make a good potential fight back here.
It's a near impossible lane, actually. Many melee heroes struggle against Ursa.
I mean, the nice thing for Faceless Void is he's not going to get bullied enough out of the XP range. But yeah, Batrider bottom lane. Dendi goes in deep with a Blade Fury. Now the rotation comes out from Zai, and Na'Vi will have to pump the brakes a bit. Don't want to overcommit and get too greedy where this Batrider could just kind of fly up and away.
It's a very even start so far, though. Despite the fact that Ursa is free farming quite a lot, the mid lane is very dead even.
Dendi does have those 2 kills to match up against Fear's high CS game. But you are right, this game does feel like it's pretty close to an even playing field. And for both of these drafts, they're very critical to succeed in the early game. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but with Drows, with Huskars, keep popping up every game, that's how it is.
It's the way Dota is right now shaped, the way teams play it.
Okay, beautiful. Coconut bounces between PPD and Sumail multiple times, allows Na'Vi to creep into the high ground and try to get off the bursting damage. They will lose their Huskar just before taking down Sumail's Viper. Follow-up blow is going to be taken down to Soniko Oracle, and now they're looking for a bit of more here. Are they going to commit in deep for it? Zai looking to go for the stomp, actually forces Artstyle back into them, but not enough. Good dodge. It looked like it could have been scary to walk back towards them, but he is able to avoid the stomp. And
he stayed calmed. Just didn't panic as they started going on.
Good heads-up play from Na'Vi, and now EG are going to pull up and ahead here.
In fact, Corrosive Skin kind of saved them there, because 3 of them got stomped by the Elder Titan, but 2 of them had Corrosive Skin, so they immediately woke up again. Else they could maybe have been in a really bad spot against EG there.
Touchback with Fear here, still grinding away right now. How long should he be focused being here, grinding away before, you know, you make your early moves, whether that be towards, you know, some sort of kill setups or going for the Rosh?
Face Boost Blink.
Phase Boots Blink.
I think when you have those 2 items, you can start doing whatever you want. As you threaten to kill anyone, and even if you don't go, oh, they're going to try and kill him, though.
Yep, surprise Witch Doctor now. Fear, who had been doing his own thing for quite a while, now pops up the ultimate and thinks about going man mode here, but then there's going to be the chrono play from General. PPD shows up, and he's got a grave waiting just in case, and that's Na'Vi going, oh no, we got to get the hell out of here, but that's not going to be happening. Even Universe and Zai shows up to get in on the action. So 4-man rotation from EG to this top lane as they take down the Witch Doctor, who tried to make his own ganking attempt.
It's a strange rotation, though. Coming in with a no maledict Witch Doctor trying to kill like that, you need to be very lucky with the bashes to get that kill. Especially as you know the Dazzle is gonna have a TP ready.
Now EG trickling down from that top lane. Zai shows up first, gets off a decent stomp.
Again, Corrosive Skin saving him, though. He
Yep.
immediately wakes up. So, in fact, the Burning Spear onto the Viper is what keeps him safe.
Very interesting, and does obviously make things a bit tricky if Zai wanted to get any sort of potential setup near Sumail.
Hey, Sumail was right all along. Should not skill Corrosive Skin against this.
We'll have to make do with it, I guess, in the meantime here, as EG continue to kind of stride across the map. It looks like Fear will actually adventure elsewhere now. He heads towards the bottom lane, could grind out the rest of his farm here, and then be that much closer to the Rosh Pit if an opportunity does present itself.
I suppose he realizes the Juggernaut might be the biggest threat right now. Just to make sure to shut down Dendi a little bit, since he has 2 kills as well to his name.
Yeah, it's a very different kind of a game for Dendi than what we're used to seeing from the classic mid lane Na'Vi player. As he continues his own grind of farm, and it's actually Ditya who takes the mid lane and is more involved in the action here. As him and Sonika are going to have to camp out behind this tower. EG make their slow approach, not just there, but also in the bottom. This is a moment for the Witch Doctor, I guess, to farm up in the top lane to muscle towards his level 6.
Yeah, he's doing that, and they're also getting a lot of pressure with the Void, just taking tower damage here. And neither team really wants to fight, it seems. They're kind of dodging each other. Can they go on Dendi?
They go making a move, they jump in, they get the lasso. Can they take him down before the Omni? He has a mango if necessary, but doesn't want to commit in for it. They will be able to bring him down. EG successful on that front, and they might try to go for a +1 on this tier 1 tower in the top, or in the bottom, because the top lane tier 1 already going down to Na'Vi.
They sort of traded Dendi for a tower right there, though. But
Yeah.
now I think they need to make something happen on mid lane, like jump in, actually.
PPD's close. Once the Viper Strike goes out, Sonika tries to help out Ditya, but they are going to be able to get the finish here, and it looks like it could be a twofer as they get the Soniko drop. Zion a killing spree. General looking for the response, moves in, gets the chrono, catches 2. They look to go for Sumail first. They will bring him down, and now they're going to be looking for Chase here on PPD, and Zai also nearby. Universe waiting, though. Na'Vi.
There's a DD rune as well. They can give that to Ursa and try to take Rosh if they want to. There's no chrono now.
Dendi has his Omni. Thinks about moving in. But there's no chrono setup, obviously.
They're just waiting.
Yeah, I mean, EG just using their positional advantage. And now with
They're
Art
kinda
Style coming in
sacking
and
PPD now,
Soniko,
though.
numbers are starting to come in for Na'Vi. Universe makes his move, walks in. Fear's going to get off a couple of shots for Dendi here. They're waiting for Dendi to finish. Flame Break back, going for more. Dendi still running away. Universe with no more mana, no lasso to work with. Now they see Art Style very low on the low ground. While Fear trying to tag down Dendi, will get him. That's 2 dropped on the side of Na'Vi. EG with the fight back now. They get the stomp set up for General, and now Fear looks to move in and finish up the Faceless Void. Will be able to do so. Sumail with the double kill. EG claim the lives of 3.
Na'Vi plays so aggressive there, even after committing their Chronosphere, and they didn't really have anything else to use. The Huskar was just respawning. He was actually low HP as well. It's just, or low level as well. I don't think they can take the fight like that. You just got surrounded by EG, and then you run along this cliff edge here. And if you fight against a Batrider along that cliff, he's just going to be able to go up and down whenever he wants to. I've talked to a lot of Batrider players. That's the dream, basically.
Now Na'Vi back. Dendi is not in fighting shape. He's going to have to heal up here. Eats a Viper Strike casually, and will await the rest of his comrades to make their own approach towards the mid lane. Na'Vi trying to at least get a bit of an economy boost by bringing down this tier 1 in the mid.
One big thing though is that EG have nothing really on Universe so far. He's not getting close to Blink Dagger. He's been going for a lot of cheap items, and he does have 2-1-4 as his stats, but he doesn't have the money for a Blink at all.
Yeah, the biggest boost for EG in that last fight was just their own position advantage. Like, they had Universe in a spot where he didn't even need to have a blink. He was covering the high ground well. Na'Vi looking to make a move. Mid lane, commit in with a Coconut, with a Death Ward, and an Omni, and it's all going to be more than enough to bring down the Viper. Beautiful two-man Chrono comes out from General to catch both Universe and PPD. Universe gets a lasso, gets a pullback, gets the Grave from PPD to help keep him alive while Zai moves on forward. Is going to be enough to bring down General, and Na'Vi withdraw. They get the hell back. Going to be happy and committed to get the one-man takedown and possible tower, but Artstyle is going to get stomped up. Universe and Zai begin to tag team him a bit. Here comes Oracle from the high ground. No, he's not on the high ground. He's stuck within the trees while Fear continues to move on forward. Can he get Dendi? He's moving for it. He'll get it done. This Ursa becoming quite the machine now as he wraps up and over. Zai also gets the grab on the Oracle. Artstyle still also in the mix, will also get dropped. Zai gets a double.
Can we just take a moment to praise Zai for how great he is at this hero?
He is.
First game, he completely shut it down with it, and now again, 6-1-4 as a support Elder Titan. He's just been at the right place, right time, and he shows how strong this stomp is. You stomp one enemy support, and then you have 5 seconds to run up. It's forever.
Fear's like, thank you very much. I'll be there in just a second.
Yeah.
And then he just goes to work right now. And if you looked at Fear's items, you wouldn't even think he was that much of a beast. But the setup is there, his team's behind him, and he just goes to work.
Yeah, he also has the Blink Dagger coming out now in the Courier, so he's got his farm now. And this is just going to get a lot harder for Na'Vi. And it's a little bit reminiscent of last game.
Oh, Artstyle, you might have come to the wrong neighborhood here, but Dendi does move in, him in general. Looking to go to work, but they have no Chrono, no real big setup on the side of Na'Vi. Universe says, I got set up for EG, grabs Ichiro, pulls him to the low ground. He's going to be forced to hop up and above and tries to break his way out, but he's not going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, huge stomp again from Zai. On the backhand side, Na'Vi going to get crushed down. The Earth Splitter also there, so Nico has to save himself with the false promise, but Fear is not going to be able to get him. Actually, he will. Not going to be enough when he makes it back to the fountain. 4 go down from Na'Vi. It's like, what, Waga? 3 back-to-back fights, all going for EG. This is becoming insurmountable.
They're just extremely outpositioned in every single fight. And one big thing that I think is game losing for them in this game, they don't have time dilation. The entire game, they're just team fighting, but he has opted not to skill time dilation. I think this is a massive mistake by Na'Vi. I'm not going to call it on the player individually, because I think if you're going to play like this, then you need time dilation. It's going to be so good against all of EG. 6 seconds extra cooldown, you would make the Shadow Wave have twice as long cooldown, for instance. Just going to have a massive impact. Or Batrider sticking Napalm, of course.
Is it too soon now to say that it's possible this Huskar could be pretty damn irrelevant? He's trying to man up on PPD.
Yeah, he's going to get him.
He will get that kill.
Actually, Witch Doctor, the cask, comes in and takes that money. So even that little money, Ditya doesn't get. No, he's definitely in struggle town because Viper hits him so hard from so far away, and then you have Ursa also just going in and man-moding him. And Weave is having a big impact.
Ooh,
the Magnus armor.
Oh, Universe spotted General. His lasso comes off cooldown at the perfect moment for him to hog tie up the little faceless guy. And Fear will be able to kind of knock him down.
This game is really crumbling so quickly right now.
Full 720 right now, all for EG.
It's not looking great. 13 minutes and we've seen 27 kills.
Well, that's what you kind of expect with a Huskar versus Ursa kind of a game. We knew it was going to be pretty action-packed, but this one feeling a little one-sided at the moment. But Na'Vi do try to persevere.
Na'Vi has a lot of carry heroes, but the downside right now is that even the enemy Elder Titan is out-farming them. So the Void and the Huskar are 1,000 gold behind, in fact.
Ditya says, you want this bounty rune? Springs the trap and makes a jump for Sumail. But of all the people to come for the rune, the Viper may not be the easiest target, but he wants to commit on in for it. So Nico helps him out with a false promise, but Fear makes a jump and wipes out that Oracle. Ditya Raw fighting on the back end life of his false promise, barely alive, will end up going down. It's a 3-for-2 trade. General now surrounded between 3 EG members. The blue uniforms surround him, and he says, get the hell away! Drops the Chrono and defensively purely just to save his own life, and it might still not be good enough. It looks like he's found the clear path and will be able to escape, but
He
that's
runs
when you
over a ward,
know
though.
things are not going so well if you have to pull out a chrono like that.
Fear still thinking about it as he ran over a ward. Everyone is kind of chasing this little void.
He
He
has
should be
TP
fine,
on
but-
cooldown for 20 more seconds. They're pinging, they're chasing. Fear
Oh,
says,
God.
where do you think you're going, little boy?
Okay, he should be fine. You shouldn't be able to find a time-walking dude in the trees. Will be hard. But this game, EG feel like they can do whatever they want there. It's just, even with the Inner Vitality and Oracle combo, they don't have levels enough to really make it work. There's only one level in Inner Vitality. It didn't heal enough. Oscar instant died after the Oracle ulti.
And obviously with the Oracle sporting nothing, he has to be really close for even getting off all of his spells, and which
Exactly.
means Fear just jumps right into his lap and says, oh, I'm glad you got that false promise off. Your life is now ended, and I'm going to move on to the next target here. And
That's where you want that Etherland, so you can sit back really far away and not get jumped, but Ursa doesn't play that game. He will find you.
yeah.
He has face boots, he has blink, and you're an Oracle.
And Fear's kind of a guy who's been around the block. He's played every position in the books. He knows where the supports like to hide, and he knows where to find them. And on this Ursa,
And he's
he
looking
shows it
for
here.
more.
He's like, sees Ditch it there.
He has the Aegis, so this is going to be an initiation on the
Thinking
Huskar
about
for
cutting
sure.
him off, but he's been spotted. Ditch can't get away from Zion's spirit. And Fear eventually isolates him, shoves him into a corner, and puts in the work. Already is a basher and nearly 1,100 gold to his name. As Ursa continues to get mightier and mightier at about 8K of net worth to his name. Sumail's the second. The highest net worth is still Dendi for Na'Vi, but as you can see, he's having to play the game very, very cautiously, very safe.
It is a little bit awkward seeing Dendy be the safe lane player and putting Ditya on the mids and the way they drafted here. I like it better when Dendy's playing any form of initiation hero than when he plays this Juggernaut kind of safe lane. Actually like a safe lane carry. It doesn't fit him at all, I don't think.
And whenever you watch a Na'Vi game, it always feels like it just works like in this typical choreographed pattern where, yeah, Dendy's usually that mid-game performer who peaks first and then ditches the follow-up.
Exactly.
But this time, yeah, it does feel quite the opposite here.
Yeah, I always envisioned the combo of General going in to initiate and then Dendy will be there to follow up, but plays out very differently.
Made the jump in. Fear is going to get hit with the Fate's Edict, so he can't get the right clicks off to shred through Dendy, but eventually that Fate's Edict, oh, hi, one-hit bash, how you doing? And that Oracle is as good as dead, godlike for Papa Fear.
This game is just in their pocket right now. I don't see how Na'Vi are going to be able to steal it away. They're trying to get farm on everyone, working towards a BKB, I can only assume, on Ditya right now. And if they get Manta Style and Diffusal on Juggernaut, his DPS is going to increase a lot. But right now, Fear is not letting them have any time.
Fear there. Sees Dendy, takes in the entire Omni Slash, and will now need the help from
close.
PPD. PPD steps in with a heal, and that's going to be enough. And enough space for Fear to blink it back and away. So he just takes the Omni, which is supposed to be probably one of Na'Vi's best DPS moves right now in the
At
game.
this moment, yeah.
And Fear just took it and was like, okay, thank you for that. I'll be going now.
Yeah. And that's just even more time that EG can play aggressive. That's why we see Universe going in, grabbing Art Style.
Look at the Witch Doctor go to the low ground. He is going to get the false promise. He's trying to run back and away, but now he gets stomped.
He does heal a lot, though.
He
He's
does
kinda
heal a
full
lot.
HP.
Yeah, Voodoo Restoration really pairs very nice with False Promise. I mean, you shouldn't see Witch Doctor hit with the False Promise too often, but when it happens, he's got plenty of heal to stay alive.
He definitely does. Or anyone, if he can sort of hug them while they get false promised.
Yeah.
But normally he will get focused instead then.
I will have to applaud Na'Vi. That is a nice little support pairing we don't see a lot of. I guess, I don't know, would you categorize them as two more defensive supports? I guess that's part of the reason we don't get to see him.
I mean, Oracle's ultra defensive. As for Witch Doctor, I think he's quite aggressive. In
He
fact,
can be pretty aggressive,
due to the cask and the gank potential he brings.
Really nice pairing to just benefit so much from the extra regen. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Witch Doctor typically pair with those teams that do like to 5-man.
And I'm actually happy seeing these games, by the way, because I have Elder Titan down as my prediction hero with the most win rates.
Oh, yeah?
And EG are kind of demonstrating why. I saw Secret play it in a lot of games, and it just looked insanely strong on Puppy. And this is not very different. It has so big impact. 8, 1, and 9 as a support. That's the thing, it's a support.
And then you, as a captain, I imagine, begin that inner struggle, especially if you're not going to have first pick, let's say. It's, you know, when you let someone like Elder Titan through, you know, who do you ban then instead? So you ban the Elder Titan and then you risk letting something like a Wisp through.
Well, this is where I think Shadow Demon is being a little bit overrated by a lot of the teams here. Yes, Shadow Demon is strong, but from the games that I've watched Shadow Demon get played compared to Elder Titan, I actually think Elder Titan is much more scary.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon you can deal with, because he always has to get pretty close. But Elder Titan can stay so far away. Oh, General.
General deep into EG territory, trying to find his own bit of farm. Will get
God, it hurts.
spotted out by Fear. Universe helps out his buddy by setting it up with a beautiful lasso play. Meanwhile, back in mid lane, Arcel is going to be eating the Viper Strike, kited around, stomped down, and that Witch Doctor is as good as done. Ditcha tag teams in, trying to help out, but he ends up losing his own life as he's stuck between 3 EG members. Goes from bad to worse for the boys in yellow.
And they keep the streak alive as well. No kill for Huskar. 3 heroes down. How do you really do anything against this? And he did go back for the Dragonlance instead of going straight BKB. I guess he can still disassemble as the Huskar. And BKB would be so far away anyway.
Very tough series for both Ditcha and General. What were they, 0-6 in their previous game? This game, General 1-5, Ditcha 2-7.
None of them had any kills in last game, and both really struggled. But this is also a little bit outside of the, I don't know. I'm not going to say outside of the comfort zone of Na'Vi, but they're playing a different way.
I remember Red Eye was asking us out there, like, if there was one team you were expecting a totally different performance from, like, who would it be? And I don't think I would have expected Na'Vi to be one of those teams that tries to change things up from what we're used to seeing by them, because they had a good thing going.
I'm just amazed they didn't go for the Beastmaster at all for General. In either of these games, it was available, but they opted to not go for it. Well, we see the smoke around here. Might very well be a desperation smoke.
The YOLO smoke, if you will, coming out from Na'Vi on this one, looking for a hopeful
pick.
flank play. EG, though, should know no one's there. They're going to commit in the Chrono, hoping to get the quick pick on the Universe, committing a Death Ward as well, but that's when Fear makes the jump for the back lines. It's on Ditya first, who ends up jumping in for PPD. Fear cleans up and finishes out that General Batrider as Ditya tries to continue to go to work for PPD. It looks like he will be able to bring down the little Dazzle, but it's already been too much work here from the rest of EG here. Actually, Zai getting bullied back from General quite a bit. It looks like Sumail will be able to catch up. General desperate to make it away on the back of a TP, but that ain't happening. Zai has spotted him out and stops him down.
Chased.
Meanwhile, over, it's Fear up and around, ring around the Rosie a bit. Dendy tries to juke, but Fear says, not going to happen.
It's just sad to watch. He had no tricks up his sleeve anymore. He's like, yeah, I'm just dead, but what do you do?
Looks like General is going to be fine here. And gets a little bit of assistance from Artstyle to safely make it out from trouble, but still a fight. EG come out on top of, not as one-sided as we've been seeing, but that's probably credit to Na'Vi trying to go for the ambitious flank play there, but I don't think that was enough of a reward considering where they are in this game.
I think they're in such a position where they have to get a Chronosphere that hits multiple targets as well. It was a nice smoke around, they caught the Batrider, but they need to like Omni-Slash the Batrider and Chrono like the next 3 guys that come in and kill a support quickly. And it was very close to PPD getting the Grave off on Batrider first before he died. But he just went for the Weave, and then Batrider surprisingly died quicker than he expected.
And we got to see now what Na'Vi could do, because just like game number 1, I don't feel like their high ground is the best thing ever. You know, Faceless Void does have his Chrono for a hopeful setup, but I don't think there's nearly enough firepower behind it.
Well, luckily in this game, there's not that much siege from EG. It's more about the dive. I guess there is the Viper who can stand and hit your doorstep a little bit, but there's not that much that pushes up in terms of summons or
They
units.
do have the Batrider, yeah. I mean, he could creep in and get a quick kidnapping, and then with advantage in numbers, you eventually do kind of swarm in, but...
The second smoke, this time without Artstyle, and they're going to go for that Roshan.
All right, Na'Vi, are they going to be able to intercept here and stop EG from going for this Rosh, which could lead to the eventual win? Na'Vi look to go up and over and see if they can spot anyone out. They will see Universe. Universe spots them, steps back. They make the move inside the front door. They get the pullback. They jump in. The Huskar grabs up the Aegis. Can Na'Vi make this fight work? Fear already takes out the Oracle, goes for Artsile next, but he's got the Ghost Scepter there. Fear quickly gets rid of that Ghost Scepter and continues to slash. Ditya tries to focus Fear. Fear says, don't even bother, slaps him down, gets rid of the Aegis, and now EG will swarm him. And with him being out on his own here, there's really no chance. A triple kill for Fear. This guy is beyond godlike, Waga. He is 16-0-4, and I have a golden fantasy card that is going to be very happy.
Fear has played amazing in this entire series, and yeah, they got the Aegis, but that was just so he could die one more time in that team fight. 6-0. Absolutely not what you want to have happen at all. Na'Vi, I think they're already talking about, you know, the next games in the group stage. I think this is pretty much the point they give up. They gotta keep trying, though.
In the coffin here, EG getting ready to just put him down for good. And Fear says, I want to make this 17-0.
Yep.
Gets
He's
it.
racking up more and more fantasy points for his dear
Whee!
fans.
16.8. I'll take that. Thank you very much. But here they are making their siege attempt. Na'Vi, what is left in the tank for them to try to stop the roll of EG? They walk away with a win here, Waga. Both of them are going to be 1-1 for two different series at about a point each. They do get the snag on Ditya. That Huskar was there, but he is gone now. Has a buyback. Will decide to use it here. Na'Vi's final hurrah here and now. Coconut's going to be flying out. Sumail pops the Hurricane Pike and will easily take care of the Witch Doctor as he gets the Death Ward out. Him and Ditya begin to go toe-to-toe, but Fear steps in and says, I'm going to make it a one-sided match. Easily cleans up the Huskar, and that will be game. Na'Vi throwing the towel, and this series will get split 1-1. Or no,
Actually,
2-1.
2-1.
2-0.
2-0. God damn it. God damn it.
I forgot, you're right. So, EG with this win will have 3 points coming out of the second heat. Na'Vi, just the 1 point they got in the previous series.
Yeah, and that was just EG outplaying them a lot, I feel. Even though Na'Vi, they tried to go for some interesting drafts. They tried Huskar one game, Drow another, but you can't really outpick a team that just outplays you that much. I think EG played phenomenal. And the Elder Titan, again, I'm going to come back to it. I think that was key in both games.
Yeah, Na'Vi are probably going to have to take that and put it into consideration for their future matches, the priorities of these supports of the Elder Titan, of the Shadow Demon, and what they really want to get out of it. And obviously, Na'Vi, take this moment to probably reevaluate where they are. Seeing Dendi in that safe lane position, Ditcher over there, things felt a little bit uncomfortable. So I'm sure they're going to find their way back into the light. While EG, who had been in kind of a dark path for a while there, pretty nice start for their group stage so far.
Oh, definitely. They're pretty happy.
Oh, yeah.
3 out of their 4 potential games so far.
Yeah, and their last series against Wings, who is one of the best in this group stage. A lot of people have them to win nearly the whole thing, if not be in top 3. So
definitely.
Top stuff from them. Waga, this concludes our second heat. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back on another stream later for some more exciting action. So
we'll be jumping streams a lot on the second stream, and then we'll be back here again for the final game that we do.
Awesome. Yes. So, folks, stay tuned. Plenty more Dota coming your way. We'll see you for more of it. Take care.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban.
Hello everybody and welcome back for more Dota 2. We are now on Stream 3, Merlini. Stream 3. We've literally gone down the numbers today. But we've stuck with Wings the whole way, so we are your Wings experts for today. We've seen more Dota of them than any other caster here. And they are now going up against Escape.
I wonder if they tilt.
Wings?
I think they do a little bit, judging by their Manila performance. And they have not had the best group stage performance. They are currently 1-3. They tied EG 1-1. EG were looking fairly good, to give them some credit, and I believe they 2-0 Na'Vi. So clearly it was not a fluke that they beat Wings. And they lost 0-2 versus TNC, and Alliance had beat TNC 2-0. So TNC, not the strongest team, but certainly not the weakest team.
It just seems like the team that goes against Wings when they win, like they play good Dota, not spectacular Dota, and Wings just gives them the opportunity to make it just to make them the winners.
Yep. Well, Escape will pay homage to the Drow Ranger despite Wings losing both of their last games. Actually, maybe Escape didn't get a chance, but you know, that's what their coach is for. It's like, okay, this is what happened in the last series, this is what you should ban, so on and so forth. And Wings will pay respect.
Question mark, the Marana.
Ooh, yeah, Marana. I think that hero has got to go, but then there's ET, so pick your evil right now. I think Wings will take the other one. It would have been Faces Void had this been 3 weeks ago, but Wings have just not been snagging it up on the first pick. However, Wings are on dire this side. This is not something that we've seen from them. They've, I believe, played Radiant all 4 games, so it could be a little bit different.
And this was actually intentional by Cinderin. Cinderin picked the Radiant side. So Wings chose first pick, and Cinderin chose to take the Radiant side. So this is intentional. They push him there. There's the Elder Titan getting through. The Marana was banned out by Cinderin, so he wasn't playing chicken with this one, where they each get one of them. Okay, you get ET or you get Marana. So Cinderin has a double to pick up. The IO has been the hero who has been picked up more times. Like, actually, every single time it got first picked against Wings at this tournament, Wings lost.
It is not an Escape forte, however.
Reserve time.
I also did not think it was EG's forte, but with Zai back in the roster, seems like their hero pool has expanded quite some bit, and I noticed that they also had picked Chen, so you know, maybe these teams have some other heroes up their sleeves.
Well, there's one of them, Ogre Magi, as well as Juggernaut.
Wings Gaming's
The pickups
turn
from
to
Escape.
Pretty solid opener overall, and I think Juggernaut is that nice balance of hero that's not too greedy but still scales really late into the game. I saw them get punished really hard one game with the Invoker plus a Slark, and they just got pushed down by a Drow strat, and I think it's just much safer for Escape to focus on the early game, think about the later game later, and make sure you give Koikva a scaling hero. Although he did play the Queen of Pain phenomenally in game number 3 yesterday.
That he did, but also he had a bit of a rough Queen of Pain in game number 1 yesterday.
So what do Wings want to go for right here? Elder Titan is run in the off lane by them as well as a support. They vary it up occasionally.
Wonder if they try and set it themselves around team fights.
It's always around a team fight for them.
Speak about that.
Maybe they don't pick Faces Away because they don't get the Elder Titan with it. That might be another consideration.
True, because you're answering that question throughout games earlier today, like why no Void? Why no Void all the time? I think there's only been a few teams that have picked him up so far today as well.
And Faces Void generally run in position 1 by Wings. If you haven't watched their games recently, they are a strange team, to put it lightly. They were the first team, I believe, to run Marana in the position 2 in the mid lane very often. They were the first team to run Faces Void in the position 1 very often, and still kind of the only team that does it on a consistent basis. But they just have strange picks. They also picked Pudge in the first round of the tournament, so there's There's just a lot of things going on with Wings that are just inconsistent with other teams.
Is that the weird thing when you say like Wings, their only game they won was with Pudge?
Did they win that game? Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Wait,
was that the second game or the first game?
They lost that. They lost that game, right? Wings won the first game and lost the second.
Yeah, Wings won first, lost second.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, in that case, take it all back. 100% loss rate with Pudge. It's double check first. Okay, I just, my brain fart. No, Pudge was second game. All right, so again, the removal of Husker, nothing shady, especially considering both Ancient Apparition as well as Dazzle are in the pool.
And Oracle.
And Oracle, yeah. A lot of problematic heroes.
A lot of Yapsor heroes left too. We see the Riki. I think Riki is extremely good versus Faceless Void, so I'm actually a little bit worried that Escape will pick that up here. Wings will ban out the Koikwa Tinker, very stable ban for teams that have been facing Escape. This team is a lot about Koikwa, although they have expanded a little bit. They just seem to do so much better when Koikwa gets the hero and the space that he needs to shine.
Yeah, I actually kind of hope, like I know as you're saying in the last series we cast, like Invoker's moving out of favor, but Koikwa's Invoker is just so much fun to watch. Even if it's a little bit boring for like 5 to 10 minutes when he disappears off the map.
Oh, you mean 25?
25.
It's usually 25.
He's involved for the first 5-10 minutes.
Sunstrike
and then he
does not
disappears.
count.
Sunstrike so totally counts. Ogre gets the stun. Nah.
Sunstrike does not count as getting involved. That's like Zeusel getting involved. It's very similar. I mean, you have to look at him.
You require more skill with a Sunstrike. Look, predict where hero moves, and then hit.
By predicts,
as opposed to
wait for a stun.
As opposed to hit R. Are you saying a Sunstrike is on the same skill level as Thunder
I'm
God's
saying
Wrath?
they're both super low levels of involvement when it comes to Dota.
You don't have to move anywhere. I'll give you that.
Yeah, that's.
It will take more camera time and focus to do a Sunstrike than a Thunder God's Wrath.
They're still.
Thunder God's Wrath is like your teammate going, "Yo, free gold, free gold, free gold," and boom, that's it.
I beg to differ, but we can agree.
Of course, you beg to differ. You're literally like the father of Zeus.
Or even
in
NP.
Dota.
Okay, let's say NP ult.
NP ult. NP ult is could potentially be a little bit trickier because you need to make sure there's vision. So you'd have to look at your mini map more than anything else. So you have to make sure there's vision of creep wave, so you get the multiple bounces, and then get the big bounce at the target you intend.
I think in these sort of games, it's like we're about to go on this guy. Press, help us out here.
Yeah, you still want to have the most bad damage. The calculation, Matlini, calculation.
You can't talk about.
You can't, there's no way. You can't actually win. There's actually a Dota argument which you are incapable of winning, saying that the same amount of like skill.
I'm saying they're both low. They're both low, Toby. What about NP Sprout? Is that super hard, Toby?
Against a BKB target?
I'm talking about for yourself.
Dick. You're such a dick.
I was talking to some of the other guys. Jacob's like, I can't watch that video anymore. Actually, Cap said I can't watch that video anymore. It's too cringy.
Yeah,
and then
it is.
And then Jacob said every time I watch it, I just bust out laughing every time. So there's a variety of reactions.
Yeah, well, Jacob loves that kind of stuff.
All right, so what will Wings
he
pick up
loves
here?
Self-deprecation. What the fuck word?
Ooh, we have not seen this hero in a long time.
We have not.
She's back. And that's a team fight lineup if I've seen one.
Yeah, that's a full-on team fight lineup. That's going to be a beautiful timing. How does Escape even win that then?
Draft more team fight.
Yeah, but how? What do you want for your mid? What
they
do you
actually have pretty good split push though. Beastmaster and Juggernaut are actually like very good at split pushing. So I'm not that concerned about Escape's lineup. Okay, and fourth pick Wisp.
Okay.
I think Wings have a very good lineup to deal with this from Escape though. I think.
Agreed.
Yeah. I think it's just like a superior team fight, and they don't have to be alone. I think IO thrives when the other team like can't push high ground and you're forced to split up and farm. But when you're versus a lineup that can just take your base and team fight at any time, I think that it shines a little bit less. But you know, they are not that great versus Wisp.
This just feels like a disengaged lineup. Wings come to initiate on us, relocate the hell out, and just bail. Just get away as quick as you possibly can and then fight on your terms.
You have to fight at some point, though, especially with now the sustain coming out. So they have the tower push into the Death Prophet, the sustain and the save on the Death Prophet with the Oracle, and then they have the two massive teamfight heroes with the Elder Titan and the Void.
Yeah, this is so good for Wings.
I I'm liking their lineup a little bit more, although Escape, they also got exactly what they wanted. They have a nice tanky hero for Synderen that can still do stuff without any items. They have a core that can fight a lot very early on in the Juggernaut. They have team fight in the control with the Beastmaster.
You don't have a big playmaker hero though for
Yep.
Yapsor. Like with his rotation, he's done so much for this team.
Dude,
during
Io can make
qualifiers.
plays, man.
Yeah.
Io has made a lot of plays in the first 2 rounds of this tournament, and
Every
that
time
hero
I
is
think of
first
Yapsor though,
ban.
it's like kill plays. Like the kills we're seeing on the IOs earlier today were all
You're a
of the
simple man, Toby.
Yes.
That's why you like Drow.
Yes.
Simple.
You are right on both accounts. Take me to a fancy Italian restaurant and I go, you know what? I'll have the bolognese.
I don't exactly know what bolognese is, so I guess I'm even simpler. I don't actually eat Italian food that much.
Bolognese.
What's bolognese?
Like pasta and meat.
Oh, we just call it pasta here. Stop using fancy words, dude.
Bolognese. Bolognese is a global word.
I don't eat fancy stuff, man.
It's bolognese.
I like noodles and dumplings and simple things. Ooh, the Necrophos band.
Oh, they might have been worried about the aggro lane of Escape. Necro as well as Io together are so brutal, and then you can get away with the safe lane Jugger and Ogre. Actually, it's such a smart ban from Wings.
And then Escape looks like they banned out an offlaner in the Axe, but Wings will pull a fast one and run Morphling as the position 1, not the Void as previously suspected. And with that, they have added split push threat as well as shoring up their late game a lot more than a position 1 faces Void. And an Escape still lacking 1 core, either the Koikva or the Era hero.
Koifa.
This is the Koikva hero.
Oh, unless Era's going to try and run the Storm Spirit on the safe lane. Which he won't anyway. Like, it'll still be Koifa playing Storm.
Great hero to kill the Oracle, and Faceless Void might have some trouble trying to lock down the Storm Spirit. He is by far the most reliable lockdown unless you count Silence from Blink.
This isn't the first time I've seen this combination too, the Io and Storm Spirit
Oh,
together
that
from
is
Escape.
it's very common.
Yep.
I think we saw it from maybe Alliance earlier?
There was definitely one team that ran it today. I don't know if it was Escape or if it was Alliance. Because Escape might have done it in their series. Either way, very common. And this is going to be like, oh man, I just look at Wings' lineup and it's like, it's so simple and easy to do.
It's never that easy, Toby.
It just looks really, really easy.
Just like sprouting heroes.
All right, let's get into it. So, predictions, total number of smoke ganks, smoke gank kills at the end of a game. So it's not just a smoke gank, it has to end with a kill.
I'll go with 5 to 8. Player who places the most observer rewards. Well, who has observer rewards? I see Yapzor with...
It's always Synderen.
Is it? Yapzor has an observer reward on
Oh,
already.
by 15 minutes? Yeah, but Synderen's going to have the other one, right? Yeah, Synderen, she's got 2 sentries.
There was already one place on the top lane, but that was by an offlaner. So Synderen has 0 plays. Ice Ice has 1, and Innocence has 1.
It'd be... it's a toss-up.
I'll go with Innocence.
I'm gonna go with my boy Shint. Face gonna get himself away. Team with the first barracks kill. I kind of saying like Wings is gonna have a lot better opportunity at that. I'm leaning towards Wings.
Will there be a teleport canceled by stun? There's not
By
that many
10
stuns.
By 10 minutes.
Does Faceless Void ult count as a stun?
Probably not. If
I'll
it was like
just say
like a
yes.
time lock, then probably.
Actually, no. I'm just gonna throw no.
Yeah, no seems to be the safer one here. Like Synderen potentially, but like you stop a Faceless Void from TPing out, but that would require Void even caring to hold a TP.
And Wings will miss the D ward on the bottom lane, so that observer ward placed down by Yapzor will stay alive for almost the entirety of the observer ward's duration. Era will take up the mid lane, Koikva in the bottom.
Innocence was too late to snipe out that bottle from Yapzor. So it is Bottle Juggernaut going up against Blink. So enjoy that lane. I'm sure you'll have a great time there, Death Prophet. Top lane will be Keizu. Mr. Beastmaster. Any lane up against Noracle just seems to be a pain in the absolute butt. However, when Shadow cops that much damage from a creep wave, life seems to look a lot easier for you.
He has 2 sets of regen. One Tango's like half his health. I don't think Wings have the strongest lanes this game, though. Like, Beastmaster's already off to like an okay start on the top lane. Mid lane is the Wisp +1, which should be a slight win for Escape, I would say. And then bottom lane, it's the big bad Ogre already beating up on the Elder Titan. He's just clubbing him down, man.
Forced him out of the lane. Both obviously need Orb of Venom.
Ogre.
It's so good on Ogre, actually.
Mangoes, man.
Tanky enough to deal with it. I like how Koifer also deals with, like, potentially Faith forcing him in. This Storm Spirit with the early Remnant, just very easy to just zone out Wings. They don't want to go under it.
He is going for a Soul Ring first, and might not have access to Secret Chapter on the time. Ice trying to interrupt this, but Koifa
with the Overload, the Stomp's going to kick in. He's still got that Overload hit, and that's going to allow Synderen to spill first blood. And Faith sticking around.
Why did Faith wake up the sleep? That's, I think, what killed Elder Titan right there. They're probably having a chat in the old team room, and I would not be happy if I were Elder Titan in that situation. He clearly just wanted to mess with the stacks a little bit, and that stomp was nice and lined up. Maybe he was hoping for some GG bashes, but that's only a 10% chance there.
And you just gave first blood to an Ogre Magi as well. Like if he can pick up boots nice and early, help zone out that ET. Potentially, if you get arcane boots, then Koitfa is going to have a lot more sustain with his mana on that bot lane.
And Beastmaster is already level 3, so the laning phase is going extremely well for Escape, and Yapzor trying to get tank some damage so that he can heal up air a little bit, just eating up that Newt damage, and he has a regeneration rune bottled up, so if you thought it was hard for Blink earlier, it's going to get progressively tougher.
And just a really good start for Escape, at least as far as the lanes go, for what you want out of him. You might be a little bit concerned about the amount of farm that Morphling's able to get, so Shadow's looking really good for his early CS, 24-6, so far above everybody else. The closest to him is Era at 12-3 in the mid lane. And yep, they are. They're having a crack at Ice. Synderen, he doesn't have a stun, it's a Bloodlust and Ignite build coming in from the Ogre Magi, but they'll loop around, they'll find Elder Titan, Koitfa, they have no stuns, they have no damage. They just try to run at him. So they'll force the ET off the lane. But this is still a Void in the off lane with the Time Walk coming off cooldown. So he's perfectly all right with this.
Maybe Void isn't picked as much because of Ogre. Ogre, I think, zones out the Void very well, having high armor, high regen, and damage over time. That is like the trifecta of just being able to make sure Void has a miserable time.
We still have more games in the group stage, and we'll start to see more trends come at that point. But maybe you're right. I have some stats to back us up.
Oh, Ogre.
Era forced back a little bit further on the mid. Beastmaster, like good, really rune control from Escape has been right on the money. So they get the double damage bottled up by the IO. Easy bounty room for a Beastmaster who goes back to his normal farming. No Iron Talon yet for him. In fact, now it's coming out in the courier. So it took 4 minutes to get the Iron Talon on the Beastmaster. But he also spent a lot of time on the lane, hence he's managed to find almost 5 levels on a Beastmaster.
But Shadow CS is out of control, especially relative to Koikfa. Koikfa only sitting at 14, Morphling at a whopping 34. Guess that's what happens when you're almost full agility.
I say, has he missed anything with 34 last hits?
A couple. Not very many.
It's actually one of these things too, where you wonder what the point of Keizu is going to be. Like, you want a Roar, if you get Lincoln Sphere very quickly over on Shadow, then that Roar's not going to do a hell of a lot. Then you've still got False Promise to come in from Innocence. So you can break anybody free. Oh, maybe you are right. Maybe it is Yapzor. Come on, Cinder, and don't let me down.
I didn't put Yapzor.
Who'd you put?
Innocence.
Okay. Got 2. Okay, yeah. Fresh obs in the mid. Very heavy on that vision around the Death Prophet.
Got a Protector. Era closing in on level 6. I think that's going to be a very troublesome time for Blink. He does have the infused raindrop, but that does not really help versus Juggernaut nor the Wisp.
They brought Innocence down to the bot lane. Spirit's out already. Ice starts with the stomp. Manages to trigger on Coit for a little bit. Faith running in forward. And do they have enough Coit for? Yep, the damage is there. Yapso will arrive, and all he can do is buff up Cinderin. But Sind has no real mana to speak of. Yapso, no bottle charges, no stick charges to work with.
Nice stomp coming out from Wings, and very timely movement coming out from Innocence to ensure that Storm Spirit dies before the Wisp comes in. That was completely necessary. And looks like another regeneration room will go Escape's way, and Cinderin.
Oh, let it rip, Cinderin. You're going to get all your mana back anyway.
Uh-oh.
Yapso still running, and Faith is in the neighborhood.
He missed his time walk.
Yep. Got caught on the hillside. It seemed to be enough. The Observer would, I think, saw him go. At least move off the lane.
Shadow trying to contest the camp right now. Kazu, not really that much he can do about that.
Just try and stay as close as you possibly can, get as many last hits as you can.
Koikva's level 6 right now, playing much more aggressively with the ball lightning available to him. And of course that Bloodlust helping out.
It's a nice way to at least approach the lane. Spirit comes in behind you, you just move forward. Faith, time walk out, he's okay.
D-Ward by Innocence coming out.
Fun to see not a single point up in silence from Blink. Going for a 4-0-2 at the moment on the Death Prophet.
That's not that uncommon of a build.
Just think with your control over on Era with a Stomp setup.
They're not looking to kill the Jug though. He's too hard to kill. Imagine if a Wisp comes in and then he survives that initial burst, turns around with Omni plus spin. You'd much rather just go for the higher percentage kills, the IO, and the Beastmaster in particular. Looks like they're trying to circle in. Ice blocking up that spawn.
Morphling just waveforms forward. He may regret this in a moment. The Roar's going to come, and Era's in the neighborhood. He wants to Omnislash right now, though there's too much around him. And Shadow, strength morphing up, but the Omnislash hits perfectly. So good smoke gang. They'll move over to Innocence. They have enough damage in time. Innocence barely escaping.
That waveform.
But now Wings try and punish. They push the mid lane. Need to have a little bit more mana over on Blink so we can Crypt Swarm through this creep wave, make the most of this ultimate. But now Escape are TPing in support, so Era will return. And they've also got Storm Spirit moving up with the Invis rune. He's going to come from behind. The Diasai would have seen him pick this up or even trigger it thanks to the board, which is down inside the Radiant jungle. But with the spin damage, the Vortex, they pull back in the Death Prophet. They find the kill. Era so low. Ice, the one hit is not enough. Koifa slows him up. And Yapsaw, not really a hell of a lot to give to Koifa, just tether, support, comfort.
He didn't have enough good Spirit Siphon targets. Right there. With the spin and the Storm Spirit zipping around him, was not able to leech enough HP to survive that, despite having the raindrops and I believe the Strange Treads in his inventory at the time. So first use of Exorcism only gets that tower down to 800 HP. Not worth at all. And Faceless Void is level 7 now, can start helping out his team a little bit with the Chronosphere if he sees an opportunity, but I'm not sure how many they're going to get because Shadow is just farming away as does Morphling.
This is the problem with Morphling. Like, you can't do a lot of damage early on. Like, what do you got to do? You got to commit Exorcism every time Chronosphere is going to go. It's not like the old TI combos where you got like Skywrath Mage or Witch Doctor to sync up with the Faceless Void from the supports.
ETO would be nice, but he is not level 6 yet and still needs quite a bit of ways, but the cooldown's fairly similar.
He can at least throw the Spirit in there, but that still then requires Faceless Void to have damage, like Echo Saber or Mask of Madness style early on.
Oracle's great at offering damage.
True. As long as they get the kill. Prediction update correct. Answer was no.
Even without the kill, still offers a lot of burst. Purging off the heal. Purifying Flames. The good Oracle players, like, you'll have like 400, 500 magic burst within 3-4 seconds.
Where are they off to? Yabsel's going to put a ward behind the tower. Looking for the vision, so up to 3 now for Yapsel for his wards placed.
Net worth lead just 500 in favor of Escape. XP earned near 0, and Wings looking to make a dent in that graph as they smoke onto the top lane. There is no relocate ready as of yet, and Kezu is in a lot of trouble right now.
He's running away from the Spirit. They don't have a great control on him, and now the TP support can arrive. Wings potentially can get pinced in this top lane, but there's no reason for Escape to fight it. Like, your Beastmaster will survive, Yapsor will run at them a little bit, but you look for the trade-off. It's the tier 1 tower in mid lane, so Era as well as Synderen. Just try and beat it down with the help of the catapult.
They have Glyph. I'm surprised they haven't used it yet. They're probably just going to wait for it to get into deny range. Maybe even not.
Well, yeah, there it is. Deny range. Era, he wants it. He really, really wants it. One hit, fortification will come as well. Era's on the run. He's going to spin. Needs that extra movement to get away. The last attack is going to be enough from Death Prophet. But the mid tower was still taken by Synderen. Was it value for money or value for life? Yapsor tether forward, Synderen with an extra multicast. He's still going to get stomped up, but Yapsor holding his hand back to the tier 1 tower.
Man, that Bloodlust change. He's just spamming it out. He's getting purged occasionally by Fortune's End, but...
Well, they're going to go top. Raw relocates on the way as well. Shadow going to quickly jump over to Replicate, but a quick jump by Kuiper. He'll need another one to get in front of Shadow. He's already used his waveform with the Remnant down. You got a little bit of help coming in from the Death Prophet, and now Escape not so confident anymore, not as Yapsor gets relocated back into the mid lane. So a hefty commitment to try and catch out the Morphling, but unsuccessful.
Yeah, he bought a lot of time and expended a lot of the Storm Spirit spin, and that will open up the mid lane for Blink. There is still a Glyph available for them. Storm Spirit still needs quite a bit of time to heal up and make the move, and I don't think he's going to get there in time.
All right, they keep the tower low enough that you'd feel like you could go for it. Yapsor's going to come into the mid.
Ah, the value
nope, he
exorcism.
leaves.
He has the Arcane Rune.
Radiant's bottom tower
They
is
burned
under
their
attack.
fortification to push him back.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And still haven't seen too much out of the Faceless Void. And they are walking into a heavily warded area. Escape don't really... They're not very concerned.
They've got Chrono and Splitter. With Innocence right behind him. Now Shadow's going to join the fight too. There should be a very dead Synderen. Chronosphere will be committed. With the waveform forward, Synderen will pop. Innocence the man to do the damage.
Dire's top tower is
And
under
Era
attack.
to the trees.
Dire's
He
structures
probably doesn't
are
even mind that he got Chronoed right there.
Synderen the first one to die. From the combo, at least.
Not surprising.
Yeah.
That's his job.
It actually is. He gets a sponge, Synderen. Now Keizu, under the cover of his own smoke, moving forward. The Hawk lets him see all of Wings. Doesn't want to go on Faith with 10 stick charges as well as Time Walk. Chance of that kill succeeding is rather low. Now Shadow going to turn Era against himself by making that copy. But Kuiper takes the tier 1 tower on the top lane while all this is going on. So Wings looking to fight, but Escape getting a good trade-off.
Just happily farming away for his Bloodstone. Net worth graph, he is just slightly behind Morphling, but there are a lot of rich heroes in this game. Wings may be looking to make a sweep of this bottom tower, but I don't know. The threat of a Storm Spirit TP and multiple heroes chasing down should be enough to dissuade Wings unless they commit something like an Exorcism, but Blink is still mighty far away.
I just love this farmland. Keizu is currently opening up I don't know, a potato farm over on the side here. Looking to farm up some heroes, just get the raw off, drop the necro books, come in from behind all of a sudden. Free fertilizer.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, now I see the ping coming out. They want to fight. They saw that the Morphling has TP'd away, but now Chrono...
Now they don't have any kind of help. Synderen goes in. You can ping all you want, but there's no friends. Synderen just keeps running, but the Oracle will find the damage.
Is under attack.
And Keizu's TPing out. Goodbye. And they have Exorcism available, so there's tier 1 tower. They don't even need it.
Is under attack.
That tier 1 tower is
Dire's
gone.
middle tower is under attack.
I like the movement by Shadow to dit that top lane. Once that, they aren't showing any signs of helping the Ogre out.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Well, Koikva still Just a little bit of gold away from his soul booster, and Wings finally bringing in the cavalry. They
Faith.
will catch him at the tail end, but I don't know if they have enough follow-up.
Yeah, they need more damage. Koifa, where's that jump? Okay, that'll work. Relocate out from Yapsor.
Dire's bottom tower
Ends up grabbing the Storm Spirit. Beastmaster gonna go up and towards the air thanks to a Yule Scepter, so KZU stays numbered. Hoped to be denied up by some kind of ghost, but not to be the case. And now Yapsor is the man that has to fight up against 3.
What is that range creep doing there?
I don't know. I maybe followed down. Would be the assumption. A double kill in for the Death Prophet.
It took a very long time for them to kill that Wisp, mostly because of a missed knock coming out from Ice, but it will be Yapsor's demise that will lead to Storm Spirit surviving. Worth, I suppose, still just needs that Bloodstone.
Well, he's got the Soul Booster.
Oh, he has
he's
the
got whole
recipe,
thing.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, never mind. Full Bloodstone now up, 16.5 minutes into a game.
With treads, no less.
Also with Era getting a large amount of farm.
They have to be able to kill the Wisp early, or else Storm Spirit is just going to get way too much help from the Wisp with the mana. And then on top of that, with the added benefits of Bloodlust and level 3 Inner Beast, I think that Storm Spirit has the potential to go off in these fights.
He just needs the rest of the timing. The rest of the money.
Smoke coming out from Wings. 3 heroes sweeping toward that top rune.
Yeah, but where can they go from there? Like, you look towards Koifa, but Koifa can just ball lightning himself out straight away.
Not if you have Yules into Silence. And to
That
stomp
is true.
into Split Earth.
At the same time, I'm looking towards Faith in the mid. That's probably going to be where the initiation starts, but
Radiant's
they
middle
deny up the tower. Koifa now. There's Death Prophet setting him up and towards the air. Quick silence. Stun as well. They bring in Era with a relocate. A denial with the Bloodstone. And Era's got the choice. Does he want to Omni-Slash underneath the creep wave? They're hoping Death Prophet will move further away. 2 seconds. 1 second. Era pulled out just in the nick of time. And Faith, it looks like, oh, okay. He's going to get a one-man chrono. He gets Era, starts his TP, the ball forward. Koifa got caught on the edge of the chrono, so he couldn't vortex and cancel it. And that is going to be a Faceless Void getting out, but he does burn his 2-minute cooldown chrono.
I guess that's worth overall.
Radiant's bottom
They had to use Relocate to try and save. They got the first Bloodstone charge on a Storm Spirit and put him down in the grave for a little bit, and all the meanwhile getting time for Shadow to farm up his crucial items, first of which will be the Lincoln Sphere. Lincoln's standard build, very good versus the Beastmaster, although not very good versus the Juggernaut, although Juggernaut usually will not be Omni-Slashing them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to
escape,
secure Rosh.
really? And with the level 1 Necro book, it might be possible, so yeah, they start.
And no Chronosphere, and no Exorcism, and looks like Elder Titan maybe can scout it out, but aside from that, there is really nothing in the way of stopping Escape from taking down the Aegis.
He can definitely slow him. Start the stomp up now, they back out. Era's the only one caught, but so is Roshan. As Ignite actually bouncing all the way up, so it hits on the 3 heroes from Wings that want to come down. Roshan down to 2k. Another stomp available, so 1, 2, and Koifa, quick jump out. Era dodging it by staying close enough inside. Now the jump forward, the snatch! Faceless Void, he snatches the Aegis to the Immortal. It's gonna burn here, the Splitter as well. Era will be protected for the moment with Aurora on Shadow. They try and keep him now to fight. They need Ice to drop, get rid of this aura. The Omni-Slash from Era will allow that to happen. As now they move over to a bigger target, onto the Death Prophet, group up. Yapsor now comes back from his relocate save, and they still haven't finished that target. The Death Prophet, false promise from Oracle, will buy a little bit more time, but the heal is sort of there for the Death Prophet, but will it be enough? It may just be enough for him to stand the fights. Yep, he goes straight back to full life. Koifa has to ball lightning himself to his side of the river. So the Faceless Void burns the Aegis, the Immortal, even if Escape do find the kill on Roshan.
That was such a gutsy play coming out from a Faceless Void going in there without Chronosphere. But he did end up snatching that Aegis, as you mentioned. And whew, imagine if like Storm Spirit or Juggernaut had gotten that Aegis, that would have been a completely different fight. And now Wings with her ultimate off cooldown will be able to take some objectives around the escape side of the map, and net worth still neck and neck at 0.
They know where Yapzor is. The Observer Ward saw him go in, so they just go Spirit to Stomp. Where's the follow-up? A one punch from Ice. He waited for Oracle to arrive to drop the nuke. That way, there's no way that you could tether over to Koitva.
Yeah, that was smart. That was close.
Okay, Zu's able to pick up a nice item for himself. The level 3 Necrobook is up by 21 minutes for a Beastmaster. Still no Blink Dagger to go with it, but could cause a couple of problems for Shadow during the fights. Doesn't really have a great mana pool. Same thing for the Faceless Void. If he actually gets initiated on with Necrobooks, you may just remove the Chrono from the fight with no mana. 10 stick charges may get you there, though.
They have no lockdown, though, to make sure that heroes get mana burn. They do have the Roar, but that's what the False Promise is there for.
Yep.
Well, looks like Escape are really not in the position to fight at the moment. The Battle Fury is coming out to the Juggernaut and the Courier. First taking the long flight.
Faith coming in from the top side. He will get a one-man Chrono.
Escape just split.
Time to bounce.
And now Koitva, careful. Wants to keep pushing. They will be watched by the Dire Observer Ward, so if Wings need to, they can turn.
Not without their ultimates. Exorcism, the Ghost returning back right now, and the Chronosphere, as we saw, just hit one hero there. Juggernaut getting up there in terms of farm.
Ice picks up the Invis Rune, able to scout out Era.
Stupendous.
As I said before, he's got that fresh Battle Fury on him, so now the farm is going to get better.
Oh man, Morphling already has EB.
What, the whole thing?
Yeah, well, Ghost Scepter in inventory, but the components, yes.
Not too bad. His replica's about to arrive back at base, so he can pick it up from there. That's after he's finished cleaning out the wave. Ba-bomb. There you go. He blades up. So now some good pop damage.
Also can be used defensively against the Juggernaut on anyone, really.
Still has to be careful as the Morphling. Like, if that Lincoln Sphere gets triggered, then this Orchid, which is rapidly approaching for Koitva, could cause a lot of problems.
Unless Oracle's there.
Yeah.
It's always unless Oracle's there.
Unless Oracle. This is the hero.
There's a Reserve Ward. Are they thinking about smoking? Their ultimates aren't up for a good 20 seconds, so I'd be very surprised if they did at the moment.
Unless they're trying to go for an unusual time just to catch Escape off guard. Either way, top lane is now going to be farmed up by Shadow, so he'll relieve that pressure. Escape keep moving underneath the Dire Observer Ward, which we got planted next to the Radiant Ancients.
Almost a mirror of the Escape Observer Ward on that Dire side.
This is just a little... Okay, yeah, they are grouped up. They
smoked under the ward.
5 men smoked underneath the obs.
Oof. But now their Observer Wards will see these heroes move back, and Wings, their positioning should be close to exactly known by Escape.
That's the reason why Koitva put down the Remnants, hoping someone would blindly walk into it.
They already knew, regardless.
Oh, Wings. Where do you want to go from here? Top lane, you got Era and Yapzor. Yapzor's just far enough back that if he needs to, he can relocate, save Era out. The wiser thing, though, is just to run away to safety, back to the tier 2, into relative safety. But Yapzor, oh, there's the nukes already, the Chronosphere as well, with the E-Blade pop. Yapzor didn't really stand much of a chance. He was trying to relocate himself away to safety.
Man, spare nothing for them. Io. Jeez.
Chrono's probably the biggest thing. He plays such a low cooldown anyway, you don't really care. And then they just come back, continue the defense.
Yeah, I guess when it's a slower game, you don't really mind using Chronosphere for just a kill on a support Wisp. But Orchid is complete now. Storm Spirit just needs to pick it up from his stash. And he can start making some solo plays around the map.
There's already obviously a couple of counters to it. Can't just go on the Death Prophet thanks to the fact she's got a Yule Scepter. There's Oracle.
Manta on Void.
Yeah, Manta on Void.
I think even the Ethereal Blade on the Morphling is pretty good versus it.
And Ice can just build himself into something like a Lotus Orb if he needs to. They have a lot of options here. So there's your Blink Dagger now up with the Juggernaut. So Era, after getting his Battle Fury, held on to the casual Yasha for now.
Gem picked up by Beast. We'll take down that pesky Observer Ward, and Wings perhaps trying to... Ooh, Dire has used a scan, taking down the Observer Ward with the immediate scan right after. We see the line being drawn. They want to head over to kill Shadow with a recently acquired Orchid. Maybe that will be enough to catch him off guard.
Oh, that sentry's out of range. Innocence just threw down another one, but he doesn't have high ground vision. So as they come over with the gem, they will be capable of getting rid of both of those sentries and keeping their obs up.
They see the Hawk, though, and that will be the giveaway that Escape is in this area if the skin was not enough. And they will get a second D-ward, it looks like.
Yeah, for a long time with the replicas. Alright, someone needs to go bottom. There's too much farm to be had down there. Era's going to be the man to do it. Very patient gaming from both sides. Advantage is still going the way of Wings, hitting roughly around 4k in the net worth and about 5k in the experience. So Escape are falling behind. Most of that net worth has been pumped into the Morphling. But there's still a fair chunk of it which got between the Void as well as the Death Prophet. Hence Void now has Manta style. And Death Prophet has a 4 Shivas to go along with the Yules.
Just waiting to see when Morph wants to make his move. Maybe even considering getting a BKB at some point. So he doesn't die to the Orchid. And also doesn't get his mana burned away by those Necro Books. But he's still sitting at very low strength. 3 strength Morph.
Just enough to keep you over the 1k. Well, Escape have had enough. They did a little bit of damage to the tier 2 tower on bottom, but Wings got the better trade-off, taking out that tier 2 on top.
I don't think they'll make the same mistake again of not having their ultimates up when they want to do Rosh. And it is almost the longest possible Roshan respawn. And he has gone for BKB on the Morphling. I think that's a safe choice. He can right-click so hard, and he can just waveform or morph out of the Juggernaut ulti. But if he's Orchided up, or if he gets mana burned by Necrobook, he will likely die.
The BKB mate just let him walk away slowly. Rely on the rest of his team to give him space.
Oh yeah, right. He's going to go in and kill that Wisp, Toby.
Go in, kill Wisp. What do I do now? Walk away, get on me slashed.
Replicate Juggernaut. The Juggernaut illusion will do a fair amount of damage with a crit.
Wonder if it's worthwhile then getting a Hex over on Coifer so you can quickly get rid of that replicate.
I think so. But maybe not wanting it to be purred up by False Promise. I guess if False Promise is used on a Hex, that's pretty good for Escape.
Well, Mana Style is now over on Era. Just keep fighting hard. Well, that's a very tempting target on top lane. Synderon's out of vision at the moment, so he's going to ignite. Coifer jumps in. They need to trigger the Lincoln Spear, so then they can get the silence off with the Orchid. Shadow should be able to pop. The BKP, 10 seconds worth of a charge now going to be triggered. Wow, but they almost killed him.
Close.
But you're still going to be happy with that. Like, a kill would have been great, but burning a 10-second BKB charge, you're still good with that too. Yapsor, where are you headed? All the way down bottom. Chasing after a replicate. He could bring Era back with him if they want to force into the tier 2 tower on top, but it looks like Era wants to continue to farm by himself.
And they had vision of that with a Hawk, but I think it's time. Wings will be okay to take a team fight now.
Good obs ward. Just out of range of both of the sentries of Innocence.
Koifa gets caught out by the Stomp and will perish under the Chronosphere. However,
how does that happen? Like,
he got stomped, and he tried to dodge it, but he dodged too late.
But you should just, oh, okay. Dodge too late was the part. I'm like, because you just ball lightning away the second to your spirit start to stomp.
Yep, dodge too late. He's not dead for that long.
Dire's bottom tower is
So it
under
could even
attack.
be viewed as a tactical death.
It's just the fact you lose your Bloodstone charges, maybe not so great of a tactic. And it's the bottom lane which you're probably thinking of, right? Like the tier 2 tower trade-off.
the Roshan. I wonder if they'll take Roshan. Actually, not in the ET and Death Prophet. There's no way they can do that safely with all 5 heroes up on wings.
Yeah, they already had issues before. Let's not play too hard with the fire. Koifa gets to fire up the top lane now, so 2.7k, 2.8k gold.
It's about that time that Shadow might get a little bit careless, though. We saw this in his Slark game in particular.
Yeah. But he is running a hero where even if you're careless, you still have so many different escape mechanisms. It's very, very difficult for Escape to bring him down. Like, Jugger needs a hell of a lot more damage than what he's got.
Yeah, and they need the Roar and the Orchid to stick onto him. But Blink looks like he's heading to the Rosh Pit with the help of the Exorcism, and it's already very, very low. The Boar has not got in there yet. The Hawk is coming out, but it's going to be too late.
It gets flagged when Isaiah stands his ground and attacks it. It gets flagged even more when it says Morphling picks up the Aegis the Immortal.
Dire's
And the
middle
trade-off is the
tower
tier 2
is
tower in mid. And more farm onto Era. Not to mention Koifa. He did pick up the Mystic Staff.
Touche. Who has your favorite voice lines, Toby?
Techies.
Wow.
Techies' voice lines are amazing. Storm I do like, though. Keizu, caught on the edge of a Chronosphere. Normally he's the man casting the Chronos, but this time around, he's locked in the Vortex.
And that's a gem.
It is. It is, it is, it is.
Escape has a much faster paced lineup. The Storm Spirit doesn't really have a timer to rely on. The Beastmaster with the Necro 3 and the Roar revolving around, 70-ish seconds. But Wings, they're just using their Chronospheres, using their ultimates, and not really getting punished for it. Escape seemed far more interested in farming, but this Morphling's going to be bringing rain upon your base very soon.
Like, even very soon, right now. The first damage done, tier 3 towers, Wings start the assault. They don't have Exorcism for another 55 seconds, and maybe this is why Escape are feeling a little bit more confident to leave Era on the top, but now he will TP back. But they've already lost their bottom tower. Shadow brought it down, I don't want to say almost solo, but it's pretty damn close. Faith jumps in, nice time dilation, causing problems for Synderen. Doesn't have a stun for 17 seconds, and now dead as well for 44. The jump forward, Koifa looking for a target. The ET splitter will keep the rest of Escape out while isolating Koifa outside the base. He'll drop as well. He has to buy back now. Like, if they lose this, they lose 2 lanes of Rax, and Shadow wants to go for more. Just wave forming out. Remember, he's still got the Aegis, the Immortal, Koifa, long jump forward, then a jump back out again. Innocence gives him a little bit of a save. So Shadow can go back in again. Now it's Era who's on the front lines. He blinked forward looking for the Omni Slash, but all he found was death. So he has to buy back and go for a round 2. That's 2 big buybacks now, both Storm as well as Juggernaut, expending the money. And all they want to do is finish up the bottom racks with the help of the Exorcism. They're going to be able to do this. It's gone so long that has come back off cooldown. Shadow, waveform out. They're looking to keep that control on Koifa with the stomp. They bring him down. It's a dieback on him. Exorcism still going to work. The Omni Slash. It's not enough damage. Ice is taking most of it. Now it goes into the creep wave, and they bounce back up again, but you've lost Synderen. Shadow keeps going for the racks. He's hoping someone's going to burn this damn Aegis the Immortal. He's had it the entire fight.
This ET is doing so much work in the team fights. That's the second time he's stumped. That's why Storm Spirit died. He got hit by 2 stumps. First one was the Yules into the stomp, and that was actually Blink's Yules, but second time he's got hit by a stomp without any setup.
Man, they got Chrono off cooldown again. Faith can go. You can get a second dieback right now.
Radiant's middle
They're
tower
beating
is
through the
under
tier 3 towers. 35 minutes in. There it is, the E-Blade shotgun. Era is gone for a minute and a half. And that could actually spell now a 3rd lane of Rax at the pace the Wings is doing this. They're actually got so much money on them, they may back out just so they can buy. This one courier is not enough for the shopping trip.
And they still have a minute and a half on the... Oh, wait a second.
Shadow just got his full Skadi. You've got 7,000 gold over on the Death Prophet. Hang on, this is when we need this one. So 3.1k, 3.1k. Death Prophet bought herself something nice.
BKB.
Yep, full BKB and still has 3.2k. Like,
now the Orchid not really going to be a problem with the Diffusal Blade on the Faceless Void. Not that it was really a big problem before, but that fight just blew the game wide open. It was just a chain feed. Started off with the Beastmaster with the gem, then a couple other heroes getting picked up. Buyback just going in one by one, getting isolated by the Stomp, and next one dying to their Chronosphere, and they don't really have that much save. Wisp is not a one-man team.
not unless you start adding that Ags upgrade where he can tether everybody out.
I think once Wings realized that they could use solo ultimates and not get punished for it, that's when the game started slowly favoring Wings. And Escape, I think they had a lot of opportunities to capitalize. They only looked for like the one perfect opportunity, the one where they took out Rosh when both the Chronosphere and the Exorcism were down. I think that was like the only time where I felt like they were very comfortable making a move onto Wings' side of the map. But aside from that, it's just they're constantly playing around the Storm Spirit, and a couple of misplays here and there by Koigba has made this Wings' game to take.
You actually just got an Aghanim Scepter as well for the Faceless Void. Sure, that's what he put his money into. Soul boosted Death Prophet, all the life in the world. Shadow with a full Skadi, so all that money they got from the chain feed is now being used against Escape. They at least have every ulti up. That is the upside for Escape. The only issue is they need to clean up the creep wave for Ira's ulti to really be that effective. And even then, like, the ET tanked.
There's a smoke though.
Tanked like 3/4 of the ultimate.
Maybe Kazu will be able to look for that jump that they so desperately need. Only a few seconds left on his Shadow Walk though.
Oh, he's got
Shadow's
a Shadow
out
Blade.
in front.
They have to be careful. That gem is still on the ET.
Oh,
they have the vision. The Spirit
right
goes out. They
reward.
found Kazu. Syndra needs to lend a hand with a stun, but it's already too late. The Beastmaster is gone. The E-Blade hit onto Ira. The Splitter's coming as well. They try and save him, but sliced into. Syndra will go down, and that is GG.
Man.
Wings have just grabbed this game by the balls, and they've got it.
I expected a lot more like relocate into like Primal Roar into relocates. I expected a fair amount of like zips into relocates, but it never really seemed like Escape got their feet off the ground.
Yeah, the draft never really synergized, but we were also saying that with Wings. Like, you look at their drafts, like, this could work really, 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 really well. And it did. It was very stable, very easy to play. I still love that through all of this, Syndra almost has the most amount of fantasy points. It's a 20.4 to the 20.6 that Ice Ice was able to achieve as the Elder Titan. And big props to him. Ice Ice played such an amazing game on that ET.
Yeah, that ET was game-winning. Yeah, like Faceless Void didn't die. Morphling got a lot of farm, but I think ET was really the one that was just like, just destroyed, utterly destroyed them in those last team fights.
And that's when you ask the question, would it have been better to ban the ET instead of banning the Mirana in the first two? A big question to ask. We'll find out if they're going to do it in game number 2. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the International 2016 game number 2 of our third and last series of Group A for today. Escape going up against Wings. I'm Tubby1, joined by Merlini. We've had a long day of Wings games, man. A long day of Wings games. But that last game looked to be a lot better for them.
Overall, though, they are not looking so hot. I would say like their drafts are not ideal for them, or well, in the games that we've seen, it's just like some of the heroes are just like, are you sure that was the best pick in that scenario? And also like some of their like chain feeds have just been game losing, like the Slark that we saw without a buyback. So I consider them a top 4 team going into the tournament. After what I've seen today, maybe they're playing like a 7th/8th team.
Yep, I could agree on that.
And Escape, even though they're a wildcard team, I would say they're performing better than expected. I think right now I would not say 13th through 16th team. They're at least like a 9th through 12th team.
I still would have preferred to see like if you've just tuned in on this stream, this is the first Escape series that you've seen. Don't look at game number 1 as a good way of judging how good Escape are. I feel like that draft was very odd. They never really hit their stride. They never really hit a synergy.
They don't play Wisp very often. I think it's mostly like all these other teams are picking Wisp versus them. Let's pick Wisp versus them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was just not their forte. Wings gaming will start off with something completely different. The Slardar and the Night Stalker. We saw the Night Stalker earlier today, but Slardar not a hero that they've turned to in the first phase very often.
It's the vision game too. I'm wondering if they're expecting something like the Keeper of the Light to come from Cinderin by picking up the Night Stalker that actually blocks Sin from doing that. Maybe another choice too. Sin has been moving towards those like the Dazzles, the Coddles, the heroes who don't have a standard stun. So understandable. But it also gives a lot of control for Wings.
Maybe it's their way to deal with the Mirana. Like, going into the group stage, you have to be prepared to deal with a Mirana first phase. Yeah, just because there's only so many heroes you can ban. A lot of teams ban Elder Titan, and then the Draw Rangers also, like, obviously those two are, in my mind, one of the top 2 bans for this tournament. And, like, this might just be their opener versus Mirana. Slardar, so Moonlight Shadow's not a big deal. You have a very reliable lockdown to Killer and Night Stalker. It's not only good for like the darkness and the silence, so you can't leap. I think you can limit a lot of her Starstorm damage because of the darkness, because you need the fog to, or you need to see the hero in order for Mirana to hit him with the Starstorm. And like, if you can't see anyone, you might not actually do like the double Starfall might only hit like 2 heroes, let's say, instead of 4.
Yep. Which means you need everybody in one nice group together. I'm also wondering, too, if Escape are running this as a Yabsaw hero. Normally they do this because Yabsaw finds so much farm with this that they end up running practically a 4-core lineup. But my question mark is only added because they first pick, first phase, both Mirana as well as Dazzle, picking up both supports in the first bit. Maybe a little bit more questionable.
I think Yabsaw's Mirana looked a lot better than it should, just because they weren't facing T1 teams. I think now that you've advanced past the wild card into the group stage, support Mirana is not ideal under most circumstances. It will get punished a lot, and it makes your lanes very weak if you're off entering neutrals a lot. And if you have clarity potions, you're not really able to fight at all times. And especially combined with the Dazzle, like, you need some sort of pressure on your lanes.
Yeah. Or else Wings can just do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, maybe going for a Sand King I think would be good for Escape. We've seen it paired a lot with Mirana, and Dazzle offers no setup in the way of the arrow. We did see that aggressive tri-lane coming out from Escape with a Dazzle, Mirana plus Juggernaut, I believe, was their 3rd. Was it a Dazzle? I don't know. It was, yeah, I think it was Mirana, Dazzle plus Juggernaut that they ran in the aggro lane. So that is a potential coming out from them. Although I think that lane's like very weak.
Could always just look to the Faceless Void as well. Get Keizu onto a hero he's very, very comfortable on.
Void plus Mirana, why not?
Very, very simple combination. Still running some range damage as well, and that leaves, well, it leaves potentially another 2 cores to combo with that.
I think they would counterpick it with the Oracle, though, from Wings, or
that's why you have a
Vengeful
ban.
Spirit. Yeah.
So yeah, you have one more ban. You've taken out a Death Prophet. So you're stopping Wings from having a core which is able to really heavily push. Another silent style hero.
10 seconds.
That depends what Escape really want to go for. The Oracle has just
5
caused so
seconds
many
remaining.
headaches for so many teams this tournament already that it's kind of worth it if you're not going to go for it. And I doubt Escape's going to go both Oracle and Dazzle.
Now, they haven't
That's-
played Oracle from what we've seen, and we have probably the most tape on them than any other team in the tournament already.
Yeah. So Oracle ban makes a lot of sense. Unless they're worried about something else from Wings.
I think they're worried about just getting jumped on all the time. If you have an Oracle, you're just constantly going to get jumped by Slaughter and Ice Sucker like every single...
They take
Five.
out the Ogre, so maybe it is going to be that Faceless Void off lane. We're talking about how great Ogre is
Oh,
up
yeah.
against Faceless Void.
Mm-hmm.
As Wings now get their Rubik. A lot of great abilities to steal already. So it should be a fun game for him. Works nicely with the Slaughter. Don't always need to
10
sprint into
seconds
Crush. You can have nice chain control.
Night Stalker fell out of favor because of all the armlet heroes and all those beefy strength heroes. Night Stalker doesn't actually fare that well. You want squishy heroes that if you jump, you die. Like Dazzle, for example, is a squishy hero who doesn't want to get jumped. Marana, and then like all these Timbersaws, all these alchemists came up. Like, okay, we see you and you don't see us, but we can't really do anything about it. So like
We
now
can,
that
we can stare you down.
Yeah.
if you want, I'll have a staring competition. First person to blink has to kill themselves.
and NS is back, and all those heroes that were pretty good, and like, oh man, but there's a Night Stalker, like Faceless Void, I think, in particular, like suffers, like, okay, I can't see anyone, I can't see anything, and just really struggles because he's not innately that tanky and very susceptible to the Night Stalker silence. So I actually think that Night Stalker is back on the upswing. Escape will go for the Yaps or Earth Spirit, which pretty much solidifies the
10
core
seconds
Marana
remaining.
for Escape.
It's nice to have Yapsaw still on a rotating hero. I wasn't minding if he was on the Marana or a hero like an Earth Spirit. Like, that's so much better for me than something like an IO. He seems to dictate the pace of the game a lot better for Escape early on, and then like you turn to Keizu like in the mid game to control up a lot more, and then Koifer in the late mid game. Just like, there always seems to be like one leader which kicks in at a certain point of the game.
So Wings still not really showing their core. Shadow occasionally takes a Slaughter, but Slaughter and Night Stalker could easily both be cores, both be supports. Not sure. Actually, they can't both be supports, but either of them could be a support. Support Slaughter was the thing. Crit ran it a lot. It was pretty cool.
Was that when Iron Talon was first brought out?
No, it was before.
Before Iron Talon?
Yeah.
And you ran a Slaughter, what?
It was
oh, yeah, just like
around
raw,
Frankfurt Major.
raw support. Yeah, yeah.
Frankfurt Major
as
time.
opposed to like something like a jungle.
10 seconds remaining.
They're like, wow,
Actually,
amplify damage is really good.
The king of random jungle heroes is still gonna have, it's still gonna be Puppy forever.
Turn to pick.
He's the guy that worked at how to do jungle Storm Spirit.
Jungle Pudge.
He did jungle Pudge. Except people started getting pissed off at him because they're like, why isn't Denti playing Pudge?
Because they wanted the
10
novelty
seconds
factor,
remaining.
That-
surprise
that
factor.
Yeah, I was like, oh my lord, is that Puppy?
5 seconds remaining.
Lifestealer. So 3 melee heroes
Reserve time.
up against Escape. They've already got both their supports already, so they can't just say, hey, let's just pick up something like a Disruptor, even though he's not that great up against Lifestealer.
They need something resilient. Right now, Wings have a I'm going to run at you lineup. Like, this is just, they're going to be all up in your face all the time.
Yeah. Like, DK is the only thing which is coming to my mind which would be resilient enough, but even then he's still going to struggle. Amplify's going to rip through him. So you
DK is
need
not a
Dazzle
quick
to
hero.
work, and Lycan.
Lycan's pretty good here.
Lycan pick up.
Wings Gaming
They don't really have a good way to lock him down. Slaughter's like, okay, but Lycan can actually man up on a lot of these and doesn't struggle too much with the amplified damage.
Does this now make it a Marana for Koifer?
Very likely, yes.
Because normally it is Iro who plays the Lycan,
10 seconds remaining.
especially for his role. So they banned the Beastmaster out as the last one. Some kind of disable that would actually go through Magic Immunity, as opposed to everything else that Escape currently has.
Starting to think that Wings might go for like a Bat Rider or something.
I was thinking Escape was actually going to go for Bat Rider. A lot of melee heroes, great sticky napalm, slow them all down.
But versus Night Stalker
Turn rates
with
of
escape.
pain.
I guess they have the aid of the...
Oh, we forgot. We forgot about the Brood. But you're doing a Brood up against a Night Stalker as well.
I want
and
to
a Slaughter.
say it's like forgotten. Brood, I think, is just widely considered as weak at the moment. And it will catch Wings by surprise, but I actually think Wings are one of the most versatile teams. So
it was the phrase you said, I think, like 3 series ago, where you're just like, yeah, you may get Huskard, you may get Broodmother, and then the Alchemist. Well, Wings seem to have a really nice lineup against what Escape is bringing to the table.
yeah, Alchemist is going to have a field day.
Yeah, especially if you put him on the bot lane. Like you push him into the bot lane, you run someone else on the mid up against the Mirana of Koitfa.
Who else can go mid? Slaughter +1, Lifestealer +1?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, then again, you're running a Night Stalker jungle, aren't you?
I think you just have 2 dedicated supports on a bottom lane and keep Lifestealer in the bottom lane.
Can work as long as you got the vision.
It's a much better kill lane. Like,
Yeah.
if you put Alchemist in the bottom lane, the Broodmother is going to farm. And Alchemist will farm, but I think Alchemist can farm in the mid lane, and Broodmother won't get anything if Lifestealer, Rubik, Night Stalker are all there to try and isolate him. Depends on how good the Broodmother is coming out from Kezu. I have not seen it that much.
I wonder actually how many times he's played the hero, but you're going to look that one up
I will look it up for you.
as we go into the game.
Okay, I have it. 0 times
Is that really it?
in competitive Dota.
He's never played a Broodmother in competitive Dota.
That is correct.
Well, that's
As
going to be
far
one of the
as
secret
Dota
things
buff
that he
says.
planned. And, well, the guys that bring the wards out, Innocence as well as Keizu, already being forced back out. So let's do our predictions nice and quick. So we have player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at the end of a game.
Alch or Lifestealer, I'm not sure which.
I would go with the Lifestealer in this game. But depends how long it's going to go.
Yeah, okay, I'll go with Lifestealer.
I lean towards him. Player with the most kills at 10 minutes. I would lean towards the lines of, I don't want to say, I think it's actually going to be Koitfa.
It's usually a support, right?
It could be, but I think Spirit doesn't really find that killing blow.
Ice
Like,
maybe?
he helps with the mid.
30 seconds to battle.
I'll go with Ice. Ice seems like he runs around a lot.
I am going to go with actually Koitfa. I think there's going to be a lot of battles in mid.
First triple kill. Shadow?
Yeah, actually, yeah, definitely.
Total number of Blink Daggers purchased.
By
Slardar.
25.
I think just Slardar. Maybe Earth Spirit. I'll go with 2. 0 to 2. I
Zero.
always get this wrong, though. Rubik could get one.
Yeah, not by 25, unless this game is already over by 25 minutes.
And they will get the Grievel's Greed Bounty Rune. Immediate Quelling Blade coming out from Alchemist.
Money.
So it looks like it will be the Slardar in the bottom lane dealing with Kezu by his lonesome, and Wings will be running an aggressive dual lane in the form of Night Stalker plus Lifestealer.
This dual lane's going to get scouted out pretty early. There's a nice Observer Ward down from Escape.
Can Slardar solo versus a Brood? I don't... That seems dubious. I guess he can't die, but it still seems dubious. We'll see.
You said before, like, Keizu's going to get a lot of farm, right, if you do something like this. That's exactly what's going to happen. Hal comes out from Era as they're trying just to zone out the aggressive Ice Night Stalker. Gets a little bit of extra harassment to Keizu, too. You'll have a good time once that soul ring's up. Slaughter's going to have a nightmare of a time once that soul ring is up.
And Blink having a nice 5 melee creeps going out to him. So that should secure him level 2 and should pretty much force Earth Spirit to move to another lane. But he is headed around to the top. The Observer Ward will get eaten up immediately by Ice.
The pick up, the throw down. Era can't really help him. Support comes in from Yapsol with his rolling boulder forward.
And Sin didn't even get that heal off, which would have aided in at least forcing a little bit more regen out of Wings. But the laning phase not going terribly well for them, and it looks like the Slardar actually has a lot more CS than the Broodmother at this point in the game, too.
Kind of surprising. But this is going to change around anyway with the Broodmother. Like,
Are you
phase
sure? I'm not sure.
The fact that...
Pro-Man Shield is so good versus Brood.
I'm thinking because Keizu's going to start taking over the Radiant jungle, and with the aggro trialing up on top, he can just find so much farm inside the jungle.
But I don't think he's a Broodmother spammer. I think like if you were a Broodmother spammer, I'd be like, yeah, he's gonna own this lane. But like it doesn't seem like a hero that he's played that often. I'm even looking through his player profile, and there's just a lot of Bat Rider, a lot more Bat Rider, and Beastmaster. Like it's just all those heroes just over and over and over again. I don't see Broodmother thrown in any of these games.
He normally plays the big team fight controllers or the initiators from the offlane. Like the Broodmother is not that. The Broodmother is all about like lane control.
Yeah. I think Kezu's laning phase is decent, but only when there's like a Timbersaw, sometimes a Void. But with the Broodmother, I'm still dubious. I'll be keeping an eye out on that lane, though.
Maybe that's why Yabsor's now rotated down, but the Observer Ward, which is blocking up the camp, also scouts out the movement. And this is why Kezu can't just send a bunch of Spiderlings over and farm this camp up. Because that would be really easy money for him.
And Faith is getting a lot of CS, and most of those are not Broodlings, so that's he's doing very well in the gold department. See Observer Ward drop down behind Faith, and this may be the time for them, but they don't have enough Broodlings quite yet, and he still does have the stomp. Let's see. Yapsor does not have the silence available to him. And now there's enough Broodlings. Here we go.
Dive under the tower. Boulder forward. Faith, he's been waiting for this. Gets himself a double crush. There's support coming in. The Broodlings will keep charging as well. Innocence needs to pick up Yabsor and just throw him away if possible. And then Faith, salve, trigger is up. Keizu, pick him up. There's another crush. Keizu's so low. He's going to go down. Faith still alive. Yabsor, short range boulder, but he's still underneath his own tower. Where's the mana? Sprint's coming back off cooldown for Faith. Yabsor doesn't have the mana for it. He does have a salve if he wants the extra life to survive. But now with a crush, you've got actually a Fade Bolt available too. Yabsor will die. Faith fighting almost an entire engagement under 150 HP. They find the kill. And now it's 3-0 to Wings and Escape. They've kind of fallen off the rocking horse here.
I forgot about the obvious synergy with the Lycan Howl and the Brood. However, it was only a level 1 Howl, and it does not do that much when you have a Pro-Man shield. So I think they maybe overestimated the damage of that. Maybe he thought he had a level 2 Howl. Maybe he just hasn't played Brood, you know, every game for the past month. But there's a lot of things that could happen. And they even get the D-War behind the tower. This bottom lane is just becoming more and more tragic. They know that there's a Reservoir War now. But
yeah.
It's not so well. Not going so well for them.
Oh, it is not. They need to find some kind of way to stall this up. There's Faith. Easy money for him.
Why is he trying to get the last hit on the Sentry Ward? Habit, I suppose.
Well, yeah, why, like, I think Sentry Wards need a little bit more respect. And they should be worth something too. Even if it's like 25 cents.
That Mango actually owned too.
Well, they found Yapsor. Bottom River. Ice and Innocence just rotating over again. That Observer Ward has done so much.
Brood lane is a disaster.
It really is. But what are you going to do? You're going to switch it up and send Era down there? You can't do that. You might be able to send Era into the jungle and then push Brood to the top. But then again, you also want to you want to put someone else in the mid like a Dazzle so he can soak up experience so Koifa can rotate around. But what do? All right, so it's Synderen and Yapsor who are both coming down to the bot lane. This is already a huge warning signal when you've got to commit 2 supports to help a Broodmother in a lane.
And now they see the Moonlight Shadow with the Sentry Ward. So now everyone knows that there are people invisible. And I do not think that they see these 2 heroes though on the side, Yapsor and Synderen. Although he probably suspects it, and that's why we see the Rubik coming in from the south side. The heal bomb comes.
Nice crush.
Oh, he already has
over
amp.
on Keizu as well. Yeah, he's level 6, man. Keizu in deep. Innocence with a level 2 Fade Bolt can slow down the damage onto Faith. Another crush. There's your Fade Bolt. Faith to the tree lines. The one charge will keep him alive. Now there's amplification over on Yapsor. The Spineless keep chasing him down. They will find the kill from the form of Dazzle. Koifa looking for one on Innocence 2. Under that tier 1, the last arrow will be enough. Meanwhile, while that was going on, it looks like we had another kill.
Ice did kill the Broodmother. And, oh, the arrow comes in. Ooh, that was close.
That's where the Brood died, back at the tier 1.
You cannot afford to have your Brood die this many times early. And they did have that Observer Ward, which you mentioned did a lot of work. It worst combo, yeah. Because you don't want the armor auras. They have +6 armor.
I think you can still be fine with it all.
Oh yeah, I'll just take you like 4 sprays.
Wait, are there 2 armlet
3.
recipes? Yeah, there's 2 armlet recipes. Obviously, Shadow's building 1 as well. I'm then looking through, I'm like, for some reason, I just saw double at the moment. I'm just like, yeah, that is double. Both Alchemist as well as Lifestealer are rapidly approaching their own armlets. They're so far ahead in that
Ice Ice trying to find these heroes in the bottom lane. Amp comes out on Yapzor, and 3 heroes trying to take some sort of control in this lane. They've even invested sentries. They really want to win this lane.
They're losing their other lane so hard because of it.
Yep.
Like an off-lane Lifestealer is now at 3.7k net worth. The Slaughter on the safe lane is the same as the safe lane of Escape at 2.4k. This can't continue this way. Like they either find kills, take this tier 1 tower and take Roshan. Maybe that's their way back into this.
And they roll and they try and kill Ice Ice, and now they see that Koikva is even headed down there, and
Leap.
Faith is just way out of there.
He dodges the kick. He turns for amplification.
Dude, Faith is playing so well this game. Like, these early 8 minutes, I've been very impressed with how he's handled this. He's dodged multiple rolling boulders and the stuns. He's also had that turnaround for 2 hero kills. He has a presence to go back to his T2 when he sees 4 heroes invading. And now they've finally taken over the jungle by first knocking down that T1 tower and making sure that there are no sentries in lane. Kezu will have a good time now.
They're rotating to mid. The amplification quote for like, your movement is very, very obvious.
What, Blink took that stack out? Oh man, he had a DD. Wow, that was a hard stack to take out. And it's a level 9 Alchemist.
He's now got 2k after already finishing his armlet. He's at 6.4k net worth after that ancient stack. The other armlets, it's flying up to the Lifestealer now. So you got both armlets up in under 9 minutes, practically, that were bought.
That's a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Synderen trying to soak up some XP on the bottom lane, but there's still 3 heroes down there. Yapzor thinking about initiating on there, but maybe reconsidering with how fast Wings have been TPing down to that bottom lane.
Escape just have no control of this game.
That's with a Brood, you have to win the lanes, and with a Brood and a Lycan, you should definitely win that lane, especially when it's versus Slaughter. Like, they drafted the hero last, which was the Alchemist, and they weren't even. That wasn't even like a concern about the Brood. It was like, whatever, we'll just put Slaughter down there. No big deal.
We'll find the money anyway. Doesn't matter.
Well, with the Vlad's pickup on Lycan, maybe they can start doing Rosh fairly soon.
Play with the most kills.
Got that one wrong. I
Yeah.
put the wrong support. Dang.
So did I. My pick was quite for that. But it was all in the hands of innocence. 2 kills early on. Shadow's also spent almost no time with heroes, hence that's not right. It's all been on with the Slaughter.
Yeah,
and that's going to be even better. Like, look at the money he's got. Isn't that from the Starfall?
Oh, that's a Blink Dagger.
Yep.
That's an 11-minute Blink Dagger.
Yep. That's what I was talking about, man. Just the fact that Slaughter is not even being contested or slowed down on his way to a Blink Dagger. All key items are coming, and Escape aren't doing anything to throttle the momentum.
And they have smoked way behind that T2. We see the Rosh being taken down right now by Era. Lifestealer does have a TP score, but he is nowhere in sight. Radiant has used scan. They know that something's up, but where are they?
They just pinged exactly on it.
They need Shadow to come over, though. There's no reason that this fight should be 4-5.
It hit Yapzor! He's just waiting in the tree lines. He'll kick his way through. The arrow will also catch Innocence. Now Roshan is at 1/3 of his life. They triggered with the dust. It was too far away from the Mirage to connect on him. But with amplification on Synderen, they're waiting for the right time. The jump in from Faith. Then the Lifestealer pop out. They rip through Era. The Fable from Innocence will find one. Synderen will be collateral, and Kezu, he's just sitting on the cliffside. Maybe he could jump down and get a steal on Roshan. That's the upside here, if anything. Faith being stun dumped. You're going to concoct onto Blink. Kezu right in the middle of it. Lifestealer gets the Aegis Immortal. It goes to Radiant. Kezu can't get out. He'll go down too. Escape have completely lost this game right now. Wow. The Mirana gets picked off. Maybe this can be one of these games where you even call GG before the 15-minute mark, because you are getting slaughtered.
This is Alk has Radiance? Oh my, this is 12 minutes in. That's the dream.
Dude, this is more than a dream.
I'm hoping they'll call it after 15 for companion predictions, but I think like it might be around that time. Like this is
There was an 18-minute game yesterday. That's the quickest game we've had on record so far.
this is utter disaster.
But you have games like this in the group stage every now and then. Like something just goes really, really wrong, and you just like, okay, let's just end this. This is not something we want to keep going through unless you see a way to come back. But a Broodmother making a comeback,
Lycan too. I honestly do not see it happening.
Two heroes who are probably the worst in their lanes and making a comeback after you get so heavily shut down.
This might be the YOLO smoke play. You see 3 heroes in the mid lane, maybe trying to sweep out a crew that is hunting down Kezu, but there are no Wings heroes in sight. And on top of that, they have the Aegis on the Lifestealer, who's the only vulnerable hero here. But looks like they will try and at least control the Radiant jungle so they can equalize this net worth, but it's at 14,000, dude.
There's BTs now arriving as well for the Alchemist. I'm surprised he doesn't just go straight combat. Like, you just got an Echo Saber over on the Lifestealer, jumps inside the Slaughter.
He doesn't need combat. He has a Lifestealer for that. Lifestealer's mega farm too.
True.
Okay, this is...
The Obs and Sentries down, so they see the Wolves moving over. Actually, they see the Broodmother as well. They know the Brood is behind them. But that's not the point where they need to force. Like, they just go top lane. As a double damage Alchemist, Chemical Rage is up in 13 seconds. He just pushes the tier 2 tower and escape him. Well, they either fight him or they hide.
Well, we see a TP coming out. Rubik trying to come out from the bottom lane.
The jump! Ira! Shallow Grave! No! He can't even get it up in time! Ira just explodes. Synderen started with the heal. Maybe he thought his teammate would survive longer than maybe a fraction of a second. Yapsaw turns on the Magnetize. Everyone just gets to rock and roll a little bit in the mid lane.
Ooh, Slaughter actually dies.
Yeah, Koifa came in from behind.
Magnetize plus Wolves, Kezu.
It's almost 700 gold just for the kill on the Slaughter. Innocence is also quite low. He kicks back Yapsaw. And he gets killed off by the creep wave at the end of the day. And now, Ice moves forward. Shadow, not a healthy man, but with Concoction over on Yapsaw, he can steal out a little bit more life. And they bring in more. Synderen TP's in. Ice wants to keep forcing the issue. The arrow connects. Shadow rages up, moves forward. Still had open wounds available as well, so if he wants to try and turn and fight here, he can do so. He'll have the life. Concoction arriving in from Blink. It flies forward to Koifa with the acid spray down. Koifa, one more hit. Now he's down for the count. Earns on Ira. That ulti form is only going to last for half a second. Now will wear off. He'll slow down, and Ice will want to keep that chase going. Into the base with the Void, bringing down the Lycan. Yapsaw will boulder forward, but now he's in a world of hurt. Silenced up, Concoction's on the way. It's in range. Yapsaw nowhere to go. He'll also go down 16-4. This is beyond a disaster. This is a catastrophe for Escape.
I concur. There are no other ways to describe this game that would not just be a rehash of what you just said.
The Night Stalker is 1,800 away from his Acronym Scepter. What's the Alchemist sitting at now? He's got Yasha, 1,100. Anything on the courier? Nope. That net worth, that's another one of these things which could potentially break. His gold per minute's not over 1,000 though.
Let's do it, Blink.
It's 870 at the moment.
Yeah, they need to take down a couple more towers, get a T1, get him a triple kill, get
Yep.
more bounty runes. Yeah, let's see it, Blink. Plus 20 right there.
If he goes over the 1,000, because you have yours over 1,000 as well?
Of course.
Of course.
There's Alchemist. And Blink Alchemist.
We need more stacks. More stacks, please. Feed your broodlings, Kezu.
Please.
that's what we need. The money he gets from that would be ridiculous.
900 and counting. You should have the GPM graph. This is one of the few times that
Well, you actually want to...
I have the GPM graph. Well, who needs to see net worth? You know that Alchemist is miles ahead of everyone else.
Where's my button? Gold per minute. There you go.
920.
Blink forward with a jump out. Synderen! Oh, boy!
It's coming up. It's like 5 every... Broodlings Kezu right there. Okay, 930 and counting. He's getting there. 945. Please give him all the CS.
I did it all for the money. For the money. Last hit in the tower, bonus gold.
Shadow.
Shadow. You're destroying the dreams of the people. Here they come. Up through mid, Kuiper caught out nice and early. Again, Shadow able to find that kill. Concoction prepared, throwing. It's going to follow a long way up to Yapsaw back at the base. Well, the tier 3 towers are being brought down, and there's just no real answer. The only answer which is coming in is Era pushing the tier 1 tower down. They might find Keizu now. He got dusted up. There's the blink, blind crush. They need that Aghanim Scepter on the Night Stalker to find Keizu, who's just running around the back. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Alchemist is solo taking down Rax with no contest from Escape.
960 and counting.
Oh, give us 1,000, give us 1,000. Oh, Spirit goes down. He gets assist gold for that. And then the jump forward. They find Cinder and Concoction. Again, another life stealer kill. The melee Rax will drop, and there it is. Good game, well played. We're short. Where's the money? Show me the money, Alchemist. He's 990. 990. Finish the range, Rax. No! Missed it by that much. 12 gold. 12 gold per minute. 12 gold per minute. If you got the last hit in that mid tower, it may have been enough. It could have been enough.
Blame Keizu for not feeding his broodlings.
I blame Keizu.
988.
Oh, the dream is not a reality.
Nice try.
Yeah, but don't worry, there's more games in the group stage, tons of them to come. But for Escape, it's going to be a bitter end to the Group A. But Group B matches, they're coming up next, so definitely stay tuned for that one. I don't know who's actually coming on the stream next, but don't worry, you got a star-studded lineup of casters from all around the world here in Seattle for the International 2016 to do your coverage. So
GG well played. Thanks for
GG.
watching.
Yeah.
And tune into the other streams for more games from Group A.
yeah, we'll see you there.
Welcome back, everybody, to the International. We have started our group stage, and we have started Group B. We have 2 rounds of Group B, and if you want to be able to follow myself and Blitz, who are going to be casting together for the next 2 series, we are going to be following MVP Phoenix. First, MVP Phoenix versus Digital Chaos Blitz. You obviously know MVP Phoenix quite intimately. It's become a little bit of a meme that joined Dota, and it seems like Valve they latched onto that and put you on an MVP Phoenix game. You know them probably better than any other caster. What do you give their shot against Digital Chaos?
What, dude? I think they're the prohibitive
I
interest.
know.
Like,
they are definitely the
way that you made that sound made it sound like MVP still this small-time team trying to...
No. Sorry.
These guys-
It's what I actually mean to say is that you think the 60%, 70%, or 80%?
I think with the form that DC has played in so far, that I've seen them in, I think that MVP are a heavy favorite.
Yes.
They won that recent event in China that I can't even remember. I was trying to watch games off of that, but I wasn't able to. And more importantly than that, they're just looking good. Like overall, it doesn't seem like they're slowing down whatsoever. It feels like they're kind of just, in fact, starting to get their legs about them. I do think the one downside about this team, though, is that they don't change. Like, this is not an adaptable team. This team likes the things that they like. This kind of style, this Ricky lifestyle. When did we see? We saw this in Manila Major, and they're still doing it. Because, to give you some insight, the way that this team thinks is they create strategies around heroes.
Yeah.
Like, they'll think of a hero and they'll
like
say...
the Wisp Bristleback that they do, right?
They like heroes, and they'll say, oh, we really like this hero. How can we make it fit? And they'll tailor strategies almost entirely around it.
Right.
Like, for example, they really like life stealers, so they're thinking to themselves, okay, what would make this hero as effective as possible? Whereas a lot of teams have a general playstyle, and they'll build around that. They'll say, we're a tempo pushing lineup, so we need these kinds of heroes.
Right.
MVP is almost the direct opposite, where they really like to just build strategies around their heroes.
I actually, this is kind of a newer concept that I hadn't really thought about that much until Ted and I got to talking about it this morning before our panel. And I started talking to him. He opened up this idea of, he asked me, like, how much does Alliance change their picks based on a patch? And I said, you know, I feel like Alliance is one of those teams who adjusts or fits their playstyle more to a meta than vice versa, right? And it feels like MVP Phoenix is a team that does that almost more than anybody else, in that it doesn't almost matter what patch we're in, what meta we're in. They like certain things, and they fit their playstyle into that meta, and they'll adjust some things, but I would say they make almost like the least adjustments, perhaps, of any team.
I think the cool thing about them, though, is the last thing I want to say about MVP, because we should discuss DC in the draft, but I think that it's awesome that they don't really have a scene in Korea. They don't really have that backing. Everyone always talks about how they don't have that financial support and everything. They really don't, but they just make it work. These guys, they grind hard at it, and even when there wasn't really a future in it, they just kept working at it and working at it and working at it. And I think that should show the other scenes, especially scenes like South America, which aren't 100% as developed when it comes to a competitive standard, that, dude, these guys have nobody to play against in their region.
Yeah.
Much less, it's like they have to play with awful ping and tons of packet loss on the Chinese servers. They don't really have the best play. They always have to move to boot camp. Like, nothing comes easy for these guys, and they still make it work. Digital Chaos, on the other hand, this is a lineup that was cobbled together. That's the best way to put it.
They're the misfits, right? The outcasts.
They kind of just made. And the crazy thing is, they made it work. Like, after Bulba and AUI left, I know that Sunsan was disappointed because he thought that lineup was going to be sick. He had to take in Misery and as soon as that happens, they just get in everywhere. They get into like every single event. They qualify. They made it to TI. It wasn't easy. They were one game away.
Yep.
They could have been in DC shoes, but instead they're in. And I think the problem with them, though, is that it does seem time to time they're out of sorts.
Yes.
In terms of their play, just it feels like they don't 100% communicate. Whereas MVP is a team that will run at you, and they rely very heavily on making mechanically precise teamfight plays. It feels like Digital Chaos is a team that either they run over you with their strategies and their good mechanical play, but sometimes their teamwork can just fall apart.
Yeah, I actually feel like I was going to fully agree with you. I wanted to bring that point up, that it does feel like DC is a bit more, or a lot more, disjointed when it comes to working together as a team, whereas that is very clearly not a problem for MVP Phoenix. So DC are coming into this a bit of the underdogs, but it is international after all. We preface all of our predictions and our thoughts going into a game, especially in the beginning of this tournament, with almost anything can happen. Every single one of these teams is so close when it comes to that skill gap, and everyone's playing everyone. Strategies are being passed around constantly that this TI is, I am sure, going to be one of the most competitive we've had yet. Now that we've talked about the two teams, though, let's get into the draft. We have Riki, Lifestealer, Axe, and Vengeful Spirit. A lot of physical damage, a bit of minus armor, some combinations there for MVP, while DC are going to open up with what I feel like is a little bit more standard to the patch right now. Mirana and Ogre Magi both being heavily valued in the first 1-2, as well as Batrider, who is actually going to sneak into the 3 pickup here for DC while we await their 4th pick.
I think that MVP, their lineup is just standard. What they really like to do is, I remember talking to them once and they said, we want to structure a lineup where we can always just fight. Or we can say, how are we going to win a team fight at X time? And that's precisely what you see. You just need a lineup that's going to run you, whereas Digital Chaos, there's more finesse in their draft so far. You need to get these combination of spells with the Batrider, the Ogre, and the Mirana to work together. You've got the Morph who can split push and take this a little bit further, but...
What was that insane game where MVP Phoenix, they had an Axe, and I remember they were backing away from a team fight, and they went back in. I think Forev was probably playing the Axe. He went back in on like 300 HP. Like, it was something absurd where they just they forced that team fight to make it work because they saw an opportunity where the enemy team's going to pursue. They're going to go through that little Radiant clump near that very safe hard camp that people usually farm. They went through that area and they're like, let's turn it around. Let's find that fight. Let's win that fight. Every other team, I would say, at those odds would not try and take it. But MVP Phoenix do, because they work together as a team, they believe in themselves or something like that, and just through the power of something, they manage to find openings in team fights and make those team fights work more so than any other team. You could say other top-tier teams, they play the strategies, they play the odds, but MVP Phoenix, even when they're down, as you said, they kind of draft that way, where they're always able to potentially make it work with just top-notch execution and coordination.
Na'Vi kind of reminded me of that for quite some time. I think Na'Vi is a team that,
10 seconds remaining.
just to give you guys some insights into teams, because I've had some experience coaching now, is that
5 seconds
you really need to believe in your captain more than anything. That guy you have to ride or die for. Like, whatever he wants to do, you've got to do. And Dubu is probably the lowest MMR on this team. He's had the least competitive experience, and yet anything he tells his team, they're going to follow suit with. And that's the kind of mentality that you just have to shut off your brains and listen to your captain. And oftentimes I get that sense with teams like Na'Vi, where they're just like, art style, I think we're outdrafted, but who cares? It's like, trust the fact that your captain knows what he's doing and he's drafted a lineup that is meant to win those fights. Like, your captain above all else will see everything, and that is the man that you must 100% trust at all times. Digital Chaos, sometimes I get the sense that Misery isn't 100% of his directive isn't followed, but at the same time, what they have going for them is an abundance of individual skill on all of these players. All of these guys, if you were to put them on any team, I feel like you could make a case for them all being tier 1. It's just about whether or not they can bring it together for these single games. You're at TI right now. This is the best time for a team to come together. Who cares about how they performed at Manila? Who cares about how they performed at Starladder Summit? This is the event that matters.
And this is where, if you're going to be following your captain's dreams, I feel like an internal conflict that we obviously won't really be able to get into the real details of too much and fully understand what goes right or wrong. But I feel like the stronger personalities on the team, like Weeha and Moo, need to be able to curb that sort of that individualism and high amount of skill that they bring to the team that also pairs up with very what's the word I'm looking for? They know what they like, right? And they have very specific opinions about Dota, and they've got to try and bring that in and really follow the vision of what Misery is bringing to the table. Now, our last pick's going to be the Oracle for Digital Chaos, followed up by MVP Phoenix grabbing the Slark. So this means we are going to be having, what is our lane matchup?
It's possibly just going to be, they could, if they think it's going to be Weeha mid.
Yeah, which it should be, right?
You could probably just put Kyo and have Febby help. and Forev can go. No, that doesn't work either. You want wherever QO goes to go one-on-one with the Batrider.
Yes.
So you probably go Slarkvenge top.
Well, doesn't Lifestealer match up one-on-one against Batrider okay too?
I'm trying to think of what would go better against the Bat. I could imagine they do QO mid because he has kill potential with the Riki if you lead with the
Oh,
smoke screen.
right. That's a good
And
point.
because you can't leap out of the pounce.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, my favorite part of
It's Blitz's favorite part. I'm actually very happy.
You want to know what I
we're able
am
to
right
do
now
this.
with my last 3 games? I'm
Yeah,
0
sure.
for 12.
Oh, for
Like-
all right. We're all going to turn around right here, Blitz.
That's
All
where
right.
the real skill is, though, I feel.
Our predictions. 4 predictions here. Number 1, Blitz Dota, player with the least deaths. That's got to be Resolution, right?
I'm going to go
Well,
with...
QO or Resolution?
I'm going to go with MP.
Oh, okay. You're going to go with
We
the
can do
Lifestealer.
separate
All
ones.
right,
We
very
can
well.
do separate ones, man.
All right, okay.
Go tower be killed before 10.
I will go with QO because obviously we're thinking we're siding with MVP Phoenix here slightly. In this
All right,
game
my
1.
predictions are done. Don't
Oh,
copy
you're
mine.
done already? Oh, come on, dude. I was going to do the whole intro like we did in the qualifiers.
No, we got to move things
All
along
right,
faster.
All right, fine.
What are you doing, man? This is TI.
I'm sorry. All right. We're good to go. We had our early wards being placed out. Doesn't look like, oh man, some heavy commitment there from the wards on the left-hand side. They managed to snipe one out.
Yep.
So
I will say
they won't have the kind of wards for mid, but at least they took that care of that ward.
I think there are very clear directions for both teams to follow. I think that DC is more about being as annoying as they can in the laning phase.
Mhm.
That's what Ogre Magoo does for you more than anything. Whenever I hear players talk about this hero, it's with such utter distaste. They just say, "Ugh, Ogre." They just don't like the hero. They don't like playing around it.
Yep.
It just bops you on the head, and he's got 8 armor, so you don't want to bop him back. And
It's
so
not
for-
a hero that there's a particularly high amount of skill to play around. You just, at level 1, you just can't beat him. He's got too good of stats.
Yeah, you just-
and he, as you said, bops you in the head
yeah,
constantly.
so it is going to be the Riki and the Slark that we predicted. I say we very generously, and
Listen, I was the one who brought up that Lifestealer can match up against the Batrider just fine.
yeah, but that, if anything, that just messed with my head because I originally had what I wanted.
All
so
right, fine.
I think for DC, they have to do very well in the laning phase, Austin. And I think for MVP, the objective is to just simply get as aggressive as you possibly can. Play the MVP style that's gotten you so far. Kyo's going to have to make a lot of space to try to make this laning phase somewhat okay for his team because I do think that DC has the better draw of it right now.
This is, it's kind of an interesting position to be in. You saying that Digital Chaos need to, okay, already being able to pick up that first blood, lands the pounce, unable to get the leap out of it.
You didn't get that, did you?
QO, no.
All right. It was hard to predict, to be fair.
I didn't expect it so quickly.
That was honestly really fast. I wasn't even watching that because I didn't imagine pre-level 2 they could get that kill, but
Yeah, I thought level 2 was the go time.
yeah.
But apparently not. In fact, they're going to start going on Misery here in the top lane. They've already rotated Febby in with a TP scroll, and his extra bit of help with the smoke screen slowing down Misery is going to be enough to be able to get them that kill, and some extra damage on Moo as well. They've got the Orb of Venom slowing him down. They're keeping pace and getting a lot done.
Febby is going insane right now, and I really like Dubu's decision to go for the Wave of Terror. Oftentimes people say against any sort of dual lane, and if you're playing Venge, it's pretty pointless to have that first level of stun, unless you've got that tri-lane prepped and ready, but Febby not being there, of course, is going to make things a little bit more difficult, and so far, MVP strike immediately.
Yeah, that was really interesting. They had the TP scroll already ready to go for the Riki, and was able to make that rotation when they saw the Ogre Magi was just too far forward.
Yeah, this is very good so far. I think DC are somewhat okay, but you've got to kind of reset at this point. The best thing that you can possibly do is just kind of take a step back and say, okay, you know, that sucked, but ultimately there's still a game to play. And even though the laning phase was supposed to go a little bit better than this, things are somewhat okay as Forev is getting so aggressive.
Jesus, he got a little lucky on the spins there, getting that extra one towards the tail end. Misery is making his way to mid lane. He knows, both him as well as Weehaw know about Febby's rotation here. They scattered him out thanks to this counter ward that was laid down earlier. So they know he's hanging around, but every single time Wee's just kind of forced back a little bit. He already gave up first blood, doesn't want to be giving up another one. They desperately need, I think, another counter ward in that mid lane.
This Axe is doing absurdly well right now, and I did want to point this out, that I played this matchup just yesterday, in fact, or like, no, that doesn't make sense, like 8 days ago, and I was playing the Morph against the Axe, and just realizing that you don't have the range to deal with this hero. Like, your range is so short.
Morphling?
Yeah, you just got short arms, 350 attack range. The spin is pretty close to that. It's 275, so as soon as the Axe closes any sort of gap on you, you can't really do much about it. And because the worst part is that Morphs almost always morph so low in terms of HP, all it takes is 1 or 2 spins and suddenly you're zoned out of the lane.
Yeah. So you could see Forev, his CS, is reflecting that matchup advantage that he has in his hands. 14 and 3, already level 4.5, comparing to our Batrider, who hasn't quite hit the level 4 marker, despite the help of the Ogre, who's now going to be bottom lane. Forev just rushing at Resolution. Meanwhile, they're also going the Batrider at the same time. Looks like he managed to get the call at the bottom lane. The Morph will be able to get away, and Forev looks like he should be dropping here, as Saksa will be able to throw out the last bit of extra nuke damage back over to Moo. He will be jumped on by QO. The pounce lands, ensuring that Moo, oh my god, he actually got back up the cliff. He has to somehow get through past Dubu into the neutrals and deny himself there. He's not dying fast enough, though. Dubu, he's going to be able to come in, gets one right click, finally does manage to get the kill. 1-3 now, as both lanes at top and bottom, MVP see an opening, try and get aggressive. Unfortunately, Forev by himself was unsuccessful in his attempt and managed to get himself killed. But at the top lane, MVP Phoenix do manage to get the kill on Moo.
Yeah, more importantly, it was just a good job by Dubu as he pulled the aggro, and the Axe is still getting an unbelievable amount of farm. He's got 20 CS in an off lane that was not meant to go this well, I assure you. And even though mid is now going heavily in the favor of Weehaw, that's what you normally see in this range versus melee matchup. More importantly, QO doesn't have that kill potential without that Riki there, and DC spotted him coming in. They've done a very good job so far with the sentry wards.
Saksa will have his clarity denied from him. Meanwhile, Moo trying to get some damage here. MP is actually going to try and pursue here. Slowing him down with the open wounds. They will manage to get the stun, and Moo, a little bit too big for his britches. Oh, he's barely managed to survive it, but gets blocked up by the creeps right as Firefly ends, and that is enough for MVP.
Although QO goes down.
Yet another kill. QO getting taken out in the middle lane almost immediately afterwards.
Very surprising considering that we didn't have to commit the arrow for that.
It is.
That just means a simple Starfall leap was enough to kill, which usually leads to a team player error as Forev just continues to do Forev things.
So MVP Phoenix, a lot of action so far, but our gold and experience are reflecting the current kill count of 2-4. MVP Phoenix coming out on top. Misery manages to snatch that arcane rune away from QO, who went for the pounce to try and refill his bottle.
Yeah, and Axe is full HP again. They are pinging him like crazy as Misery's going to make the rotation around. He's got that arcane rune, but they simply just do not have the lockdown for him, and Resolution had to deal with the creeps.
No way that's going to work out. Looks like Moo has finally abandoned that top lane. He is going to do his full-time jungling now. Tranquil Boots and just a win lace for him so far, presuming this is going to be yet another drums game for a Batrider.
Yeah. I do think, though, that Moo got much more than he expected, and that's why he continued to lane. A lot of people would question, you died twice, why do you bother continuing to go up there? Well, you're keeping the Vengeance in space, you make sure that she doesn't rotate around, or even more importantly than that, she doesn't get space to just continuously pull levels.
Right.
And Weehaw in this mid lane looked like he wanted to try to make the move for Slark. QO still not getting that crucial level 6.
Just 25 experience away. Misery hoping to be able to make an entrance here and catch QO, as you said before, that all-important level 6 QO. He can taste the extra oh no, the Moonlight Shadow. Are they going to be able to sneak this one in?
No, I think he just got spotted.
Yeah.
Oh, but QO,
oh no, okay, maybe
you're
he didn't.
so greedy.
Oh no, he pops the, oh, he's going to be able to make the pounce away, but doesn't get the level 6 in time. The creep was just about to die. Who knows, if that creep did die somewhere during that engagement, maybe he could have actually leveled and popped his ultimate in time to survive that. That is not the case here. A big kill for Digital Chaos, swinging the laning phase a little bit back in their favor.
Yeah, this is huge individual plays by Weehaw, keeping his team somewhat steady. If he hadn't made that solo kill into that kill just happened right now, I feel like they would have been a little bit more concerned about what's going on, but MVP going to strike back as they're smoked up, and they're going to go for this.
Oh my god, he got a haste rude! No way!
All right, Wee's just doing it by himself right now. He's going to whiff on the arrow, but
he got a little too antsy there. Too excited. Throws the arrow in the wrong direction, but still. The haste rune to survive the first attempt at a Riki Lifestealer combo.
Yeah, and as a result, Moo's going to come back to this top lane, soak up a lot of XP and farm. All just comes back from that failed attempt, as that is one of the first reveals. Any other rune, even an Invis wouldn't have done that for him, because there is a sentry on that Riki. Ooh.
That is rough time for MVP Phoenix. That's probably another reason, right? Batrider potentially wants to be able to stay in lane. You need to be able to make the calls, right? If you have a presence in that top lane, you want to be able to make the call that that Lifestealer has gone missing. And you got to be quick on that call too, because you never know. If he jumps into the Riki, maybe Riki is TP to the bottom lane. You could very easily lose your Morphling in a game like this with the smoke screen set up preemptively, and Forev having such a good time in that top lane so far. Looks like Digital Chaos are not wanting to give up their tier 1 tower in the off lane so easily. Misery will rotate in and try and back Moo up.
Up at top, they're going to get this kill on a Moo. They should have enough damage for this.
In the background, they're also going to try and jump on Misery. At the same time, though, they did manage to save Moo, and QO has to back away with all that fire on the ground. Is not going to be able to reach in up enough. Great save there from Saksa, coming in with the rather early level 6.
Yeah, and during this time period, Wee's going to also make his way up here, shoots the arrow. The problem, though, about playing against Riki plus Lifestealers, you're not 100% certain where he goes, just because Lifestealer could be jungling and giving Dubu the farm to get his level 6. So it's hard to make that call. You can't just play in fear the entire time. At the same time, though, going for that top rune without anybody with you is a little bit scary. Is DC going to pop the Invis? Doesn't seem like there's any counter detection on the side of MVP, but I think with everybody going missing and Resolution still showing bottom, that probably gave it up more than anything.
That tipped MVP Phoenix off pretty clearly. They dive deep into the jungle behind their tier 1 tower.
That's what we're talking about, though. When it comes to these plays, it just seems like there was a small lack of communication there, where they called for the Invis, but Resolution was still showing on the map, which immediately tipped MVP up.
QO rotates to the bottom lane. Looks like they're going to try and go for a kill here on Resolution. Febby, if Resolution was super low and high on agility, maybe they can make a blink strike dive into a smoke cloud with a pop out, but
that is such a sick scan.
Yeah. They know. They obviously, Forev was still in lane, so they know someone's over there on the side. And Lifestealer is very clearly missing from this top lane. Misery, he's showing himself. He's pushing the lane in, getting a lot of information.
Yeah, this Riki Lifestealer really wants to go for this Mirana. She's the key target here.
Again, if they get
jump,
the blink strike
smoke.
Smoke out just in time. Wee not going to be able to make the leap away. Pounce latches. Wee still silenced up underneath the smoke, and he finally goes down. Now Saksa, he TP'd into the silence, and he still has his ultimate, but will be chased down underneath the tier 2 tower. We'll see whether or not that heal is going to be enough. I think it is. And sure enough, heals back up. Man, it takes so much heal for that little orb to turn green. It is not a very good indicator.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it takes, like, you have to heal so much for the orb to actually turn green. I think it's...
you have to, like, overheal?
Yeah.
I see. So if it's red and burning, that means you're super dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if it's just kind of yellow, it means it's kind of somewhere in between. And then if it's green, it's like, okay, you're going to heal a lot. Arrow, not going to land on that one. Don't think we was really expecting too much. Just wanted to make use of that fountain regen while he still had it with the TP.
Yeah, still very good by DC overall that they've been able to get out of the laning phase despite those first 2 kills. At the same time, the proponent of that was Wee, who just went down shortly after. And the good news is that Resolution continues to get a lot of farm. He's got his Perseverance completed on top of that tread. And for the most part, they've been able to mitigate the impact that Febby's had on this Riki.
That is something, right? That if they use those resources to gank Wii, you are going to have Resolution doing a lot in that period of time. That's one of the big advantages of the Morphling, right? Is that he's able to take a tier 1 tower by himself so quickly thanks to that heavy increase in physical damage.
The good news for MVP, I think the one downside of picking Morph into Riki is that Smoke Cloud is almost always going to be effective against this hero.
Dire's bottom tower is
Adds
under
his
attack.
Axis Call, and now he's got that Blink Dagger available.
Ooh,
He's going to jump in
got the
forever
blink.
instead.
This is like got to be a guaranteed kill. If he hits the call with
Okay, here's
a
what you
life
do.
stealer inside.
Heavy shows immediately at bottom.
Okay.
He just starts auto-attacking creeps.
Yeah.
Then that'll tip off Moo. So he's going to attack that creep at bottom. That means MVP, they're revealing their Riki, so they shouldn't be afraid, DC right now. And that might actually just lead to their downfall as...
Yeah, they're thinking, oh, well, if the Riki's there, that means no Lifestealer, but surprise! Forev as the Blink Dagger gets the call, and they'll get the kill on Misery. Not a very high-profile or high-reward kill for MVP Phoenix, but it's still another notch on the board.
Yeah, that was well done. And they did that pretty quickly, as Resolution's going to be the target here, but of course, he's got wave form. Completely fine.
And he will actually make a TP up to the top lane. Knowing that that lane is free, he'll abandon his safe lane and try and push the off lane instead.
This is very well done, though. I think that MVP should make their move mid. Although this mid tower is one of the more hotly contested ones, as DC is well formed. More importantly,
And there will
Good
be no
position.
Morphling here. They managed to get the swamp back out. Not going to be latched, though, by the pounce. That means he will be able to make his way out of here. He gets the Moonlight Shadow off underneath the Tier 1 tower. Looks like Vevi may go down.
Not a
Gets off the
clean
ultimate
fight.
just in time. Now Moo dragging back Forev. Gets a lot of fire damage. Looks like they managed to kill QO. They lose the Ogre Magi, but it's still worth it so far for DC as long as they don't lose anybody else. MP hot on the trails of Weeha, who doesn't have a leap just yet. 2 more seconds, 1 more. Oh, gets the leap just in time, but he's in the trees. He's stuck. He goes for the TP out, but MP, like a bloodhound, chases him down, sniffs him out, and will be able to get that kill. 2 for 2, evening things out a little bit more for MVP Phoenix, but obviously that was still a 4 versus 5 resolution in the meanwhile. Got the Tier 1 tower and a lot of farm.
yeah, he's almost got the completed Lincoln Sphere, and I think part of the reason why Morph
Blocks another one. Moo will be the next
once
victim.
again, this has just been not Moo's best game. 0-3 and 2 right now. He has created a lot of chaos, but at the same time, you're okay dying in the laning phase as an offlaner. That's one of the more acceptable reasons to die, but at the same time, losing yourself without your teammates taking an objective. Like, it wasn't like DC was making the move mid and he happened to get picked off.
Yeah.
And,
And
he's gonna have to
this
right
is
the ship.
also, like, when you go for this drums build, you can't afford any further slows on that Blink Dagger. You really need that initiating item.
Especially since as the game progresses, for offlaners it becomes harder naturally to find farm. Just because you need to give space to heroes like the Morphling and the Mirana.
That ward's... Oh, never mind. That's kind of ward laid out by MVP Phoenix. Call in. Nothing major. Just pulling the creeps off the Tier 1 tower. They want to be able to keep this Tier 1 mid alive, but MVP Phoenix weren't in position to stop a lot of this damage. QO will be able to get the pounce onto Weeha, but he takes a lot of damage in return. Will actually be forced to retreat. Brev scaring back Weeha a bit further. Now jump in from Febi.
Oh,
Gets
this
the
is
smoke
sloppy though.
screen out. Febi in a bad position here. Has his ultimate. Will be able to dodge a large share of the damage, but he's still left without Blink Strike. Resolution scared away. Forev will be able to get the call out on the left-hand side. MP goes for Saksa. Hoping to be able to stop that ultimate, but it's not in time. Resolution is saved up here. They get the kill on QL. The Starstorm lays him out. MP, he's going to be the next target. The physical damage coming in, but a call from Forev. 4-man call, dunks one. Can he get more? Resolution drops lower and lower. Lincoln saving him. Gets the waveform back on through. Killing one, but MP, he looks to be able to finish off, but he just doesn't quite have enough. The Strength Morph survives, and now MP, he's in trouble as he tries to get away. Armlet Toggle, another great call. Forev gets another one. He takes down Misery, and Digital Chaos
open wounds
realize
again.
they have overstayed their welcome, and now Moo, he has to play the cliff game, bouncing back and forth. MP, not able to get in range, it looks like, and now Forev, he's the one who actually going to be turned around on bounce back over the cliff, and Moo will take his sweet, sweet time burning the axe alive. 9-11, 17.5 minutes in, as this game has all of a sudden turned into a slugfest.
And that was possibly one of the more awkward angles that he could have called at, just because Moo was still on that area where neither of them could really hit him, and that's the effectiveness that you want to see out of the bat. That chaotic type of fight. Now he's almost got the Blink Dagger completed, and with this bit of farm, he's going to have it. An MVP, they immediately want to go for the second round, as they understand that their lineup is not nearly as dependent on these cooldowns, but DC get up in a big way as They're in 5 position right now, but
yeah, certainly you can see that net worth and experience graph really reflecting the change of pace to Digital Chaos's favor.
Yeah, and DC, they really want this mid tower. We just talked about how important it is for both teams. It controls so much of this map space in the early game, especially for these smokes. And DC are going to strike first.
And they don't even require Moo to get it. Moo, he was farming his Blink Dagger up at the top lane. And we will have the opportunity for DC to make their first real big, clean initiation. MVP Phoenix have had the advantage for the last 5 minutes or so, thanks to that early Axe Blink Dagger, as well as the Riki Infest combination. But now it's Digital Chaos's turn to strike first.
Forev does pick up a fairly big item on the Axe and that Blade Mail. At the same time, though, you've got that Mirana Aghanims completed, and that's going to signal DC to start playing aggressively in their own jungle as Q is going to TP out. He just wants to turn this into a farm fest more than anything with that Midas. And that's part of the reason why MVP, I believe, is so weak, is they don't have one of their cores dealing any sort of damage. Like with this Midas build, this was meant to recover because of that poor laning phase. You're not seeing the Kyo that you normally see, where he's the front liner, he's dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's almost like they just have to play reactively, and as a result, DC's just going to get this bottom tier 2 for free.
Do you believe that he should have gone for the Blink Dagger or Shadow Blade and look for having more impact with these team fights? Or do you believe that Midas was the right choice, but it does come with certain shortcomings?
You almost have to go Midas Blink in a game like this, just because he simply just didn't have the amount of farm. I think it's okay. And going for a Shadow Blade right after you have a Riki, I think is a little bit too greedy.
The call canceled there from Forev. And now they managed to get the lasso. Swap out, though, from Dubu. Gonna put a halt to that one. Misery stunned up, but there is still Forev. Whoa! He does manage to get the call this time, pulling back Resolution. Misery is going to be the first victim of the chop, though. Resolution moves on through with his waveform. He'll take away the counter ward, being 4 versus 4 as the mid lane is currently being pushed out by QO. DC will retreat and try and keep their tier 1 tower at mid intact.
Now you've got the level advantage on the Slark over the Mirana. He's starting to catch up to that Morphling, and they're going to need a very strong 1-2 punch in this Life Center and the Slark if they're going to be able to compete late game with this Morphling. Right now you're seeing it happen as QO, he's on the hunt. That Blink Dagger is available to him. In terms of levels, he's doing quite well in this game. #1 in the boards, and Weehaw might just run into him here.
This could be a very big kill. Dubu, he also has the magic missile ready to go. They will be able to get the stun out, but Saksa is there with the save. Now he looks to catch somebody else, but realizes DC are not in a position to try and turn on MVP Phoenix. MVP Phoenix are just going to keep on going. QO throws out a pounce, unable to latch there. Neither is Forev's call. Febby getting some information on the rest of Digital Chaos, but in a bad position, nailed by the arrow. Saksa is also trapped inside the trees. We're going to have a support for potentially a support. Febby getting away with a Blink Strike, and now Moo, he's gone too far in, locked in. MP will be able to finish him off with the help of the axe. The double ults being laid out to kill the offlaner of Digital Chaos, and now, well, Tier 1 tower potentially open for the taking, but MP is going to try and put a stop to Resolution's push at the top lane first.
This should mean the mid-tier 1 tower, though, for MVP is... things are just amping up left and right as MVP. This is what we talked about. Regardless of the position, they want to keep getting into fights.
Smoke screen gets the call. Blade Mail goes out. They slow down some of their damage. Weehaw looking to pursue with that Axe. Will have the magic damage necessary with the help of the waveform to get that kill and manage to keep their tier 1 alive, at least for a moment, until they deny it.
Now with the deny, MVP, they're going to filter out a little bit, farm out their jungle, farm out that top lane, push things in a little bit more, force DC to play reactive Dota. My favorite part about this game, though, is that DC are just not backing down. They understand this MVP style of taking these hectic fights. The thing about MVP is they want to break you. And DC are playing this bend, don't break style where they're kind of just trying to wait out the onslaught. They're getting into these engagements with very smart openings by this Oracle. And so far, it's worked out for them.
The way they went for that dive in near that tier 1 mid, like they failed to get the kill on Mirana. And what do? Like most other teams would be like, okay, we lost our opportunity. Let's back out. Let's reset. Do whatever. MVP Phoenix are like, what? Missed opportunity? No, there's another chance. Resolution. He may be popped here. The smoke screen buying him time, but the Ghost Scepter is already up for him, and he will be able to survive. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Moo, he just caught a free kill on Dubu. Vengeful Spirit, unlikely. Oh, he got the swap in and joins the rest of his team. Maybe it's not the free kill that we thought in Resolution. Now he's in trouble with their smoke screen. Too much magic damage too quick. The Morphling goes down, and Digital Chaos may lose a tier 2 because of it.
It felt like DC was comfortable playing at this pace, but MVP is just a relentless onslaught as they're going to go for Moo now, and they're going to pick up another kill.
Oh no, 2 cores down. MVP Phoenix, they very clearly have a tier 2 now. It's 10-16, 23 minutes in, things start ramping up, and Digital Chaos not prepared for the pace of the game that MVP Phoenix is willing to bring.
This is blistering right now. MVP, they are relentless. DC did not expect this. Even we expected this coming into the post-draft. We talked about this is MVP style. They just like to put on the pressure. They understand that their draft is meant to reflect that, and yet it still feels like it's too quick for DC.
Digital Chaos need to be able to find themselves a bit more space. They just need a bit more gold until they have that Morphling Ethereal Blade, and a lot changes. Not just for the Morphling, who has that level 14, so he's got the maxed out adaptive strike. That means a lot of extra nuking damage, but it also combos quite well with Weehaw, who you'll see try and go for Feb. He does manage to get with the double Starstorm, as that damage could not be dodged fast enough. Dubu, he was quick on the swap, but that Starstorm is just too much damage too quick for any mere human to be able to predict.
Yeah, and the concern right now, anytime you have a timing sort of lineup like DC does, where you have to wait for these item progressions, that's where MVP is going to hit you the hardest, just because the universal theme with MVP, since I've known them, is don't wait for cooldowns, don't wait for items, just always have this ability to fight. And that's what we're seeing reflected here is DC still in an okay spot. Resolution is still top net worth, but it's the rest of the heroes that are kind of getting swarmed on right now, as they are starting to fall back in terms of net worth.
Yeah. Smoke up Digital Chaos.
Have we seen them?
Like have we seen them actually get the initiation in any of these fights? It seems like we talked about the Blink Dagger and the opportunity. Well, they'll find it. QO is locked in by the lasso. They have the arrow. The magic damage should come through. And finally, Digital Chaos are able to make use of that Blink Dagger and get the clean pickoff. They've done well in some of these fights against MVP Phoenix and dealing with their aggression, but they needed to start determining the tempo of this game themselves. They finally find the opportunity with the pickoff on QO, turning this into a Roshan kill.
I think this just has to be given up. I highly doubt that MVP can take this fight. Slark is one of their stronger heroes. There's no way that you really have to do this anyways. DC though, Aegis on Resolution is going to be huge. More importantly than that, now you've got the big pickup item on him and you haven't lost anybody. That was a very good Aegis.
They're pinging it out, but it's too late. If only they were here maybe 5 seconds earlier, we could have seen a big play be made, but even then they would have had to somehow get past Moo, who would have scouted them with the Firefly anyway. So, sure enough, an Aegis goes into the hands of Digital Chaos, and MVP Phoenix may be now put on the back foot.
Yeah, I think DC right now, they should just push the advantage that they have with this Aegis. Just form up around this tier 2. You can continue to ball. The downside is that you might know that MVP is going to fight you, but it might just be too reckless for MVP. I think DC, yep, they're doing it right now. They understand they've got this Aegis advantage.
And they've got this amazing timing. This Ethereal Blade matched up with the Mirana. We've seen this combination already in the tournament, but then you look at the rest of DC, and that's a lot of magic damage from these other heroes like Ogre, Oracle, as well as the Bat Riders. So they have a very good shot at being able to pop one hero with just purely magic damage.
Yeah, MVP aren't 100% formed up for this fight. It looks like they're just trying to scare DC into backing. This is just fake pressure by them, as MP is going to show himself at top. DC, though, they know that MVP has no realistic shot of fighting them right now, as they're going to wait for QO to pick up his Scotty, and MP going to back himself away as everyone goes missing on the map.
Do they just systematically, you said keep up the pressure, so they took the tier 2 at bottom lane. Do they systematically move through, push out these other lanes, then go for a tier 2 at mid or at top?
I think the tier 2 mid might be more valuable and probably easier to take, in all honesty, just because there's a lot of unprotected map to go through, but it does look like they're just going to immediately form up for this top lane instead, probably opting to meet wherever their Morphling is. And that's the thing, is you're always going to have to connect to that hero more than anything. If Resolution TP's top, even if it might be a little bit more efficient to TP out this mid lane, you make the play instead. But it looks like MVP want to ambush them halfway before they get there, as they are grouped up, they have a smoke, and it looked like they had some intentions of fighting.
MVP Phoenix, some teams, knowing that the enemy team wants to fight, would try and dodge. Not MVP Phoenix. They will gladly take that challenge.
Element of surprise. That might be what pushes this fight in their favor, is they know the replicate's down, and they are pinging for it. It looks like they want Kyo to come back, but with this lane push, they're not going to meet in the jungle. Kyo's going to spot out for wards. They immediately go for the smoke, and this might just be a little bit too dangerous. DC, do they expect this?
They draw the wraparound. Forev. His initiation is going to be key, and they've got move. They blow him up. Resolution already down to half health, and a nice arrow lands on Forev, but the swap out is going to be able to save him. Smoke screen down. Zox not going to be able to get anything out. Resolution does get the kill on the Axe, but as you say, Digital Chaos are going to lose practically every other hero. It's only We and Resolution to be able to survive. Back out. Immediately, I like that We TPs out to the bottom lane, try to push up the other lanes, keep up the pressure, make sure MVP Phoenix are not going to be able to get an objective off of that one team fight.
Yeah, it's just MVP knows that DC don't expect them to take that fight. DC thinks, oh, if this is any normal team, we have a Aegis Morphling with an Eth Blade. Why in the world would they take that fight?
Yeah.
So DC feel very comfortable. Their focus slips for 1 second. MVP, they understand if they get that angle from below, it's going to be huge for them. And more importantly than that, Cap, they pick up that gem that was newly purchased by DC. And for a Bat Rider, that is one of the worst items that you could lose.
A fresh item for Resolution, a Hurricane Pike. Got to be all about that smoke screen, right?
Yes, that's actually the item that I expected him to get. Just because the smoke screen is always going to be able to kill him. In mid, it doesn't look like MVP is very interested in trying to go for Resolution. Instead, you notice they go for the backline as much as they possibly can. Separate Digital Chaos. DC, they're doing a good job. They have to ball up if they want to win this game, as Farm isn't going to do it for them.
They still have the Aegis, but that is only going to be for another minute or two.
Yeah, I think they're being a little bit too gun-shy right now.
Yeah.
They still have this Aegis, and if anything, it feels like they're the team that's constantly afraid, despite having this Aegis. They have to know that eventually they're going to have to get into a straight-on 5-on-5 engagement, and they've got to be somewhat confident because their Morph is so strong.
Death's bounty.
4 heroes pushing out top. An invisible Morphling now shows himself and will jump to join his allies at that top lane. Go for the high ground push. I expect them to go for a tier 2 mid, but maybe going from gun-shy to a bit more brazen plan, or not. All right, they are going to remain gun-shy. They TP back.
No way that they go for a high ground, especially after what just happened. You take another fight like that and you lose it, that could potentially just mean the game swinging around. If it hasn't already is.
Yeah.
Still, all the metrics are favoring MVP right now.
The Aegis now down. With that Aegis gone, do you believe that MVP Phoenix have the advantage in team fights?
Yes, but at the same time, it's always going to be who gets the jump first. The downside of having the Aegis is that you're going to kind of passively push forward, and you're not going to be ready for that jump. So that's what MVP always understands almost better than any other team, is that it matters who takes the jump first. And DC, they're doing the smart thing right now. They're smoking into the jungle very aggressively. They want that gem back, and Kyo might actually be the target here, but Dubu in position.
Oh, the call move gets turned around on. He thought he was going to be able to grab
Kyo. Immediately, get out of there, DC.
Full retreat from Digital Chaos. They're going to lose their support, Saksa. Everyone else might be able to get out. No, Misery's not going to make the escape. QO still have the blink. Will be able to latch on to Misery. That will be 3 down from DC after a failed initiation. Again, that was not very clean. We talked about the disjoint from them, and I'm not sure if we're going to see a better example than them.
Top. He's going to get on as well, but
he's got to be fine, yeah.
Yeah. Double Starfall saves his life as it cancels the travels. But still, MVP, it didn't even... That looked like it was going to go very well for DC. They had the jump available, but there wasn't really an angle as the Vengeful Spirit is just mirroring wherever the Slark goes.
Yeah.
Mu is put in such a hard position this game. He's the only initiator on his team, and even worse than that, the Vengeful Spirit is always positioning herself, so you almost always have to go for Dubu first, and then flood with the numbers advantage.
As it stands, Digital Chaos have just been rebuffed twice in team fights. Do they continue to move forward? Is there some pressure on them to try and take control of this game before we start entering into a late game scenario? Because MVP Phoenix, they have a Slark, they have a Lifestealer.
Oh, this is a 3-man hit squad. Is MVP on the high ground.
But DC do
They
have
can
the
get
numbers.
the 2 supports here. Soxa's going to be the important one.
Febby blinks out. They're going to see QO for a second here. Misery is going to be jumped on, but now QO, he decides it's not a fight they actually want to be able to take. Ethereal Blade slowing down QO, gets some damage in, but will be able to blink himself ahead of the arrow. Now Moo hot on pursuit. Wants to be able to grab this big carry. Smoke screen laid out though. Febby covering the tracks of MVP Phoenix's retreat.
Do like this travels pickup by Forev. So no matter what happens, the fight at worst is 4v5 for them. And now Lifestealer's going to pop out. Very well done by DC to react to that instantly. They didn't lose any heroes for that. But at the same time, we talked about it again and again. Farm doesn't matter. At some point, you have to take a 5-on-5 fight, and DC, not sure how they find the opening. Is MVP has plenty of different ways. They've got 2 of these Blink heroes. They've got a swap. Febby's got his own Blink dagger. Even the Lifestealer is very mobile.
Continue to farm up Forev. Looks like he's going to be completing a BKB soon. Is that the item with that Ogre Club?
Yeah.
And anything else that can sway the way? QO with the Moon Shard in hand.
I think this Rosh fight is going to determine a lot.
Yeah.
We talked about how hard it is for DC to initiate a fight, but there's 2 ways to start a fight. Either you smoke and you run at them, or you fight around an objective, and that's one way that you can make an initiation easier for yourself.
Right.
So when you have this neutral target like Roshan, people are just naturally going to fight around that area, but MVP, again, they always look to strike first.
MVP
DC.
Phoenix, they were a bit scared that Digital Chaos were 5-man near that Ogre, but the truth was 2 heroes were actually up in the river.
Yeah.
MVP Phoenix's caution may have just lost them a team fight opportunity. Ward being placed out, Misery. He knows this was just placed. He is going to be jumped on here. He serves as the bait as now Digital Chaos try and follow up, but Weehaw not in a good position there. Blinked into the smoke screen. They will be able to get the call, but instantly the swap comes out from Dubu. Ogre will end up falling. They pursue out Dubu. Will be able to get that one. Resolution actually managed to dodge the call there as he gets the Hurricane Pike forward, but can't get out of the smoke screen fast enough. Will be taken out as MP gets the beyond godlike.
Weeha's going to make his way down and just trying to get back. And even with all that prodigious net worth that Morphling has built up, doesn't do anything as fights.
Smoke screen is playing a lot of havoc on this Morphling. How do you deal with it? Is this something like the Hurricane Pike was supposed to help, right? But it doesn't seem to be enough. Does he actually have to think about a BKB or something?
Not sure. There's just too many Blink follow-ups right now.
Yeah.
I think that MVP, again, it just always comes back to the fact that they're the ones leading the fights. They're the ones jumping on. Right now, DC, we talked about it time and time again. There's no realistic way for them to get into a fight. And the only option that they had, which is fight around the Roshan, which is where Batrider is going to be the strongest, is now being forcibly taken away from you. And this man right here, Dubu, has just been the bane of Moo's existence. Like, Moo wants to tear his hair out whenever he sees this man out.
Yeah, absolutely. That swap, that was instant. Managed to save MP's life.
Every single time it is. I don't think I've seen longer than a 1-second lasso.
Moo has to be frustrated, but maybe they could find a pick off here in the top lane for Ev. He does get vision right now. Weehaw is going to jump onto him instantly as Weehaw jumps forward, but he didn't expect the extra heroes. Soxa will be able to provide the turnaround with the Ethereal Blades and the magic damage at hand. Finally, Digital Chaos will be able to get a pick off. They just kind of stumbled into that one.
Yeah, first mid-game pickoff that we've seen from them all game. And that's a clean one, and they need those. Whenever MVP gets a little bit too cocky when they play like this, that's the best time to strike, as they understood that Forev was going to be there alone. And Morph trying to farm up that butterfly, which I believe is a very good second item for him to go for.
That'll certainly help out against the physical damage. We're also seeing a second Ethereal Blade on Wii, as well as another Ghost Scepter, this one on Misery.
I think they need one on Soxa more than anybody. Him being able to survive is key.
Poor Soxa is just depending on a Glimmer Cape right now, which isn't going to help him too much if one of these heroes is holding on to the gem, which would be Febby. Gonna be able to get the tier 2 trade-off here. Mid-tier 2 will fall for the Radiant tier 2 at bottom lane. It's going to be MVP Phoenix trying to strike here. Febby We'll talk about this item choice in a second here. We'll see whether or not he's able to find a pick off. This Yule Scepter could lead into something here as he's tracing some of these heroes. Will be spotted out though. The counter ward goes down, but now the rest of MVP Phoenix prepare their pounce. They get Misery and get the dunk on him. The extra movement speed might help them chase down a hero. Saksa will be able to get away with Glimmer Cape TP out.
Oh, they got the
Moo
did they get
heads
the
to the
gem back?
trees.
Yes.
I believe they did. They picked it back up.
Very well done by DC. Those are the kind of engagements that you need as Forev.
Well,
Does guess where he went.
Did they? Vengeful Spirit. I thought he's got Misery's gem.
Still has it. They picked it up.
So they got
DC
a
just picked up
second
a new
gem
one.
recently.
I got really excited because they killed the gem carrier,
Mhm.
which was the Ricky, and I figured that they would have been able to just grab it and go. That would have been massive, but unfortunately,
Not the case.
yeah. That's 2 gems now picked up by DC. 1,800 net worth investment. They've lost half of that as MVP hasn't had to buy their own, and they've made it work for them. As very little ward vision available to DC in this game.
And that just means between the current pressure that MVP Phoenix is putting on Digital Chaos, as well as very clear map control thanks to the ward vision, they may have another free Roshan on their hands in time to come. As for the current Roshan and Aegis at hand, MVP Phoenix do have a little bit more time to try and take a fight off of this second life.
Yeah.
But they need to get the lanes pushed in first, which is why heroes like Saksa trying to buy time for Digital Chaos by pushing out the bottom lane.
DC, they just need these continuous pickoffs. If they can just get these one hero lurks, as QO gonna realize, and very smartly the Lifestealer MP decides to stay in him, realizing this Ogre has not popped Ghost Scepter. What is going on?
It's the tip off there. The Abyssal Blade will be coming in
Oh,
soon
we at
for
bottom.
QO.
If he can get this arrow.
Oh, he lands it. Forev takes a lot of damage to the Ethereal Blade. Oh, we needed a little bit more. If only the Ethereal Blade had come out sooner. The smoke screen goes down, gets the leap away. TP out. They do have a disable Febby. Oh, he gets it! Just in time.
Oh,
MP also had the Abyssal Blade ready to go. So.
And there's the newly picked up gem.
Dire's top tower
Even worse is he should have had that if he escalated first. A rare
Yes.
mechanical error by Wii. Something we don't see very often.
Over the call! No way! Forev, he just stopped the TP of Resolution, but Resolution doesn't actually see Forev, so no auto attacks go down. Resolution
I think
has
Forev
his waveform.
might know, but doesn't actually follow through, as I guess he second guessed himself. There's no TP though on Resolution, so the rest of his team is going to connect for him.
They're definitely gonna see him
that
now.
ward, yeah. They know for a fact he's up here now. And I think this is going to prompt MVP.
Oh, but maybe Forev doesn't realize there's a lot more heroes. Okay, this is deja vu, where he's up at the top lane by himself, tries to jump on a hero, gets turned around on by the full DC crew. He realizes, okay, let's not make the same mistake twice. He backs up, TPs to the bottom lane, joins the rest of his team.
Oh,
in
they
a high
know.
ground push.
They know that he doesn't have a TP.
Radiant's
As a
middle
result,
tower is under
now they
attack.
confirm that the call canceled it.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some time without this morph available. He's just going to go for the split push, and this is going to be an opening from MVP.
It's going to continue go for the push at the top lane. The replicate is on its way, but it's not ready just yet. Digital Chaos are going to lose their first racks. The nukes come out. Dubu down to half HP. Digital Chaos looking for the pick-off, but they got to be careful with their initiation. QO jumps back in. Forev, here comes the cavalry. He's going to get the call. Misses completely. Misery will be able to get the force staff away. And we gets a little bit more magic damage on all the heroes.
Resolution
Nice stop
mid,
there
though.
with a flame break. They are going to be able to grab MP. They pull him on back, and unbelievable. Digital Chaos may not only win this fight, but also the push in the mid lane. Never mind. Pistol Blade comes out, almost gets taken out, but the Calling Blade, it's not quite enough damage. Soxia is going to be left behind, but the whole entire Rax is being taken by Resolution.
Oh
MVP
my.
Phoenix, think about the objective. Save your buildings. Resolution leads out, already getting bashed up, has the waveform ready to go, but he turns, takes the Rax first, gets the little extra before. Oh, that wasn't the adaptive strike he was looking for, but he will get the kill
There's
nonetheless.
so much gold right now in Resolution's pocket. He's got almost 7,000
Morphing
built
on
up.
his strength. He's got the replicate. He's also got a waveform coming in. They should not be a death unless Forev can hold him long enough. Gets Ethereal Blade and managed to get the call out. Resolution, 500 HP, 100 gets away. Over to the racks, up to the top lane. Don't tell me. Oh, Resolution, you cheeky bugger. He's going to take that extra range racks before he tries to retreat. Has no mana, though, so I think he realized my time here on this earth is done. I did well, my friends. think of the deeds I did and not of the death.
Unbelievable. Resolution
Holy
just
crap.
turned an unwinnable position. And I'm not exaggerating that. I'm pretty sure that MVP can't lose a straight-on 5-on-5 fight. He grabs almost every single Rax. He takes down the godlike spree of this Lifestealer, grabs 7,000 gold in his pocket while doing so, and just gives his team hope all of a sudden. Everything just resurges right now for DC. All it took was one misstep from MVP, thinking that they could trade. They thought it was going to be a simple trade. DC did such a good job of haranguing them at bottom, and now all of a sudden, DC just one move away from being able to take this game.
They've been on the losing side of so many of these engagements, but that's a beautiful thing about Dota. One critical error and the whole entire game swings around to Digital Chaos's favor. But they need to be able to win just one more of those team fights, or maybe just take advantage of one more positioning error to get the mega creeps, and then from there, it may be the death of MVP Phoenix here in game number 1. 18-30, 44 minutes in. MVP Phoenix, the whole entire game, just to back up what we're saying, have always been winning in Golden Experience. But doesn't matter. The numbers only say so much about the game.
When things seem bleakest, that's when the Suns fan is strongest.
They all took a moment, alt-tabbed, looked at their background,
They're
saw
just like,
Suns
guys,
fans'
do you
beautiful
understand how
face.
ridiculous it is that we're here in the first place?
Oh, man.
That's what the true Suns fanning is when you come back from this, like, unbelievable position, regardless of what. Like, a team suddenly has a visa issue, Suns fan. You've lost every single team fight in a way where you have no way of initiating, and your one position carry keeps getting killed. You still manage to take 4 racks. That's beautiful.
Smoked up. Digital Chaos will be spotted, though. The scan used by the Dire right outside the Roshan pit will reveal the movement of Digital Chaos as they poked into the Roshan pit, saw that it's not up just yet. Meanwhile, Resolution is an opportunity, but no, Forev! He didn't get the blink out!
Now they're going to know that everybody from DC on the south side of the map, QO, though, he's got the boots of travel. He's going to connect to the rest of his team. They desperately want to fight DC now, and DC just turn tail and run.
Oh no, the boots of travel inside the trees! Forev locks down 2. And that is definitely 2 kills going the way of MVP Phoenix, perhaps even more. Now, Digital Chaos, they complete the rest of their TPs out. 30 seconds until Roshan is back up, and you've got 65 seconds on the clock for DC. I'm no mathematician, Blitz, but I believe MVP Phoenix are going to get a Roshan off of that.
Yes. Where's Nahaz when we need him?
Exactly.
He would tell us, he'd say, yes, I believe they're going to get
There
that
will be
Roshan.
30 seconds exactly for MVP Phoenix to take that Rosh.
Okay, so DC can't take a straight 5-on-5 fight. I think even with all the net worth that Resolution got at once, I still think the fight is too hard for them. The rest of the team is just too far behind. MVP can just continue to run at you. Everyone's so strong. And they're all going to jump for that.
Get that replicate. Get it good.
Okay, now they realize, and meanwhile,
Oh, no.
The real one.
Oh, no.
Will the real Mirana please stand up as we just gets a free kill, and
Dude, Dubu's like, but you guys said you got Mirana. Why would you lie to me?
They're saying it in Korean to each other. 우리 Mirana 찾았어. Just like running at him and.
Can you? Why? I have a Korean caster here. Why don't you bring any of that legendary Korean hype?
I can't do it, man.
Oh.
I'm very stoic. That's the other half of Korea that you don't see.
Oh, okay.
All right, so right now, MVP, their game plan is hunt them because they understand they've got to kill DC as many times as they possibly can. Lower the net worth, no buybacks. They've got to kill Resolution at least once to make the game easier for themselves. Because they understand going for a straight-up push, Resolution will just be like, all right, I'll take it. We'll do the exact same thing. Part 2.
Resolution gets some poke damage on QO. They'd used their scan earlier, thinking that perhaps there was a Riki with a life stealer inside of it, making their way through the jungle. They poke at QO, still not sure if he's by himself.
That is not the right one
but,
again.
Oh, he jumped onto the replicate, and just like that, MVP Phoenix's play. And that's the dangerous thing. You think it's just one, or even if you have all the knowledge that there's only one hero right there, it can actually be 3-1. NP pops out, Frev TP's in. No matter what, you think a single hero is just a free kill. It's not. Not with MVP Phoenix and Weehaw trying to go on a Dubu there. Unfortunately, he's got the Lincolns, and that will stop that Yule Scepter from Febby. We never did get to talk about that, but it's kind of an interesting idea with all the information that Febby's giving. It allows him to potentially find pickoffs or stop TPs with this item choice over the traditional Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, he can just cancel the blink with the blink strike and then immediately just Yule Scepter and blink forward to continue the chase. And they know Weeha's there.
No.
2 seconds for that blink.
Lincoln, the blink is going to be able to get himself away. 3 more seconds to Lincoln's, but Moo actually thinks he can take this one. Moo, why did you think that, MVP Phoenix? Did you ever believe they were going to be fully separated? Don't lead them to Weeha. No, Moo, not like this. Weeha must survive. He blinks deeper inside the trees. He knows Forev is nearby, and he might just go. Weeha, he blinked into them. No, he gets called, stops the TP, and Weeha, unless he can somehow Ethereal Blade blink himself out, the Infest gets a little bit of damage, stops that blink, and Weeha trapped like a rat. MVP Phoenix find the 2, and Resolution struggling to keep the pressure on to make sure MVP Phoenix can't take any objectives.
I think DC just have to refocus up right now. It feels like they're getting a little bit too sloppy and they're relying on Resolution.
He gets the Courier and might just be able to make the TP out. QO still has the Abyssal Blade active, so never mind. Saksa, he blinked forward, and unfortunately, Blink takes too long for him to be able to get out of this sticky scenario, but he got the Courier.
Yeah. More importantly, Resolution managed to make his way out of there. Doesn't have that replicate available, and with all of these lanes pushing in, MVP are under so much pressure. All it takes is still that one crucial fight, and they've still got this huge winning condition right now. If DC take any sort of fight and they buy any sort of time, or if they flat out win a fight, the game ends. If MVP get too far away and Resolution is off by himself, the game ends. There's so many different ways that they previously did not have as a result of Resolution's play. The game is still difficult for them, though. Make no mistake about it. These 2 range racks are going to be hard for them to take. There is no glyph available for MVP, unfortunately, but they will just form that line, make it incredibly hard for them to get through. There's a Cheese and an Aegis available now for them as they are slotted up.
With the double MKBs coming in, all of a sudden Resolution is going to find himself all the more oppressed by these physical damage heroes of MVP Phoenix. They can just shred Resolution, making that Butterfly a essentially useless defensive item now against those 2 cores. Still a lot of damage coming out of him, and the opportunity for pickoffs. That is really the name of the game for Digital Chaos. All about the pickoffs, as we've said time and time again, that MVP Phoenix seem to be in a superior position when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, and I think for DC, even though the pressure, a lot of it has been lifted, and they finally, managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat, they still need to win a fight. Or they at least need to take an engagement at some point.
Febby, careful. Febby. Cancel that TPX, Febby. He's done for. Do not join him in the grave. Febby yules himself, hoping to be able to get the blink away, followed up by a blink strike, but that's just not going to happen.
No way.
DC, they found the pickoff. Is that going to be enough? Resolution marches forward, goes straight for the range racks. He's got one. Replicate jumps out. That is one of the 2 objectives they needed for Mega Creeps. One small opening like that can lose MVP Phoenix.
We talked. All right, so I as a caster, I apologize because we talked so much about MVP, but I don't apologize for that just because they were in such a great position, and all of a sudden, DC, if they can take this fight at top.
They've got the pickoff. They managed to get the lasso onto Forev, but maybe this isn't the fight they quite wanted. They start backing away, leaving Moo behind. Perhaps this is just a one and done. Moo is going to die here. Digital Chaos, the rest of them.
Can't afford to lose anybody else.
They're going to try and TP out. They head for the trees. Little do they know there's actually a ward there setting up. MVP Phoenix will be able to see Misery. Hides himself on the side, but he doesn't have a TP. Catch up to him eventually.
Misery's just, he's accepted his fate.
Yeah.
He's not even trying to really walk.
Yeah, he's like, okay.
He'll parkour over the trees, but they managed to grab him. And I really thought that this game was almost 95% won by MVP. But Resolution has willed his way into this game. And MVP, they're just getting danced around as Resolution just continues to ignore the game. He says to himself, I don't have to be in team fights. This game, it's a range Rex. That can't heal. It doesn't heal cap. It just
TP to top lane. MP, he tries to put a stop to that one, but oh my god! He actually goes Scepter the Creep to make Resolution complete the TP, and now MP may just die for it. Excellent play by Digital Chaos. I can't believe he just pulled that off.
Unbelievable.
The mindset to Ethereal Blade a range creep to keep MP from killing it, to allow Resolution to complete his TP.
DC, when it matters, they are making the clutch plays. MVP are the team that are slowly starting to fall apart as DC, this Morphling, has done so much for them as Febi's on the chase. The rest of the team is so much further away as...
Nice play by Febi, getting off the
get
ult.
out.
Dodges those incoming nukes. Dupe. Oh, arrow down. Oh, no. QO managed to get the lace there onto Weehaw. Smokescreen goes out, and Weehaw will die because of it, losing that gem. Immediately, the pings come out. MVP Phoenix are like, Range Rax, it's in trouble, guys. And sure enough, Resolution, like a shark, smelled that that little bit of blood, that little bit of opening, and was going to get mega creeps if there wasn't TPs completed.
I cannot even believe that this game is what it is right now. This is got to be one of the sicker comebacks that I've seen. Like, screw mega creeps. Just think about the position that MVP and DC were in, respectively, even 20 minutes ago. MVP played with so much confidence, and now they're just simply afraid to leave their base, as eventually they're going to have to find these pickoffs, as the Aegis and Cheese doesn't look like it matters too much to DC.
Febi once again trying to set up the TP.
Oh, the blink!
The blink away, Moo. They scouted him out for a second there with the counter ward, but
Now
didn't
DC,
get the damage on him.
they're going to get pincered as Forev does have this TP available. It's Boots of Travel number 2. They're going to have to take this fight 4v5 though.
Moo, he gets his blink out. He's not going to be initiated on Resolution. Jumping away. Febi hoping to be able to catch him.
Oh, he's going to go for the Rax!
Oh, he's going for it! He sees the opening. Range Rax, backdoor, protection be damned, but there is a glyph that'll heal up the Range Rax. And now Resolution, he's got to make that clean escape. He doesn't have a replica to be able to jump away to, and now he's locked in. QO getting the slow. Hurricane Pike over the side, but Perez there gets the call. Saksa, he throws down the ultimate, but Resolution and Saksa, they are the duo that may just die together. Resolution makes another run at that Range Rax, but he knows that this is a sacrificial play. He's not going to make it through. He can only get a little bit of damage before he ends up dying.
Resolution going just a little bit too crazy there, as he was trying to end the game before the creeps were in the base. Presumably, if they were, I think he would have had enough damage to take him out, which is what he was hoping for, but unable to outdo the backdoor protection. And
they killed the big
word.
threat, but can they actually force a buyback out of the Morphling? Because there is still, with just the range racks, there is, even if they're under-farmed, an opportunity for the 4 here of DC to make plays. Swap goes down, tries to pop Forev, but it's not quite enough, and he has to leap himself out. Meanwhile, the middle lane, MP and Febi, undeterred by the action at top lane, will continue to pressure forward. DC, though, pop the Moonlight Shadow. It's seemingly at the right time. Saksa will dodge Febi's push forward as he gets some aggressive wards down. He's got a little special surprise inside of him if he runs into any of Digital Chaos's heroes.
Yeah, it looks like MVP are finally going to try to start making some killing moves, as
35 seconds to do so.
Yeah, they want to play to win right now, at least force the buyback out of the Morphling. Everybody formed up from MVP. Unfortunately for them, again, they're going to have to fight this 4v5 as Dubu doesn't have the travel boots. And Weehaw
goes down. Again, Dubu in a position, but the BKB goes down, so the swap is not even needed. While QO starts to get the beat down on the tier 3. He actually jumps forward, goes for Moo, but the save once again from Saksa. Both of these defensive supports playing at the top of their game right now.
Yes, and DC are going to repel them without having to force the buyback onto this Morphling. The game's going to reset a little bit as MVP incredibly disappointed that they couldn't get more out of that engagement. And they reset. Febi's going to pop into this Rosh Pit to kind of check what's happening, and racks are being pinged. DC, 2 things that they know. 1, that range rack is incredibly low. 2, there is no glyph available. So all it takes is one little misplay.
And maybe a pickoff at top lane is what gives Digital Chaos the opening to get the Mega Creeps. Maybe not. He just pops the Manta, starts pushing out that top lane. They can just wait. They've got all the creep equilibrium in their favor eventually, thanks to these super creeps pushing forward. They can corral MVP Phoenix into their base, and that could open up Roshan for an Aegis and Cheese if DC need the extra little bit of help.
Yeah, and right now we get spotted out by Febi.
Arrow goes on to Febi. No Infest pop out though. Febi still looking for that opportunity.
Suspense starting to build as Neither team really willing to commit too much. There is a buyback available on Resolution. He's going to start pushing out this bottom wave. And MVP at all times have to keep their eyes on it as Febby gets hit by that arrow.
Nothing gonna happen though, Digital Chaos.
This bottom wave continues to push in. DC feel pretty comfortable about the pace right now, and MVP is on the hunt.
QO not able to find anybody just yet. Runs into the replicate. Doesn't even bother though. Even if he thought it was real, he probably figured his opportunity was spoiled there. No initiation for MVP Phoenix just yet. They're splitting themselves up like we saw earlier. Dubu is guarding Forev as he controls the top lane. And then we've got this hunting trio of Febby with a lifestealer inside and QO kind of running around. And if they ever need him, Forev is just a TP away with a Boots of Travel level 2.
The good news, though, for DC is that the main proponent of stopping that Bat Rider initiation, the Vengeful Spirit, can't join the rest of MVP. At most, for MVP, it's going to be a 4v5 fight, just because Dubu always has to mirror wherever
the Glimmer Cape initiation. That'll find the opening. MP gets locked down by the lasso, and surely this is going to be a kill. Yes, MP gets
He doesn't
dropped.
have buyback available either. And they're even going to find Febby now.
Febby pops his ultimate. Not sure how he's going to be able to get the Blink and Blink Strike away for this one. He's got Yule still, and the Blink Dagger's up.
All right, that was... Well,
okay.
Really feel like they should have killed that as Lark now picks up the Divine Rapier.
QO. Time to turn this game up to 11.
Does he just immediately lose it?
Oh,
no,
he might just. He's going to run into Weehaw. Tries to pop immediately. Does manage to get the ultimate off and will turn towards Misery instead. Glimmer Cape as well as Ghost Scepter will be able to buy him time. There goes the gem on the deck as Febby ends up getting popped. QO jumps over to Saksa. Will 3-shot the big man, but still, Resolution has managed to take the Mega Creeps. Rev down to half HP. It all comes up to QO, and what kind of pickoffs he can get. He needs a bash, can't get it. Only taking out Saksa, and Resolution takes the ranged racks, and they also manage to get the Lifestealer as well as the Riki before that. That is a trade that Digital Chaos will take any day of the week.
DC is so resilient as they hold on. They buy time as much as they possibly can. The two supports leading QO away, getting him a little bit too overexcited for two support pickoff kills as meanwhile Resolution just took that racks at the bottom for free, and now MVP in a position where one misstep could just cost them the game as these Mega Creeps are always going to push in forward, and I don't know if Resolution's ever going to give them the opportunity to find him.
Especially since he may have an Aegis in his pocket.
First one of the game taken by DC.
Everything turns around, and a critical point in the mid-game. A push at bottom lane for MVP Phoenix turns sour as Resolution gets every single one of the melee racks because of it, and it turns the course of this game on its head. And MVP Phoenix now left in a do-or-die situation for game number 1 up against Mega Creeps. QL bounces out looking for the pickoff as DC exit the Roshan pit with a fresh Aegis and cheese.
This would be a huge win for DC. A, this wasn't a game that they were meant to win. B, this is against one of the top 6 invited teams. And more importantly for DC, I think this sends a message to the rest of the group. Nobody is safe.
Certainly not. These heroes of MVP Phoenix are not the kind of heroes meant to be able to defend against these Megas. Even Axe is going to have a difficult time. Obviously, Riki and Vengeful Spirit can't really do much to help out. It's all up to QO as well as MP, and they don't really have the items to clear through waves like this.
No lifesteal on them as DC Resolution going to battle up with Forev up this top lane, and he is dipping pretty low.
BKB activated, the arrow on the side, searching for Dubu, isn't quite there. Now the Boots of Travel comes in, and MVP Phoenix are here in force, but Digital Chaos are not going to give them the luxury of a free 5 versus 5. They jump forward, looks like Saksa will be the pickoff that MVP Phoenix get from that, but it means very little as they're not going to be able to turn this into much. Just a support down. Digital Chaos will still hold control of this game.
I'm laughing so hard that Misery's just been like kind of walking around doing ogre things. He's having some like RPG adventure while Resolution's like, you know, he's just busting out the moves left and right. He's so focused. And Resolution just, or Misery's just, he's like an ogre. What are you supposed to do? You're limited with this hero.
Bloodlust!
He's like, anybody need Bloodlust?
Don't worry, guys. I got you.
Hey, Rez, you want to walk here? That's essentially what his job has become, but
yeah,
man, this... Oh, this has got to be the reason why you watch competitive Dota. Just what these teams are able to do.
An exceptionally intense game 1 of this 2-game series between Digital Chaos and MVP Phoenix. DC just need to put the last nail in the coffin. They've got Mega Creeps. They've got every bit of positional advantage. All they need to do is stay away from the deadly 5-man team fight of MVP Phoenix. And we saw the way they reacted at top lane. They did not try and contest MVP Phoenix. It's not worth the risk at this point.
I think the scary thing right now for MVP is, or for DC, is that they're still not 100% sure they can win in a 5-on-5 fight, even with the Mega Creeps backing them up with that Rapier on QO. But again, they've got so many different ways to win this game. Is all it really takes is one misstep, and MVP have had plenty since that 30-minute mark where Resolution just solo took 4 racks by himself. And now they're starting to feel a little bit more confident. Gonna gather up, start pushing this forward. Is all it really takes is one pick off on QO, who doesn't have that buyback quite available.
Goes out. They don't want to let that Replicant live, and Moo tries to take advantage of that one, jumping in, going for the lasso, but misses on the Slark as the Dark Pack laid out just in time. Now Forev is going to be able to grab Misery, but Ethereal Blade saves Misery's life for the time being, but only for a moment for respite. Meanwhile, QO jumps in the back line. He got Moo. Can he get more? Misery, he's going to be abandoned. DC, see you later, Misery. A twofer, but still more building damage being done by these Mega Creeps.
Yeah, every single time Misery dies, he just like shakes his fist and he's like, look at your base.
You fools, Febby. Oh, he actually sees Weehaw right now. Weehaw bumps into Febby. Knows now that he's got the gem, blows him up. Oh, Febby didn't react quick enough as the gem picked up by Weehaw reveals the Riki.
Remember how we were talking about like how valuable gems are? There's just like 4 littered on the floor. Nobody's even making any attempts to pick them up. Sox is like, all right, I'll get them.
All right, guys.
That's a lot of net worth on the ground.
Yeah,
people.
just drop all those items. Sentries, Magic Wand, TP Scroll.
Yeah, come on,
get them
Soxa.
all.
All right, Pumpkin's going to come over. You should be like, all right. He's got 16 sentries purchased by Resolution for him. and he's just like, why?
Okay. You don't even carry the gem. He just throws down sentries everywhere at this point. Arrow misses. And Weehaw actually trapped in the trees there. Had to leap himself out.
Dude, Resolution's not a real teammate. There's a Tome of Knowledge and an Observer Ward that hasn't been bought out yet.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If you were the real homie, that's what you would immediately have bought that for your supports.
Yeah, but at the same time, your supports are already both level 16. Do you really need the extra stats on them?
I don't know,
level
but
17,
I'm watching Misery walk around with 20 sentry wards, and I know he's just having the time of his life playing Ogre.
He's like, oh boy, one more complicated action. Lay sentries. And he's like, Ogre play.
You guys want to just keep buying me sentries? I'm okay with that.
Oh, call out. Weehaw. He's already down to half HP,
this.
but yeah, there was no TP follow-up. Do they even have... Okay, they've got upgraded Boots of Travels on all their heroes. Resolution has jumped in right now, and with this Replicate is getting a bit of damage on that Tier 4. Still relatively healthy Tier 4 towers, but that will change over time as DC continue to play the chip game.
Yeah, and DC, they're gathered up as MVP. They're not in the best position here. They are split up, and their Rapier carrier is not very near them as we start to approach the 70-minute mark of this game.
I mean, we can definitely see from this game, we're learning a lot about Digital Chaos in that, first of all, they were not broken by the pressure of MVP Phoenix.
No,
and second of all, they know how to play a cautious game. They will not throw this one away in a stupid mistake, or at least not yet anyway. The smoke comes out for MVP Phoenix, but Weehaw in the perfect position, sitting on the high ground. Pops the smoke. Now on the right-hand side.
Oh, Kyo's already used his ultimate. He can't afford to die here. He doesn't have buyback.
They need to be able to catch him, and Moo might just be able to grab him. No, not in range of the lasso. Dark Pack was still there anyway, and MVP Phoenix will get back to the safety of their high ground. But they really needed to be able to make that initiation work. They won't have any more smokes for the time being, I believe. And so, they got one more.
Every side being pushed in now. This is the ideal scenario that DC want any sort of pick off. Could just mean the game for MVP, as they don't have buyback on either of their cores.
Rage goes out. MP dodges the Ethereal Blade Blast that comes on through, but there's still so many Mega Creeps swarming into their base. It's giving some liberty to Digital Chaos as they know they have back out. Another jump in. Misery is going to be popped, but not. Sox
Urza comes in with clutch ultimate, and now a lasso in return on MP, but there's Dubu. Another defensive save from the support of MVP Phoenix, but Resolution, he
goes
gets
down so
popped.
fast.
Oh my god, QO and MP have done it. The call goes out. We hop. The next target is MVP Phoenix. They see the blood in the water. They know this is their opportunity to give themselves a bit of relief, but they couldn't quite get the kill on Weehaw. They only get Resolution and perhaps Misery. The call goes down. Misery going to be pulled back inevitably into the tier 4 range. And there it is. 2 down in exchange for Dubu's Vengeful Spirit. Only I see only a little bit, but now I see that second tier 4. It's already down to 355 HP. MVP Phoenix, they can't continue these trade-offs much longer. Time in exchange for chip damage. Inevitably, these tier 4s will drop, and they will be left completely exposed. Bebby, Yule Scepter to be able to dodge the damage. Can he get off the blink? Not in time, but he gets off the ultimate. And now here comes the TP complete. MP scares away the rest of the heroes and keeps Febby's life intact for the time being. But it's still 40 seconds on the clock for Resolution and no opportunity in sight for MVP Phoenix to get a bit more relief after that team fight.
So we did learn, though, that MVP can still dominantly win that team fight. And that they can continue to just kill this over. He just, like, doesn't care.
Was that really in question at all, though?
Dude, he's just like, you guys may have killed me, but look at all the sentries on the ground, you clowns.
We did 1,000 damage to your tier 4s, and we got sentries down. What up?
Dude, somebody's eventually going to pick up a gem on MVP, and they are going to be confused.
I feel like these things are everywhere.
Febby's like, what's going on? They don't even have a gem.
Slug's like, I'm clicking on these heroes. They don't have gems, but they see me always. Resolution, gonna replicate Weehaw. And they'll try once again for the split push. And it seems pretty clear by now that they can even lose their big carry of Resolution and still gain when it comes to the inevitable progression of this game. MVP Phoenix, they're going to need to make this team fight so much better than the last one if they want to be able to turn this game around.
Yep. And Resolution in this bottom area, just continuing to push things in. This top side, though, has been pushed out so far from QO. It's now MVP.
Febby jumps forward, still has the ultimate, but he's getting a bit popped first. Now on the left-hand side, QO makes the jump. Misery maybe to sacrificial lamb once again, but they've got Dubu. No swap is going to save him, that's for sure. Misery gets pushed over to the high ground as he will survive. And now Resolution, he jumps forward, but QO still at the ultimate. Will fall back on that one, but we saw Forev, he actually retreated out from that fight. Had to defend the base. Their 2 supports down, only the cores of MVP Phoenix alive, and DC are full 5.
Now this creep actually going to get taken over as a lot of ignites falling.
Okay, he's gone. QO, though, he's got psyched up. They may
he
just
can't
be able to
afford to die
pull him. He's got him. The damage down. The Divine Rapier on the deck. MP, he
There's
can't even
no
pick it up.
buyback
He
on
has
him.
to leave himself. Oh, no. Without the Slark, MVP Phoenix, this seems surely doomed defense of theirs as Resolution just goes for the tier 4s. Dodges the call with the waveform, making it look fancy. Resolution putting on one hell of a clinic here in this game number 1 as there it is. They force out the GG from MVP Phoenix, and Digital Chaos have done it. They took this game, which the whole entire time looked to the favor of MVP Phoenix, but one stellar defense at the bottom lane and Resolution, a push through the top changes everything to DC's favor, and they do it. Game number 1 in the books for Digital Chaos.
Unbelievable. This has got to be one of the more close matches that I've seen ever at a TI. And for DC to make this kind of comeback and show this kind of composure, despite being so far behind, they honestly just willed themselves through this win. They're just like, we're not going to lose this. We're going to be patient. Eventually, MVP will slip up. They did. MVP, they've got to be so demoralized after a loss like that, especially with how long they had in the driver's seat.
We've clearly seen the mental fortitude of Digital Chaos.
30 to 47 is the score, and they still won.
Unbelievable. Now the question is, can MVP Phoenix show the same kind of mental fortitude and bounce back after what has to be one of the most disappointing Game 1s they've ever experienced? We'll be back after a short break.
DC's turn to ban. DC's turn to ban.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's MVP Phoenix versus Digital Chaos, game number 2. After game number 1, a quite disappointing defeat for MVP Phoenix, despite having an advantage and seemingly winning the game for 35 minutes plus. One critical error turns the whole entire game into Digital Chaos's favor, who managed to play the game very slow, but very patiently, close it out, and are now one game up over MVP Phoenix.
The turtle always wins the race.
The turtle always wins the race. That analogy kind of fits. I feel like DC is a bit of a slower team. I think they're more mid-game focused. I don't think their laning phase is quite up to snuff of MVP Phoenix, whereas MVP Phoenix are obviously known for their hyper-aggression and very hair-like attitude.
I mean, the thing is that MVP, they were in such comfortable control of that game, and I think that one decision to go for bottom when Resolution was hitting top, you don't. The thing is, it reminds me of when Secret played a game. I can't remember when, but Envy was playing Morphling. He's trading racks in that exact same situation, and you don't realize the speed in which this Morphling can take a set of racks.
Yeah.
You pump everything to Agi. You're not worried at all. You split the Manta. You've got all the time in the world to work with. MVP thought that the call hitting and the Morph not having a TP was a blessing, but
Turned out to be one hell of a curse instead.
you know what would have happened if he had that TP right? He would have gone bottom.
Yeah, he would have gone bottom, defended.
And they would have gone destroyed.
Yeah.
That is not a close fight whatsoever. That's
Certainly.
They lose that fight, that's GG. Then MVP is like, okay, cool. We did what MVP does. We just do the MVP game, and instead, it turned into whatever that was.
Well, game number 2 on its way, and MVP Phoenix apparently saying, you know what? We did well enough last game. Let's go ahead and draft as similar, at least in the opening anyway, as we did for game number 1. Bounty Hunter and Lifestealer as a duo instead of the Riki Lifestealer, as Riki did get banned away by Digital Chaos this time around.
All right, I've got to ask. Is it Ricky or Riki?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Okay, because I've always said Ricky.
Yeah. Riki. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Am I saying Riki?
Yeah.
I mean, I think I bounce back and forth. Whenever I have a name like that is kind of close, like tomato, I kind of just back
Oh, I was
back
like,
and
am I
forth.
an idiot?
It just kind of depends on, you know,
Caramel and caramel?
yeah.
I say caramel.
It depends on the sentence at hand and what sounds better to me.
I see. Thank you guys, by the way, for joining us for this broadcast. I know this, out of the 3 teams playing, this might be one of the least hype, but so far, I mean, these teams have delivered. That
Yeah,
game.
if you've watched game number 1, you're hype as hell when it comes to game 2.
Stick with us, guys.
Don't go anywhere else.
We're the
Don't touch that dial.
We're like the 4th best casting combo that they could have put together. There's doesn't get that much better than this.
There's only 3rd, 2nd, and 1st.
Yeah, dude, being like 5th best in the world at being a casting duo is not that bad. Come on, that's what are you realistically behind? Like OD Pixel and anybody, LD and anybody, Toby and anybody, then maybe like Toby plus somebody, like Toby and a try, and then you've got Cap and Blitz.
I like how you made that about the play-by-play casters and not about the analysts.
Dude, I already
You're
know.
such a dick.
I already know that I'm not getting a finals because I'm being held back by you. I'm just saying, like, when I got to join Dota, guys, I had a chance to choose who to hitch my star to, and I looked at this guy with like the weirdest haircut in the world, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go with that one instead of the incredibly successful and popular Toby.
Blitz is like, I will tie myself to this anchor. Let's go swimming now.
What is life without challenges? As MVP told themselves after they lost that first game. They've got to learn how to bounce back after that one.
Well, they're going to have one hell of a challenge on their hands, as that is a Lifestealer facing up against one of Lifestealer's mortal enemies, the Ursa Warrior.
I will say, though,
yes?
I'm always going to go by what I've seen in play experience. I think Lifestealer can do okay against Ursa, because you can kite with the open moves. That's the most important part. And you don't necessarily just instantly get bursted. Like, some cores just get whomped on by Ursa. Like, Jug spins, and Ursa gets a basher, and he's like, well, But
Yeah,
Life
the
Stealer
spin is
can
actually
survive.
detrimental. You like use the spin for some reason, and all of a sudden Ursa jumps you, and you're like, oh god,
I
I
wish
can't
it was
Omni
not
Slash. I can't Omni Slash.
The thing though is that Ursa gets you in a checkmate position because if you Omni, he just he takes no damage.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the noise.
At that point, you're praying for RNG. You're like, Omni Slash to someone else, bounce to someone else.
MVP's turn to pick.
One time I was playing against Moon Meander, I was like Jug, he was Enchantress. I go up top, I Omni Slash him. It just like it goes the opposite direction. It hits the creep once and it just bounces away. I got so lucky.
10
And that's
seconds
why
remaining.
he's here at TI.
Yeah.
And
That
you were
moment
here
would have
with me.
determined my
5
future.
seconds remaining.
All right. Well, an Ursa Warrior and a Wisp paired up against a Lifestealer and a Bounty Hunter. And now a Lich. Seems the Lich armor coming into play against the Ursa Warrior. Is that slow actually effective enough to... Because you could have had any sort of stun or slow or even a saving mechanism to try and kite the Ursa, but instead you're playing the more slower passive armor and slow game?
Yeah, and also something that
5
I remember that
seconds
MVP did
remaining.
when I was still with Liquid back in Manila. They did this actually when they 2-0 Liquid. It was that game where
Reserve
they
time.
decided to off-forward the Lifestealer and the Lich in the off lane to
Oh,
combat
right.
the Ursa because they realized that this dual lane is very strong against Ursa. Because
Okay.
Ursa has that build-up
Yep.
period. He's very good against one-on-one melee cores and most offlaners, but he's very poor against this kind of lineup where you can get
turn
aggressive.
to
But
pick.
that does mean it'll confirm it if MVP essentially take 2 solo heroes.
Yeah.
You need 2 heroes that'll do very well against their respective offlanes. But Digital Chaos, I think they read the situation, so they take Batrider, probably one of the best 1v1 pure offlaners.
10 seconds remaining.
In which case, do you... what are some of the
5
heroes that
seconds
match
remaining.
up against Batrider completely solo?
Completely solo is hard to say.
Reserve
Yeah.
time.
That is pretty rough. Well, we'll see. MVP Phoenix. And this also, in a way, right, it shifts the farm priority of Lifestealer. He goes from being a 1 or 2 position to that 3 offlaner where the Ursa and his somewhat counter doesn't mean as much. Nyx Assassin can solo against Batrider.
Can he?
Yes. It's rough in the very beginning.
Because you
Where-
just get sticky.
Yeah, you get sticky napalm like every other hero. But if
true.
you have Magic Wand, you play off of, you get a lot of impales because you have Magic Wand. Obviously, you're getting free mana.
10
You
seconds
can
remaining.
do this, and it's not that you're going to win the matchup, but
5
it's
seconds
probably, you know, you're a Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
There aren't many laning phase matchups that go well for you, but you are going to get solo experience. You're going to get a decent amount of creeps, and it's about what happens after the laning phase for a Nyx Assassin that determines his success.
It's what they used to do with Misery when he used to play on Seeker. Remember, they always gave him the one-on-one matchup.
Yeah.
With the Nyx Assassin because they understood this hero has absurd base regen. All right, enough about the draft. I want to talk about the players themselves because that's what really matters here.
Sure.
I remember when I first got to Korea, Kyo was just a clown. He was on this team called 5 in Q,
Yep. Yeah.
which he apparently that Q was meant to be something
MVP's
different.
turn to bat.
But this guy, when he submitted the name to the create, he made sure it was 5 in QO. So that's the first part. So I knew this guy was a little bit cocky,
Uh-huh.
and we used to just like argue all the time about stupid stuff. Like
Yeah.
it'd be anything.
10 seconds remaining.
And he was just the tiltiest player.
DC's
Like
turn
Bambo
to
would
bat.
just read him like a book, you know? It's like Bambo would just like go to download Game of Thrones illegally, you know, and it's just titled like QO, and he's like, all right, got this file now. And I remember that Kyo just used to tilt all the time, and all of a sudden it felt like he just flipped the switch where
10 seconds
everybody on the
remaining.
team started tilting with him in this weird way where it started working out.
5
Like,
seconds
because
remaining.
Kyo would just make these plays where he would go in 1v5, and
Uh-huh.
you're like, what? Then you're like, all right, free win. And the rest of his team would just watch him, and
Yeah,
now
yeah.
it feels like MVP, instead of trying to pull that back, like a lot of players you would try to change their
DC's
nature.
turn
You
Yep.
would say,
pick.
dude, you are a good player, but you need to stop that. But instead, they're like, all right, we'll run with you. We don't
Mhm.
care how stupid this looks. We're just going to follow you in, and I think that is so awesome. That is one of the few times I think where a team is just completely tailored around a
10
player.
seconds
Mhm.
remaining.
They said Kyo was our star player. Regardless, if you want to play this YOLO style of Dota, we're
5
going to play this YOLO
seconds
style of
remaining.
Dota. I hope people recognize the brilliance of that even more, and they get to see
Reserve
why
time.
this team is so unique in that regard.
10
And this
seconds
is in many
remaining.
ways why MVP Phoenix have seen so much
MVP's
success with their
turn to
rather unusual playstyle and decisions in game. Digital Chaos, the Razor, and Earth Spirit now.
Yeah. On the flip side of things, I mean, DC, all of their players, I mean, they're great guys. I actually do enjoy talking to all of them individually. And I remember I was on, it was post-summit. I was in an Uber back with, I think it was Saksa, and he was just telling me, he was saying he was somewhat worried about this event, but he said at the end of the day, it's a TI. You don't get any other unique opportunity like this in your life. Yeah. This is one of the few times in your life where you can definitively say, I'm the best at something. I don't think there's very many opportunities in life to do that. You know, oftentimes like somebody will tell you like, oh, you're the smartest in your class, and when you're younger, you believe it.
Yeah.
There's no.
And then you go to college and find out that there's a lot of smart people out there, and they're smarter than you.
Yeah, because there's it's very rare to definitively prove in anything in life that you're the best at something, and TI is that opportunity. So MVP versus DC, game number 2, Digital Chaos. They Suns fan their way into game number 1.
And can they do it again in game number 2? The draft is here, Blitz Dota. It's looking like we may still see that Lich Lifestealer that you were talking about, but the rest of the draft, do you think MVP Phoenix actually won it? They could have, like, Ursa mid versus Phantom Assassin and Razor bottom instead against that
I don't
Lifestealer
know.
lane.
I think they might actually just have to dual lane mid. I think
Yeah.
this pick of this Razor and this Ursa are very good by Digital Chaos. Like, all of their cores are very self-sufficient, and that's what I really like. I think DC might have just won the draft.
All right, real quickly, prediction time.
Oh, how many did you get right last time?
1.
Oh, I got 2.
I mean, I just YOLO'd it because I thought we were doing it together.
Dude, you know what I got? I got the least deaths one. MP won that.
I got the Rax's one.
Yeah, MP won that. I got that one too. All right, when will first blood happen? 0 to 3 minutes. I believe in you, Febby slash.
All right, I said 3 to
Febby
6
slash
minutes.
Misery.
Roshan.
Team will win.
That's DC. They got an Ursa, even if they are Radiant side. And last one. Oh, I mean, that's a crapshoot. Who places the most observer wards?
No,
like,
it's not, because I already know.
All right,
I've
whatever,
hidden them
dude.
from you.
Are you serious? I look over. Blitzstone has closed his predictions.
I'm pretty
just
sure.
So I can't.
Dude, don't cheat, man.
All right, whatever.
Learn to independently think for yourself, man. That's what my mom taught me when she left me at home alone at 8.
Listen, I went to school. I thought I was the smartest in class, and then I went to bigger schools.
Then you
and-
just went outside and you're like, wow, I'm really not. You just walked around your block once.
Yeah, I mean, when I was homeschooled as an only child, I was told I was the smartest in class, you know? But then I went out into the real world and determined that was not the case.
I mean, I could have told you that within like 3 seconds, but. All right, here we go.
You guys know when Blitz originally met me, he had a very negative opinion of me.
I did. It was the haircut. I'm not going to lie.
Whatever, dude.
All right, here we go. DC, Wee's going to pick up this rune. He's going to have the help of this Wisp. And like we talked about, these are going to be the self-sufficient cores. Wee was going to have a good matchup no matter who he was against mid.
Yeah.
QO, it's 3 melee cores regardless of how you look at it. But we did guess it right. Or I say we again. Forev is going to be soloing with this Nyx up at top. And DC's actually read that. They have seen an MVP Phoenix game before. They have learned from Manila, where they did this Lich Lifestealer combination to go against the Ursa, and they put the Bat Rider up here instead. This is very well read by DC. And
how much do they continue? Like, you just leave Resolution and Soxa up here, right? And Misery. I'm surprised that he's not already, like, starting in the mid lane to kind of help mitigate Febby's harassment at mid. Or is it just not needed? Is Ursa just completely self-sufficient and doesn't need a roamer?
Dude,
like
Ursa
that?
doesn't need help against the PA.
Yeah.
The PA is primarily just going to have to farm in this early level. He does have a really good harass mechanic in this Stifling Dagger.
Roll in. This could be our first blood.
No.
Slow down, and not the case. Forev hits the stun and will manage to survive.
Trust in Armored Beetle, man.
That regen coming into play now.
Yeah.
He's already taken a lot of harassment. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, we've got MP and Dubu, Lifestealer and the Lich, up against Moo's Bat Rider, and his camps have been blocked away from him. So he's going to have to try and make this work the best he can. You don't think they should have matched Bat Rider against Nyx Assassin and put the Razor against the Lifestealer lane?
I don't think there's any combination of laning right now that really benefits MVP.
Okay.
Like, the best that you're going to do is win one lane definitively. But other than that, this is the downside of picking 3 melee cores is you put yourself into a position where this Ursa is going to be effective, and Febi's going to get rolled on top.
They had a counter ward, but they do not drop it, seeing as they don't have any follow-up disables. They really need a dust if they want to be able to kill Febi with this kind of lineup.
I do like that they took the Earth Spirit instead of something like the Ogre this time, because what we saw in that last game is realistically you can't just rely on this Bat Rider to get the initiation off every single time.
So Misery will continue to hold his presence in the jungle here. Going to try and interrupt Ferev's pull. Ferev is getting a lot against a tri-lane though. Maybe not so much CS, but he's getting pretty full experience. And now they're actually going to rotate the Lich here.
Oh, this is very good, especially if they can go on Misery like this. But
maybe he's going to actually take a lot of creeps here. And surprise, there's an extra nuke here. They've got the first blood, or we're just before the 3-minute marker. Congrats, Blitz Dota.
1 for 1 in the predictions so far. I told you can't cheat off of me, man.
I was 10 seconds off.
10 seconds too late. Yo, what is that quote from Fast and the Furious?
I don't know, dude. That's your movie.
Oh,
not
Febi
mine.
is so dead.
I'm
just lying.
Gonna be stunned up here. Weeha's
Oh
gonna
no,
cut his
Febi!
way
You
across,
should have gone
and
up!
Febi's definitely
You
dead
fool!
now. If he just kept running, he could have actually survived long enough that the dust would have faded, but
We gave up on that. He was like, all right, I'm not getting it. And then Febi juked to the right.
evens out the game 1-1. As Weehan returns back to his mid lane. Does seem to be having a pretty good time, but seems like QO having an even better time when it comes to CS, at least in the beginning here. 21-7 for him compared to the 15-2 of Wee.
Yeah. Meanwhile, QO.
20% evasion, but Weeha is a whiffing machine over there.
QO's done quite well in this lane, like unexpectedly so. Saksa gonna deny this rune up at top. QO instead gonna go for this bottom one almost immediately. And Resolution just continues to be relatively self-sufficient in this lane.
I like how they just left the Lifestealer alone in this lane at a certain
They
point.
have to.
Like that obviously the surprise rotation worked out really well, but it's even just the fact that Lifestealer can be self-sufficient once he gets a little bit of levels against a Bat Rider.
Yeah, I think this is the best possible situation so far that MVP could hope for. Even though Resolution's getting a fair amount, it's at the end of the day, it's a Razor. Like the downside of this hero is it's not this fantastic playmaking hero that can do it all. It's not somebody that you're inherently worried about too much. That's almost always the drawback of these lane dominant heroes is they don't transition like you'd want them to.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would pick them all the time, Cap.
Vipers and Razors
Oh.
for everyone.
QO?
And he turns, gets some damage on Febi.
You're scaring the MVP.
The interaction between overpower and evasion, you keep the attacks, right?
Yeah. Oh,
QO.
be careful,
Take a bit
QO
more
friend.
damage here. Saksa helping
Weeha, though.
Weeha out. Turns on Febi.
Okay.
Almost pops him.
Saksa's
and
going for the kill.
turrets.
A little bit more, they've got him.
They get the kill on that harassive bounty hunter. And Weeha thanks his support and will receive even more help now as he gets some extra regen from that bottle.
This is why Whisper's going to win the Arcana vote. It's plays like that that inspire people.
Much to your derision.
Dude,
I know you want Juggernaut real badly.
I'm thinking of people that miss tethers. They don't know how overcharge
You
works.
can't miss tether.
Yes, you can, dude.
Tether a creep instead.
I mean, somebody told me it was impossible to doom a creep, but you know, live your life.
Blitz Dota made it happen.
Yeah, live your life, guys. Don't let anybody tell you you can't do anything.
Saksa gets the tether away. And we're kind of moving into this jungle. MVP Phoenix, very early rotation and invasion into the Radiant jungle, trying to put some pressure and catch Digital Chaos off guard, as they do have those self-sufficient cores in lane just to be able to make
Scary
these kind of
part,
rotations.
Ferev just hit level 6, and
Yep.
I expect him to start making moves. They've decided to move Mu up here, who doesn't have that much HP. Fortunately for Ferev, he's going to immediately go away as soon as he popped that ultimate. He's going to waste this first Vendetta charge. Maybe even decides to make his way mid if he's fast enough, but probably not going to have enough time for this. There are no sentry wards set up, though, for DC, and that's a bit of a scary situation. That's why you see Resolution and Misery at bottom hiding by this tower, because they anticipated Ferev to TP Vendetta right there and make the play, and Weeha
doing something very similar.
Yeah, they're all just waiting because they know there's no reason to just feed away this first engagement for Rev, because he's also wasting time.
Fortunately, you don't get punished as hard as you used to anyway. And the Nyx Assassin is caught out with these kind of rotations now that the duration has been increased to a whopping 40 seconds as opposed to the 20 seconds it used to be. Did mean that Digital Chaos had to spend a lot more time not farming and sitting on their tier 1 towers.
Oh, this is pretty important that Rev shows himself at top now.
Yeah.
That does confirm a little bit for DC. They should know then that Rev still has the TP available.
Hasn't had the meet through. Oh, Saksa gets picked off. There it is. The Infest combination comes out. And they do need those kind of kills, not just for MP's progression, but also to give Febby the experience to get that faster level 6 and start those bounty kills rolling in.
And Rev really doesn't want to be up here. The unfortunate thing, though, is it's a free
They're
lane.
going to jump on Weehaw, but the turnaround plus the help from the Wisp will make it so QO has to back himself up, and now they've got a double damage to refill that bottle if they want.
Spirit power. Get hit by the spirits.
Double bottles.
All right, so Moo.
QO coming bottom. MP, they think he's a little out of sorts, but never mind. Digital Chaos quickly realize that there's reinforcements coming in. Dagger flies, but a clean escape from Misery, but maybe not so much for Resolution. He's going to be dove here behind the tier 1 tower. A good kick comes through, nails QO, but MP managed to get off the rage off first. Resolution goes for the TP out and will be able to make his way to safety.
Yeah, they're going to find Misery here, though. He does still have the rolling boulder available, but immediately popped.
He ends up going down. Febby shows himself in mid as the TP comes in from MVP Phoenix.
We just getting harassed up a little bit, but not much going to happen after that fact. And the first rotation wasn't successful from Rev, but the second one hits the mark.
Oh, to be clear, the interaction we were talking about earlier, Overpower, which gives the Ursa this big attack speed for a certain number of attacks. If he's going on this Phantom Assassin and he misses, it doesn't count against him for those charges.
Oh, does it not?
I believe so. I mean, that's what I was asking you.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I think it counts as a hit.
Oh, it counts? Okay.
Yeah,
I know
a hit is a hit.
I know at one point in time it didn't count against it, but
I thought you were talking about Fury swipes for some reason.
no.
I don't look at like half the skill names because I'm just ignorant.
That's not terribly surprising.
Learning something new every day, though.
10 minutes in.
MP's almost got. Oh, he's got a Helm of Iron Will. Once he gets the armlet, I'd imagine that he just keeps popping into Febby or this Nyx Assassin and just.
Poor little ball of light. This world is too cruel for you. So nuke damage goes out. Lich is gonna be pushed back. Moo hiding away because there are a lot of heroes off map right now. And that tier 1 tower is actually no safety. Not against MVP Phoenix. There was an Infest Bomb inside of Rev just waiting, and a full rotation from QO with a nice little haste room to make it all the more efficient for him.
Game going somewhat similar to the last game as DC not really being able to keep up with the pace. Their laning phase was somewhat, actually it was really good, but post-laning phase has been too kind for them as MVP or first team to make these rotations.
And as a result, they're going to do a lot of damage on this tier 1 tower. Moo not going to give up the tower so easily, though. We'll have a repeat performance here in the offlane.
They really need to get levels on Saksa.
Yeah.
A Wisp without level 6, just it's not nearly as impactful. And at some point, DC are going to have to make a move just so that they can secure themselves the Roshan. Because if you look at MVP Phoenix's lineup, they have very easy ways to do Rosh. That is the one benefit that PA really begins to give you, just because you can keep breaking the Roshan Lincolns with the Stifling Dagger. You can Phantom Strike on top of it. The evasion is quite good against him.
Febby taking a lot of experience there away from the creep camp that Moo is farming up. Gets his level 5. That bounty, that track is coming in soon.
Once they get level 6, I'd imagine MVP just start to get aggressive like they did in the last game. Just get all over the map. Proceed to take whatever advantages you can, and then from there, the game becomes a lot easier, right? You can go for a Roshan of your own and do what you did last game, minus the whole, you know,
Counterward spots out Febby. Are they going to realize, though, that this is just not a bounty hunter alone? I think they do. They don't try and turn on Febby whatsoever.
They learned from last game.
Yeah.
They conditioned themselves, I believe. After that last game, I'm pretty sure DC said, guys, they do this all the time. It's so annoying. Don't die to it. And this is such an intelligent move. They're immediately going to make this way up to top. They know that MVP aren't in the best position just because they've invaded this bottom. And at best, MVP is going to get a trade here.
Yeah. If they play this the right way, they'll go ahead and just go for the push or maybe the gank on mid. Worst thing they could do right now is actually try and rotate and stop that push top lane as they just run into a smoke. MVP Phoenix with a smoke of their own. Pass through the mid lane, but start heading up to the 12-minute rune. They're going to run into Soxa and will be able to pop him almost immediately. No tether save there. Resolution now takes the nuke, already down to half HP with a Rage Lifestealer over the top. That will be twofer for MVP Phoenix. Maybe make it a third. Misery also going to be caught here. If Rev managed to get the stun onto him. Third kill picked up by MVP Phoenix as they can now pressure mid lane.
I need people to know that was a really unique move that MVP made. It reminds me of how TI4 newbie played. They played with such speed right there. They decided not to go for that bottom trade. Almost any other team at this tournament would just go for the trade. We've seen that how many times in this tournament already? You go for the top one. DC made the very smart play, rotating out of there immediately. But instead, MVP, they don't spend any time at this bottom lane, Austin. They don't farm any camps. They just immediately move their way up. They're anticipating taking the fight around here, and they're willing to take that fight.
Yeah.
That is...
And as a result, they run into Digital Chaos midway through the river.
Yeah.
Catch them off guard.
I know it sounds weird that I'm so impressed by something that looks so basic, but in terms of team mentality, it is unique.
Man, you could just really see why they are willing to pick up that Riki Lifestealer, or in this case, the Bounty Lifestealer combination. It speeds up that pressure that we were talking about that MVP Phoenix are so good at putting down. And now they're going to jump onto Weehaw. They've already taken away all of his mana, the extra bit of nukes. Weehaw will be able to get off the in-range. Now goes for the TP out with the help of Soxa. Oh, he makes it out.
You are unbelievable.
Holy
cow.
Both
games in this series so far. It's made so many clutch plays for them, and that would have been a huge kill for MVP to be able to get. Maybe they even proceed to push into that mid tower, but also really well done by Soxa reading the situation.
Roll in, misses QO. He actually moved himself backwards there in a critical dagger. Actually put Misery here in a position where he may die if he doesn't get away from Febby in time. Pops the dust.
That's
good
very
read
smart.
there. And now they may actually get a kill for it. They start dragging back Febby. Good kick is actually going to nail both. Unfortunately, though, QO is able to get in range and starts getting a turnaround. But Dubu, that's going to be a 2-for-1 special, apparently. Make it 3? Not quite. MP with the Rage and TP out.
Do manage to get out, but they do get 2 return kills for what it's worth. And now QO going to immediately head towards mid, but really good rotation by DC. Misery read that situation. He understood he was going to die, but manages to throw out that dust just through pure game sense.
Is there a point? It seems like MVP Phoenix, they keep on trying these the Lifestealer rotation and playing that very, very fast. Digital Chaos, whether it's game 1 and making the reads, making the adjustments, are grouping up very early on, and it seems like MVP Phoenix are kind of hitting their head on a brick wall here. They're actually going to go down for this. QO already very low. The Chain Frost is bouncing around expertly, though. It's going to be able to land on a move one more time. QO almost getting up with the Flame Break. A little bit more damage. They got him in the end. Weehaw, surrounded by 2, though, is going to be shurikened up, and it bounced over to Moo. He tries to make his way to the cliff, but not in time. And now it is MVP Phoenix who will take the clearance sale, 1 for 3, plus some bounty gold from the track kills.
Big difference there is that I think MVP should have lost that fight if everybody from DC is ready. And that's the key here, is that DC are not willing to 5-man as quickly as MVP are. And that is a mistake because I think they're underestimating their own strength. This Razor will not die in this fight. He's got 1200 HP, a lot of armor to work with, tons of movement speed. If he just continues to drain one of the heroes, he's perfectly okay. I think DC had the right idea, just wrong execution.
Once again, that little bit of a disjoint that we've talked about, that we've seen from Digital Chaos, rears its ugly head in a fight that could have gone their way, but is ultimately lost due to an execution of team coordination.
Yeah. I do think that DC is reading this game really well. It's just they're not fully committed to ideas.
5
now
to 12.
Razor. Gotta farm the top. You have to play around this Razor. I think they're kind of treating Razor like they were Morph last game, but this hero is meant to just pure fight.
Yeah, very, very different kind of ideas. Razor, all about the 15 to 25 minutes, all about fighting it up. Doesn't offer you the same kind of late game progression that a Morphling does. Once again, MVP Phoenix have got themselves multiple cores that can scale into the late game. They're going to hit super hard at like 35 minutes.
Yeah, DC are smoked up. They really want to get this pick off or this Rosh attempt as MVP are going to run into them first.
The MVP Phoenix will keep some of their invis. Unfortunately for Ev, with his fresh Blink Dagger, unable to snatch Weehaw in time. And a clean escape for DC. Should be very happy with that because they do have 2 heroes top right now. They are getting the farm efficiency advantage here as long as they don't get picked off.
That would have been huge for MVP, but DC very smartly sensed that. They all managed to get out. And MVP looks like they're just going to immediately smoke up again and make their way up top. They don't bother farming anything on the way, and I think this is a good move. DC, they've got to recognize their strength. If they ball up together, it's going to be a hard fight for MVP to take.
A fresh Desolator now complete for the Phantom Assassin. Things are ramping up for MVP Phoenix, but they can't quite get their
Ferev might
claws
just be running
on
up into a
DC.
trap.
Oh, Ferev jumps in, pops the Spike Carapace, looks for the stun, but immediately gets silenced up, and now he should be dead to rights. MP looks for Misery instead, will be able to run him down. Oh, the bounce around, Chain Frost, Soxa will be able to get himself enough space, but Resolution, he gets space as well. The Flame Break stops just enough attacks for them to be able to complete that TP, and Moo,
is so by himself
he'll
right now.
get away. It's all leaving Weehaw by himself, though. He turns, he's going to be kited around, and should end up going down without a kill, as yes, the Infest and the crits come through in time. This time, MVP Phoenix will win the fight.
Thought for a second that DC should have been able to get out with that fight, but everybody just kind of turned tail and ran. That Chain Frost really started to split them up. And that Nyx Assassin, that was a bold attempt. He knew they were up there. He was like, okay, my invis is out. This is the best that can happen out of this. DC, they're going to go for the chase. They might even have the move speed still.
Resolution gets a lot of damage away from the Lifestealer and turns it on to Dubu, who's going to hide himself in the trees, goes for the TP out, but they do have the vision. Resolution now trapped against creeps, though. Won't be able to run down QO. They just get the 1 kill in the support, and they will be happy enough with that.
Still, they defend that top tower. They pick up a kill for all their troubles, and they're in an okay position. I think the big thing for them, though, is they have to understand the strength of this Razor and what he's going to do for you. This hero is not an absolute beast in the late game. You kind of have to make a lot of these mid-game plays and utilize his strengths in that way. The good news for them, though, is that all of MVP's cores are melee, so he can continue to scale, but he just doesn't have the mobility and the presence to split farm or anything like that. Eventually, you are going to have to take a 5-on-5 fight with this hero.
We've seen Digital Chaos's hesitance of taking 5-on-5s against MVP Phoenix. Who do seem to offer a bit better execution in that regard.
And this is what we talked about. The fact that PA can go for this Roshan early on.
Digital Chaos can't give this one up. They needed to be able to maintain control of that bottom half of the map, especially with an Ursa. They may still be able to get it. Half HP.
Like crazy. They've got to read the situation. Ursa needs an Aegis so bad in this game.
They need a kick out from the Earth Spirit, something to be able to get them the heads up of what's going on inside the Roshan pit. Moo is just not willing to make that move forward, and MVP Phoenix will get the Roshan. And now the rotation over. MVP Phoenix scrambling to find more.
DC's got to be careful. They're stuck here, though.
They are actually getting trapped in. Ferev looking for the Impale. Will be able to hit it on Misery. Not quite the target he wanted. He wanted Moo, but will still be able to get him thanks to the Spike Carapace. Gets a little bit of space. The Force Staff forward. Moo will be able to get the Blink Dagger. No, the Dagger comes in and a crit. Executes him. Resolution now is left with him and Soxa up against QO. They will be able to take away that Aegis, but a crit again.
Unbelievable. Weehaw comes in, looks for MP. The armlet toggle not going to be enough against the Ursa Warrior. QO jumps over to him. Weehaw fights against him and he wins it. Shuriken not enough. Blink forward. Forev gets the kill and manages to get the impale onto Resolution as well. But he's going to be run down here. Resolution, he still has the ultimate out. Nuke, not quite enough. But a swift
Misery
kick to the nuts. Misery gets him, rolls through, misses Febby, but they've got the dust. Febby, he suicides himself into the tier 4 tower, but it's Resolution who claims the kill, and he will be the big winner of that team fight as well.
Very well done by DC. Thought for a second with that Aegis available, there's no way they're going to win that fight, but QO, he thought, okay, my evasion is going to pull through ahead in this fight, and I don't think he got a single mischance right there. I think Ursa just kind of went toe-to-toe. He's like, all right, I'm dead. Let's just hope for the best here. And he got it.
MP.
QO was so certain he was going to win that duel.
Especially with 2 other heroes backing him up. That's just not the case. He already spent all of his RNG on those crits earlier, where he managed to kill the Wisp with the dagger. And Moo as well.
Very well done, though, by DC. And now Resolution, he has got so much farm as the prime beneficiary of all these setups around him. We talked about it, though. You have to read the strength of this Razor correctly, and they have. They're now centering all the fights. They're willing to take these fights. Because they understand. They simply just won't kill our Razor. Now he's got a plate mail, probably going to go for the Shivas.
So if you're looking at the construction of these fights that DC need to force, how do you do this? Do you use the Ursa Wisp to push one side of the map and go hunting with Resolution, Moo, and Misery on the other side and try and play off of that relocate efficiency, or continue to 5-man? It seems like MVP Phoenix, all right, full-on 5-man, but a what a kick for Misery! The silence follow-up, and Chainfrost is going to bounce around here. Might just play enough havoc to turn this fight back into their favor. A roll on through. Misery catches Dubu, but there's too many heroes. Weeha's going to scare away the MP. They get a 4-stab forward, and they have to suffice with just the Bug instead, and the Lich himself. He'll end up going down. They surround the Tier 1 tower. Digital Chaos get MVP Phoenix into their claws and claim 4.
That was so much damage that the Razor stole. He effectively stole 200 plus all the time. The Lifestealer couldn't get any of his damage out like he wanted to, and DC, I mean, these guys, they were down 3k net worth at one point. They gave up a Aegis to a team that features an Ursa. One point they were down 3, almost 4k experience, and they've just turned everything around. So impressive by them. It doesn't look the cleanest from them, but they're just making it work.
What do you think that was? I mean, I know it's the playstyle of MVP Phoenix, but surely you were talking about the strength of the Razor. Isn't it a bad idea at this point to try and 5-man into DC and take that fight?
The problem is I don't think MVP, you can't change your identity. You are who you are. That's the number one thing that we talked about after game 1, is that you can't change the players that you have. These players want to dive, Cap. These guys just want to keep getting into engagements. They just lost back-to-back fights, and they're willing to 5-man up again. That should tell you the psychology of MVP more than anything, and DC have played that perfectly. Their understanding is, okay, we're just going to let them crash onto us, and we're going to be passive-aggressive, wait for them to overcommit, then we just lash out all at once.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
DC, again, look, they're just ready for this fight. They're sitting behind this Razor who's got a full Shivas completed, coming in right now. They're saying to MVP, go for him. What's the best that you can do? At worst, Saksa will get the relocate off.
I mean, I really like the fact that they were in a position where they potentially could have run forward and tried to defend that Tier 1, but they said, no. The way that MVP Phoenix could initiate from that jungle area, they could split us apart, they could get in multiple entrances in on us. We'll just hold and defend the Tier 2 and not take the risk on that team fight. And once MVP Phoenix are done with taking that Tier 1 tower, backing out, they're going to go for the smoke. They run into Faret, the Shivas, gets them the vision and the slow on 2 of these heroes. Moo, he'll take QL while the rest of the team looks for Dubu. The Chainfrost, though, oh no, DC, they may have just gone into a trap of their own making. DC still pushing forward, though, have the damage coming out over time onto Faret. They might be able to get this one. Weeha slows him down, manages to get the call, but he goes straight for MP. Looking to be able to take out that ghoul. A bouncing Shuriken lays onto the Earth Spirit, though. 2 down as they continue to kite and kite. Digital Chaos. Weeha unable to get anybody on to him. They're going to have to go for the relocate out. Might just be able to get the escape. Moo blinks away.
and that is a Razor and an Earth Spirit for QO, but they're going to find more. Forev actually with the Infest jump forward, they will be able to get more. Moo taken out, and Weehaw, his intent to defend his Razor may have just led into his own doom. Weehaw runs himself back to the tier 2 tower. MVP Phoenix not quite pursuing because MP, he's got something else in mind. Saksa, who came back from that relocate, managed to get the tether away, and TP out not quite in time. Forev comes in with a spike carapace, hits the Spirit, and stops the TP.
Just a little bit too greedy from DC. They decided to take that fight. Under those circumstances, MVP, they could just respawn for free. And it looked like it was going to be okay at first, but Resolution just got popped so quickly. Yeah. What really enabled them to win that first engagement was that the static link went on forever, took all of the life stealers damage. This time around, MP was able to do so much in this team fight.
Yeah, between his focus of damage and that Chain Frost causing so much havoc, so much magic damage going down, it was rather surprising how quickly our Razor faltered. Digital Chaos, though, not one to be pushed back by just one successful team fight from MVP Phoenix. That are going to stick with the game plan and stay grouped up as a 5-man around this Razor, knowing that his strongest point in the game is right now.
I think the real issue for DC is that they just got too overexcited. Yeah. That might have been the first time in this game where we saw them take a successful engagement that they started. But at the end of the day, MVP, aggression is what they know best. And their team, you can't really run away from this lineup. There's Track, you've got the Nyx with the Blink Dagger.
Daggers coming out from QO. Many ways for MVP Phoenix to slow down and close that gap between the two teams.
When you commit to a fight against this lineup, you really commit to a fight. It's either you kill everybody or you're going to lose a lot of different heroes. And DC, they're doing what you said, but this time they're doing it with the Ursa instead of the Razor instead of the Ursa.
DC seem reluctant to move the other 3 in a different part of the map. Wait for Weehaw. They will start making their way mid. That being said, if MVP Phoenix get the right kind of initiation, if they're fast enough, and we know they can be
I don't
fast.
like this move from both teams right now. I think that DC, they don't have to be that afraid. Just because of the relocate that can happen. And meanwhile, MVP, they were trying to take a 4-man engagement, but there's no way for PA to connect to them. At earliest, he can go like this, but he would have been way too late to that engagement. DC's doing the smart thing right now. They're utilizing their Wisp.
Still farming relatively close to each other, as you said. They seem to still be rather scared. They're trying to do this separation where they have the Wisp +1 farming away, but they seem very reluctant to fully separate themselves. As a result, it may slow down some of their farm. We do have some big-time items. Apparently, Ursa's going to be able to pick up a free kill on a Lich, but he will have some trouble. Get out of here. The relocate save is there. But this may still be a support for support. And with the track kill, and we'll play into the favor, but it looks like MVP Phoenix not going to try for it. They know DC are on their way. And will be able to defend the relocate back. So 30 minutes in, 18-22. Digital Chaos just found themselves a pick and will have some very big items coming in for them as Resolution is looking to complete, I believe, a BKB for himself.
Moose just got his.
Moo just picked up his. Weehaw about to get a BKB as well. On the side of MVP Phoenix, QO is about to pick up his BKB. And MP perhaps an Assault Cuirass, but I think DC's Power Spike is going to be a little bit more threatening.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
More importantly, they've got options. And in the previous game, they didn't really. They pretty much just had to wait for MVP to slip up. But this time, they're allowed to play aggressively. And this Roshan is probably going to be the next big engagement for either side. As neither side really wants to give it up. DC, they want to make sure that they can grab it on Weehaw so we can make those aggressive plays without any kind of fear of repercussions. MVP, they're not 100% sure what they want to do here.
2 BKBs for 1. Forev will be able to get an initiation on
out of mana now.
Resolution.
This does kind of spoil his team fight possibilities, but the Wisp is going to be able to heal some of this up. The BKB start going off. QO looking for his target. He goes on to Misery, but the roll away. Misery will be able to get the space. Weehaw, meanwhile, is going to look towards QO, but QO's chasing Resolution. They've got the track onto him. They've got the extra movement speed. It just needs Saksa with the save. Once again in the clutch. The Wisp provides the saving grace. Oh, but a dagger execution from QO eliminates Misery, and now they blink forward. You said it, Blitz. They just cannot get away from MVP Phoenix. Once they commit to a fight, they have to win it, or else there are going to be several casualties.
Man, that mana burn just destroyed that team fight. Resolution could not get anything off. His static link barely did anything. And although Sox has been on top of the ball with all of his relocates, again, he can't run away from this team fight very easily. That's a fresh gem that they just picked up and lost. And we talked about how the Aegis was going to be the next main objective for either side. And instead, MVP is just going to pick it up for free. And DC, all they can do is wait to confirm what they already know.
There it is. Aegis into the hands of QO. Digital Chaos immediately moved to the opposite side of the map, just trying to get themselves some sort of free farm before MVP. Is this the point they've got the Aegis? They've got this BKB and an Assault Cuirass coming in for MP. Is this the point where they try and take some further objectives?
Yeah, I think this is the downside of their lineup is they don't really have tower hitters because they have 4 melee heroes. So what they're looking to do is get kills, then push towers as a result of those kills. Can't really just go for a straight up assault with that Aegis like you'd like to see on a lot of these tower hitting teams.
Right.
So for MVP to really take a fight, probably just have to smoke up, look for an engagement.
Ooh, and an Axe actually complete for the Nyx Assassin. It's going to make things rather difficult for Digital Chaos, especially when it comes to pushing high ground, that's for sure. They have a gem in the hands, thanks to Misery apparently dropping that one earlier. Didn't actually notice that, but Digital Chaos, just like game number 1, buys an early gem, feeling they've got this opportunity to make a big momentum swing and lose a fight, lose the gem. And obviously that means the net worth is going to go down, down, down. Actually about a 7,500, 8,000 gold swing there in the last 5 minutes or so.
XP in a similar situation, and MVP, we talked about it. They've got to get kills. They're going to send QO forward, but Forev is just hunting right now, trying to get whatever he can.
Problem is, there is going to be this constant Wisp split push maneuver. It's going to be Saksa and Resolution. Once again, they're going to couple him with the Razor.
Not as bad to deal with, though, as that Morphling. This one's going to be a little bit slower, and there are outer towers for them to have to deal with. So MVP realized, okay, DC don't even want to take this fight or try to slow this down, so going to give up this tower. And QO, he's not going to do it very quickly, but
smoke up DC, looking for their initiation. They don't want to grab the Aegis here, so instead they're going to grab Fabi. Try and take the Guardian Greaves out of the equation. They've done so successfully. They're going to turn it on to Forev next. Weehaw with a BKB will rip him asunder, but QO and MP have just taken out the Wiz, and now they're trying to track down Resolution. But between his BKB and the movement speed, he's managing to kite QO quite expertly. QO makes the long jump over the side, but still loses his Aegis as Weehaw eliminates him. Time for round 2. MP pops back out, goes for Resolution, managed to slow him down with the open wounds. They've got him. Can they actually take the rest of this, though? Weehaw? Oh, they certainly can. Holy cow, the damage is too much. MVP Phoenix still managed to win it. With only 2 of their cores alive, they take down the Ursa and the Razor and get the tier 2.
they had to expend so much for that defense as DC thought they had it for a quick second. They all started grouping up as if they had won the fight. But MVP, they swing the tide so quickly. And Kyo just throwing out daggers, trying to catch whatever he can, and this is a very quick tower for them.
The ultimate comes out. Misery. Nice flame break, but it's still not enough to keep him alive. Still, though, QO is going to take out here. Now Weehaw starts beating into MP. MP, knowing that he may be dead here, starts going for Saksa. He still has an invest combination. The creep wave just spawned. Why did you run away from his fire? Oh, no! Couldn't quite make it in. Loses his life because of it, and what could have been a get-out-of-jail-free card.
He was so... Oh... It's like the roughest way to die. I think for a second he thought he had it.
Yeah. Halfway through the animation, but no. And that makes the buyback well worth it from the Ursa.
Oh,
but Weehaw
very
can't
well
afford to
done.
die. Blink forward, misses the stun,
they
but
can maybe
still
just
can
kite him
slow
here.
him down. The BKB goes out. Weehaw turns, fights for Rev, but Rev burrows underground.
And another BKB charge utilized by that Ursa. Precious few remaining in DC. They did manage to get the gem back, which is huge for them. And more importantly, both of those core pickoffs are going to kind of reset the pace of the game. They can now reestablish a little bit of control using that gem. Really like to see a gem pickup once again on MVP though, if they can.
I don't think they've even bought a gem yet. They were just using Miseries earlier. Maybe they figure, yeah, Misery will just deliver gems to us. We don't need to
worked
buy
last
it
game.
ourselves. Yeah,
It worked last game.
Well, until there was 4 gems on the ground.
Yeah. And DC
For,
at bottom. Got to get out.
The scuttling little bug, not quite fast enough to find the pick on the Razor. MVP Phoenix. They're going to go, and actually, I mean, I'm not even sure why I'm asking this. MVP Phoenix, they're probably going to go for this tier 2 tower push, right?
You already know.
They're not one to shy away from engagements, that's for sure.
Man, these guys have only been taught aggression. There's only one way to play this game for them, and that's just to continue to battle it out. And Resolution continues to build up those defensive items, as it looks like he's going to go for this butterfly next. Very good item pickup decision for him. This bottom tower now going to get assaulted.
Forev in an excellent position here with this burrow, but they've already pinged him out in Misery. They see him. Force staff forward. Oh, tried to get a little tricky there, but no pick, just a tier 2 so far for MVP Phoenix.
Dude, that was
Top
awesome.
lane is being pushed out. He's got the evasion chance now. That will actually prolong his life by quite a large amount. As there's not going to be an MKB anytime soon for MVP Phoenix.
No. And MVP, I think, because of the fact that they have the dire advantage, are simply just waiting for the next Roshan to spawn. They decide they're going to take out all the tier 2 towers that they can for free. DC is going to do the same thing, just trying to avoid that fight, but this Roshan fight's going to determine probably whoever takes the first set of racks, in all honesty.
They do get a tier 2 in return. Resolution was purely just pushing the creep wave. Would show up with the plasma field, and Shiva's terrified that MVP Phoenix could jump him at any point. Lets the creep push down the tier 2 tower, while MVP Phoenix not willing to stop that push because they want to maintain an iron hand control over this Roshan pit, giving none of the map control over to Digital Chaos.
Yeah. For MVP right now, you just keep pushing out the creep waves pretty aggressively. Wait for this Roshan to spawn. Looks like they're going to make a move before that. Maybe they're anticipating DC getting ready for this Rosh anyways, and they just want to meet them halfway.
Especially playing on this high ground area could be quite successful fight for MVP Phoenix, or maybe getting the initiation onto
DC's
Resolution.
ready for this though.
Yeah, they certainly are. Resolution, he's going to have to be quick on the timing of the BKB, but it seems like it's not needed, not yet anyway.
Yeah, I think MVP, that move right there was kind of unnecessary. They don't have the best vision, but they were trying to meet DC halfway, hoping that DC would come contest with this Rosh, and they're doing it again. They're hoping that right now DC just smokes up, walks up blind, carefree, and makes the mistake of running into them, and DC fanned out around this Razor.
Weehaw on the side here. His entrance into the fight could be critical, but they've already got Resolution. He wasn't fast enough with the BKB, and now Zoxa has to save him, but he's successful. Once again, he saves the big carry. QO, though, with a free kill on Misery as a big kick comes out. Now he's got the bash 2 onto Moo. Burrowed on in. Forev managed to get the stun onto Weehaw. Resolution pops his BKB, though, starts draining the damage of QO. Misery comes back with a buyback. They need to be able to find something more than just supports here. Force staff forward, managed to get the stun onto Resolution, and with the BKB's down, they've actually got to play this careful. Misery unable to catch Forev. Now the jump onto Resolution. They managed to get the slow down with the stun. Burrow on forward. Forev finds yet another stun with that spike carapace. Resolution not going to make an entrance out of this one. Has to buy back. Digital Chaos losing massively in that team fight, and they can't even ensure a fight still, as MVP Phoenix looking quite healthy now that the Guardian Greaves has popped.
This is just so funny looking. Forev just chilling, waiting for moments to inch himself forward with that force staff while he's burrowed. That 7-second stun doing absolute work in these fights.
You know, he will have the opportunity. There it
Force
is.
down
Jumps
the stun.
forward. Managed to get the spike. Care base, the follow-up stun.
Oh
a
my
long
lord,
kick from
Pharrell.
Misery. It gets a little bit of space, but MP within rage will be able to follow him up. And now, oh no! Wait, Pharrell just found another one. Gets 2 supports in the background. What is this bug doing?
We
Oh
just
my
talked about
God,
that
QO!
first step.
That's not your fountain. It's not your fountain, friend. It gets pulled back in. The evasion. Oh my God! QO! Not like this! Stop the match! They're dead already! Oh God!
They ramped it up so quickly. 0 to
All
100.
right, MVP Phoenix, just like that. They slam game number 2 back in the face of Digital Chaos after a disappointing result in game number 1, making this series go even, 1-1.
You think for a second, you're just like, that's a no mobile bug. It's okay as long as I'm out of range. He immediately 4 steps forward, catches resolution, and the game ends with the whimper, not a bang, as this time around, no split push shenanigans as MVP take this one clean.
MVP Phoenix. Would you say they looked? Obviously a draw comes out of this series, but would you say that they look like the stronger team
I think
in
so.
this series at first?
I think so far, they've shown us just a little bit more. I think DC for that first game, it's hard to rely on a performance like that. It's just not stable enough.
Yeah. So Digital Chaos will need to find some progression. Maybe clean up some of their team fight coordination, get on the same page when it comes to strategy. Still, though, they can't be too disappointed from a 1-1 result against one of the tougher teams in this group of MVP Phoenix. That is it for this stream. We are going to take a small break as the next series is on its way. Blitz Dota and I will be moving to another stream to follow more of MVP Phoenix.
Oh yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to more TI6 group stage action. We're in day 1 of the group stage, and we're about to get into the final heat of the day. This is Kyle Guy. I'm with Wagamama. Waga, we got Newbie versus VG Gaming Reborn. We just witnessed VG Gaming Reborn get shoved into a locker. I'm talking.
Oh, yeah.
Secret took their head and dunked them in the toilet, gave them a vicious swirly, and said, "Thank you, you're welcome." Walked away.
Yeah, and then they did the exact same thing again. It was actually very sad to witness. And VG Gaming, they were kind of stubborn there, not reacting to what was being done to them. Not reacting draft-wise, and then struggling so much gameplay-wise. They didn't actually rotate on the Huskar. I saw a lot of issues, and here they are going up against a team that you and many others favor as one of the heavy contenders for this TI, Newbie.
Yeah, I actually, I gave a once-over because we had to actually hand in our predictions for who we thought would be the 1 through 16, and I put Newbie at the top. I really haven't been watching a whole lot of Newbie, but I just got this feeling that they're going to surprise a lot of people, so I put them all the way up here, and I'm actually pretty excited now to be able to sit here and watch them firsthand. We know the holy trinity that they have between Mu, Hao, and Chuan. You bring in Kaka, who is this master captain to be able to lead them, and then you got KP, who is a ridiculously talented core player.
Yeah, he's just an amazing offlaner. Also very versatile, can play many different roles there, but the fact that he synergizes so well with the team, because Newbie play pretty tight Dota. They move together a lot. They make really crisp executions that require that you're very quick in what you do. So I think they have a team play that is very hard to touch. And I became a massive fan after Manila Major, watching them qualify and play. They are just fantastic.
You have 3 TI champions. You have a awesome captain and one of the best up-and-comers. I mean, that's a formula for destruction right now.
And then you have the only Australian player right now.
Yeah, so Parker out there is just like, yeah.
Oh, Toby is also a very big fan of Newbie because of this.
Oh,
He's
yeah,
like, yep,
you're right.
Australia's there. I'm like, yeah.
We represent. Well, here we go. Let's see what they're going to do. I don't suspect these Eastern teams to be too privy to hop on the Huskar bandwagon yet, so we might not see what many call cheese too much from them. I'm expecting a bit more discipline, something more methodical. Opening up, very casual, very in the meta. This is what I would expect to see across any of the drafts of any teams here. Waga. Oracle, Faceless Void for Newbie, and a Bat Rider Ogre for VG Gaming Reborn.
Yeah, while it may not really be along the Huskar so far, you also leave yourself with that option if
That's
you're Newbie.
true.
You do have the Oracle, so you could very easily just say, hey, you didn't pick anything against it. Okay, now you're going to taste it. So VGR, this is the 3rd game in a row for them where they actually need to think about it. And I think it's ban-worthy for him, in fact. Even if you're up against Newbie, might not do it.
What if they go for it? I mean, it's like, we just got our ass beat by Huskar twice. What if we do it? You know, it's like, it would be them probably because they don't have any sort of backing support for it yet, though a Dazzle still, is in the pool after all. Newbie, as mentioned, also could be considering, pulling it out in their back pocket.
Then we, of course, have the fact that VG Gaming have played a lot against Newbie and the other Chinese teams. They're very well prepared against them. So batting out House Weaver here, he's quite notorious for the amount of rotations and kills he gets on his carry Weaver. And I think it's good to target down Hao here in the second phase. This is definitely going to be KP on his Void offlane.
How do you like Hao as a core player? I've heard from many people that he can be over rambunctious at times.
I think he's sick. I actually think he's so good.
Yeah.
Some players disagree, and some players have different preferences. I think it comes down to what team you play in, and his aggression works really well with Newbie. I think they have the players that make use of an aggressive carry player. And Hao also showed that a lot at TI5, that his early game aggression, it was him and aggressive that really stood out to me at TI.
Yeah, sometimes we see a lot of really talented core players, but some of them can only go so far depending on how far their team is willing to be there for them. And I agree that Newbie can be one of those teams to really just raise up Hao to the farthest he's ever been. So let's see if he's going to have a hot start in the group stage run here. Second phase to follow up. We get a ban on not just the Shadow Demon, but even the Morphling that might typically be paired with it. This seems to have been the comfort zone for VG Gaming. We saw him try to pull it out against Secret, and Newbie not leaving, even letting VG Gaming get any sort of comfort.
No, and it's a very strong hero against Oracle, I feel. When you have Morphling who can dive in, just shotgun him, forcing him to ulti himself. Of course, if he's quick enough, he can W, but you very seldom are quick enough when a Morphling jumps you. So I think it's a good hero to get rid of. That way Oracle can do his job a little bit more. And of course, he's going to be very important to shut down his Bat Rider. Oracle is great at canceling the Bat Rider lasso. So we'll see We'll see what they go for here as the second ban in the second phase by Vici Gaming.
I hear like a lot of teams, they always try to find ways that they could deal with these kind of heroes. Huskar, and maybe even something like Oracle. So Waga, this is the part of a game and draft where I throw out a crazy idea and you tell me if I'm batshit crazy or if you think it works. Vici Gaming Reborn considering something like a silencer. If the Bat Rider leads in with a lasso on the offensive, you can quickly follow it with a global to prevent Oracle from bailing out anybody or Faceless Void Chrono. And we already know Silencer can be good against the Faceless Void. If he sets things up with a Chrono, a global silence could shut down everything to follow.
Silencer is not an impossible hero to run. We have seen Wings Gaming, for example, picking it, but they're also the craziest people out there.
That's true.
But I think Silencer struggles with one thing.
Okay.
When the Manta Style Diffusal comes out, you just become really irrelevant in the team fights. You do nothing.
That's true.
You may be able to right-click, but if a Void or anyone else like Juggernaut with decent items, Manta and Diffusal runs at you, you're just on the run, no matter what items you have on a Silencer.
That makes a lot of sense.
I would be a little bit scared if Vici do it, especially as their rotations today haven't been that crisp. They didn't do that much in the previous years that we just watched in terms of anticipating what needed to be done in the game. So I would rather not see this craziness come out.
Yeah, it does make it feel like then someone like Silencer had such a thin window to work with to peak before all those big items come in, but you have to wait till he even gets his level 6.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness, my favorite hero on all of Dota, of course, comes to me now. Keeper of the Light. Now, he has obviously been much more popular as games go on and fly by. I'll let you answer. What is it that makes Keeper so good now? What are people finding an attraction to him?
I think the cooldown reduction obviously is a part of it, but I think the big part is in fact the Illuminate. Illuminate being so good on low levels that you can get the mana leak. Mana leak is destroying people. You run out of mana, you're just realizing that, Caudle with the cooldown reduction can mana leak multiple people in the same fight. And you just run around. What does a Void do with no mana?
Yeah,
he can't chase anyone. He can't get away.
If Faceless Void had a face, a Palm would be there right now. Having up to go against Mana Leak in the laning phase, that's a headache in itself. Timber Saws, Faceless Voids, these are all in the meta, and that's where Caudle. And let me tell you, there's only it felt like few and far opportunities where Caudle seems to kind of fit in, and this is one of those few chances because otherwise it was all about this old man just getting beat down relentlessly.
Yeah.
So.
Mirana and Faceless Void are two really good targets for Mana Leak. But here we go, Newbie getting the pretty interesting combo, deciding to get the Elder Titan.
Ooh.
The fact that they get Elder Titan after picking a first phase Void is surprising to me, but that's because they targeted down on How, remember, with the Weaver and Lifestealer? But this is very powerful. You have the arrow into the Chronosphere, you also have the crack now from the Elder Titan ulti. This is gonna hurt a lot. And even a hero like Juggernaut can instant die if you get that combo on it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, I guess, just kind of flew behind the back of Vici Gaming here, putting so much target on to How, allowed Newbie to snag up one of the better pairings we've been seeing from a lot of the teams. So
definitely. And
makes
I want to mention
tough.
one more little mechanical combo they have on Newbie. It's a pretty small one, but it does make a difference. It's the heal from Oracle. You can always just time walk the damage, so you don't even have to use the W as Oracle, saving you some mana or casting time even.
Oh yeah.
And making it easy to heal up the Void.
Now, Juggernaut is not that typical core to be paired with a Keeper as those heroes that needs the express taxi service to get around the map. So I feel like there's some other shadowing hero is yet to come for Vici Gaming Reborn to pair with it. We see many teams go with the classic, Storm, PL. I'm curious to see if it's probably going to be something, closer to like a Storm, a mid lane grab. But
okay.
Alchemist here. Interesting.
Very quickly go for it as well. They do have some decent Axe upgrades later, but almost every single Alchemist game is decided very quickly in the laning stage how relevant the Aghanims is going to be. Interesting still, though. I honestly like it here. I think Alchemist could be a good solution. Builds a lot of armor, so his natural armor being reduced by Elder Titan doesn't really matter so much. And he could fight quite well with the mana leak from Caudle. He can actually keep catching people.
You pop off the ulti. You happen to pop off the ulti right as a Chrono comes in. That could help you survive quite a bit. But here comes the Timber Saw pickup now from Newbie.
The straight response, Timber mid.
But it is a Timber into a Keeper. Probably not going to be in that laning phase against him, but still something that Timber has to kind of consider, so he might need to get like a Yule's or Lotus Orb along the way.
I think FY will make some rotations towards mid lane, as it's a Timber versus Alch kind of scenario. You need to help out the Alchemist, because at the Shanghai Major, for example, or Manila Major, we saw a lot of Timbersaws get solo kills on Alchemist on mid lane. The duration of Whirling Death makes it so hard to lane against.
Yeah, that definitely will.
For any strength hero.
Makes me very curious to see, like what you mentioned, what VG Game are going to do to kind of situate their laning stage a bit, to see how they can make the most out of it. Because in any traditional Alchemist game, laning stage matters, and you got to be able to get him to the top of that net worth chart.
Oh, yeah.
And so far past and beyond that they're just, without certain doubt, no chance that your opponent's going to be able to catch up and match the tempo of your Alk. So let's get underway. It's game number 1, VG Gaming Reborn versus Newbie in our final heat of day 1 group stage action for TI6. Predictions: player with the highest total physical damage done to heroes at game end. Alk is one that does pop out a bit to me.
Omni Slash is also physical damage, so
That's
Juggernaut
true.
is also high, and I think that Void could be a good pick too. I'm gonna go with the Void actually.
You're going to go with the
believe
Void?
in him.
I'll casually throw in an Alk.
Yeah.
See how that goes. Total number of smoke gate kills. We got this one last time by 25 minutes in.
It was 0-2.
I'm going with that
was the
again.
result last game, but this one I'll go for a 3 for 5 again. I believe.
Player with the most last hits at 7 minutes. That's really early. That's still like laning stage, back end of laning stage. So mid
gonna be How.
laners / cores.
How will get it?
How will get it? You think so? The Void? All right, I'll back that up. Team with the most runes picked up by 10 minutes in.
VG should prioritize runes a lot.
I
since
would
they have
hope so,
Alchemists,
yeah.
and they also have good heroes to move around with. But that said, of course, roaming Mirana can pick a lot of runes. We'll see how it goes. I put down the VG though.
We'll have to see here. It looks like a lot of priority towards the upper half of the map for Newbie right now. Trying to see if...
Alk will be getting the Alchemist Grievel's Greed rune then. Gonna
Gets
be
it
really
early.
strong.
All right. You never know. Sometimes players, they get a little ahead of themselves, maybe the stress levels or something, but no, we'll successfully get off the greed. You'd be surprised how many times I've seen an Alchemist misfire,
Yep.
leveling up the skill and then ending up having to kind of
Oh yeah.
take it on the chin at the beginning.
Or the other way around, you know, just hoping that you get the rune for free. Doesn't work. And we'll see as they move towards the mid lane. It's going to be DDC at first who sits mid and helps out the Alchemist a little bit, I believe.
Yeah, FY is still kind of hanging around a bit, but as mentioned, I'm curious to
Not even.
know if he's going to go early mana leak or anything, or try to be a pain in the ass for the Timbersaw.
Of course.
It's going to be, and right now it's Mirana versus Coddle. I don't know if Coddle likes that too much. Doesn't need to be a big character.
Doesn't really trade that well. Even though he has more damage and same armor, it's still not a very good trade for him.
All right, well, in the top lane, we also have a little bit of heat here in your Newbie try setup to take on the dual lane of VG Gaming Reborn, as DDC has made a full rotation up here on his Ogre to try to be the bouncer of the lane.
Great way to use the Ogre Magi. You want to put him where he can have the biggest impact, so maybe having him stay mid wouldn't really be that good. But now he can secure that Batrider doesn't feel scared at all. He can farm freely, and helps Mikasa out a little bit during the laning stage, which is really only when he normally struggles.
Yeah, Mikasa didn't really make the biggest impact in the last series we got to watch him play, as we already mentioned
lucky
there.
bash.
Okay, there is going to be
Just some damage.
10, but yeah, just some softening damage. Yeah, we know Mikasa to be a big mid lane player, so we've been kind of questioning what kind of performance he's going to bring to the table in a core off lane position, which he might be a little unfamiliar with. But you know, we'll have to see. First series not so much, but second series we'll see if he can turn things around. DDC is going to get hit up with the early force of Gen. He turns around, gets off the stun, helps him avoid the stomp, and
Very
takes it
good.
away.
Not panicking at all there, realizing he just needs to cancel that stomp and he'll be just fine. Alchemist and the Timbersaw going for the same rune here. Can he get
going
it?
to be the bounty rune? What's it going to be?
It
Boom,
was, but
snagged
Timbersaw.
up. Oh, blocks him.
That is so massive, in fact. That would be a big chunk of his net worth increasing. Good deny. And he's in fact ahead in net worth over the Alchemist right now, so Timbersaw having a good time mid.
Fantastic start for them. Back at bottom lane, FY did level up the early mana leak, pair it along with the Chakra here. He's been kind of hand in hand with ZYF. They haven't really been opposed too much. KP has been occasionally stopping by and trying to be elusive on the Mirana, but not really too much trouble here. So they'll get the kind of free lane to farm with. But, you know, what would you say? I mean, it doesn't feel too one-sided or the other. Mid lane, you know, Alchemist is kind of being brought down a bit, but VGR is getting good work down the bottom lane. Because of the Ogre's impact early on, I guess Mikasa's faring okay. So it's really hard to gauge as far as who's kind of having an early initiative.
Yeah, I really think it's a little bit early to say who's coming out ahead. I believe it's pretty even, but Timbersaw versus Alchemist mid is soon going to become a pretty volatile matchup where Timbersaw could kill Alchemist at any time, I think. When he gets this, he's going to have his boots and bottle being sent out. That's going to be really big. So just looking towards that.
Yeah, some pull creep action here. Obviously, VG Gaming Reborn saying, please don't take these creeps away. We're trying to take the creeps to the lane so that we can bring this ridiculous creep equilibrium back our side. While Hao is getting kind of free last hits under the tower, Mikasa's finally had enough, flies all the way up and on over here, and he's thinking about taking flight, looks to go in, but Kaka quickly purges it off with the Q. Nice heads-up play
Firefly.
there. But man, you're right, the burn! The burn is so good and so hot, and it's going to take Chuan out. But Mikasa could be a little bit threatened himself. It looks like he still has plenty of flight to go up and over and all the way to Grandma's house.
I think people underestimate how good time dilation is on Void. I see a lot of Voids in situations where they need to fight. You should prioritize getting 1 point in time dilation. Like this lane, you're against a Batrider. It's arguably the best hero to have time dilation against in the game, after maybe Bristleback.
Yeah. I mean, if not that, hope at least a wand or something. I mean,
well, he could just have saved the Elder Titan. Just adding that extra cooldown would make a massive difference. Oh, Batrider manages to deny himself to the Ancients. Just going back to base.
Yep. Gets the quick express trip back home. Will get himself back to the lane. FY, man, he goes even a second point on this mana leak too, just to even get the little bit of extra range. That's
it's
really
the range,
yeah. I mean, you don't get much more in the mana actual leak part. I mean, it's 5% stagnant across all levels.
Yeah,
but
150 extra range makes the difference because now you have longer range on it than the enemy's attack range, right? No one can attack at a longer range than that.
0-2-2. You do not see that very often, though. Not even the one value point in Illuminate. He just knows he's not blasting anything because there's no threat in the lane at all.
He could go back for it if he wants to on level 5. He can go back for it.
Yeah.
And I think it's just that he realizes Mirana is a little bit hard to catch out sometimes. Batrider trying to contest here, but really didn't get many of the CS. He got a lot of the experience, of course. But most of the CS going the way of Tron and Kaka.
Yeah, I mean, Hao is still, at the end of the day, in his tri-lane, so the XP share is going to be pretty greedy.
Comes out.
But they might get Mikasa, and as you mentioned, with the time dilation, he's in a bit of trouble. Will be bursted down. Kaka's Oracle will be able to pick up the last hit on that, and now with FY rotating in, they'll avoid the stomp damage a bit and just kind of harass back Hao as much as possible.
Harassing Hao, and Hao is like, yeah, I really don't care about it. And he gets a salve, and a Ring of Health is up now as well, so.
I used to be much stronger.
Needs those face boots. Yeah. He's going to get a lot of experience here if he sticks around, but maybe he just lets the Batrider have it.
I mean, that is good experience for a car, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, he's going to stack up.
So he'll be able to get a casual stack along the way. DDC also gets a stack in the Ancient camp going for them. And as we look at the CS charts right now, way up at the top, no surprise, the mostly uncontested ZY for the bottom lane is leading that pack right now. Moo mid lane in a bit of trouble, gets stunned up from DDC. FY's also there. And with the mana leak, Moo has really nowhere to run, so finally he waits it out and begins to try to limp himself away here. They turn around and they quickly burst down DDC, and they're going to be able to offer the heal. Kaka putting in the work early on his Oracle.
Yeah, definitely, and good timing on the mana boots as well.
Almost got FY. They still get him. The range of that Purifying Flames. Are you kidding me?
And the DD rune on Mirana. If it wasn't for that, he would actually still have lived. So great rotation there. Get a lot of value out of it. 2 kills and save your mid laner. Beautiful play. And that means Kaka been part of every single kill so far.
And it might not stop there. He just now gets his level 5. That's 3 levels into Purifying Flames, and he's going to take his business right here to the top lane.
Yeah, and he gets D-ward, a fresh ward as well, immediately dying to him.
DDC, please don't do that. But he gets the ward up and above. Mikasa well deep and far behind this tier 1 tower. Thirsty for a kill on Hao, who just entices him on deeper. Just to get slammed in the face.
He's snowballing now. I mean, he's farming like a monster, farming heroes, Kaka.
I mean, it's so easy to snipe kills when he got that Purifying Flame, so he's just like securing them all.
And he's quite a good hero to have a lot of gold on, in fact. He's going to get his mana boots now, which means he never needs to back. And if he gets Guardian Greaves, for example, it's a massive impact.
But what do you think? Is it worth it for VG Gaming? So much space, maybe, for Alchemist mid. And you can't forget this Jug is farming very nicely in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he is the top in CS right now. The Juggernaut's getting so much pressure down to the tower. I think they're a little bit unhappy having Hao only at 32 CS. I wouldn't say it's worth it, but you need to get something going in terms of kills. That's how Mirana gets into the game as well.
Yeah, because who's going to be bringing the real damage here from Newbie if there's just what feels like always a hot mess happening in the top lane. And if Hao's like, guys, I just want to get some CS here. Just help me get some CS. But with the bats flying up and above, and there's an ogre kind of always in your face.
These stacks prepared for the Alchemist as well are so beautiful. And Batrider gonna take one of them, of course, the big stack on by the Ancients. He's gonna be farming that right up. And the Ancients already being prepared as well for the acid spray.
They're prepared for the ritual.
Yes, the ritual, sir.
The gold ritual, the greed coming through. DC also is just happy with all of the XP coming his way on his ogre.
I think VGR are very different now from when they played against Secret. They seemed very nervous. Maybe the way they played was pretty stale, but now much more fluent, good rotations. Sure, they haven't had the easiest time, and they got a little bit unlucky with the mana boots cooldown mid lane there before. But
yeah, it does feel like there's less pressure. They're not have to play against the clock as much.
They don't look scared, you know, the way they play. Even if they died 4 times, that's still fine. You're getting so far ahead in net worth. If you look at the chart right now, in fact, it's just a very quick, rampant growth in net worth.
When we get back, DDC finally gets some items under his belt for his ogre. A ward and at least a lace to give him a little bit of traction, a little bit of move speed. All up and above. Chuan just trying to get himself to level 6 on his sport. Gets the solo lane here, so that does say that newbie might be up to something. With Hao missing from that top lane, he's got to be somewhere trying to set something up. And it's in the mid lane, and walks right into this chrono. But he gets he gets that Blade Fury off. He's like Billy the Kid with the reaction speed, but they're still able to burst him down. My God, a beautiful arrow connection comes up from KP and locks him in place. Meanwhile, they're able to burst down the old man, as FY will get dropped on his coddle from the help again from Kaka and that ridiculous Purifying Flames. Meanwhile, up and over, they look for Mikasa, who has to take to the skies to make it up and away. Finally steps back in, gets off the lasso, pulling back Hao, but he bails him out with the false promise, and they'll burst down Mikasa with a nice little star storm.
You can't do that as a Batrider going in against Oracle. Have to respect it. And even if it did, the Time Walk was level 4 anyway, so he could just have jumped away. Actually, it was level 3. Then maybe he could have killed it.
That looked like it was going to be a bit of a disengage potentially from VGR, but that arrow came through and Jug was going nowhere.
Probably was just happy he got the Blade Fury off before Chronosphere, and then he didn't really realize that the arrow was flying in.
Oh, Chuan's down.
Moo is dead as well.
Yeah.
Kills all over the board.
No here. Caught between 3. He's a beast right now, and he begins toggling on up, trying to survive. Can he Dr. Lee himself out of this one? We'll see. There it is. More life coming in, more regen.
Yep. This
Jukes
is the
and
Dr. Lee
jives
spot as well.
Through trees, makes it back and away here, and he's gone.
Yep.
No problem. He just avoided a 3-on-1 right there. Outgaming.
That was actually, he got one clutch armlet toggle in there when he was surrounded by them. That was really good. And then he just runs away. Oh. Coddle didn't get the 5 stack, but there's still 4 on the Ancients, so
it's
good.
pretty still good money right there for sure.
Yeah.
And FY, he finally got a point into that Illuminate, and he'll start putting it
Make
to good
some
work
money.
here. Yeah, I'm sure, you know, he'll be able to get a little bit of payback, maybe hanging around that stack, bringing in some XP, and in the near future, who knows? Maybe if he's unable to farm an Ags himself, maybe No will casually hand him, him one later.
And it's a very common way as well to skill the Coddle, not going ulti on level 6. You don't need it at all in many scenarios. You don't even have mana for it.
Top lane, Hao's in trouble. End has just rushed right through the tower. DDC was able to intercept, gets off a stun, but Hao time walks it off. There's going to be that chrono, as mentioned, lands on DDC. Arrow flies, connects. But ZYF says, please don't do this to my support ogre. Tries to chop down Hao. Hao's going to be able to time walk away. They get off the stun, but it's as KP leaps away from trouble. Can ZYF make it away? It looks like he will be fine as newbie reinforcements do sweep in.
Batrider also gets picked off bottom lane by the Elder Titan and the Timbersaw combination, so they managed to get a good kill there. Action all over the map in this game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Coming into this matchup, we've been seeing a lot of the Western teams with their Huskars and more high-tempo action. I was expecting this one to be a little bit more slower-paced, Waga, but hey, they're bringing the hype.
Yeah, I think while Huskar is a high-pace action, he's also not a very frequent fight kind of hero. People just avoid him, but this is very different. This is more, they're contesting everything and not trying to give anything for free. But that said, the Relic is not far away from this Alchemist.
Now they shot an arrow through the mid lane, and they happened to see No and Crossing heading towards an ancient camp, and immediately the pings followed out from Newbie. They're like, hey, he's heading that way.
Yeah,
he's doing that ancient camp, but they can't do anything. He's already killed it.
Yeah, they're smoking to get there, but he already half-killed it before.
Oh, my God.
So this was the second time he went there, and that's why they won't be finding him on the Ancients.
But they
might
may
still... He's
running back and away. There's a train gang coming right behind him. They drop the ward. They'll see him now. He's like, I'm just going to go back and get those new ancients. DDC might tank the gank for him, though. It's not going to happen. They move in. They're going to get off the stump. They get him with the arrow. He goes down, and they're going to get DDC as an extra prize on top of it.
Yeah, he won't tank it for them. He will tank it with him. Yeah.
That looked like it was going to be just too perfect for the Alchemist to be able to get what he needed and walk away, but he just thought he was going to be
He was
fine.
too greedy.
Too greedy.
Got him in the end.
Probably didn't take that moment to touch base with the map, with his team, to be like, hey, where is everybody, by the way?
Yeah, he's like, oh, Ancients are back. Piece of candy.
The whole team of newbies just there around the corner. They pounce, they get their kill, and they're going to even follow it up objectively with possibly a tier 1 tower.
Oh,
Looks
no,
like they've spotted out F1. Look how long he is.
It's forever.
That is ridiculous. Are you serious?
Yeah.
They're like, hey,
Elder Titan Mirana is just...
sit tight. There's an arrow coming in about 5 minutes that's going to get you.
Yeah, KP just fires the arrow up into the sky, and it's like, yep, soon, any moment now.
Man. So things are going pretty nice now for newbie here. We're going to have to see
really
if
are.
Vici Gaming are going to be able to bounce back.
But kills don't tell the full story, and there's a bounty rune waiting for Nono again. Oh no.
Another stomp, and then a shock drum, timber chain in. Don't get him. You cannot get caught by a stomp. I mean, that has got to be a lesson now for Vici Game Reborn. Don't think that it's just any casual stomp that you can take. An arrow may come out from the wrap.
And one buff that made Elder Titan better was the Wind Lace, in fact, coming into play. Because now the Spirit is even faster, so it's really hard to avoid it.
Oh, you're right. You put that together with Tranquil Boots, he's a race car.
Yep.
Mid lane, high tension here for the tier 1, where newbie are feeling pretty confident and pressing in their advantage. With a chrono in their pocket, they step back and they will make a new approach. Yeah, they're going to smoke and try to catch Vici Gaming Reborn a bit more by surprise here.
They want the Alchemists. They know what they're going for, but they're also pinging it out. It's like, this is not safe.
Run, no. Is he going to be able to make it away here, newbie?
The creeps will tell the story, though. They don't pursue it.
They go back the other way. It looks like the Smoke Ink is not going to lead anywhere.
I think Hao is doing the Chinese popular build as well, doing the first item Lincoln Sphere on Void. This is something they do
Not a Battle Fury?
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be Lincoln Sphere. They do it a lot.
Yeah,
but I'm not saying
you.
I'm not saying that it's the best here, but I think he will.
Time dilation on poor little Coddle, and with Timbersaw coming in, he really has no chance at all. See, that's the one unfortunate thing, that when you don't go with an early level 6, maybe he could have blinding lighted and just made it away, or at least created more time, but ultimately with a Timbersaw on the chase.
At the same time, he probably would have been chased down anyway.
Yeah,
so
you never know, but nonetheless, Coddle goes down, so does this tier 1. Newbie's economy continue to go up on the rise, or at least try to swing it back their way, as this had been a mass majority of Vici Gaming Reborn net worth lead. You know, obviously with the Alchemist in your team, that helps a bit. And Alchemist is still up and ahead. I mean, this is what you expect to see when you hop into a Alchemist game that you're spectating.
What I'm worrying for, though, is the fact that newbie, they're getting farm on everyone. The way they take down the towers now and starting to move tower to tower, it's going to inflate the golds on Oracle here. And look at him. He's really close to the mech. Once you get this mech up, Oracle can do wonders. It's actually a really strong hero with items.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised. Maybe I'm not surprised. I guess it's just a bad item now. But I'm used to seeing more Oracles even consider getting stuff like Earn. You know, as just, you know, you get so much from it with your False Promise, the double the heal. And you know it's not going to get untriggered either. So, but mech is just going to, obviously.
It actually untriggers on not taking real damage when you get hit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it does.
The more you know. Maybe that's why we're not seeing any more Earn. Meanwhile, mid lane, there's the lasso pullback on Hao. They will be able to burn down the Faceless Void. Moo is going to get bailed out. Nice little False Promise comes out from Kaka. And now Vici Gaming Reborn reassess the situation, step back a bit as
That's
5.
Beautiful, though. That's really
get
good
what
for
they
VGR.
need. Yeah, they get what they need. They back up. Newbies say we might not be done yet, but with that Mana Leak coming out, Moo says I don't want to chase any further.
Yeah, hold tight over there.
Yeah. Nice little purge off, though. But without a Chronosphere, newbie don't have that big weapon X, so they're going to have to hold off.
Yeah, that's true. They really don't. And this way they can just keep farming away. FY, of course, running for his life. He is one fast hero, though. 440 movement speed.
Fastest hero in the game.
Yep.
Mind you. And with Tranquils and Windlays, yeah, he's
got a good horse.
He's a Ferrari. It's just, yeah, he'll be able to avoid trouble. I say that, but he'll probably just run into trouble right now.
Man.
Typical caster
Weapon
curse
X
action.
and Ferrari, you gotta hold back on the naming players.
I know, I don't know.
You're sneaky, man. You're confusing me. Mama, yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Reference.
I'm a big fan.
But this way that VGR are playing right now, they are avoiding the issue of newbie right now. As I say that, oh, no. Just barely escapes the arrow.
Does not escape the chrono, however. Flame break bumps him back, but it's not going to stop the pressure
Timber
from
saw.
newbie. Good catch there from Hal. Uh-oh. Oh, Mikasa. He's nearby trying to help out.
Bloodstone charges immediately as well for this Timber Saw. Very shortly after he picked up his Bloodstone. So he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Very happy.
Man, I cursed them. I say they're avoiding them nicely, and then immediately newbie are on top of it.
That's how it works.
They have great heroes to catch them up, though. And yeah, there's the ultimate orb. So How going for that Lincoln Sphere. And this is it's not only How doing it. It's been popularized quite a lot by
What
the Chinese
is it
team.
then that's about the Lincolns that they find
it's
so much more value in?
It's similar to the way Vanguard works, that you just become harder to kill. This is obviously a bigger investment, but Void really likes having some extra stats. The ultimate orb is very nice in itself. But other than that, it just messes with people, right? You think that you're going to mana leak him or lasso him, and then you don't, and he keeps running at you and killing you. Whereas if you had a Vanguard, you could just mana leak him and kind of leave him. It's fine. I don't know. I don't really like this build. I've tested it a little bit, but it can work when you play organized Dota, and newbie definitely do.
Oh, yeah, that's a specialty, I guess you could say, for a lot of these Eastern teams. So
yeah,
here's a smoke. Here's a movement. Vici Gaming Reborn.
Turns off the Radiance as he's leading the way here. Nomno.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower.
Oh!
But he saw the acid spray.
Yeah. Oh, man.
He saw the acid spray, and he is
That
taking it out.
is
So
a vac arrow for sure coming
yeah,
from KP.
good stuff. And you also see the range of that Elder Titan Spirit scouting from so far away.
This is not an easy Rosh to take.
Oh,
I mean, if you're not leading in with a fight, you're not getting it.
I think it's one of the strongest selling points for picking Elder Titan is the fact that you can control Roshan so well. You don't even have to be at a distance where you're in danger, and you can still prevent the enemy from going for it.
And then
yeah,
I was going to say, then to add on top of it, where you have, as you mentioned, one of the best Rosh Guardians, if you will, in Elder Titan, you have choke point specialists on your team with a Timber Saw, with a Chrono-wielding Faceless Void, with a Starfall Mirana. Like, they love
even
contested
Arrow is
fights.
easier to land as well, because it's a tight area to play around, and many different angles to shoot it from. Oh, they're scouting him, but not going to get the stump, though. They need to, like, leap Arrow. Can he do it?
They can with a Fortune's End on top. There it is. It's going to connect Chakram all the way through, and he goes down. Meanwhile, Mikasa leads in. Hawk ties up KP, pulls him back under the tower so he can't even hide under the Moonlight Shadow, and they'll slash him down to get a little bit of payback. But
it's a good return, but still one more Bloodstone charge and a big kill on that Alchemist. Still chasing, though.
Oh, almost gets the stun off as he Timber chains away. Can't get him. Wow.
That was close.
Very, very close, but he's going to be good. And now they try to go for at least the next target, but Chuan already is too far and away.
Yeah.
1-for-1's okay, but as you were talking about, Timber Saw is able to get a little bit of extra from it, and Newbie,
I like VG Gaming's spirit, though. They keep trying to take these fights. Even though they're running the Alchemist team, they're not just sitting back and saying, okay, we need to farm. They're going for it. They're trying to get retaliations, and it doesn't work every time, but at least they got a Mirana kill.
Looks like now, though, they will have to pump the brakes a bit from this top lane pressure, and they'll kind of pick up the pieces elsewhere here. Mikasa did recently finish up his Blink Dagger. That would entice him a bit also to maybe go a bit more on the offensive further. And No obviously is looking to finish out the Naga Alchemist build here.
Yeah, becoming the poor man's Naga. Needs the Manta Style, and then into the Octarine we go. It's going to be a farming game for him.
And after that, we get into the Ags party, if the game does go that long.
There are some really nice Aghanims upgrades to give. If you get Ether Lens on the Ogre Magia and then pull him in Aghanims, that makes him crazy strong.
Oh, yeah.
And I would never buy Aghanims on Juggernaut, but if you get pulled in Aghanims, that's actually not bad. If you get one for free, why not?
Yeah, that's extra stats, of course. Who couldn't hate a
the
few
extra
extra slashes?
Extra slashes are quite welcome when you have a good DPS build. And I think when he gets to that Manta Diffusal point, he will be strong. Of course, Void is going for the same kind of thing now. After Lincoln Sphere, heading into a Blade of Alacrity, probably going to be a Yasha, I assume. Could go Diffusal Blade though if he really feels bothered by the mana leak or the sticky napalm. Getting an early Diffusal Blade is really not a bad choice.
Seems
And
to
yeah,
be the case.
that's
yeah.
the case.
All right, so Diffusal en route here for a house soon enough. Probably something that Newbie are considering holding out for. But as I say that, looks like they're coming together. No smoke
They
though.
don't actually have a smoke.
Okay.
Oh, they do.
Where who's got the purple stuff?
It's Elder Titan at your service.
They puff it
Chwan.
up and they go on the move.
Yeah, they're going for the Ancients. They know. Should be someone over there. Mantistar completed.
FY nearby in the neighborhood, but he also very hesitant here. I mean, everyone from VG Gamer Reborn just kind of totally pulling off with the exception of Meat Casa in the bottom lane. They know something's fishy. There was no ward out there. There is one deep in their jungle, but obviously nowhere near where the smoke was. But I guess just so many missing on the map.
Just a good read, yeah.
Just the senses.
And
are tingling.
there's the scan. They've been scanned out. Jigs up.
Jigs up. No stacks of Ancients to even steal away. They'll just take what they can get and walk away to fight on another day.
They could leave a small one just to block it. He's actually going to block it just by farming. It's fine.
Good for him.
Meanwhile, though, split push on bottom by Mikasa. He's trying to get close to his 4-staff. Once you have that, you can really start playing aggressively as a Batrider. Only having a Blink Dagger, it's still a little bit hard to take the fights. But when you can blink in and pull someone and force it away, that's when you can really bring someone to your team.
Yeah, plus who knows, one of your targets might be Faceless Void, and having that 4-staff to pop the Lincolns would be nice too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We'll see though. I like how casts it on himself.
I'm not quite sure which team I favor going into late game scenario here. I guess the Void and Elder Titan ulti does get insanely strong towards late game.
And Mirana could also, you know, segue into quite a DPS too.
She has the Ags right now picked up, so she will get very powerful. But I don't know. Alchemist could maybe carry this.
We'll see. Lots of scaling potential for both sides as we could be in for a long mileage kind of a game here. Newbie make their own advancement through their woods on the back of a Moonlight Shadow now in hopes of maybe catching out anyone from Vici, but it looks like Vici have already stepped off and
Seems
are
they
going to
were,
back to their own grind.
in fact, 7 smoke kills in this game by 25 minutes, so a lot more than we had in the previous game.
I gotta put much more value in
God
that,
damn
I
it.
guess. I have 1, possibly 2. So far, yeah, 50%, that's a fail for sure.
Yep, that's a fail. How might be thinking about going here mid, even though he doesn't have someone that
How
close?
has just walked into
FY?
Oh, FY, true. Can they save him? Nah, the Lincoln's not going to allow the stun coming through. It's a chrono for a coddle, I guess. This How is just going to...
Hey, in a game like this, you will chrono for a coddle every time. It's fine, because sure, the cooldown is now down, but what are Vici Gaming really going to do? Go Roshan? You can't just do that against Elder Titan, right?
Yep.
So using your chrono to get a kill is just going to speed up the farm for How, if you will. Sorry, but Coddle is a bit of a creep.
I guess they could just at least make a movement towards mid lane tier 1. There's tier 1 there. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're right. There's not much of an approach that VG Gaming can do to even capitalize on a situation where Chrono's down.
They could try, but the thing is just about this Mirana, right? The Aghanims, and then you have Elder Titan also being so farmed now. It's very hard to push anywhere. Also like how it's kind of a race who's going to be the fastest. Elder Titan is just as fast as the Keeper of the Light right now with his Yule Scepter. He's kind of cheating.
Oh, he's cheating for sure.
But, you know, Coddle, he's getting a 4-staff. He's having none of that.
I wonder if he's going for the Force because he knows his boy Alk is going to be handing off the Yags at some point.
I think so. He's just preparing for the best, you know?
Yeah, and then he'll get that into a Hurricane Pike, I'm sure. So good on Coddle.
Get those hits off? Oh, yeah. Great DPS against Timber. Probably healing him per hit.
You mana leak them, and then you force them away, and then you blow them away with Blinding Light. And then they definitely run out of mana. That's what you do. But
the dream.
Here we'll see VG Gaming just kind of going back into their more grind. It looks like a Yules is going to be in order for DDC as well. I don't know if that was already mentioned or not, but you know, more bursts, more damage
Rosh
out there.
attempt being started here by Newbie.
If there was one team to do it, I think Newbie have a better chance of getting it done. It's just had been a question of do they have the damage to do Rosh?
They also have, oh, good pick here on top though. Move, getting caught out by the Batrider.
Oh, lassoed up. Timbersaw can be quite the machine.
Oh.
He can't even get it off. So he's going to lose a bit of a bounty streak right there, Mikasa.
So much gold, in fact. 500 gold with 3 heroes around as well. That's a ton of money.
I think he's got his Force Staff there, Waga. He gets it, buys it flat out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Newbie have been slowly withering away at this Rosh. Hao is not one to kind of bring in too much bulky damage, but slowly but surely they'll be able to bring it.
Yeah, really, that's gonna be good. And this is actually a triple Force Staff build coming in from VG Gaming, by the way. The Force Staff is complete on Caudle. Batrider has one, and Ogre is in the makings of a Force Staff as well.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was going to turn into a Yules. No, you're right. It is a Force Staff.
He, in fact, has it now. So, triple Force Staff. And against this team of Newbie, I guess it's really good, actually. Against Timbersaw.
The plan is FY Mana Leaks one person, and then they all force him around until he loses his mana, dude.
Hey, Timbersaw, nice mana. Nerd.
Yeah, just force him all over the place. He's got the Lotus Orb.
I'm positive that's not how they're going to use it.
No, I know. I mentioned in the draft, you know, Timbersaw, the mana leak could still be a problem even in the late game because you're just flashing around so much. So he does have a way to purge off that pesky mana leak now. And then potentially repel any further spells. We know Ogre likes to spam things out, so.
Oh, yeah.
Got to be careful not to hit yourself in the noggin.
Or even the Super Saiyan war between a Juggernaut.
That's true.
And Timbersaw.
One of my favorite things to witness, for sure. But
I love when they just jump off in the distance as well. They don't even jump on anyone else to DPS. They just kind of follow each other.
Yeah.
If anyone doesn't understand, it's just...
We got to take this fight elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just look up the, Lotus Orb Omni Slash. It's a fun thing.
Well, VG Gaming still continue to hold a net worth advantage, while Newbie hold the XP advantage here, obviously mostly on the back.
Yeah, well, I got to be careful. Split pushing bottom here. KP is sitting around, and he has a blink, and he might go for him.
Just lob that arrow right there. Oh,
but he knows he's there. He has so low HP. Double Starfall instant kills him, actually. The Caudle, 860. 2 Starfalls with the double.
A little bit close.
Yeah. I mean, one right click and he's dead.
FY will be able to avoid the trouble, takes himself back to the mid lane. It looks like Mikasa's also able to step out from that top lane.
Yeah, and that's just more space for the Alchemist as well. So, and Juggernaut has been farming quite a bit. We don't mention him as much, but he's holding his own in this farming war.
It's feeling like VG Gaming Reborn, at least they're confident they could take this one late.
Oh, yeah.
They want to play against the clock, and even Newbie are starting to get the idea like maybe we can't let them, have this much time, and they feel like they're going to begin to pressure.
This is what they need to go late, though. They need to take a few towers off the map. You can't let Newbie have this mid-tier 1, for instance.
Mikasa near the pit here, dancing around a bit. Trying to make a go from Moo. Moo, as he goes for the Timber Chain, will get lassoed up, pulled back. Omnis comes out, and they're going to slash down the Timbersaw.
They do kill the old man in the meantime, and they're also chasing down on the Ogre, so they get 2 kills in trade for that. But that's more Bloodstone charges being lost on Timbersaw, and it really hurts you.
Yeah, his momentum just begins to just trick down so much, and you'll hear it from many core players. Like, they feel like they get their best performance when they have all these charges and all this mana regen to work with, and now he's going to get crippled down a bit. No. Oh, finds a nice little closet to hide in, and we'll be able to TP away.
Yeah, everyone will TP out here one by one of VGR, and VGR are playing Newbie right now. Like, they're actually doing a good job. Yes, you lost 2 supports. Does that really matter? Not exactly. They have their items. They don't care much if they die. And you shut down one very important hero towards the late game. The Timbersaw needs to have his items.
Yeah, because still looking to see where Hao or KP could be stepping up maybe with more raw damage. Wouldn't you say maybe they need a bit more in the DPS department?
I'm very
They're going Yules on KP.
About this Yules on KP.
Yeah, I'm looking at him. I was like, okay, Faceless Void, he's holding money, so he could get something. But then you look at KP, and it's like, wow, he's turning into like spell-casting Mirana.
There was a moment in the wildcards where eHome went 4 Yule Scepters, I think. Or probably it was 3 at least, maybe even 4. And made it work really well. And Newbie are kind of doing the same thing here against the Juggernaut. It's good defensively, but you're not really taking control. And I think Mirana should not go down this route.
Yeah, why not get like
E-Blade?
Yeah, get a Ghost Scepter to help against the Jug, and then you happen to make that move into E-Blade where it's awesome on Mirana.
I actually think it would have been a very natural transition for her, and she would also become the carry, because now you're putting more and more pressure on your Void to hard carry, but he went Linken's first item.
Yeah.
He's not really hard carrying, I don't think. And you're falling very far behind of this Alchemist, who now is in a shape to start pulling Aghanims to everyone.
This
He has all his items. He can start now. Oh, the fight. This is going to be very important.
Newbie might really need this one to succeed if they want to still hold a
Oh,
good
they're wrapping
advantage
so
in
high.
this game. But yeah, look at this.
Timber
Look at this.
saw.
VG Game Reborn so up and above. Straight to the north. They're waiting for Moo. They're going to get the last one. They're going to pull him right back into the open
come
arms of the
quick?
team. Moonlight Shadow's going to be there. Can they finish off Timber in time? There's going to be a chrono. They bump him back out, but he's still caught under it. Hao tries to make a move for Mikasa, but there's no damage, and they can't get him. They're going to turn it back. Mikasa eventually will get swarmed on in. Dilated up. How? Oh, they're going to miss the mark on the arrow for that one, but KP can't make it back in a way. These Alchemist illusions begin to rip on through. He's the beast of them all, and he slashes down and finishes up Hao. There is going to be the move for Moo here. No continues his stride, and Moo, he's just trying to desperately make it back in a way. Slows them down a bit, but there's nowhere to run.
Yeah.
He gets it to a tree, but I don't think you're going to be making it too far.
He's just being chased down. He's got suicide. He knows that stun would have killed him. That was a buyback committed by the Batrider, but a big fight win right there, as the Alchemist does not die at all.
Yeah, he's the big breadwinner in that fight.
And you got two very important kills of the Mirana and Void. And of course, Timbersaw again dying, so still down to 6 charges on the Bloodstone. He can't really spam it so much. His nukes now. Man, this is looking more and more like VG Gaming are going to take it.
Yeah, there definitely was a momentum swing all of a sudden where VG Gaming Remore just kind of recognized that things are going pretty swimmingly for them, and Newbie recognized that they might not have that scaling potential and they need to kind of turn things up a bit.
Not with the builds they were going. It's such a slow build up. The Void spending 5,000 gold on a defensive item for the first part of the game, it really slows down your GPM. You have 208 CS on a Void at 34 minutes. That's cute, but I mean, 300 CS on an Alchemist is going to be a lot stronger.
Yeah, and when he's done finishing off his massive critical mass build, he's going to make the rest of his team so much stronger too.
Yeah, and with the triple 4-staff, no one cares about the Lincolns anymore. I don't think so. There are too many ways. Even the Mana Leak, which is soon to be level 4, it's too easy to get rid of this Lincoln Sphere, I think.
Yeah, and with the help of Chakram being paired with stuff like that, you have plenty of ways to just spam out stuff. Newbie smoke
This
again
rotation
here. Need another successful fight in any way if they want to be able to really keep their head above water here in game number 1. And they're going very deep south, trying to find the back end of Vici Gaming Reborn.
Yeah, but Vici is so far up, they just realized they're going to try and cut them off from behind, probably.
They dropped a ward to leave behind here, but yeah, they're going to have to find a way to make an approach for Vici Gaming Reborn where they're not going to have some sort of high ground advantage. So,
but VG Gaming are just walking around.
Yeah,
they're trying to follow their footsteps, but it's not quick enough. Are they gonna get it?
Okay, how to the high ground right now?
Becoming a ward.
It waits and stalks right here. If No kept moving forward.
They have a good defensive ward here up here as well. If they the arrow scouted up Batrider. Not connecting though. With a Mirana Invis, they're trying to find anything they can.
Scans out.
Good scan.
Actually,
it's
a little late.
Newbie.
Yeah, that was a dire scan.
Okay.
And they were a little late to use it if they wanted to see if VG Gaming were there.
Oh, for sure.
But now they'll see them. Mid lane, Alchemist Illusions begin to fly out.
I just want Alchemist to pull the Aghanims. 5.4k. We're getting close, man. He should do it very soon. I think Ogre Magi has to be first in line, actually.
I always think it's going to be Ogre, and then they end up handing it off to, like, the Jug.
Yeah. I wonder, just having that unrefined Fire Blast, it feels like you make Ogre twice the hero that he currently is.
I think he should hand it to Coddle. I mean,
All right,
he becomes a
but
totally
you
different hero.
May be biased.
Nah,
This
it's
is
nighttime. By the time he gets it, it'll be daytime. They'll have the unobstructed vision to approach the high ground.
All
or they
right.
have a Bat Rider do a kidnapping.
What's your name, guy?
don't know.
What's your name, guy?
Dakota guy.
Dakota guy.
Now, I mean, I like the idea of Ogre getting it. It adds so much more disable
He actually
lockdown on
went
top of it.
and gave himself a Scotty instead of Armlet. So you're like, screw you guys. This is for me.
He's like, I'm just going to trade in these items and make myself
He
just
could always
a
just buy
little bit
himself an
stronger.
Aghanims first as well. Just get that 390 HP.
That would be the greediest thing I've ever seen.
I may have done that sometimes.
Just
To
by
my,
accident
support's
or
dismay.
intentional?
Oh, definitely an accident. He's trying to give away 2 Aghanims at once. and,
Whoops!
yeah.
I ate it. My bad. And
Yep.
he did it right in front of him, too.
Yeah,
Aw.
well,
Hey, come here. I got some for you. Oh, sorry. Ate it.
you know, you're Alchemist. 2 minutes later, they get it anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't really matter.
KP lingering here in the bottom lane. Since his Yule's
And in
pickup.
fact, dude, I see the courier. It's got some special delivery coming out. It's going to that secret shop.
Ooh, there's a lot of pieces of Agnums in the courier.
Oh, what? The TP in? Moo? That was not the place to TP in.
He TP's in right into the open arms of Vici Gaming Reborn, and one Lotus Orb might not be enough to save you. He does get the save of the False Promise, which helps create some bit of space here. How could be the next target, though, for Vici Gaming as they approach him into the river. They hit him with a mana leak. He's able to time walk up and away here.
He's so slow,
and he's trying to purge it off. We'll be able to make it out. Runs, jumps, and just gets the hell out of there with the assistance of the rest of the newbie squad. That could have been a lot worse.
That was actually a little bit newbie being bailed out by Vici Gaming. You saw that Force Staff on the Void as he got down to the river? That was a Force Staff by Batrider.
Oh, no.
Which was not what you want to have happen there. If he didn't Force Staff, Void would have died. 100%.
Was he thinking he was facing the other way? And
I think he didn't realize that they could kill Void because they were fighting someone else, right? They went on a Timbersaw at first, and then when the False Promise came out on him, everyone switched to Void immediately. And yeah, just a miscommunication.
Well, Vici Gaming Reborn didn't get a kill. They go in. Not going to be able to get it, though.
He got the last hit.
Gets the last hit, but
Mirana.
he gets wrecked. So
yeah, well, he got the money, you know, always something.
kind of shows something from newbie because, I mean, do you think it's at the point in the game where you might need to make a desperate move like that?
I don't think you should be making that move. I mean, you still had everyone alive. You can still take a team fight.
He does have a buyback. He will be able to be here, but it would have been nice to have 2 lives inside your base.
Get
And you
forced
might
to
need to
use that, I
buy back
think.
Suze, yeah, because Nono's already inside the base here. And they're going to work on your tier 3. We're going to have to see what newbie offer for a high ground defense, and it's going to be led in with this Chrono. Catches out 2 from the outskirts. Mikasa waits. They're going to pop the link
Kato
into
is gonna heal
How.
them.
Arrow is going to be a swing and a miss, though. The heals fly through. The blast keep continuing here. The Omni Slash will be committed from ZYF as he quickly takes down the Oracle. And now Hal looks to make a move for ZYF. Gets him with the defusal. Can he finish him off? He's time walking in. He wants to get it, but he can't. Blade Fury allows the space, and now Hal is going to be taken down for his greed. And it's closer and closer
And
to
it's
reality.
daytime.
Vici Gaming
The heals are
Reborn.
there.
And that each of those blasts is like a mech heal too. It's going to get this team back up to full.
He got the first Aghanims. They listened to Coddle Guy, and here comes the high ground siege. And it's very hard to stop this. Look at Juggernaut's HP now. With the healing orb
Boom.
and the heal from Coddle, it's not easy to bring him down a single time. Okay, they got it, but committed quite heavily.
He does lose his Aegis, but as mentioned, that's only 1 life. They're going to have to be able to do it again and take an Alk also. Will they be able to do it? Moo hit up with an early mana leak and just loses his mana on the back of a blinding light. Arrow sidestep. No, continues to go to work, sieging away. Mikasa blinks in. He has no
So
lasso,
hard.
but no.
Okay, now he's really deep though.
Okay, you got to be careful here. He doesn't have Manta yet. Has it now. And we'll be able to back it away while ZOF continues the work, grinding away on this Rex. They'll finally get that melee Rex down, and they'll be happy with that. Walking back it away.
Such a good time to back out. 10 seconds cooldown on the Void ulti right now. He wants to get anything. Oh, they stay.
Oh,
Okay.
They're thinking about it here.
Chrono?
He goes in now. Chrono, he gets the dilation off, but now he gets hit up with the stun with the Ignite, with the Fire Blast. Gets saved out the False Promise. Now gets the Chrono off. Catches out both cores.
Oh.
Inside the Chrono. KP drops down the Starfall. Will be enough to take out the Jug. Can they finish off the Alk?
They're doing it.
Going for it. They got him set up. The Yules is there, and they take him down. Newbie on the fight back. They're moving in for DDC now. Are they going to be able to get it? They've already taken out 3, and it
He's
looks
got
like
a stone
they
to
will.
fill with blood. He's
Oh
going.
my God. They get it done. They take everyone but Mikasa.
Void did die though,
I
and he used his
dare-
buyback as well.
Look at the net worth swing, man. That is something else. About 5,700 gold going back their way.
Yeah, that was a lot of money, but they also needed something like this desperately. They just got raxed, and VGR is still in great shape even after dying like that.
Yeah.
So they have to get more. They have to get 2 tier 2 towers pretty much. But how do you do that with Void dead? He's the main part of their DPS, in fact, against
Yeah,
towers.
they don't push towers that
They-
well.
Look at Mirana's builds.
She's got a freaking helm. What is she building?
I don't know. It's
What
not a
is
carry.
she building? Is this a veil coming?
KP, yes, KP is an offlaner. He's not a carry. He's building offlaner things.
Why did he leap back there? What is happening? Okay, well,
DPS leap.
move speed leap to get back in and hit it again. Nonetheless, Newbie get a very nice fight back their way.
Yeah, they got a tower at least, but they need more fights going this way for Newbie to really be back in this game. Being down racks, the pressure is really on them. And there's just going to be more and more Aghanims being handed out, I think. And as you mentioned earlier, the Juggernaut, if he gets one, his ulti is going to last for so long. He's going to really hurt with that. I don't know. This looks so great for Vici Gaming, in fact.
Yeah, it's still not that bad. Newbie. First step in a 3-step program, I'll say. But
yep. It's a program. Recovering against Alchemist. And they have a Hex now, in fact, on Chuan, on his Elder Titan. So between the Hex and the Yule Scepter, that's a lot to disable. He can maybe hold the Alchemist in place when they try and bring him down, or even going on the Juggernaut and chain disabling him.
he really got a Veil. Wow.
Yeah, he got a Veil. I'm not sure. I think E-Blade would have been better for this purpose. But
okay, here comes Vici. Up and above on the high ground, Mikasa makes his move. He gets insta-hexed as he tries to go for the lasso, but his team's got his back. With the help of the Force Staff, they make their move in. DDC caught in the back end of this one, but Hal makes a huge chrono. But where's the damage? He made his move for FY, just trying to get the coddle out of this one. He's able to get the blinding light off, but it's quickly taken off. Gem hits the deck, and now on the other side, Nono tries to get redemption as he quickly slashes down and goes for the Oracle, but now Nono is caught between 3 on one side. He's looking for his team. Mikasa helps him out with a flame break, and now ZYF comes to his aid, moves in, helps clear out, takes out the Elder Titan, and now they look to focus Mu. KP flies in, drive by with the help of a Star Paul right now. They finish off the Oracle, the Gem down once more. ZYF forced to Blade Fury and try to retreat, but he's not going to make it too far. Mu is there in the nick of time and will help clean things up. A strong fight once again for Newbie.
Both the gems. He got in and took both and flying out.
See you later, nerds.
Two gems on the ground.
He's like, the hell out of there.
Thank you for the booty. I'm going to leave.
Still, though, that's another strong fight for Newbie.
It was a lot down to Tron and that really quick Hex when the Batrider jumped in. Because he insta-hexed that Batrider, and he couldn't Force Staff himself away. So that put him in a great spot to take the team fight. And the AoE damage is definitely there. The Veil is not bad, I guess, when you have
there's just
Void combo with the ET ulti.
There's just a wealth of spam coming out from Newbie, and the Veil only makes all of that better. And when
I guess
all the numbers come together, they look like they hit hard.
I still feel that in their case, the E-Blade could have helped with the single target damage to bring down the cores quicker. But in this case, they just got such a good Hex off that they could fight back on the back of that. But wow, this is really anyone's game at this point. Pretty exciting. Look at that mountain.
Yeah, that's a serious peak right there.
That's a lonely mountain. We're in Seattle.
Down we go. And back to, as mentioned,